Harden to Curry. Curry.
Oh, that's a bucket.
And
that's a bucket.
it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Curry's got 12.
Brian Anderson, Reggie Miller on the call for TNT. Shout out Film on Mike. That open still gets me. It's Joe Spadoni here with you all morning on this President's Day. Good morning to all of you. And we're joined by the one, the only. No, not Joe Shasky. He's in Hawaii. He's chilling on a beach somewhere, turning into a lobster, all on Mike Shanahan, just chilling with baby LJ. We got the one and only Nick Friedel, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my applause, Carter? Where's the DJ horn? Where's the Darude Sandstorm? I need all of it. Nick Friedel in the house. What's up, cousin Nick? How you doing, man?
Spadone, it is great to be with you, buddy. It's great to see everybody again. And I got a big smile on my face walking back into this studio and just being around and seeing Mr. Loveman, seeing Carter. Like, I'm going, okay, it's time to get rolling again. I wish we could come in here with happier news on the All-Star game itself, because I sat and watched and I went, oh my God, again. But hey, we're back. The reunion is here, and I look forward to being with you for a couple
You
days.
summarized it perfectly right there. As I say, shout out to all of you watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms all day long. Yes, it's President's Day, but we're here live and local for you. And that's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Yes, we are going to react to the things that happened this past weekend in the Bay Area. There was some good, but a lot of bad. And as you pointed out, Nick, you watched. That's what I think you could say about yesterday. You watched. Didn't know what I was watching half the time. I was watching some rising stars that, you know, a guy named Draymond Green, who was on the pre and post game coverage and during the game coverage, during the games, I should say. So again, I can't even say all-star game because it was all-star games, all-star teams. I don't know what it was. But even Draymond Green was like, yeah, those guys shouldn't be out there tonight. His own teammate, he's basically saying, Trace Jackson Davis, who was on one of those rising star teams alongside a Dalton Connect, a Keontae George, and Amen Thompson. It was very odd. It was different. So I think we were watching it, you know, all of us saying like, okay, I'll give it a chance. But nothing's really going to change until the players start to care. And that's never going to happen. Like the NFL, to their credit, basically just said, F it, we're done. There's no game. We'll turn this into a bona fide flag football contest. And by the way, it's going to be an Olympic sport, I guess, going forward. So that's great. But the NBA has a problem, and it started with the Draymond Green generation, and we'll get into what some of Draymond Green had to say. But I'm just left scratching my head on what they can do. I don't know what they can do, Nick. It's something that Major League Baseball, they have a somewhat of a competitive series, and it's fine because they have so many different players that you can just showcase. You have an at-bat here, you have a bullpen guy here. Like, they kind of get it right, and it's fun, and it's no longer meaningful because obviously they took away the home field advantage, whoever the winner was. Now, I say all this to say, I don't know what you can change. I'm just going to say it first and foremost. What can they do, Nick, to make this thing a better product? Because I was like you. I didn't even watch the end of the game. I literally told you after they were doing.
You didn't miss much.
They were doing. I'm long-winded here, and I apologize. They were doing the eulogy of, you know, Kenny, Chuck, and Ernie. They're going to ESPN, people. They're not dying. Like, this isn't the death of the inside the NBA crew. They're still going to be around here. Why? What were they doing? So I turned it off and turned on White Lotus. Interesting first episode on HBO, but that's what I had to do. I couldn't even watch Steph win the MVP. I didn't care.
There is the biggest problem, Mr. Spadoni.
It's like a 5-minute rant. Sorry.
It's all good. People have stopped caring enough to watch it through. The amount of texts on my phone towards the end of that game from friends of mine all over the country that said in as many words, I just switched to SNL. I can't take this anymore. We're really sad.
So SNL was doing Sunday Night Live, not Saturday Night Live yesterday?
That's the biggest audience, baby. The most money.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, the most money.
You texted that, and I was like, huh. Like, they're doing a lot of cameos. It's the 50th, right?
It's everybody. But it's interesting to me because one of my close friends in Chicago, he said, He said, yeah, this is better. And of course, I'm sitting there going, well, why? He goes, because you've got star performers being together again, putting out star effort. And I thought to myself, that is really the juxtaposition against the All-Star game, because you have all these stars out there and they're just going to be jacking up a bunch of threes. And that's what this has been for years and years. Last night wasn't new. I mean, maybe the level of play at times was a little more than what we've seen.
Sure.
But Spadone, the entire tenor of the game, the day, what the weekend has become, was set by the face of the league prior to the game even starting. I mean, truly, when LeBron comes out and he goes, my ankle, it's still bothering me.
Nick, he's your age. Come on, cut the guy some slack, all right?
This is the face of the NBA. He has been for years and years with Steph. If you don't have LeBron in the biggest showcase game that they have that's not the playoffs, and he says, I'm just, my ankle, my foot's not there, I'm going to take a few more days. Just stand out there and throw some passes. Like Kobe, years ago, he played for 2 minutes. He was out there, and my point in the whole LeBron conversation is, as the face of the league, I feel like you have a responsibility and you have the mantle that comes with that. That's why I was frustrated as a basketball fan. Forget what I've done for almost 20 years at this point covering the league. I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, what? You guys texted me that LeBron was out. And I really thought that it was fake. I was like, there's no way that this guy is sitting out of this game in this moment, knowing, and Spadone, here's the problem, how much people wanted to see something different last night. They wanted to see some sort of, all right, how much do these guys actually care? And the fact that LeBron, of all people, said, I'm not there, that was the sign of signs to me.
I understand, and people are going to be frustrated. You clearly are with LeBron. But again, I think you'll agree with this. It's more of a league problem, right? Like the fact that we're relying on LeBron James still at 40 years old. And again, it's to his credit a little bit because he's still just been incredible this year. He was an actual deserved all-star. There's like, it wasn't some sort of, oh yeah, here you go, lifetime achievement award. No, LeBron's been a top 10 player borderline this season. He's been incredible at 40 years old. But he's 40 and he still has to carry the brand and carry this. Steph, it's his weekend. He's almost 37. He's been 37 in less than a month now. He's getting old, man.
Which is also crazy.
Which is also insane, right? He's the same age and same birthday as my sister Sasha. So happy early birthday to you.
Sasha.
There you go. Like Shea should have been the guy this season, right? It should have been about Shea, Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, but it just seems like it's so difficult, Nick, for this new generation to take the league from these guys. And I don't know if it's the league's fault. I don't know if it's just people not connecting with some of these new faces. I don't know what it is. I do think Luka being out and not being there hurt them a lot. I even heard Jokic talking about it. I was like, it's weird Luka's not being here. Like, that's the face of the league right now. Just the last couple weeks. Yeah. Like, everyone's been talking about Luka, and him not being there, I think hurt, because he would have been the talk of the town had he been here. Shout out the town in Oakland, which I did think was one of the few winners of this past weekend.
Very much so.
Everyone talking about Oakland Arena, formerly Oracle, obviously, and all the memories there. Hell, even Kyrie and LeBron talking about it. KD, I thought KD came off great this weekend, saying he loves the Bay. The Bay still loves him wherever he goes. There's a lot of Warriors fans that still love him. I thought that was great to hear. But when you have, during your broadcast, again, I keep going back to Draymond, and, I'm just going to let Draymond talk because I think he resonated with a lot.
That's exactly the way Draymond wants it.
There you go. This is what, Draymond, the guy, the face of this weekend alongside Steph Curry, one of the faces of the Golden State Warriors on the broadcast for TNT and Turner Sports, talking about the format.
You work all year to be an all-star, and you get to play up to 40, and then you're done. This is so unfair to Victor Wembanyama, who just took this game really seriously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who just took this game really seriously. When you talk about chasing after the points records, Melo and Kobe and all these guys who've had great scoring nights, they don't get the opportunity to do that with this game. Also, we can watch some rising stars. We're about to watch the Olympic team. Now we get the treat of watching the Olympic team play against a U19 team. Come on, what are we doing? This is ridiculous.
I wasn't as mad as Draymond was about this because, it's for me, it's all a spectacle. He's an athlete, though, so he's looking at it from his perspective. He thinks it's disrespectful for the likes of a Dalton Connect to be on the same floor as a Stephen Curry when we're highlighting the achievements. But at the same time, it's not the kid's fault, man. It's not their fault that they're out there. And what bothered me a little bit, and Sam put this in the thread, I was like, if you're the rising stars, shouldn't you have tried way harder? Shouldn't you have actually been defensively no, I want to win this thing, right? Because it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Had they won, just think about that real quick, Nick, because that could have happened. That was a possibility. They tried to ice that game 15 different times, the OGs, and they still couldn't. Imagine had the rising stars knocked off the OGs and Steph and Dame and James Harden. We would have been coming in here today just going scorched earth on everything.
I actually think it would have been good for the league because people would have said, this is ridiculous.
Right.
And this ties into everything that we're going to be talking about throughout the morning, Joe, but it ties into the first part of going back to LeBron. This game, dating back years and years, was made for the fans. The reason why people would tune into this game is to see LeBron and Steph pair up, go against whomever it was on the other side. People want to see those matchups. They always did. I mean, dating back to when I was a kid, you turned on the All-Star game because you wanted to see Michael and Scotty and Shaq and in my case,
it was
Penny.
Kobe versus LeBron. We never got to see it because one was Western Conference, one was Eastern Conference, and Kobe took it upon himself to guard LeBron. He blocked them a couple times in one of them. There was always that, we know who the guys are going to be at the very end if it's going to be a close game, and it always was back then. It always turned into a close game, and that's when they at least started to play some defense, which was refreshing.
And that was fun in the moment because I think what's gotten lost is people say, it's become this three-point show. Nobody plays defense. Spadone, look back on those tapes from 15, 20 years ago. There were always those moments in these games where guys were kind of going through the motions and trying to get some cool dunk off and stuff would happen. But later in the game, that's when it got tuned up, and that's what got completely lost. It just stopped mattering. The answer to the question that you posed, what can they do to fix this, is try. All they need to do is try. They don't need this gimmicky crap that, we're going to play against the rising stars. And I've heard people say, well, what about U.S. versus the world? I think that would work as a one-off, but I don't think that is something that people would tune back into year after year after year.
Especially coming off the Olympics. We just saw the U.S. versus the world. We won the gold.
Exactly. People want to watch this game. They just want the players to try.
How do they try, though? That's what I would like to ask at 888-957-9570. On a certain degree, that's just on the player. I can't tell Stephen Curry to try harder when he's 37 years old. I can't tell LeBron, who's 40, to, all of a sudden go out there. And it's less so on those guys and more for the next generation, obviously. The Tatum, I actually thought it was refreshing. I saw Jaylen Brown. He was playing defense for the most part. He was getting Wemby was playing some defense. I saw him actually sweating on the sideline profusely.
You never see that in the All-Star game.
No one's sweating in the All-Star game. I saw him sweating profusely. By the way, shout out to those watching and texting in on the text line, 888-957-9570. We are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Adam in the city. We'll get to you after the break here in a couple minutes. 888-957-9570. More from Draymond real quick, though, about the Rising Stars thing, because I did think that perked up a lot of people's ears. Here's what he had to say in regards to the Rising Stars being a part of last night's festivities as well.
Yes, that they shouldn't have been out there. That's all they proved. They never belonged on that court. Those games weren't exciting, though. I didn't see you even smile during that.
Don't put me on.
It wasn't exciting at all.
That was unnecessary.
I mean, didn't belong on the court to stretch, considering like they almost gagged away that game. So would we have said that had the Rising Stars won it? I just thought a little. The saltiness of Draymond, I get it, because I think he was speaking for Jalen Rose, who was on there, Vince Carter. They were very professional about it. They didn't want to ruffle any feathers because, I'll give Draymond credit for this because he's still a player, so he can get away with it. And he's still obviously working for Turner, but he's a player first and foremost. So he can go on and say, hey, the product that we're putting out there right now that I'm a part of, that I'm working on, it's not good. It's not. So I will give him credit for that.
The product is bad.
It's bad. I just, to your point, when it goes back to trying, Nick, I don't know how you can fix try. Like, I'm feeling like Yoda right now, do or do not, there is no try. I don't know how they can get, care. Because whether it's they're too cool for school, they don't want to get injured, I don't know what it is. I mean, they named the award the Kobe Bryant Award, for Christ's sake. Rest in peace. And it's gotten worse than ever when it comes to trying in the All-Star game. Like, there's no pride at all.
And the worst part about all of that, Spadone, is the game isn't going to go anywhere. The weekend, and we're going to get into that over the next few hours, it's not going to go anywhere.
I wish it would just go away, to be honest.
Yeah, well, but why is it not?
Because they still rates.
It not only does it rate, it's money.
Well, exactly.
There is so much money that is piled into all of this. And to see what it's become, I can't stress this enough. When I first started covering the league and you got the experience of going to the weekend, it was awesome. There was access. You could talk to players. You could see everything that was going on, and you saw the matchups that everybody always were looking forward to. I remember being in Orlando. Spadone, Dwayne Wade broke Kobe's nose.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
He broke his nose.
Right. The Mamba mask. Love the Mamba mask.
And to think that it's turned into whatever this is, to Draymond's point, I understand completely where he's coming from. And I'm watching Dalton Connect and Dunn from the Suns.
He's looking good, Connect.
Go back and forth against Steph and KD and Tatum. I mean, you don't want to watch that. People say, oh, well, it was competitive. You watch the All-Star game on Sunday to watch the stars of stars. Yeah. Those guys did not belong in the moment. But, and Charles Barkley got to this a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
There's not enough of an ownership from the players within to get this game back to the place that it needs to be.
888-957-9570. I want to get your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, on the All-Star Game weekend, the festivities. What did you like? What did you not like? There wasn't a lot to like, but again, I did think Oakland came out of a winner this weekend. All the memories at Old Oracle Arena, now just Oakland Arena, I should say. So 888-957-9570. We got cousin Nick Friedel in studio all week long. Shasky is in Hawaii. He's hanging loose. He's surfing. He's doing whatever he's got to do. He's chilling. He's eating his dragon fruit, his papaya. I don't even know what else they're eating over there. He's just enjoying life, and good for him. He needs to act. I don't want him tuning in on the Odyssey app, though, Nick. That is what I don't want. I don't want the Odyssey app at all.
Yeah.
No.
He is going to click, and he's going to say, hey, I just wanted to check in. It's coming.
No, I do not want that at all. What's coming on the game is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport, where Shasky flew out of, by the way. I'm going to tell you, Nick, and the other listeners on the other side, how you can win a trip to Las Vegas in $20,000.
Oh, yes.
Plus more of your calls, more of your texts. Adam, Chris, I see you. We'll get to your guys' calls. And also, Draymond Green said something, Nick, not all-star game related. That's going to perk up some ears and ruffle some feathers potentially nationally. We'll get into that. It's Spadoni. It's Friedel. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Took place over this weekend. If you were part of the festivities, if you went to any of these events, please call 888-957-9570. I mean, the parties are just stopping because, Nick, I don't know if you know this, I scooter in. So, like, I park a little further away from this building, so I scooter in.
Yeah, I scooter in.
You know, I drive in.
So Bay Area.
I mean, I drive first from Oakland.
Right. I drive and then I scooter, but I'm still scootering to my workplace.
I feel like Hansel, circa 2001 Zoolander, going to the awards with his little razor and his yo-yo. But I'm pulling up to the garage to park my little scooter, and I see this tent out front of the building. I was like, well, that's not usually there. What's going on? Like, I see a bunch of cars and, SUVs. It's like, what is happening? I see like a bouncer. I was like, there's a nightclub right next to my building right now. I was like, what? A pop-up nightclub? I was like, what is going on here? People are getting into the cars at 5 a.m. I was like, where was my invite at, Nick? Were you out there? Is that where you lingered from? Is that where you came in this morning from?
Hell no. I sat there. I was at dinner at like 9:15, and you could see people were gearing up. Like, the night was just beginning. I'm thinking,
because it's a Saturday night, basically, because today's a holiday for everyone else except for us. So,
right.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there going, where am I? This is not the San Francisco. I remember there were police all over downtown. That was also a new little wrinkle. But I'm going, All-Star Weekend. It always brings in people from all over the place for the party. But Spadone, that's what's truly sad. The game is so secondary to everything else, but the game always will be what people focus on because it's what drew everyone in to begin with.
888-957-9570. I teased it, Nick, and let me tell you about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. It's a winner and 3 guests. 2 Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium. So have you ever been there? The big pool at Circa?
Circa is awesome.
There you go.
Awesome.
Dynamite dropping. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. All you got to do is download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. It's a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Someone I do know that has that Odyssey app downloaded is Adam in the city. He wants to join in the conversation. Maybe he was at the club last night. What's up, Adam? You're almost Spadoni and Friedel.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. You guys both mentioned a couple of points. Joe, you said, when was the last time a memorable All-Star game happened? And then Nick mentioned something about trying. And my recent memory, and I'm wondering if the players were more motivated because Kobe had just passed, but that 2020 All-Star game, I just have a vivid memory of Giannis trying to lock up Embiid, then Harden playing defense on LeBron. Like, that game was intense. Like, they were trying hard, like physical, fast, just everything you wanted to see out of an All-Star game. And the way that they had the scoring back then was good. So I'm thinking, why was that All-Star game? And that we're not that far removed from that, right? It was 5 years ago, but I'm curious if maybe they were just more incentivized because of what had just happened. But the product has just got to be better. I mean, baseball was better because there was a competitive advantage because whoever won had the advantage of the World Series. Football's kind of given up, but basketball should be a game that the All-Star game is fun to watch. We've had plenty of examples of great All-Star games, but what we see out there right now is just not good, and it needs to get better. And that's kind of what I wanted to say today. So I appreciate you guys.
That's Adam in the city. Appreciate you, Adam. 888-957-9570. What did you like? What did you not like from the All-Star weekend? Can they do anything to fix this? Some people thought it was an improvement. Like, I did see on social, some people say, I did think the team aspect and, having a tournament style was somewhat of an improvement. I was like, even then for me, I was like, why can't we just be classic? Why can't we just go back to West versus East? If you wanted to do, the drafting the players again, I guess that's fine. I was up here last week, Nick, and we were talking with Slater, our boy Anthony Slater of Odyssey, and obviously the Athletic, R95.7, the Game Insider. And I was frustrated because the Warriors are game over 500, and they're clinging to a 10th spot in the West. It's something we can get to as the week goes on. And then you got the Sixers on the other side who are like 13 games under 500.
A complete disaster.
And they're only a game out of 10th place. And then you got the Bulls that are right there who are just equally as awful, and I think they are the 10th spot. So I was just talking about that. I was like, when can we reseed, right? Can we just go to like do away with the conferences and reseed? So I get that aspect of it. And it's fun when you got Team LeBron, Team Giannis or Team Steph, Team LeBron. That's fine. But when I had Team Shaq and Team Chuck and Team Kenny and then Candace Parker, like the product itself, and Carter, our producer, he was there. And like, is this translating as well on TV as like, because it's not translating at all in person. It was translating even worse in television. It was painful. I told you I had to turn it off because 2 minutes turned into 3 minutes, turned into 4 minutes, turned into 5 minutes of just, they're dressed in these going fishing outfits. Kevin Hart's doing the porn star jokes. I was like, I can't watch this anymore. I'm done. Just play the game.
All I kept thinking, Spadone, to exactly your point, is how many people within the league sat in a conference room over the last year and they thought, you know what would be a great idea? Let's cut these teams up into 4. Let's have Kevin Hart MC. I mean, when I saw that email come in from the league a week ago, I was like, you got to be kidding me. How has it gotten to a point where we need an MC to just deliver all kinds of strange commentary in the moment? All of this stuff points to a league that isn't sure what the answer is. And that is what is so frustrating as somebody who loves the NBA and has forever. To sit there and watch last night, you want to see the best of the best play against each other. It's what we referenced with Draymond's comments at the start of the show and the rising stars. You're thinking, why the hell are these guys out there in this kind of moment? But Spadone, all of this is to say, I'm just not sure how they turn things back around because, to the caller's point, that game a few years ago in Chicago, the end was very interesting because people were into it. Yeah. But I think a lot of that was Kobe. The league tried to pay these guys even more. All right, you're going to get this bonus. Okay, I mean, that only goes so far. It's got to come from within. And this generation, as great as they have been with LeBron and Steph and KD as the standard bearers, one of the knocks on this group through the annals of time will be they lost the All-Star game and the competition that was supposed to come with it.
Well, not just the All-Star game, but the dunk contest. I mean, we got Mac McClung there, 3-time winner. He's a G Leaguer, glorified. Now, and listen, I love Mac McClung. I think he's actually been a great positive for the dunk contest, bringing in all this new. Guy jumped over a car, for Christ's sake. It was incredible.
Yeah, and it wasn't Blake Griffin.
Not a hood. Exactly. And not 6'10" Blake Griffin, who's a ginormous human being. I mean, Mac McClung was, he listed 6'1", 6'2". Like, he's not a slouch, but the hops, and he, by the way, that could have been really dangerous. He clipped his foot on the hood. That could have been really bad, banging his head against the wall, but he didn't. It was great to see. But that being said, LeBron had an opportunity multiple times to do the dunk contest. Didn't do it. Had an opportunity maybe at 40 years old to compete in the All-Star game. Real quick, refresh my memory. Did Michael compete as a Wizard at 40 years old in the All-Star game?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Remember the end? I think the game was in Atlanta. Michael made what everybody thought was going to be the game winner. And then it was Kobe who got fouled. Yeah. The game goes into overtime and they lose. But Michael had that moment.
Well,
the moment was there. All right. I just saw this the other night. He hit that shot over Sean Marion.
That's right.
And everybody went, oh man, Michael in the All-Star game. At the end, here we go. And Kobe would not let them lose.
Well, I think I remember the story now that you're bringing it up. I think Isaiah Thomas was coaching Kobe's team.
Yes.
And they told one of the other players there, I forget who it was, but one of the other All-Stars, he's like, hey, go tell Kobe, I think Kobe was at the line, to your point. He's like, let's let Mike have his moment. Let's miss these shots or whatever it is. And then Kobe just looked at the player X, and was like, please.
No way.
And that's how Mike would have wanted it. He's like, I don't want this some apology tour. It was a little bit like how Derek Jeter, remember Adam Wainwright grooved the ball to him so he can get a double. And then Adam Wainwright's like, oh yeah, I threw one, I threw him a meatball basically. Then he had to backtrack because it looked bad because he didn't want anyone Jeter didn't want anyone feeling sorry for him. But I felt sorry for not any players this week. I felt sorry for the fans. That's who I really felt sorry for this weekend. I felt sorry for you, Carter hadn't even be there. Sam, like it.
But think about that, Spadone. Carter having to be there at All-Star Weekend. I mean, even the
It
sentence.
sounds so mean. Well, he was getting paid, so I shouldn't say that. So
I felt like I was forced to be there.
but that's
sad.
That is the problem. I thought about it on Saturday. We got that news just before. All right, Steph and Sabrina Ionescu, they're not going to be out there and try to recreate what they did a year ago. How in the world is there not some kind of backup plan to have Steph Curry, the king of basketball in the Bay, one of the biggest faces that there is in the league, participate in something?
right.
In something
It was
on Saturday
It
night.
was likened to Barry Bonds here when AT&T Park. Then AT&T Park had it, and he didn't do the home run derby. It's like this Barry freaking. It's the greatest home run hitter of all time. He's not going to do the home run derby. We'll get into it on the other side. Eric, Chris, I know you've been hanging on tight. Chrissy, I love you. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your reaction to the All-Star game. Plus, Draymond Green had a comment about one Jimmy Butler and the Warriors' chances now with the addition of one James Butler III. You're not going to want to miss this because it's going to ruffle some feathers, potentially in a good way. That's what's coming up. Spadoni, Friedel, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni, Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, who cares?
Thanks, Steve. It's Coach Kerr there. He's been a part of many an All-Star game, obviously being a head coach. Now we get Shaq and Chuck and Kenny Atkinson and, whatever we got this past weekend, as I'm joined by Nick Friedel all week long here in studio. Joe Shasky in Hawaii 5-0. He is enjoying it. First time in Hawaii for Joe. You frequent the islands, Nick?
Once.
Okay.
And it was one of the prettiest places I have ever seen.
Which island?
Maui.
Okay, beautiful.
It was.
I mean, they're all beautiful. So
it was awesome. Although I have to chuckle and shed an NBA tear thinking that one of the first times the first time I was supposed to go, Syracuse was playing in the Maui Invitational. It's all set up. And I was covering the Bulls. They were out on the West Coast, and Derrick Rose got hurt again. And so
Derrick.
Maui went bye-bye. So
no.
I hope the Shask is enjoying himself out there and getting his fill of all that is Maui and everywhere else.
Yeah, he's going to Maui and he's going to Kauai. Well, I've been to Kauai, which is the beautiful green island where a lot of people honeymoon. It's because more secluded, it's more green. It's not as it doesn't have a city vibe to it. Very nice. So shout out Joe Shasky and the Shasky family that are all out there. So shouts to him. I did want to say this because my timeline was, if it wasn't dominated by just people hating on the NBA All-Star Game, Nick Friedel, it was everyone loving what was going on in hockey, which I guess I'm going to bring Sam Lemon in here too, because we were talking about this last week. They did away with the normal NHL All-Star Game. And it was the same weekend, obviously same week as the NBA. It's called the Four Nations Face-Off. And I don't even know all the countries. I know the first two. And maybe I need game show music here. So we got USA, we got Canada.
That's two of them.
Finland.
That is also a country that's taking part.
Shout out Helsinki, that's the capital. I don't know if you know that, Nick.
The more you know, baby.
I don't think Russia's recognized by any sport right now. So
they don't count as a country.
I'm not going to say Russia. Sweden? Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Thank you. All right, I was looking for the dings card. You weren't helping me out there. I was feeling really good about that.
I had him looking for something else.
Yeah, okay. So you got the four nations there, but you got USA versus Canada, baby. And that is, that's a legit rivalry. I don't think you can get that version in, NBA. You're talking about the All-Stars versus the world kind of thing. I just don't think it'll ever come to that because what USA Canada means for, that's Canada's favorite sport is hockey. They like basketball. They like Shea Gilgeous. They like Dylan Brooks. Who else is Canadian? I don't even know. Andrew Wiggins. There you go. Maple Jordan.
Yeah.
But they love Canada. They love their hockey up there. And in the first 2 seconds.
2 seconds in. This is how it sounded 2 seconds into the game.
Oh, you got the sound, please.
And this Four Nations face-off matchup is underway, and the gloves are off. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel. Hagel from Tampa Bay, Tkachuk from Florida. Did not see this coming.
Your neck of the woods, Florida, which is apparently known for hockey these days, which is insane, with the Florida Panthers winning a cup. Tampa Bay's won some cups. Craziness, right? That's probably also got to piss Canada off that all these beach towns are dominating the sport of hockey. But you had that, and then you had another fight, and then you had another fight within the first minute. USA, Canada. I don't care if it was contrived. I don't know if they talked about it before, but it got my attention. It was fun. I know Sidney Crosby was taking parts in it, one of the greatest players in the history of the sport.
Yep.
And they never lose. Canada never loses when Sidney Crosby.
2010 was the last time that Canada lost was Sid on the ice.
2010.
But Spadone, here's the other problem.
Oh God!
Because
I'm trying to be happy, Nick.
No,
all right.
But this is going to be a theme for us throughout the week. The issue here is the NHL has found something that drew people in, your casual people.
Yeah.
I've got the text from some of my buddies are you watching this hockey? And I think of the Chance the Rapper skit from SNL. Let's do this hockey.
Let's do this hockey.
So they're texting me going, are you watching this? Because it was U.S., Canada, everybody's fighting and getting into it. On the other side, you flip on TNT, what's happening? Victor Wembanyama and Chris Paul are trying to cheat their way through the skills challenge. We talked about the tenor of yesterday of All-Star Weekend, at least to me, is set when LeBron flies in, does his press conference, and it's like, oh, yeah, by the way, my ankle's still bugging me. I'm not going to be out there tonight. And I talked to one of my friends who was in the room. She said there was like an audible gasp, like, huh? What? Because nobody looks at the All-Star game, which is the problem, of course, that we've talked about all morning, and says, oh, this is some strenuous activity.
Right.
Just get out there and do what you can. But the tenor of Saturday, Spadone, was, all right, the skills competition that I've never in my entire life heard anybody go, hey, you know what I'm really looking forward to All-Star Weekend? The skills challenge.
Well, speaking of LeBron, they wanted him and Bronny to do it. Remember, the league was just like, oh, can we get Bronny and LeBron? And both of them like, no, that sounds awful.
Because nobody cares, especially about that.
No.
But what the NHL did was very smart. They said, because they've already been through all these iterations of what people want the NBA to now get into, U.S. versus the world and young versus old, all these different reasons, other reasons why, aside from the regular reason, East versus West, although the NHL has so many strange conferences and designations now that you're not sure how the standings play
Minnesota's a Western Conference team for some reason. I don't know how that works.
It's such a different deal.
He's
but
asleep.
The issue is the NHL saw they had a problem and they fixed it. And the NBA still has not come close to fixing whatever the problems are. The other thing, though, is, Joe, U.S. versus Canada works because the players are all the way in. Sure. It's so obvious when you watch the start of that game, when you watch the next few periods, you go, oh, this means something to them.
Tkachuk is like a legit, he won with Florida, correct? He's like one of their top guys, the Panthers. Like he's one of the faces
of... Both the Tkachuk brothers are like really good.
Okay, so there you go.
We don't pronounce the T. Silent T. Tkachuk.
It's just Tkachuk?
Big hockey guys here. I love it.
Tkachuk. We mispronounce everybody.
So I'm looking at how
we mispronounce everybody's name on this show.
There's a T in front of it.
That's true. The Shask is sitting there mispronouncing every number of different things.
We got a lot of them here.
Let's throw Sanchez in there.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kamingo.
So Jonathan Kamingo. Yeah, we got Adenabi.
But that is the problem. I mean, if you're a casual fan, we all watch the NBA. It's part of the job to know what's going on. If you're a casual fan, why are you tuning into this stuff? Spadone, to your point about Mac McClung, absolutely he deserves credit. I think Mac McClung's legacy isn't that now he's won 3 slam dunk competitions in a row. It's going to end up being that he got the attention of other NBA guys that potentially, we'll see what happens in a year, might get back into the contest who wouldn't have before.
I don't believe them, by the way. Josh saying like, oh, I might need to do this now. And then Giannis like, please. I think Giannis did attempt it back in 2015. He was horrible. He was younger then, obviously.
Before he was Giannis.
Yeah, exactly. He was the guy he was the Greek freak then, right? Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. It says guest promotion here. Well, the guest is you, the fans. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. We got a lot of thoughts from Draymond Green. We got a lot of thoughts from our guy Nick Friedel, who's in the studio all week, talking about, trying and just wanting the players to try. I don't know if we'll ever get back to that ever, because the precedent's been set from, unfortunately, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, LeBron, that whole era, or error is what I'm calling it now, of this last 10 years where everything's just kind of just been, I'm too cool for school, or, I don't want to get hurt, or I don't want my image to get hurt. If I lose to a G leaguer like Mac McClung, oh, my ego. Oh, it's all about the egos for these guys. It's annoying, quite frankly. And that speaks to a large part of society I don't want to get into, and just, wanting to look cool. Like, it's always going to be like that. But no one was embarrassed, right? Like, you shouldn't be embarrassed by being an all-star and like wanting to care. Like, when did caring become not cool? Like, that's what I would like to ask. When did just caring about something become not cool? I don't know.
It's a very good philosophical question, and I would pull everything back, Spadone, and say The NBA's biggest issue right now on the whole is that people watch the regular season and they go, why does this matter? And I think what frustrated me so much, and this ties back into LeBron's choice not to play last night, but it's a larger, much larger issue for the NBA. People have stopped caring day to day about the regular season in most places. Not here, because of the intensity that surrounds the Warriors fan base and how good they've been, how relevant they've been.
Oh, and they have Stephen Curry.
And they have Steph Curry. And guess what? In Los Angeles, they have LeBron James, the second greatest player to me that's ever played.
Yeah.
The problem is, in most of these places, why, as a sports fan, am I going to tune in on a Tuesday night in February to watch the Magic and the Jazz? You're just not going to do it. And why is that? Because the NBA has lost the public trust of regular season games mattering. And that is why when you take the NBA's biggest in-season event that's not the playoffs, it's the All-Star game. Why is the talk for a decade now the Monday after every time, aside from the end of that game in Chicago in 2020, why doesn't this game matter to the greats of the game like it used to? But as somebody who made their livelihood and it still does around the NBA, it's why I get so angry when I watch at times what we saw last night, because it's filtered into how people feel about the regular games that are coming on their TV screens and they're listening to on the radio stations every single day.
Well, we had that conversation, Shasky and I, the day after Christmas, right? Because, the NFL games were a bunch of stinkers, but it was Netflix. It was dominating the ratings. Everyone was watching because it's just football, right? And the NBA actually had like good slate of games. Like the games were good. Because obviously it was headlined by the Lakers Warriors, went down to the last minute. Austin Reeves against Andrew Wiggins. It was really fun. You had LeBron, you had Steph. Both of them were hitting some big shots in that game. Very fun. And the ratings did fine for that. And then, what was it? LeBron at the very end, he's like, this is our day, basically saying, right? But it's not anymore. Like, it's not. That's the thing. It's not. I even think he said that after, a couple weeks later. He's like,
it was on the Kelsey brothers podcast.
He's like, actually, I saw the ratings. Apparently, it's not our day anymore. But you know what? Like, there's part of me still that hopes that they could figure this thing out in the regular season. We can get back to it and back to caring about it because, when they did have the TNT doubleheaders, and let's say it was like, I don't know, the Cavs and, the Timberwolves, which good teams, fun to like Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, sure. Like that's fun, but the casual person doesn't care about that anymore. Like it didn't used to be like that. Like back when I was in high school, I would stay to watch that. Like, or I'd turn it on early to watch that because I'm on the West Coast. So clearly I'm going to watch, Rockets, Lakers, or, Suns, Warriors, whatever it is after. Like I'm going to be tuned in for that. Now it's just, I don't even want to tune in early enough for that. And part of it's different. I have 2 kids. It's different to have the attention spans. There's all this, different screen times, whatever. Like I'm putting Peppa Pig on there. The worst show in the history of sports. Real quick.
What a great
We're going
dad.
to cartoons here for a second. Peppa Pig is the worst show in the history of youth television right now. It is god-awful.
Why do you hate Peppa so much?
Well, first and foremost, they don't teach anything on the show. If I'm putting on a kid's show, you got to learn something. And if you're not learning anything, at least it should be funny for me to watch.
Put the pig on the table here, Spadona.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out Atco Pest Control. Thank you. Just the British accents, the everything, the pompous circumstance. Just, Daddy Pig, why aren't you doing this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, they're speaking gibberish. No, they're speaking French. All right? Don't say it's gibberish because you can't speak it and you think you're better than everyone else with your British accent, Daddy Pig. Sorry. Thank you, Howard Eskin. Eric and Milbray, please. Eric, did you actually like the format of the All-Star game? What's up, man? You're almost Spadoni and Friedel.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, I don't know. I guess the common theme is to always just be negative about everything. I don't know what people are whining about. Luckily, I got hooked up. I was able to go. I actually enjoyed it. I like the format better than East-West, where there's no defense. Over 300 points scored. People whining about that. At least last night, guys were actually playing defense. They wanted it. The OGs did not want to lose. As you saw down the stretch, I thought it was a great format. I loved that Curry ended up hitting a couple of the big shots to win Shaq's OGs the award. But just overall, I like the format. I hope to keep it. My only negative thing about it was just the time in between. I know they had to do their. I like the Mr. Beast thing with the kid hitting the half court shot, winning the $100,000. I just think they can cut down a little bit. I enjoyed the music performances from Too Short and E40 and Vogue. I just like the overall vibe of the game. I don't know what people are whining about. It's a meaningless exhibition game, and these guys actually competed last night. And as Curry said, they really did not want to lose. And you saw them really buckling down their stretch to win it. And then one final thing. Saturday night, I don't care that Mac McClung is a G leaguer. The dude's incredible. I think Vince Carter said something that was so on point. There's a difference between in-game dunkers and slam dunk dunkers. Well, all these people thinking that guys like LeBron can't do what Mac McClung did. That dunk he did over the Kia with the spinning reverse and the double dunking the two balls. I don't think there's another player in the league that can do that kind of dunk. So I don't think it's the guys not wanting to do it. They can't do the stuff that Mac McClung does, and a lot of players across the league are saying we can't do that kind of stuff. So I don't think it, and I just don't think they can do that kind of stuff. And finally, guys, I have League Pass. I love some of the teams out there. I think Oklahoma City plays a great band of team ball. I love the way Cleveland plays. I love the emergence of Detroit. I love that Memphis is back. I think there's a lot of great storylines. I just wish that the media would focus on the teams that play great basketball instead of, some of these subpar teams that don't deserve the coverage like Philly 76ers and what Embiid's doing. I think there's a lot of great teams to watch, and I think the media should focus on those teams instead of the bum teams like Philly and some of the other teams. Thanks.
Thank you. That's Eric and Milray. But Eric kind of, he kind of sullied his own point there, and I appreciate his passion because he was at the game, so it's a little different. And yeah, the stoppages it was atrocious. I'm sure in person, but it felt longer even, not in person, watching it on television. But he even says, I don't even know why we're so upset about this meaningless game. He just said it right there. Meaningless.
But the problem, Spadone, is it's not meaningless.
Exactly.
It's not a meaningless game. The NBA has pushed the All-Star game for so long and set the bar to a point where people came to expect the greatest players to try and outperform the other greats on that one night. And they've lowered the bar so much. I mean, Eric sounds like a lot of my friends that are still covering the league day to day.
He says he watched League Pass. Not the average fan doesn't have League Pass anymore.
And this goes into what we were talking about just before he came on. I would tell you anecdotally, Spadone, I went to that Warriors Magic game at Chase Center a couple weeks ago. I was in town. I went to that game.
43 points by both teams in the first half. Oh my God.
To sit there. And this is a game with Steph and Draymond.
And Paolo and Franz, right?
And Paolo and Franz. And you and I are going to get into the Jimmy Butler conversation.
We will.
It is such a huge part of what is shaping the Warriors now and certainly in the next couple of years. This is pre-Jimmy, obviously, a few days before. I sat in that arena, of which I've been to, 100 times,
right.
or close to it over the last few years. And that game was so boring. And what scared me was Steph was in that game. People show up here to the Bay, have forever, to watch him play. Steph Curry was in that game, and the intensity throughout most of that game was like a Tuesday night in Vegas during Summer League. Like, okay, we're watching a basketball game. There are two teams playing. And that is what scares me in general about the NBA right now where we see it. It's not that there aren't people like Eric and people who certainly cover the league who are watching night to night. It's that the majority of people now, with all the entertainment options that there are, and Peppa Pig and everything else, there's just not. They're not giving fans a reason to tune in night to night the way they used to. And this ties back in what we saw last night. Because if I said to you guys, I said, all right, guys, what do we remember the most out of? And you can't even say game because it's not a game anymore. It's like a tournament, of the what do we remember most from last night? What are you gonna tell me?
The Mr. Beast shot.
Ding.
And then maybe, 100%. That's
100%. It was the Mr. Beast shot. That was the only time the crowd went crazy.
So Mr. Beast was the winner yesterday, a YouTube streamer.
And that tells you all you need to know about where the NBA is right now in the moment. Because now, forget just the All-Star game. Guys, the most hype I've seen for the league in a while, frankly, was the trade deadline and everybody being into, all right, Luka's going to Lakers, Jimmy's coming here. There's action with ramifications of what would happen
Nick, we
in
didn't
the
talk.
playoffs.
We didn't talk football. Super Bowl week. We didn't talk football. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the Free Odyssey app. Pulled the Bonte there.
A pro's pro move right there. I'll way to get that in there. That's pretty awesome.
With 2 seconds to spare.
It's so good. But it reminded me of that Super Bowl a few years ago. I think it was, I want to say in Phoenix, when Durant gets moved.
Yes.
Glendale. So Durant goes from Brooklyn out to the Suns. And that week, oh my gosh, Kevin Durant is coming to Phoenix. Are you kidding me?
Right.
And it didn't even come close to Luka to the Lakers, Jimmy to the Warriors, but it took the headlines away from what everybody thought it was going to be.
Ironically, then that was also Chiefs Eagles that same week, just like this year.
There you go. But that is the problem. What we've seen in the NBA now is people get drawn to maybe the action around the trade deadline. We certainly know that they love the free agency. They just don't love the games the same way that are going to generate an interest where any casual person is going to tune in and go, oh, I'm really locked into, the Nuggets and the Sixers on a Tuesday, because then they're going to go, who's going to play? Is Embiid going to be out there? There are so many different issues, and it just didn't used to be like this even 5 or 10 years ago.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. More of your calls, more of your texts, and what Draymond Green had to say about the Golden State Warriors championship possibilities. Yeah, he used that word, ladies and gentlemen, championship. We're going to get to that on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Friedel, it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Stack? Spadoni and Friedel in this week. Talking All-Star Game. Stephen Curry, All-Star Game MVP. As well as some Macklemore. God, that's the name I haven't said in a long time. Macklemore. Is he still doing stuff? Is he still out there hanging out?
No.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Curry, by the way, real quick, you're supposed to go bros before phones or bros before cuts. That's what Dan Dibley says. So I have to say hi to you first, Nick, and you have to speak before I could throw to a cut of Steph winning the MVP at home. So, hi, how are you?
Spadone, it is great to be with you. I've missed everybody, and even hearing all these things that we've talked about this morning and realizing just how much passion there is for the game and for the Warriors in this region, it's awesome. Because, again, it's just not like this in so many other places.
Happy birthday to one Michael Jordan, by the way. 62 years old today, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. You mentioned LeBron's the second greatest player of all time to you. I'm assuming the greatest is
There's only
MJ.
one.
Okay.
I laugh at anybody who says, "Oh yeah,
Kareem."
Bill
Russell.
LeBron is awesome. What he's done for the game is unbelievable.
What he's still doing is
what he's
insane.
still doing. He's not Michael.
Okay.
Anybody who comes at me with, LeBron, no. You are not watching, and you didn't watch exactly what MJ was all about. Because
you don't think, real quick, not to cut you off, you don't think what LeBron's doing right now, like, you don't at least think about it a little bit more now than you did a couple of years ago. It's like, man, you can play till he's 45, I feel like. Like, that doesn't change your mind at all.
No.
Because it got to a point for me, for Brady, the longevity factor was like, all right, dude, like.
Well, the extra title in Tampa.
Sure. Yes.
Of course.
And obviously
his bonus championship.
He got his bonus championship. The bonus title.
That's right.
But even then, like, he got to a point where he surpassed Montana with titles. Like, it got to a point where it's just, he got to 10 of them. Like, gets to a point. Like, LeBron got to so many of them too, though, to your point. Like, it got, for me, I'm with you. Michael Jordan, still, he's the GOAT. I think what he did branding-wise, too, off the court and what he meant off the court blows LeBron out of the water. I don't think anything will ever touch that. But there is part of me watching what LeBron's doing, what these like old guys are doing. So I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to see this again. And maybe with nutrition, maybe with like body, like people, like, playing time, this, that, and the other, it'll change. But what he's doing is amazing, though, man. As we're celebrating Michael Jordan 62, you got to give LeBron his credit being 40. And I get it. We're crushing the guy because he didn't play yesterday at 40 years old. But,
Spadone, here's
incredible.
The difference to me. Michael put fear in people's hearts on the floor. LeBron is awesome. He's been awesome. He's still awesome now. Maybe not to the level we're used to seeing from him 10 years ago.
I think you ask Warriors fans, he still puts fear in their heart.
Well,
he does.
And that's all well and good.
But just Warriors fans.
But
Michael's everyone.
Michael got the ball at the end of a game, and you went, uh-oh, it's over.
Right.
And that, I was lucky enough as a little kid to see MJ a few times, and certainly I've covered LeBron for years and years. When you see the two and when you judge the reaction, LeBron is valued and he is revered as one of the all-time greats, a lot because of the longevity now and what he accomplished and winning the titles when he did. But he did not strike fear in opponents' hearts the way that Michael Jordan did.
Do you think another title, and I get it, and we can get back to, listen, we're talking a lot of different stuff today. We're talking Michael Jordan birthday. We're talking All-Star game. We're going to get to Steph winning the MVP at home, what that meant, what Draymond had to say about the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. I still want to get your thoughts on that. There's so much to get into as we're peeling this onion back because, radio shows are like ogres, which are like onions. They have layers to them. So we keep peeling it back.
You know what's comical about you saying that? Because you couldn't have known this. My nickname in high school from all my friends in Orlando was Ogre.
I was going to say, not Shrek.
And it was pre-Shrek, which makes it even funnier. I think I was the ogre because at 12 years old, I had chest hair.
Oh, my goodness. You had the 5 o'clock shadow. You shaved it.
I was the first of all my friends who hit puberty, and everybody's like, you ogre.
Real quick, did it count like 12 years old you started talking like that?
When stuff started to happen at 12, I went one summer from people calling my house going, oh, hi, Donna, to my mom, to people going, oh, hey, Mark. And I'm like, no, it's Nick. It's me. So shout out to all the ogres out there.
Okay.
They do have layers, but that one I've been carrying for about 30 years.
I don't look at you, I don't think ogre. So there's that. To me, I think of just the voice. I think of, hello, God. Hello, James Earl Jones, R.I.P. We got Cruiser in the 209. Nick wants to join the conversation. He says Warriors fans are not afraid of LeBron. What's up, Cruiser? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Hey, Spadoni. What's up, cousin Nick? Long time, man.
It's good to hear you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, Spadoni, yes, I take umbrage with something you just said. Warriors fans are not afraid of LeBron, okay? We broke him 3 times for the title. Yeah, he got one on us, but we are not afraid of him, okay? There were several times where he came to the Bay and he just didn't play because he just didn't want that smoke, okay? Also, as far as the All-Star game is concerned, off of what you said about Jordan, I agree with you. That when Jordan was on the court, when Kobe was on the court, they were all business. They were going in there to get it because no matter how many sponsorships they had, they knew the NBA was their number one platform. These guys, they're all friends with each other. They're friends on and off the court. They're not trying to hurt each other's feelings. They're not going for it. So whatever whatever Draymond is saying, hey, you know what? If you think you deserve to be there, then act like it, play like it, try to win. Give the fans a show. This is all for them. Not for you guys, and for them, it's just become a bargaining chip. So I didn't even watch yesterday. I don't care. I don't want a gimmick. I want a game where I want some try hard, okay? And these guys just aren't doing it. Last thing I want to say, cousin Nick, please, I love you, but stop calling the Warriors' last title a bonus chip. There's only one bonus chip. We all know it was that Mickey Mouse ring that the Lakers got during the COVID year, okay? Cousin Nick, put some respect on the Bay. If you were still out here, you wouldn't be calling it that. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Well, he called it when he was here, Cruiser, so that's I'm just saying.
Cruiser. I've been calling it the bonus title the whole way. It sounds like my man Bonte.
That might have been Bonte calling it.
Bonte doing his Cruiser impersonation.
By the way, Nick, he will talk to Bonte this Friday at 9 o'clock when he's in studio, as he is every single Friday at 9 on the morning.
We call it his bonus appearance.
It is his bonus appearance.
What's funny, I was talking about that Magic game from a couple weeks ago. I saw B at the game, and we're standing there, and he was still like, bonus title. It still pisses
so much.
him off.
He hates it.
But the reality is, as I tell people every time, the Warriors, people in the organization weren't sure that they could actually pull it off with that team. They did. And Spadone, that's what makes the next few years with Jimmy so interesting, because now there is, at least on paper, a bridge back to, can we get one more? Is it possible to make this thing happen one more time? I just want to come full circle on Cruiser's call, though, and say I think he makes a really good point in that so many guys now are friends. And that has absolutely seeped into the consciousness, and this ties back into why are we watching night to night in the regular season. In the old days, in like the 80s and the 90s, even in the early 2000s, you'd watch these games and these dudes could not stand each other. What has disappeared in the NBA, certainly in the last 10 years or so? Rivalries.
Yeah.
They don't exist anymore. It's like, all right, Lakers, Warriors, okay. Like you could say,
but it's more of a Steph and LeBron.
It's Steph and LeBron.
Yes, there's Lakers, Warriors, there's NorCal, SoCal, but that's always been more one-sided. Warriors fans hating the Lakers because the Lakers, they don't really, this is whatever.
There's the respect isn't there the same way. Spadone, the problem is, think about the last time you tuned into a game and you were like, these two guys, they really don't like each other. It's present on the floor. You can feel it. You just don't see that in this era, and it ties into why so many different guys off the floor now have all these relationships, and it's taking away from the intensity sometimes that NBA fans grew used to seeing year after year with the same guys staying on the same teams, which is another huge part of this, and building up that animosity that comes over time.
Well, and I think this gets harped on because I do take umbrage with it a little bit. You're a millennial, I'm a millennial, but we somehow get like, we're the ones that get crushed for this because it's like, oh, it's a participation trophy society we're living in now.
Oh, yeah.
It's all our well, first and foremost, it was our parents. They were the ones that gave out the participation trophies. So whatever generation before us, what was it? Not the boomers per se, but I guess some parents were boomers here. But the ones that's after that, Gen XYZ elemental P, I don't know what we're at. But it's the generation prior to the millennials that you should be mad about. But even then, I do think it's a little overblown. It's like because people are friends now, and I think it did coincide with social media because there is so much more access. People like being friends on Instagram. It was MySpace, then Facebook. And then we're so connected now through social media. It was just easier to connect through people. Now we have all the same agencies. We're doing the same brands together, right? So I think it's all of that. Plus, again, to your point, it's image with everything. No one wants to be the bad guy anymore. And I do think there is a lane still if you wanted to be the bad guy. And
Dylan Brooks.
But Dylan Brooks isn't to the level of a LeBron. But
exactly.
But I'm going to watch Dylan Brooks because he's going to do something to try to get under someone's skin.
Well, and then he's going to say something, which also doesn't happen.
Now he's going to have egg on his face because he's going to say it to LeBron or Steph, and he's going to absolutely eviscerated by those guys again. But it's interesting. It's fun. I'm going to talk about it. But to your point, there used to be all those guys that leaned into the bad boy image. The Pistons back in the late 80s. I wasn't alive for that. But that was the thing. Not only could the Lakers not stand them, the Celtics couldn't stand them, the Bulls couldn't stand. Everyone hated that team, right? Like the NFL, we don't like the Chiefs, but it's not because I don't hate Patrick Mahomes hasn't done anything for me to hate him. Like Travis Kelce, he dates Taylor Swift. He's a nice guy. Right. Andy Reid's a nice guy. I don't hate that team. It's because they win so much. It's that's the only reason we hate them. Now, there was a level of hatred that I understood with the Patriots because not only did they win a lot, Tom Brady was the pretty boy. He does all the right things. And there was a cheating element to it. Bill Belichick, he's an a-hole at the podium. This, that, and the other, right? There was a level of that I understood a little bit, but it more so was just that they won a lot. I want a good old-fashioned team that I could hate, but that they lean into the hate too. The Chiefs tried to lean into that during Super Bowl week. Oh, you guys want us to be the villains? I was like, Mahomes, you're not a villain, bro. You try to wear the green suit jacket heading into it. You try to be nah, dude. I can't hate you. You're too nice. That's okay. But there is an element of that missing in the NBA that I don't know if a player truly wants to be hated. Like Draymond Green, I don't think he likes being hated. I don't think he likes that. I think he does a lot of this stuff on TNT and being a part of the broadcasting, does his podcast, because I do think he's cognizant of his image, and he doesn't want to be a villain. He doesn't want to be that. Now, he'll lean into it at times for motivational, he'll be that punching bag for the team. I don't think he likes to be that, though. I say punching bag, no pun intended, this, that, and the other. But
did something happen?
Yeah, I hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch. Shout out Draymond Green. That's what we're going to do. By the way, did you see that the NBA Centel, people got bamboozled thinking the Draymond Green nameplate when he was the TNT broadcaster last night? You know how it says, Vince Carter, 2-time dunk contest winner, 14-time All-Star Hall of Fame. Draymond Green said Draymond Green and said punched his teammate. I was like, come on. What are we doing? That's mean. Draymond, I think, was one of the winners last night, though. Talking about winners and losers. He came away great last night, broadcasting. Again, I think it reminds people he does have a career after being on the court. He's going to be that heir apparent to inside the NBA, coming with Chuck, Kenny, and that crew.
Spadone, he will transition with no issue.
No.
Because he's not afraid to give an opinion. And what's interesting as we have this conversation is it just feels like so many people in the league, nobody wants to really piss each other off.
Yeah.
Whether they're friends, they're rep by the same agency, whatever it is. But it is interesting bringing up Draymond's comments again because I do think he came across well. It will be something that is memorable about the conversation of this particular All-Star weekend in the Bay. I thought my old colleague Richard Jefferson had a great tweet about this. Drip, drip. There we go. Richard said last night, hey, you can't get mad at the guys who are in the game now. You can't get mad at the rising stars or the young players who had the opportunity to be out there. You want to get mad at somebody, get mad at the guys who were in the All-Star game over this last 10-year sequence. And it looked like nobody really cared. Maybe they enjoyed the ability to be called an All-Star and earning that right. But then you'd watch the game and you go, what the hell is this? This is not interesting. It's a boring product. And these are the game's best players that there are. So I thought that part, as Draymond's comments started to filter through social media and the consciousness of fans who were consuming the game, was really well said, because this isn't on this young group of guys who got the chance. This has been built up for years and years, and count me in the group, Spadone, as I watch what's happening. I don't think the NBA can get this back. No. I don't think that all of a sudden in a year or two, the next wave of players, even when LeBron and Steph do go and they're not performing out there on the stage anymore, I don't think guys are going to suddenly go, all right, well, let's try again. It's gone. I'd be shocked happily to be like, it really did change. And Wemby, he started playing defense, and everybody else followed.
In a couple of years, it's going to be, Cooper Flagg, he's really going to try this year alongside Zion Williamson, right?
Zion,
if he's in shape enough to get there.
if he can actually be out there on the floor.
I wanted to worry. I was part of the group that said trade for Zion if you can. I don't think they were ever going to sell him or trade him. That's what it sounded like reading the tea leaves.
We were talking about it at Thanksgiving.
Exactly. I called and said, hey, and you were saying you saw him and the shape, he wasn't there, this, that, and the other. I was just saying, I know. I'm still in on Zion. I'm not giving up on the guy yet. All right? I'm not giving up.
You do not want any piece of the Zion experience. He can't stay out there. The shape that you need to be in to perform as an NBA player.
They're not even letting him play back-to-backs now.
No, exactly.
They're not even letting him.
Night to night, the greats of the game, the LeBron, Steph, KD, the faces of this game in this era, they have become this great because night after night after night, for years, they played at the same level. And I know people hear that and they'll go, what about when LeBron sat out in Miami and took a vacation in the middle of the season, blah, blah, blah. Not the point. Okay. They prepared their bodies to a place where in most normal years, they're playing 70, 75 games every time.
Did you watch the starting five doc on Netflix where it chronicled? It was like the receiver doc for the NFL. But
I still haven't watched them all yet. I've seen part of the clips, though.
Right. One whole episode is basically what LeBron does pre, post, during the week on his body alone. It's incredible the amount of effort and time that guy puts in. And it's not a coincidence. I know a lot of people say, oh, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's on human growth hormones, he's doing this. Okay, first and foremost.
Is that what people are saying?
Yeah, people are saying. There's maybe some hosts of the station that think he's on HGH. I don't get it. Listen, the guy he's 6'9", and he spends a lot of money on his body to make sure it's okay. All right? And there's a part of that. Some players don't want to do that. That's fine. Some people don't want to do that extra grind, but that's what separates the Kobes, the MJs, the LeBrons, the Stephs, the amount of care they put in their body. LeBron's getting older, so I got to slim down. I got to be more quicker than I am strong. Mm-hmm. Steph, he's a smaller guy, so he's actually going to sacrifice some of his speed for strength as he gets older because he is smaller. He has to bang with some of these younger players, right? So there is a level of respect that I have for those guys. And if Zion, and again, we're talking about Luka Doncic, what was one of the big talking points last 2 weeks? Luka's fat. Oh, he doesn't have the work ethic of these guys. I was like, which is ridiculous, by the way, because even fat Luka on one leg took that team to the NBA Finals. What are we doing here?
Was it Russillo who was like, I don't care if Luka's out there smoking cigarettes in the middle of the floor.
Facts.
The dude is unbelievable.
Menthols for all I care. I don't care what it is. Some Pall Malls, all right? Just go out there and do whatever you got to do, Luka. All right? And the lasting image of whoever it was it Nico Harrison that was taking the beer from him Was that Nico?
It was Michael Finley.
Michael Finley. I keep forgetting. I was like, who had just taken the beer from him after they clinched the Western Conference Finals against the T-Wolves, taking the beer from Luka, enjoying with his dad by all the people. It's just, that said so much about how they feel about him in hindsight and in that organization going forward. I'll say this. I haven't given up on Zion. I'm very interested to see, though, as we're talking about nutrition and body and, the Warriors banking on the health of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. All guys that are 35, and if they're not, they're about to be 35 and older, a lot of wear and tear, a lot of mileage, a lot of finals runs, and how is that going to look going forward? Draymond Green talking about the grind of this season yesterday for the Warriors.
It's the playoffs for us coming out of the break. What we got, 27 games left? It's a 27-game playoff. And then a grind to win 16. That's the urgency I expect. That's the urgency that we will have.
And that was pregame or postgame of the skills competition over the weekend, which Draymond Green took a part of. I guess Wemby and Chris Paul did too, to an extent, but it is, again, we don't have to get into that if we don't want to.
What a bad look.
Speaking of that, though, he thinks so. Basically, what Mike Dunleavy also said, talking with Steiny Goo last week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. If you missed that entire interview, it was really good. The GM of the Golden State Warriors, Mike Dunleavy, joining Steiny and Goo. Find it on YouTube, the Odyssey app, wherever. He basically said that loss to the Mavericks felt like a playoff loss. That's kind of where the mindset of this team is right now. They're clinging to the play-in spot. I think they're going to be a play-in team. I don't think they want to be. I think the goal should be maybe to get the 6th seed. Going to be tough, but I still think it's doable. I think people are sleeping on the Clippers a little bit because they're just such a well-coached team. I have such amount of respect for Ty Lue. I'm sure you do too. Mm-hmm. What he's able to get out of those players. What are you going to get out of Kawhi? I don't know. James Harden, I think, has actually been surprisingly a very positive for them this year. Obviously, he's in the All-Star game. Norman Powell should have been an All-Star, I feel like. He was incredible, which is crazy to say,
should
right?
Be pissed off at LeBron last night.
Norman Powell
had his chance.
Right?
Sabonis.
Yeah, right.
They had their shot.
Real quick, I scoff at that. He's like, oh, well, Sabonis. And I was like, I don't give a damn about Demonis Sabonis or Norman Powell if I'm a couch. Stop. I don't care. All right? No offense to those guys.
No.
I'd rather see LeBron in street clothes than I would those guys on the court. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And again, if you're LeBron, just stand there. Just stand and make some passes. People are paying all this money and they're tuning in to watch you.
Ball, right? And just fade away
just
three.
Throw up a couple shots. All right, I'm done.
I'm out.
Spadone, there's so much for us to get into, which is great. What I would tell you quickly on some of the topics that we've hit on. One, as far as Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy holding up.
Yeah.
I've covered Jimmy his entire career. What scared me, if you're a Warriors fan, isn't that Jimmy's going to come out and dominate. I thought from the beginning, if he got here and he got paid, which he absolutely did, it would work. What scares me for Jimmy is the wear and tear on those knees for years and years and years. It's not that Jimmy still can't play at an incredibly high level. We've seen in the last week. He absolutely can. It's that when you get into the regular season, does something happen where he has to miss some time? And then how do you pace him to get him ready for what's coming, for what the Warriors hope will be an extended playoff run? The other part to Jimmy, and there's so many different layers that will hit. You asked earlier, is there a player out there who is comfortable being the villain? Draymond, for the antics that he's created and for the stuff he says and does sometimes on the floor, people go, oh, well, he could do it. But I'm with you. Having been around him and watched his own growth through time, I don't think that's something that he wants. Mm-hmm. He'll say stuff that's going to upset people, but that's not something he's going after. I'd tell you, at least from what I've seen through the years, the person who would be most comfortable as the villain for the league is Jimmy. Because he's gotten pushed out and or moved from several different places now. He only is going to beat to the tune of his own drum always. It's not to say that he doesn't have respect for his teammates or the people around him, especially, again, in Jimmy's mind, the respect that comes when you get the next contract. But Jimmy Butler has no problem being the guy that people love to hate. I've always thought he played his best when people got on him about any number of different things because it brought the best out of his game.
Let's get into that right now. What did you make, because you're tapped in, Florida guy, you know all things Miami, Pat Riley angle, Eric Spoelstra. What did you make of everything that went down the last, 9-10 months, where it felt like ever since the comments made by Pat Riley at Jimmy after the playoffs last year, when Jimmy was talking that talk while sitting on the bench, it was the Knicks or whoever he was talking about too, this, that, and
he was going at Josh Hart.
He was going Josh. That's who it was. Thank you, Josh Hart. And then he says, for Jimmy to say that, I think we have the sound of the system. It's basically Pat Riley saying, hey, for Jimmy to say that, he needs to shut up. Just don't say anything. You're not a part of the playoffs. And ever since that, it was all downhill. And I think there's probably more to it than that. And it could be money. It could be a lot of things. He wanted an extension. But where did it go wrong in Miami? And should Warriors fans be concerned that could happen here, even with the security of that 2-year contract extension?
Where did it go wrong? Spadone, I have covered Jimmy since the night he got drafted by the Chicago Bulls. I've watched him develop into, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Butler absolutely
is
going to the Hall of Fame, which is shocking to think that this scrawny-looking kid out of Marquette would turn into a Hall of Fame player. He has. It is a credit to the work he's poured in over the last decade and a half. Where did it go wrong, though? In Miami, they didn't want to pay him. Jimmy Butler.
Simple as that? It's simple as that?
There are other parts to it. I have no doubt the Riley thing got to him. But Spadone, Jimmy, again, going back to the beginning, he equated respect with the contract, the money. He wanted to get paid. He wanted the Heat to say, here you go. Here's the max extension, 2 more years. We're going to build around you and keep going. 1. 2, I think Jimmy just wanted some more help. Jimmy saw what he had done, and anybody who watched in the bubble and a couple years ago when they made that run, Bam Adebayo, Hero got hurt at the end of that second run to the finals, but there just wasn't a lot of consistent help around him. He was carrying those teams to that place. I think he had gone to Riley and Spoelstra and said, hey, give me some more help here. It wasn't that he didn't like the guys that he had. It was just that he plays in Philly and he's got Embiid. He plays in Chicago and he's got Derrick Rose and Deng and Joakim Noah. He knew early on, and now we're going on the whole Jimmy tour, but he never thought that Towns and Wiggins were going to be the pieces that he would need to get to some kind of title. So Jimmy looks at this Miami team and says, I want to get paid. You're not going to pay me. And I want some more help, and you're not giving me that much more help. So I laughed when I shouldn't say everybody, but when people would say, oh, it's never going to work with the Warriors. It's never going to happen. Spadone, what did Mike Dunleavy, who, oh, by the way, was a teammate of Jimmy Butler's for 2 years in Chicago, what did they immediately do? Here's your money, Jimmy. Check. And 2, he's playing with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. There is a respect that comes for Jimmy with playing with 2 Hall of Famers. I've always thought he was best suited as the 1A guy. This team offers him that, especially on the offensive end. What has Jimmy done in the last week that the Warriors haven't been able to do? He's getting to the line, and he's giving Steph another presence where it doesn't just have to be, all right, you go do it. Shoot the 30-footer and save us offensively. Jimmy can be that guy, but the idea that it's going to somehow blow up in the future, I also don't buy, because he knows this is it. This is the last big deal. This is his last great chance to attempt to go win a ring, and he has the respect from within that comes with playing on a team that, without any question, is Steph Curry's. He is the face. Jimmy is a second piece. And I think at this stage in his career, with what he wants after being paid, he's going to be fine with.
The career arc of Jimmy Butler has been so fascinating, too. 888-957-9570. It's Nick Friedel, it's Joe Spadoni. We're talking about All-Star Game weekend. We're talking about Jimmy Butler, the acquisition. Does that change your belief in this team? They're 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. How do you see this team competing here with, 27 games left in this regular season, as Draymond Green's calling it, a 27-game playoff situation for them? Are you saying, first-round series, win a series, win 2? Is this a championship contender? We'll get to what Draymond Green had to say about that yesterday on TNT. Joe is in Burbank, though. He wants to join the conversation on the All-Star Game. Nick Friedel. What's up, Joe? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How's it going?
It's going.
Hey, talk about the All-Star Game being boring. When you think about it, the NBA game itself has become a little boring. The guys come down, they hoist a three. If they don't come down and hoist a three, they stuff the basketball. They dunk. They dunk 18 million times during a game right now. So the game itself has become a little bit boring for fans to watch. Talk to a lot of people to say the same thing. The young players, they can't hit a mid-range shot. They can't make foul shots, but they can jump out of the arena. I think, to be honest with you, the game itself, just let alone the All-Star Game, has become a little bit on the boring side. And, when I watch LeBron come down like a freight train and stuff the basketball, he does that from what starts at the top of the key. No player even makes an attempt to get. Rarely do players get in front of him. He couldn't have done that in old NBA times. He wouldn't have been able to pull that off. So I don't know. I don't know how you guys think about it, but just, like I said, it's not just the All-Star Game. It's like the game itself. I turn a game on, and there's 18 million guys jacking up the threes, like I said, stuffing the basketball. What is the NBA going to do when you talk about Wemby being a defensive force? He's 7'5". He should be. He barely gets off the ground and he blocks shots. That guy is going to go down probably as the all-time. If he's healthy and he has a long career, he's going to be the all-time shot blocker, defensive players. Probably a million times he's going to be the defensive player of the year. What is the NBA going to do if in 15 years, if some guy that's 7'8", 7'9" is actually coordinated and he comes into the league? And he can stuff the ball barely getting off the ground. I don't know. I'm concerned on where the NBA game is going.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, when there's an 8-foot guy in the league, Joe, I'll let you know, because that would be something. Where the league is going right now, well, I don't think the All-Star Game is, the perfect spot to choose that, to say, like, hey, this is where the game's going, because it's just a glorified exhibition at this point. But to his point, the three-point shot, and you want to blame Steph, as this was a celebration of Chase Center and the Warriors and Stephen Curry. Let's blame Steph. Let's do this, that. No, he did change the game.
Completely.
He did change it, obviously, and the Warriors are now suffering a little bit because of that in recent time, because now they're seeing, it's almost like Star Wars. Obi-Wan and Anakin, you become the very thing you swore to destroy as Anakin turns into Darth Vader. That's what, the league turned into. They turned into a bunch of Darth Vaders going after you right now. And they're younger, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're more athletic. Like, you see guys, and again, you mentioned the Orlando Magic, and eventually these guys will get some jumpers, but, Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero, not the greatest jump shooters, but they're going to be practicing and keep taking those shots because that's where the league's going. And you're going to get guys that are 6'10", 6'9". LeBron turned into that player because of the Warriors, right? Because of the Spurs. He had to turn into a jump shooter because they had to respect him. And then once he added that, by the way, he's shooting like 40% from the three-point land this year. Insane. That's where the league is going. And it'll shift back. Like Jokic, what he's been able to do, the unicorn that he is, and yeah, he can shoot the three ball, but you have to have paint presence inside still. Like, why am I still hesitant on the Warriors, and when they play a bigger team and a big team, they're still small. Like, that's the thing in all this. They're still a small team. And that's why, I don't fear the Lakers as much on the Warriors, because the Lakers just used to own them with Anthony Davis. Now, the Lakers still have size, but they don't have that. Jackson Hayes, are you fearing him? Not really. Who's the other guy? Christian Coloco.
Len.
No. Please,
right.
Stop. But if they do play a Dallas Mavericks and Anthony Davis is healthy, big if, like, that is a team that's going to give them fits. You know, they're playing the Rockets. They're still hit and miss. Şengün, he's a very good player. He's an all-star. I'm not sure. But to Joe's overarching point, the style of play now, Nick Friedel, being on display, like, are you a believer that the style of play is why this league is hurting right now? The product is hurting?
I think it's a reason.
Okay.
And in pro sports, especially in the NBA, Spadone, imitation is a sign of respect. There's a reason why all these teams are trying to copy what Steph and the Warriors have done, because they know it works with the right pieces in place, but they know it's an entertaining style and people want to see points. But I think in a lot of ways, to what Joe was saying there, the All-Star game is a microcosm of what we're seeing night to night sometimes in the league. When you start seeing 140 to 136 and dudes just racing up and down the floor and jacking up threes from all over the place, it gets old. It's another one of the comments that Draymond hit on throughout the weekend. I mean, Draymond, let's take a step back real quickly. The Bay is so lucky, not only for what we do, but in general, to have Draymond Green just firing off take after take after take. I mean, the dude is a content machine. Whether you agree or not, okay, fine. But he generates interest in whatever is going on. People will say, well, sometimes it's bad. Well, you know, sometimes you've got to live with it. But Spadone, what he said was, one of the many things, was the game is boring with how it's being run now night to night, because so many teams, everything looks the same. And what it looks like when you're watching these games, and it is kind of funny being here talking about this, but it looks like Warriors knockoffs. They just don't have Steph Curry running the show and knocking down 30-footers from all over the place.
To your point, the Warriors themselves, prior to the Jimmy Butler acquisition, kind of looked like Warriors knockoffs. They were a three-point shooting team that couldn't shoot the three ball. We were going insane.
Spadone, exactly.
And that's what is kind of concerning, and we'll get into the other side about the Warriors. Still, for me, and I know Jimmy should help with this, he's not a good three-point shooter, so you did lose that. And Andrew Wiggins, to his credit, he actually he's a better three-point shooter. He's definitely a better three-point shooter than Jimmy Butler, who like barely attempts anything. So that is something you're going to miss. I do think defensively, Jimmy's a step up. Him driving the lane, he's a bigger body too. I think he's listed at 6'7", 230. Wiggins was like 197. So Jimmy's a bigger body. He's got more muscle on him. They're going to definitely need that. But I am concerned about one aspect of Stephen Curry that we'll get to on the other side. Obviously, he won the All-Star Game MVP yesterday, the Kobe Bryant All-Star Game MVP. Big Smooth in Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side. But before we do that, we've got the injury report, Carter.
It's time for the injury report.
Will this be the week Jonathan Kuminga returns to the court? JK has been out for 7 weeks now with a bad right ankle sprain. He was reported to have been progressing in a positive direction last week, and a reevaluation this coming Thursday will go a long way to determining his availability for Friday night's contest against the Kings. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California premier's workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your text, and what Draymond Green had to say about the Warriors' championship chances this season. You don't want to miss that. It's Spadoni, it's Friedel, it's the Morning Roast on a President's Day on 95.7 The Game. out in Hawaii, hanging out in Maui, hanging out in Kauai. He's doing all the fun stuff. Good for him. He deserves it. Shout out to Nick Friedel, though, stepping in all week long. Cousin Nick Friedel here in studio with us. Long time. I'm not going to call him fill-in because he's more than just a fill-in. Formerly of ESPN. Obviously does work with Odyssey. So we love Nick. Tapped into all things NBA as well. We've been breaking down this All-Star game all morning, Nick. And, we had a couple people defending it. We had Eric and Milbury saying, hey, I didn't mind it. Which is, again, you're saying you don't mind it. I thought it was okay. It's like, all right, well, that's not a ringing endorsement, but that's better than everyone crapping all over it, which has basically been what it's been now for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
But no, that's the problem. I thought it was okay as a significant improvement from where it's been, because people sat there, watched the All-Star game, and they would go, really? This is what it is. So I thought it was okay, means that there was some kind of step you'd hope in a right direction, but I'd be shocked if we saw any rising stars on Sunday.
Do you know what's more fun for me? It's turned into, and this is kind of similar with, the Pro Bowl games and what they do with Eli and Peyton and all the players. Like, I like when they just interview the players now. Like, I think that the pre and post game stuff, like all the good sound we've got from Draymond, we've gotten from Steph, we got from KD. Like, that's the stuff now. Still with the game. What was Jokic's thoughts on the Anthony Davis-Luka Doncic trade? Was fascinating because you get all these different national questions that these guys have to answer now or don't have to answer. Anthony Edwards was hilarious. I got to hear him speak about Steph. Like that's the cool stuff for me. Getting to hear Trae Young talking about the half-court shot contest that I had with Steph. Yep. Like that's the stuff that's fun for me still. So I do appreciate that aspect of it. But again, it's not the game we're talking about. And it's not that we really talked about the game with the Pro Bowl anyways, back when the Pro Bowl was still a thing in Hawaii, which I didn't hate, by the way, because it always did rate. I always would joke people. I was like, oh, I hate the Pro Bowl. I was like, oh, you watched. Like,
somebody's watching.
We were watching yesterday until I I had to turn it off. And by the way, please don't turn us off because we're on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You can stream us there. And if you don't like this hideous face that looks like a vampire this early in the morning, you can just listen to us on the Odyssey app. And I'll tell you why you want to listen to the Odyssey app a little bit later, because we have a national contest going that has to do with Las Vegas. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And yes, that is not the voice of God you're listening to across from me, or James Earl Jones. It is one Nick Friedel, who established those sultry tones at the ripe age of 12 years old, as we've established this morning. 12 years old, you got that voice, huh, Nick?
What a time. A voice and chest hair.
A voice and chest hair.
What a time. But Spadone, I think you bring up a really intriguing part of this, which is what the NBA has become in the daily sequence of how most people consume sports is they still love to talk about the rumors. They love to talk about trades or potential trades or who's going to go where in the summer, or the game.
It's not the product.
Is secondary.
Yeah, it's not the product.
The game itself in the NFL is the thing. It's always like people say keep the main thing the main thing. In the NFL, people are locked into the games.
You know what I just described, and it's kind of embarrassing now that I'm thinking about it. And what I liked about the All-Star game was the media portion of it. I just described media day in the NFL leading up to the Super Bowl. No one cares about that.
Nobody cares.
No one cares about that. You know what we're all waiting for? Super Bowl week? It's the damn game. We are craving a good game to sit on our couch and watch football for 3+ hours. That is what we're craving. God, when's the last time I felt like that? Like even the NBA Finals, which sucks to say, Celtics, iconic brand.
Oh man,
Dallas Mavericks, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, but the games were just so bad.
They were so
blowout after blowout after blowout. Ugh. Even the Mavericks the Celtics got blown out in a game.
Spadone, I can't remember a finals that had less juice. I covered the Heat Nuggets finals a couple years ago. People weren't into, in theory, those teams, but there were several close games. They had Jokic, they had Jimmy.
Well, they were salivating the league at a Lakers-Celtics during those Final Four. Because remember, it was Heat-Celtics, Nuggets-Lakers. What is the one matchup they did not want in that if you're the league? They did not want Miami in Denver, and that's what they got.
But those games were still better than Celtics, Mavs, and you're spot on because you think, oh well, sell Luka. Okay, he's the next guy. I remember talking to a friend of mine that's in the ticket business, and he said, if you take LeBron and Steph out of it, and soon they will be out of it because they're not going to play forever and ever, the next guy who pushes the hype around a game and who people are most interested in buying to go to see is Luka Doncic.
Really? I would have said Anthony Edwards, but Luka's obviously, he's been there now. So
Luka's been there. He has a more international following.
Correct.
People have gotten to know him through these last few years.
Speak Spanish, which is honestly a huge thing. That's why he's huge down in LA already.
But Spadone, this is the issue. When your games don't live up to the hype, or when your games don't meet the standard of, hey, I spent hundreds of dollars to go to this game, or I spent 2.5 hours watching this game. I can't even remember, aside from a handful, Kobe's last game with the Lakers, Clay with 37 in the quarter, Steph had that great shot in OKC.
Bang, yeah.
Think about the last time, to anybody out there listening to us, where you remembered regular season NBA games, where you were left with such a feeling of something happening where you went, that is awesome. On the flip side to this, I would tell you, again, anecdotally, in my last year, I went on this college football tour, and I went to Eugene, and I went to Baton Rouge, and Ole Miss.
Wow.
It was awesome. But where did I end up? I ended up in Denver, Colorado. Why? Because I wanted to go see Slater and Ohm and my old buddies, and I went to the Warriors-Nuggets game.
That's not why you went.
But
Come
the
on.
night before,
Yeah, please.
Spadone, we all went to Browns-Broncos.
Yeah.
If you didn't see that game, it was a Monday nighter, and Jameis and Bo Nix were throwing the ball all over the place. Now, of course, Jameis threw it a few times
But he had
to
some
the
bombs in that
Broncos.
game too.
But Jerry Jeudy, I mean,
it was the Jerry Jeudy revenge game.
That's exactly what it was. But I sat there at that game, and we've gone through all these different layers to the All-Star game and what's going on with the NBA.
Yep.
I sat there at that game, and I went, oh, my gosh, when is the last time? And certainly I have a bias because I've covered the NBA for so long, but when's the last time you walked out of an NBA game and you remembered it for years and years in the regular season?
I'll tell you, the last time, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It's a great point. The last time I was kicking myself for not going to this game because it ended up being an all-time classic. It was either overtime or double overtime last year around Christmas. Warriors, Lakers at Chase Center. Sam was there, and it was one of the all-time, like, Steph, big shot after big shot. LeBron, big shot after big shot. He ends up icing it at the very end with the driving layup. He gets fouled, makes both of them for the win. Steph, prior to that, hits the three to go up. Like, awesome. Now, both those teams were playing teams. We knew that. Like, I joked after it was like, wow, this is a great preview for the play-in game. But it was one of those games still where it's like you don't take that for granted. It's all-time Steph. It's all-time LeBron. So that was not a moment per se, but a game that I'm looking back and I still remember the big shots in it. But to your point, like a shot, I don't know. I don't. Like, Steph had some game winners, I guess. Does anyone care? Like, no. I don't remember anything, and that's the problem. I don't remember anything from Donovan Mitchell, or I guess Jokic had maybe a cool shot against the Warriors. That was a game winner. That was like almost half court 3-point shot.
Yeah.
But again, I cover the team. I cover the Warriors. Like, I talk about them. It's like I've seen more. Like, I saw Austin Reeves do a blow by of Andrew Wiggins. And that was a conversation. It's like, wow, Austin Reeves had a game winning shot. Wiggins, you can't let Austin Reeves do that. Help defense from Kuminga. So like that was a shot. But like outside of that, to your point, I can't remember one. Maybe Big Smooth in Oakland can help us out. Big Smooth, what's up, man? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel. How you doing this President's Day?
Hey, thank you for your guests for your good Jimmy Butler take because they were panicking around here, buddy. They were panicking. Oh, they're going to be able to work with. Anyway, thank you for that insight. Hey, what kind of sprained ankle did Kuminga have? Was it a broken ankle? I mean, he's out 2 months with a sprained ankle. That's a little interesting. Now, it looks like from the game yesterday, we're not going to be. Listen, let's have the skills contest, 3-point shoot, dunk contest, and then just call them guys all-stars. They clearly don't want to play. I was discussing that with my colleague here. They don't want to play. So we can come with all these formats. They don't want to play because they don't want to get hurt. I'm just saying we may have to move on. And just like the pro football, I used to enjoy the pro football all-star game, but I get it. Guys were getting hurt. But it looks like the all-star game is going that way because these guys don't want to be there. They don't want to play. LeBron shows up on Sunday and then announces he's not going to play. So I think something's going to have to be done quickly. Have a good day.
Thank you. That's Big Smooth. And speaking of LeBron, this is what he told everyone yesterday.
You won't see anything from me tonight. Unfortunately, I will not be in uniform tonight. Still dealing with ankle and foot discomfort, so I will not be playing tonight, unfortunately. I hate that, but I'm looking forward to seeing the format. This is the first year for it. I know we got a lot of great, they call us the OGs. That's hilarious. We do got a few guys with gray hairs, so that makes sense. But, that should be fun. I saw the quote the other day with DK with somebody who's going to play against me. So I guess I'll see him at practice, and hopefully I'll be in practice. We can go at it then.
DK, not DK Metcalf, Dalton Connect, his teammate now, former teammate, now teammate again after the trade got rescinded.
Spadone, I hadn't even heard the actual quote from LeBron. To hear him kind of like chuckling through.
Laughed it off.
Well,
but it was more of like a nervous laugh. Like he's like, I've
got this secret that I'm going to just burst out right now. And I don't know how it's going to go over. Well, let me tell you, it's not going to go over too well. What is so upsetting to me as a fan of the game, especially after hearing that, LeBron has carried the league for so long. This is the biggest event they've got that's not the postseason.
Correct.
There is, for all
whoa. Don't disparage the NBA Cup like that, please.
Disparage away.
I'm glad we have.
Put that on their Wikipedia for God's sakes. All right, it says NBA champion, and right above it, NBA Cup. That's on LeBron.
I'm glad we have a few days because
Giannis got
the
one.
NBA. We have enough time to go through different fixes and what the league needs to do.
Emirates NBA Cup. Continue.
Stop.
Emirates is paying.
Shout
me.
out that Saudi money.
Yeah, they are paying me for that. So please continue. I wish they were.
We have plenty of time to go through all these different ideas and reasons why the league is where it is. But the NBA so badly, the NBA Cup has done me in. I'll give the league credit.
At least you're going to Vegas for that, though. I'll say that. At least you're going to Vegas.
They're trying. They know they got a problem. If nothing else, the NBA Cup tells you that the NBA knows they have a problem because people aren't into the regular season.
But I will say, those extra NBC, like they played the Rockets, the Warriors this year, that did have a little extra juice to it. It did have a little bit of I was like, okay, I'm not mad at this. A little bit.
My follow-up question there is, besides the people in this room right now, and besides the people that would watch normally.
Oh, besides Rockets and Warriors fans, no one cared.
Therein lies the biggest problem with the NBA Cup. The people in the base, they're sitting there going, oh, man, intensity in November, December. Okay, let's go.
It's not the same as the Carabao Cup if you're going English Premier League and you're trying to, like, Tottenham versus, I don't know, Southampton, right? Like, it's not the same.
The problem, though, going back to LeBron, is that LeBron knows what he means to the game. LeBron knows what his words mean when he says them at a press conference. He understands. He's been in this a long time.
They've been dissecting his words since he was 18 years old.
For forever.
Since he was 17, quite frankly.
For forever. But he knows what his presence means. That's what was frustrating to me yesterday, in that nobody is looking at the All-Star game going, oh, man, this is some strenuous stuff. It's not even, forget 48 minutes anymore. It's like 2 games to 40.
Literally on our TV right now, it's not even the All-Star game. It's college student sinks $100,000 for a shot. Well, that's the story yesterday.
And Carter was there.
Yeah, Carter was there.
And he's telling us that the moment of the Sunday, let's just take Sunday. The most memorable moment of Sunday is some college kid knocking down a shot for $100K.
I mean, look, they keep showing it on the news.
Cool.
They haven't shown anything else.
That's it. And Steph won the MVP in San Francisco.
That is so sad. But Spadone, anyway, with LeBron,
yes,
this is the issue. Yeah. Because by LeBron not going out there and standing on the floor and making some passes and hitting a jumper, he's telling the world, hey, this thing really doesn't matter. Which we all know the game itself doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but where I would always push back, and we have to a couple callers already this morning, is that it's not a meaningless exhibition. People care. Yeah. They want to see the best of the best. It's not going anywhere. There's too much money wrapped up into the weekend and what it does for the league and the platform that it gives. But if you're Adam Silver last night, and I'm sure maybe he knew a little bit before, but if you're Adam Silver and you hear LeBron nervously chuckling through, hey, you guys aren't going to see anything from me out there tonight, and you hear people in the room gasp like, wait, what?
Excuse me?
I cannot believe that LeBron, knowing what he he means to the league, even at this stage, wouldn't just go out there and wave in his uniform and hit a couple shots and be done.
I mean, this sort of hard-hitting, hosting from Kevin Hart, it didn't do anything for you?
Yeah.
Shaq, first things first. Why are you dressed like a porn director? What is happening, man?
And why you get your outfit at Kids R Us?
Shut up, man. Focus.
And the crowd goes mild there. That was
a perfect description. The NBA has so many different ways to improve, but if you're looking at that whole Kevin Hart exchange, the only reason that they plugged Kevin Hart in there is because they knew the game couldn't sell itself anymore. Nope. And that is the issue.
Mr. Beast, Kevin Hart, some streamer named Jesser I've never heard of.
Ever. And Spadone,
probably making way more than I am, and I'm just saying.
Why are all these huge breaks? We've heard people throughout the morning say, I didn't like the breaks in the game. There were too many stoppages. Why? It's because they're trying to draw attention because, again, the game isn't doing it. So if you're trying to figure out how did this happen, who do we blame, where did it all go, you have to start, if you're a player, by looking in the mirror. The problem for the NBA All-Star Game is that players stopped caring. The messaging that it brings to fans who watch through the year, who pay the money to go to the games and spend their time listening on the radio or watching TV is these just don't matter. So the big takeaway here is, hey, the All-Star Game doesn't matter. LeBron couldn't even be bothered to put a uniform on.
Why do I care?
So why am I going to care?
For sure. It's almost like, if you go back to school, it's like if your teachers had a rough day or for whatever school you went to, private, public, it's like, you guys don't care, so why should I care? It's like, you guys aren't putting in the effort. Why should I? Yep. Why should I be putting my hard-earned effort if none of you clearly care about your future or whatever, right? I did think there was some positives this weekend, though. It's not all doom and gloom.
Hit me.
Oakland, and again, this was the Bay Area. It's Chase Center's in San Francisco, but there was a Bay Area factor that I appreciated from the NBA and from Joe Lacob and everyone involved, including Oakland. I live in Oakland. I have great pride in my city living there. Sam Lubman lives in Oakland. I
lived there for a year and loved it.
Exactly. I think it gets an unfairly bad rap nationally. I think most of the Bay Area does. There's a lot of politics involved in that. We don't need to get into that today. But Oakland, I think, won this weekend. Here's Stephen Curry, the All-Star Game MVP, talking about including Oracle, or now Oakland Arena, in all the All-Star festivities.
I mean, you've been a part of our journey and understood the highs and the lows of everything we've experienced. As the Golden State Warrior franchise, Oracle is front and center as the symbol of that. It's such a unique place. Oakland's such a unique city, unique town, and the idea that we had an opportunity to pay homage to the 47 years that we played in that building and the memories that we had. I got real emotional yesterday going back. I've been back a couple times before, but not with a crowd and not with a basketball floor on the ground and being able to kind of reminisce. And it was very special for sure. I know there's a lot of talk like we should play a game there. I like that idea. But Oracle holds a special place in my heart and a lot of fans who've been a part of this journey too. So it was really cool.
Very cool. I don't know if they'll do that. I mean, there's always some finances, ticket sales. You were bringing that up. The suites that you sell at Chase Center. But it would be really cool, like a preseason game or NBA Cup game. I don't know. It would be fun. But very cool that I was involved and Steph getting emotional there. You saw his little tunnel shot that he used to do all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, KD coming out of the tunnel there. Kyrie, LeBron. Kyrie talking about it. He's like, hey, I got great memories on this court. Like, I won a title.
Right over there.
I won a title. I know a lot of Warriors fans are like hearing that, but memories, right? Like, even if they weren't for you, but like all the memories that were created there and the final game that was played there, Kawhi, right? Like the Raptors winning there. Like, there's so many different stories that were told on that floor. And I thought it was just really cool that I was involved. Didn't really care much about the celebrity game. It's a celebrity. I never really cared for the celebrity game, to be quite frank with you. I just think it's one of those things, as you get older, you're going to recognize celebrities less and less. So I think it's a lot of old man yells at cloud when it comes to that stuff. Just because I don't know who all these celebrities are doesn't mean like it's catered to kids. Like that to me, that's
not
catered to
for
kids.
you.
It's not for me. Exactly. I think it's cool that T.O. played for Jerry Rice. And we had Jerry on last week. Bloop, there you go. The GOAT, the greatest of all time, Jerry Rice, talking about, coaching T.O. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll stay out of his way a little bit, right? Let T.O. do T.O. He's coaching against Barry Bonds, That's cool to me. Barry was coaching Baron Davis, one of the all-timers around here. So I thought that was cool. If we're talking about all the doom and gloom, I thought that was cool over the weekend.
I think Oakland is the big star of the show. But Spadone, they're the star of the show because of nostalgia. And frankly, that's what's missing from the last kind of short era of the league.
God, that's a millennial thing. We love our nostalgia too, a lot.
They love. We love nostalgia.
Yeah.
The idea of this happened when I feel like so much of what's gone on and so much of our conversation this morning is on the NBA and kind of where it's going and where it is right now. It's missing that right now. The importance of the day-to-day and what we will remember from it, it's not the same. It's different here in the Bay because so many people are into the Warriors and they love Steph and they love Draymond. And there is hope now with Jimmy that he can help kind of push them back towards the upper echelon where they haven't been for a few years. But Spadone, when you're sitting there looking at what's going on to the league, it's just not there in most markets anymore. It's just another thing that's kind of running on the TV. And if I were telling the NBA anything, it would be get back to making the day-to-day interesting enough to get people to lock in and care about it again.
We're going to pick this up on the other side. We're going to hear from Kevin Durant, more from Steph, and also Draymond Green, and what Charles Barkley had to say. I thought this was a really cool story because obviously Chuck's Long's beef with San Francisco. I think he was kind of put to bed over the weekend. Chuck doing some cool stuff, helping out the Bay Area at large, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inofthetides.com.
Joe Spadoshi.
I somehow went from Italian to Japanese within one mispronunciation. Joe Spadoshi. Pilo. What's this? Jurassic 5, by the way? What's golden? God, I haven't listened to this since high school. It's a sick beat. Hey, Pilo, what's up, bro? It's Spadoni. It's Friedel, Nick Friedel in this week. Shasky out in Hawaii. He's hanging loose. He's chilling. He's working on that tan with the lovely Michelle and baby LJ. You got hey, with those babies though, you got to just coat them all in that spray,
all the way,
all the zinc, whatever it is. Just got to SPF 1000 on the little babies, Nikki. Once you become a father,
one day,
one day, you'll realize this. Once you become a father, it's all about that. See, I got kids with two different complexions too, so you still put it on regardless. Whether you're black or white, everyone should be wearing sunscreen. That's my PSA. That's my Odyssey one thing. Black, white, doesn't matter. Put on that sunscreen, protect that skin. All right. But Benny, you know, he gets dark. He does. He gets a nice tan going. He gets but I forget sometimes. I was like, I didn't put enough here there. Nora, my daughter, more fair skinned. She can get burnt. I gotta monitor that stuff. So just be aware when you get older. You get a nice tan, don't you, Nick? I can see in your video. Yeah, you get some sun out in Florida, right?
I was gonna say I get that Florida sun.
Okay,
it feels pretty good most of the time. But yeah,
as you're in this doom and gloom here, it's all muggy here in the Bay.
Well, I mean, I felt like, all right, I'm packing up to come out, and I'm like, what's the weather gonna be like? And I thought, it's 57 and overcast in San Francisco because it's always 57 and overcast. Aside from like the 2 weeks in the summer where, oh, wow, the weather's not bad. This is great. And then 57, a little cloudy. Maybe there's some sun near the bridge later in the day.
I'm not mad at the sweatshirt weather, though. You're looking good. You got the fit going on there. Got the sweatsuit.
Always.
Always.
There's always the Bay. God, I do miss it. We're talking about Oakland.
Yeah.
We're talking about being out here.
Celebrating the Bay this weekend.
I really miss it. It was fun seeing the league try to integrate different areas of what's going on out here. But yes, Padone, seeing those Oracle clips, Steph wasn't the only person that was going, it was just different out there.
Right.
It's not the chase is bad.
No.
Remember, the conversation going into the opening of the building was, it'll never be the same. It'll never be loud. It's loud in there when there's reason to be loud. But the Oracle atmosphere is something that's just never going to be duplicated, and nothing's going to come close to the experience of being out there.
And speaking of love for the Bay Area, because I don't want to get it twisted here. Oakland, I think, was one of the surprising stars of the week. As I thought San Francisco did very well too. I thought a lot of people, they have their preconceived notions of the city, the homeless problem, all of that. But I thought San Francisco shined this weekend. I've been seeing the streets, everything that's been buzzing, it's been popping. I just talked about a pop-up nightclub right next to our building. People were getting out at 5 a.m. It was unreal. I just had my scooter. I had my little beanie on, like, what's going on here? I was like, I did not belong. I'll just say that. I think there were some very famous people getting up that early too, that were getting into their SUVs. Speaking of love for the Bay Area, I think we still got love for this guy. I know I do. Kevin Durant spoke about it over the weekend.
I always felt the love for fans in the Bay Area. Never thought for a second that I ain't getting no love out here. And I heard people saying that I might not have feel that love, and I didn't know it was this much love, but everywhere I go, all around the world, the country is Warriors fans, and they always show me love, so of course I heard it, this is especially Oracle, that's my home, you know what I'm saying, and, a lot of great memories in the Bay Area, so yeah, we had a tight relationship with fans in my.
It was interesting. Shasky and I were doing a show that week, right? It was my first week being the main show host here, taking over for Bonte, and obviously you get the Luka news, you get De'Aaron Fox, and then there was 48 hours of panic for Warriors fans, and it was what's going on with Kevin Durant and all the reports, whether it was Slater, whether it was ESPN, whoever. There's something here. Maybe the Warriors can get Kevin Durant back. Maybe Jimmy Butler goes to Phoenix. Bradley Beal doesn't want to waive his no trade clause. We don't know what's happening there, but Kevin Durant could go back to the Warriors, and everyone was talking themselves back into it. Slater was on here. He said it was 50-50. Obviously, in hindsight, it doesn't look like Kevin Durant was ever going to sign off on it. But for a moment in time, people were talking themselves back into the possibility of Kevin Durant being a Golden State Warrior once again. What did you make of all that talk, Nick? Did you think it was far-fetched at the time? Because I even said I still had it at 15% that he was not coming. So I guess 15% chance that he would. So let's say it like that. 85% he wasn't going to be here. And I never wavered off that. Even when Slater came on our show and said 50 years, like, yeah, I don't see it. And I just never saw him coming back to the Bay, given how things ended, given how the players and some of the people in the organization are still around. Like, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. What did you make of all the Kevin Durant back to the Warriors talk? Obviously ends up with Jimmy Butler becoming a Warrior, but man, could you have imagined KD coming back here? Could you have imagined that first and foremost?
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely. And Spadone, I'd take it a step further and say if there were odds on the board in Vegas, whether Kevin would end up here again at some point before the end, whenever the end comes. And Kevin, he's still got at least a few more years at a very high level.
Yeah, his time in Phoenix might be coming to end this summer, though, given how everything just shook out.
When the trade rumors start popping out and then the reports come, well, I didn't know about this. I didn't know it was.
That's a tough look for Ishbia.
That's when, okay, you start to go, well, maybe it's going to be the end there.
Yeah.
But I've always thought Kevin could find his way back here and could find a way to make it work, especially with Steph and Draymond, assuming he keeps going. I would still put some money, maybe not a lot, but I'd put some money on they'll find their way back together one more time. I say that because Kevin always understood the greatness of Steph. I think Steph always understood the greatness of Kevin, and they appreciated that about one another. Draymond has had plenty of back and forth with a lot of people, and there have been some notable blow-ups in time, but I'm
absolutely incredible.
Yes, shocker. Oh, Draymond, they're the content machine.
You have any good
NBA.
back and forth with Draymond? I know the Kelly Oubre one's widely documented, Nick. Any good back and forth with one Draymond Green in your time covering them?
The sad part is I only had human interactions with those dudes basically for a year because, as you'll recall, that the super team where at the end Kevin got hurt, Clay got hurt, they should have won that third title, but everybody kind of fell apart at the end of that Raptors series. Spadone, like the fourth game of the next year is when Steph broke his hand. That was the D'Angelo Russell experience. Yeah. So immediately, I remember my boss calls and is like, okay, we're taking you off the road. And I was like, what? So I didn't even get to have those moments with Draymond. The funniest Draymond part that at least I was a part of that I remember was on some Zoom, we're interviewing Kerr. And this is where Draymond had some kind of blow up about something and was getting all the technicals. And I asked her something about, does Draymond understand that he's got to basically control the emotions a little bit better? On the back of the screen, as you see Steph, we didn't even see Steph, as the team is going back towards the bus in the distance because you could hear everything at that point because it was on Zoom. Steph goes, good question, Nick. And I started laughing. I'm thinking, all right, well, that means that certainly that question has been asked internally more than once. But I enjoy my time being around Draymond for the same reason everybody enjoys him as a commentator now. He's honest. He's open-minded about what he wants to speak about. The issue, of course, is that you're never quite sure when the next blow-up is going to happen. Right. But bringing it back to the Warriors now, Spadone, I think that the Jimmy thing is going to help everybody focus for the foreseeable future because they realize that he brings a different level of play that they haven't seen in a little while. And because we just played the Kevin bite, it was the same thing when Kevin was here, especially at the beginning. It was like, whoa, this dude makes us a lot better and takes us to a different place as a team.
And it's a great point. And I think the move brings clarity to not only the organization, players, the coaches, the fan base. Like, all right, traded for Jimmy Butler. Andrew Wiggins is gone. We have a clear path now of what needs to take place or what could take place in these next 2.5 seasons. I'm not worried about next summer if Jimmy Butler's going to get disgruntled again. He wants another contract extension. No, we have 3 older guys, 3 veterans, 3 championship level players, and we're going to lean on this trio. And we'll see Jonathan Kuminga. I think they're going to pay him. We can have that conversation at some point this week as well when he gets reevaluated. Because I think JK is a big piece. If they want to go where they need to go, that's winning a title and competing for one, JK has got to be a part of that this season and for the foreseeable future, in my opinion. But that being said, there is clarity now. There is a path. It's no more 2 timeline, this or, deep down in the future, 4, 5, 6 years. No. We know what we need to do this season, next season, and the season after. We want to compete for titles. Draymond Green thinks they can do that with the acquisition. This is what he had to say over the weekend, Nick. It raised a lot of eyebrows and ears.
Shout out to Jimmy Butler. Completely changed the belief of this team. We started off the year great, and everybody believed. And then continued to believe even though it was going rough. But at a certain point, it don't start going right. You start to lose that belief. And we did. It's like Jimmy was like life support for me. Just came and injected a bunch of energy, a bunch of belief into this group because of the leader that he is, because of the talent player that he is, because of the guy and dog that he is. And, like I told the guys, we can all fall in line. He's a great guy to follow. Like I said, that belief that, he's brought back to this team. I'm sure you can see it watching. And to me, when I'm watching, it looks different. When I'm playing, it feels different.
Well, if you get playoff Jimmy and you have Stephen Curry there and you're in a play-in game situation or hell, a first-round series, let's say your opponent's, I don't know, the Denver Nuggets or, just the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't think either of those teams want to face a team that has those 2 players going up against. They'll feel good about their chances, specifically the Nuggets because they've won a title. But if you're the Thunder, you're a young and up-and-coming team, it's like, I grew up watching those guys. I know what they can do. There is a level of fear factor there still. Now, am I going to pick them to win the whole damn thing? Probably not. At least not this season. We'll see what they do in the summer. But for right now, Jimmy Butler gives belief and clarity to a franchise that desperately needed it. Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob desperately needed this.
Spadone, what the Jimmy deal did for the Warriors was it gave them hope. Prior to the deal, they didn't have hope in that the Warriors, from now until the end of time with this group, will only ever be judged on titles. This team, the way it was constructed prior to that Jimmy move, they weren't going to win a title. I'd still tell you right now, they're not going to win another title. But I don't think I didn't think that when they made the Wiggins move and that team, I didn't think they were going to get close to another title, and they did, the bonus title, as Bonte loves to hear. But what Jimmy provided was a hope that things can get better, not just in the short term, the rest of this year. Spadone, from the moment they made that trade and they gave him the money, I've always thought the Warriors' best chance for another title was next year. Immediately, you went, all right, well, this team's like a 500 team. Maybe Jimmy gives them a boost. He has certainly so far. But I don't think that you can turn it around in 20 or some odd games and get to a point where you go, okay, well, get Kuminga back and let's make a run at this thing. I think the playoff games, if they get there, can be more fun because of it. I have always believed, dating back to a couple weeks ago when they made the move, when you pay Jimmy and you get to the summer, you decide whatever you're going to do with Kuminga. But with the assets the Warriors still do have in Kuminga and in those picks, they have enough to get one more guy. So while I agree completely, what the Jimmy move did was provide clarity, a pathway, whatever terminology you want to use, it opened up the next couple years. I still think there's one more move they can make that makes them even better than the group we see right now with Jimmy Butler on top of Steph and Draymond.
Is it like a sexy move? Is it a huge name move? Is it something that's going to be, because let's be frank, they were in conversations with Lauri Markkanen last summer. They were in conversations with Paul George. They ended up with Kyle Anderson, D'Anthony Melton, Buddy Hield. Two of those guys are no longer on the team, and Buddy Hield is on his way out of this team.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's bad.
The highlight of Buddy's tenure with the Warriors was a 3-point contest.
Hey, he was so close. Steph was right there on the sideline. We haven't even mentioned that, by the way. Buddy Hield coming up just short in the 3-point contest. Tyler Hero being the winner of it for the Miami Heat.
Tyler Hero walking out there with some swagger last night in those starting line or lineup introductions.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! But do I think it's a big move? It could be. If you're
give me some names, Nick. Give me some names.
This goes back to the Bradley Beal conversation of like 6-7 years ago. Who's the guy the Warriors need? They need Bradley Beal. If they can just get Bradley Beal, he's the missing piece. Spadone, I don't know exactly who it is. It's more the idea that it could be possible.
And in fairness, there's going to be names that maybe now don't seem like they're going to be available, and they might be available in the next few months.
Well, who would have ever thought a couple years ago that Jimmy and Miami would have not only this breakup, but that Mike Dunleavy would have the opportunity to get him here? Because there's no way that the price point that Jimmy was at when all this started and the price point in any kind of deal or return that you would get back could never have been the same.
Nick, if I told you a year ago, last year, just 1 year ago today, if I were to tell you De'Aaron Fox would be a Spur, Luka Doncic would be a Laker, Anthony Davis would be a Maverick, and Jimmy Butler would be a Warrior, you'd go, no chance.
Yeah, no
chance. On all of those, probably.
On all of those.
Maybe Fox you could talk yourself into because the Spurs direction with Wembanyama. But even the Kings were coming off, a playoff series.
They gave Mike Brown the next deal.
Yes.
Like, all right, he's our guy. Well, 9 months later, no, he's not. Mike's living the dream, though. I mean, he's
getting paid just to do nothing. Great.
Dang.
Yeah.
But when you look at why they made the move, it makes complete sense to get Jimmy in here to see what can happen with him, with this core. And Spadone, this is where I would go back to the people who would get frustrated at times with the Warriors not making moves. Oh, we should get this guy or that guy. I have not only been around the league, I'm a diehard Cubs fan. I say that because
God bless you.
Ownership, the Ricketts family, they just don't want to spend at the highest levels that it takes to get the best players in Major League Baseball.
Good, because you Cubs fans, you guys get, they're lovable losers. You guys are so mean to Steve Bartman. I watched that 30 for 30. What you did to that poor man did not deserve any look of it. I've always rooted against the Cubs since watching that 30 for 30.
I love that.
You guys are horrible people.
I bring up the
guy had to change his identity.
For an important Warriors point, and I have to hear about Bartman again.
Yes. You guys are bad people. And I'm going to let you know that every single time. Cubs fans are the worst. Philly fans are nothing on Cubs fans. What they did to that poor individual, Steve Bartman. Continue on your Warriors point.
Spadone, a Bartman reference. I'm going to be sick. But so
was Steve.
The reason I bring up the Cubs, my own personal fandom, the Ricketts' lack of spending money, is because the Warriors have a guy who has proven over and over again that he will spend in Joe Lacob. And whatever you think of Lacob and the crazy light years comments and everything else, the dude spends money.
You're bringing up the Ricketts, like the guy that just moved up 90 miles north, John Fisher. He is the worst. I don't even care. He is the worst owner in sports currently. It's not even close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we had that in the market, given everything that took place last year, the self-sabotage, not even spending on your roster, and then moving up 90 miles north, and now you're actually spending, actually signing players. Luis Severino, Brent Rooker gets re-signed. It's just a slap in the face. So I have to juxtapose those two ownerships, and we've had shows about it.
I'm sure.
A's fans would die to have Joe Lacob be the guy. And it hurts even more because Joe's he's talked about it. He's like,
tried.
I'll take him.
Ready.
I'll take him.
I'm ready.
But they're not for sale. And he's like, hey, they're not for sale, so I can't really speak on it. But if they were, I would be interested. So yeah, don't you 100% agree. Yes.
I think that's the thing to keep in mind now, not only after the Jimmy move, but going into the summer and into next season. Lacob will spend. He said it in that interview, I think with Slater, a week or two ago in regard to Kuminga, hey, I love the guy. We want to bring him back. It feels like they'll find the right price point somewhere. But Mr. Spadoni, when you look at all of what's gone on in the league and the track record that the organization has shown, if you know you have a guy who's going to spend at the highest level, and you know you still have Steph, who I don't think the wheels have fallen off yet, although I think there's a noticeable decline from the beginning of the year to now.
I have concerns about Steph going forward. Continue.
I think that when you bring in a Jimmy, and Draymond referenced this too in the hundreds of comments that he made this weekend, what he does is he makes everybody else in the room go, ho, ho, ho. Things look different now. So one more time, it's not just about whatever happens in the next 20 or so games, play in, do they get in the playoffs, do they make a push? To me, it was always about the best chance for this team legitimately to go back into the top of the West and have a chance at least competing for another title was next season, because you fill out your roster a little bit more with players who fit around the new era of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. With that, knowing that Lacob can spend whatever he ends up spending to keep Kuminga, or if they move him, I think there's still one more piece or move for them to make that can make them just a little bit better.
Now, is that piece or move that's outside of Jonathan Kuminga? If they choose to move off of him, or they're not going to re-sign him, is it re-signing Jonathan Kuminga? Or, is it player X that we're not talking about? There's so many different things that could happen this summer, absolutely. And, hey, the season's not over yet. Again, we got 27 games left to go here. Let's see what this team could do this year, because Draymond Green, as he does, stirring the pot, had this to say about their championship odds this season.
I think, we were kind of headed in the wrong direction, thinking we figuring it out and never figuring it out this year, throughout the course of this year. And since he's been here, we've walked into every game thinking and believing that we're going to win that game. And that goes a long way in this league. When you walk in the game like, we probably going to lose this game, it's not good. And so he's brought back that belief, and I think we're going to win the championship.
Say that one more time so that everybody here can
say that with your chest.
I didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler the third. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship.
Wow. You heard it there, Nick. We are going to win the championship.
Yeah, well, Spadone, I didn't hear him say this year, which ties into
all right.
Which ties into what we're talking about right now. What I would only caution everybody listening to us.
Oh, don't be buzzkilling over here.
I want to caution everybody.
Good vibes.
Draymond, I still remember this because it impacted my own personal life and what I was going to do professionally. We're at a shoot around. I think it was game one of the year of the bonus title.
Okay.
So we're in LA.
Okay.
And Draymond, we're talking to Draymond, and he, all the mics are out and everything's going, and he's like, we are so far away from winning a title. We are so far away from being a championship team. And I remember I looked at Slater and I was like, man, maybe I should go to Brooklyn. Like I just don't know if this team is built to get back to the same level. Again, it's not that they can't win more games.
Sure.
Jimmy has shown that they can. It's not that they can't maybe win a series. I always thought if the breaks hit right anyway.
I think they match up well. We've seen all year, like the Rockets. I like their chances against a team like the Rockets.
Absolutely.
Who's young.
A young team, especially who's never been there.
Correct. Yes.
But Spadone, when I heard Draymond say it last night, I hear the clip again. I'm transported back to being at then Staples Center, going, oh, well, he knows how much work there is in between. They surprised everybody, I think a little bit themselves that year, and they won. More power to them. I think there's too much ground to make up this year in such a short amount of time to think that they can go from being this 500 team, add one guy, and go back to winning a title again this year. Where I think there is credence to what Draymond is saying is, hey, can we win another title with this group if we build out the rest of the roster with guys who fit? over the next year, maybe two? Yeah, I think it's within them. It's just such a tough turnaround to make it happen on the fly after a move of that magnitude.
And the wear and tear, like specifically from a guy like Steph this season, that's why the Jimmy move is going to help, I think, going forward. But this season in particular, like the amount of back-to-back Steph's playing, he's dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis. That's something that's not going away. That's something we dealt with, different type of the body, or part of the body, I should say, but the bilateral Achilles tendonitis for Christian McCaffrey last year. Like that sort of stuff's not going away. The wear and tear is not going away. Now, going forward, they're going to be able to, hey, Steph, you sit this game, Jimmy will play this, Draymond will suit up. They'll be able to sparse these things out, right? But for this season, what I've seen with the wear and tear from Steph, that's why the All-Star game came at such a great time for them. It's affecting the three-point shot now more than ever. Like he's not the same Steph from beyond the arc. Like he's just not. Part of that is the help, the mental and the physical load that he's had to shoulder this season. And part of that's just father time. Like that's going to be like LeBron we were talking about. He was awful from three-point land the last couple seasons. Just horrible. Now he's shooting 40%. Like, there's going to be some... Now, he's got Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves to help him out too, which will supplement that. That'll help. And Jimmy Butler, again, he's not a three-point shooter, but Steph talked about it after their first game together, Nick, the yin and yang aspect to their game. I think a lot of people are underrating and saying, yeah, I don't know. Like, they're looking at the emotional side, saying like, yeah, Jimmy's like more of a diva. I don't know how he's going to fit with the Warrior culture. Draymond Green, I don't know. But their game on the court complements each other very well.
Yeah, it does.
And I think we underrated that.
It really does, Spadone. And you can see as each game passes, everybody's getting more comfortable with one another. On top of the belief, which is huge, and Steph saying, hey, things are easier, which they are. Yeah. Every time they step out on the floor, everything feels a little bit easier as they try and figure one another out. I think the part about how things have changed and what he does for the group is really important, though, because on top of the hope and the belief that Jimmy's brought, the Warriors made this move, Spadone, because it's a bet on culture. It reminds me in that regard of the Wiggins deal, because there were a lot of people, myself at the top of the list, that went, I don't care about the culture. I've seen Wiggins enough to know that you're just not sure what you're going to get out of him night to night. The Warriors understood all along that they have a solid locker room. Steph and Draymond are who they are, especially not only in the stature of the game, but within the organization. They are the two dudes. They are the two faces. And they believed that whatever the problems had been for Jimmy at other stops at other times, he would get into a room with Steph and Draymond where he has their respect and everything would work out just fine. Of course, the honeymoon phase is in full effect right now, and there's plenty of time for different things to happen through the next few years. Everything looks for the moment like it's really clicking, and that respect is only going to grow between those three guys.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We have a couple callers that want to call in. Still talking All-Star Game, talking Jimmy Butler fit. Just talking about the NBA at large right now as we are. It's actually the more than halfway point of the season. It's more like 2/3 of the way done. We got 27 games to go here. The Warriors are the 10th spot in the West currently. They're tied record-wise with the Sacramento Kings, who obviously have the tiebreaker over them this season. They are a game ahead in the loss column over the Phoenix Suns. And I got to tell you, Nick, that is secretly what I'm craving the most would be, and I get Warriors fans probably don't want to be in this situation, but just chaos is what I love. Littlefinger in Game of Thrones, chaos is a ladder. I love it. Suns Warriors, give me a Suns Warriors 9-10 matchup. Kevin Durant coming back to the Bay. Jimmy Butler, you got Bradley Beal, just all the drama. Just going back to TNT, we know drama. That would be drama-filled. Speaking of someone who doesn't bring drama, she brings good vibes and good energy. I haven't heard from her in so long. And Nick, you know who I'm talking about. It's Robin in San Francisco.
Robin, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I was kind of sick for a while. You guys haven't heard from me. And a friend of mine named Chris, he texted me, he said, your boy is on the air this morning.
Robin, it feels so good to hear you.
Hi, Nick. Is that now? Spadoni? I didn't know Bonte was gone. Hey, Nick, I took up for you on some forum. I don't know what it was. It's some of those East Coast snobs, and they were talking about you. I don't know if you ever saw that. I said, you leave Nick Friedel alone. Okay?
I appreciate you, Robin. I know you got my back.
I had your back. I said, you sensible. You don't like what he's saying. Okay? They were 10 times worse than these fans out here who helped run Kevin Durant off. Okay? Yeah, I said it, Warrior fans. You helped run him off. Along with Draymond and the organization not sticking up for him. Listen, the Warriors suck. They stink. That roster stinks. I like Jimmy Butler. He seems to be happy out of Miami, okay? He really does. I know what that's all about. I was sick. But he's happy to be out of there. You can see the joy, the camaraderie between him and Steph. But Steph is like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but the roster sucks. It stinks, okay? And I don't know where players, do they have money? They don't have money. They don't have assets. I don't see the great big bang up over Jonathan Kuminga. He's athletic, yeah. But other than that, they need some wings. They won all these championships with wings. They don't necessarily need a big man. I get tired of hearing, I could be wrong now, but I hate hearing that. It's like the Warriors don't know what to do with no traditional center, thanks to Don Nelson. I mean, so, everybody is copying it. All the fans are copying what they see the other ones. The Warriors are small. They don't have height. Okay, they don't have length. They're not going to win anything with that roster. It sucks. But I do like Jimmy. I think Jimmy's brought some spark, some excitement, and I have a feeling he's just happy to be out of Miami. As far as the All-Star game goes, guys, I liked it a little better because somebody tell me when it turned into this disaster, what year, because I remember Dr. J and all them guys, I'm dated, playing. They played the All-Star game. At what point did it stop thinking like this? And the last thing I want to present to you guys is, and people disagree with me because I don't watch college basketball anymore. I know they don't teach them fundamentals, but I don't see no real talent like we used to watch back in the day. Luka and all them, but they're boring. Wendy's great, he is, but he's boring. Where's the talent? I mean, the real talent to keep that appeal to the NBA. I just don't see it coming in the future. I love you, Nick. I love you, Spadoni. Talk to you later.
There you go. That's Robin. That honestly made me good to hear because she called in a few months ago, Nick, and I asked her, because she called in Stein and Goo, and I was back working the phones. She was saying she wasn't feeling good, and she was sick. I was like, oh, that hurt. It hurt my soul. Obviously you never know, and she clearly sounds better than she did in the last call, so I'm glad to hear she's doing better. We love Robin, one of the OGs. Clearly you're number one. She was defending your honor, Nick.
I just want to thank Robin for calling in, and it really is great to hear her voice. Guys, it's what makes the Bay so special, are people exactly like Robin, who not only support the station, and she supported me since I started doing work years ago here, but there is such passion every time she calls in, and she cares, and Warriors fans care, and they're smart, and they have opinions, and they follow the work that's done. Spadone, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind people of this story. It's one of my favorite moments from when I was out in the Bay. Shasky himself says, hey, I got this ticket to go see a Niners preseason game. We're going to go see Patrick Mahomes. Okay, cool. You don't have to tell me twice to go see a football game. I'm in.
Wait, preseason game?
This is a preseason game. It's out of Levi's. I had never been out there.
Okay.
We go out to the game, and the Shask is yelling about something. And we're on those steps, when you walk in, you go up the steps, and he's like, hey, come on.
The concourse area, kind of?
The concourse area. And you hear this voice, and all I remember is this voice going, is that crazy-ass Joe Shasky? And I'm like, huh? I know that voice, too. Who is that voice? It was Robin.
That's hilarious.
It was Robin. So Joe and I took a picture. I think Lucas was out there with us. And I gave her a hug. And it really is what always set the Bay apart to me, because people care so much here. But they'll support you even if they don't agree with you all the time. It means something to them. So I'm glad Robin's feeling better again. It's great to hear you, and shout out to all the loyal listeners who have come up through the years and said hello or something, because it does mean something pretty cool.
Absolutely. And that's what makes this so special, too. And the roasters particularly, because Robin's a roaster. We got Brown in Palo Alto, so many different ones. Chris in San Jose, Nick in San Jose. The list goes on and on. Robin San Bruno. But, I took over for Bonte, and I've been a part of the roast, though, for a few years. So, yeah, Bonte is still part of the station every single Friday. Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock. He's going to be joining us. We'll be talking about that bonus title. I'm sure Nick is going to be poking and prodding this Friday, 9 o'clock. But it's not like they know me still. So that's why I love being a part of this show. It would have been different if I went to middays or if I went to afternoons or nights if we had nights. Like, it would have been different. You build a relationship with these people, whether you're on the board, whether you're Carter or Sam or Nick, if you're filling in, right? Or if you're stopping by just occasionally as a guest, just calling in, talking to Nick. Like, you build relationships with these people, and that's why this particular time slot is so special to me and to so many others. And it's just so fun. I was so happy to hear her voice. I disagreed with her on a lot of that stuff. I do think Jonathan Kuminga can be a player. I know she represents a portion of the fan base that's still hesitant on Kuminga, and I'm very curious to see how he is going to do when he comes back and how he's going to fill into this, and we'll get to that on the other side. Plus, the slam dunk contest happened over the weekend. I do want to get into that because Carter mentioned Kuminga being a guy that he wants to see. Like, and we're talking about Mount Rushmore and the Mount Rushmore of dunkers. It's fine. I want to see, if you pulled people right now, who would you want to see in the dunk contest? I want to get into that on the other side. Nico's in Austin. We'll get to him on the other side as well. 888-957-9570. Real quick, though, Nick, before we hit this break, is there anyone else I'm missing in college other than Cooper Flagg I should be paying attention to? Anyone else? Is there anyone else I should be paying attention to?
As far as NBA prospects
correct, go, that I should care about.
There's Ron Harper's son at Rutgers and his teammate Ace Bailey.
Okay, do you know his name? Ron Harper's son's not going to do it for me.
I believe it's Dylan Harper.
Okay, thank you. All right.
But when you watch the college game, and Spadone, I've had a lot more time to watch the college game in the last couple of years than I ever have.
Oh.
It's just not a very good product.
It's not.
We talk about the NBA and where do they go?
You tune in March. That's literally the only time you tune in.
Product. Oh my gosh. And now all this is like JV pro sports anyway. Right. Because, all right, a guy is at one school 1 year. Oh, he had a great year. All right. Well, some other school comes in and gives him a whole bunch more money. I'm out of here. I don't begrudge these young guys at all. Get your money. The point is, as a product, as a business, and this ties into the Steph conversation. Why are people so loyal to the Warriors and Draymond? Why were they so loyal when Clay came back and there was such an outpouring? Because you get to know people, even if you don't know them personally. It's a perfect time for Robin to have just called. You get to know them because they get to know you. They invest in you and your work. If you're watching college hoops these days, oh my gosh, like,
just say it. Blame John Calipari for the one and dones. Blame him, Nick. Come on.
It's
As
not,
he's going out his players, by the way, at Arkansas.
It's not even Coach Cal. I mean, Spadone, I went to see Syracuse play Cal in Berkeley a couple weeks ago.
Who's your guys' coach, by the way, now? No more Boeheim. Who's there?
Adrian Autry. Red Autry, who's a Syracuse legend.
Okay.
But it was the worst Syracuse team of my lifetime. I didn't know half the guys because there's such a roster turnover year to year, and Carmelo's
NIL,
son, Cayenne, should be there next year and should help out. I say all that to say, when you're watching the college game, of course, Cooper Flagg, he's probably going to be the number one pick. Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, okay. And then you go, who? Like the Thompson twins are a perfect example last year.
They're from the Bay.
Who in the hell knew who those dudes were before they got to the league?
I still don't know who Alex Sarr is. Like, I don't know who these guys are because they're coming from Europe, but that's another conversation. We'll pick this up on the other side because I do think it's fascinating, and it adds another layer of why the All-Star game maybe isn't translating as much because maybe you're just not relating to any of these players that are All-Stars. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Safeway. Thanks, Paulie Walnuts. Hey, Nick Friedell's one of those guys like Guru, and Shasky brings this up all the time as Nick Friedell's in for Joe Shasky this week. Shout out to Shasky. He's out in Hawaii enjoying himself and relaxing. And he needs it because he was going nuts in the thread yesterday about this game. I was like, dude, you're in Hawaii or you're going to be in Hawaii. Don't even watch the All-Star. Get it all out.
Free yourself from.
Free yourself. But Nick, you're one of those guys like Guru where I just see a smile. Big smile on my face when I see Nick Friedell, when I see Guru. And then when I see Guru and Nick Friedell get together, it's like when the Spadonis get together, everyone gets loud and happy. And I feel like I'm back at home. It's great. Everyone's so happy and joyful, and we're all just dumping on the All-Star game together.
It's always good to talk about your friends, about stuff that matters to you.
Right.
And all of us are sports fans.
Exactly.
And we've known each other a while, and I hadn't seen Goo in at least a few years, but it's so good to not only see everybody, but you kind of look at what happened in Spadone. You're looking at the game and you're looking at the weekend and you're going, man, there wasn't much there, was there? And then when you hear it again and again from your friends, it's kind of like, no. And then you kind of laugh at the same things. That's sadly what the All-Star game and the weekend have become. We all know what it used to be. We all have hope for what it still could be.
Yeah.
But the product we continue to see just isn't very good.
No, not at all. And do you know what is good to see and what's great right now? The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, Nick. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So it's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy, guys. All you got to do, go to your app store. I don't know if you're on iPhone, if you're on Android, what doesn't matter. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Let's go out to
the Circa. Didn't it work?
I love that drop. They
Hell
go to the Circa, I feel like once a year, Steiny and Goo. There's a lot of action. Can you imagine, real quick, Stadium Swim? Can you imagine Guru out there with the chain, with the swimsuit, holding court at Stadium Swim? That would be Goo in his element, having a Long Island iced tea. Loving it.
I'd be standing right there next to him with a pina colada in my hand.
Yeah.
We'd be having a good time.
Let's go. Nico is out in Texas now. Is this Nico Harrison? If it is, I hope you have security around you. What's going on, Nico? You're on with Spadoni. You're on with Friedell.
Boys, good morning. Unfortunately, you're not going to get the call this morning from the Mavs. But I do have some ideas about the All-Star game and a couple thoughts on Draymond last night. Dre, the NBA is a product, man, just like every other sport. And I'm one of the believers that you have to have some favor with the league. And we all know that Draymond doesn't really have a lot of that, but he's sitting on the air on national television last night, a little bit insulting the league's choices. So I was a little wild by that, but my idea for the All-Star game is, I think it's a real simple solution. I think everyone's an All-Star nominee until you win the All-Star game. And then you get to be an All-Star. So anyway, just wanted to call in and throw that out there, but love what you guys do. Listen to you guys every morning. Take care.
Appreciate it. That's Nico out in Austin, Texas. This is what he's referring to. Draymond Green yesterday on TNT talking about the new All-Star format.
You work all year to be an all-star, and you get to play up to 40, and then you're done. This is so unfair to Victor Wembanyama, who just took this game really seriously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who just took this game really seriously. When you talk about chasing after the points records, Melo and Kobe and all these guys who've had great scoring nights, they don't get the opportunity to do that with this game. Also, we can watch some rising stars. We're about to watch the Olympic team. Now we get the treat of watching the Olympic team play against a U19 team. Come on, what are we doing? This is ridiculous.
I mean, look, first and foremost, let's not act like scoring a lot of points in the All-Star game is some honorable achievement. No one cares. I've never cared about whoever scored. Oh, MJ and Kobe scored this many. Don't care. Jason Tatum, don't care. Doesn't mean anything to me. Like, so I'm going to push back a little bit on Draymond there. It's like, all right, let's relax about the sanctity of everything because, again, like Richard Jefferson pointed out, like you pointed out, Draymond, your generation is the problem in all this. So we kind of don't want to hear from the horse's mouth that kind of caused all this and kickstarted everything. Now, Nico's not the only one upset with Draymond listening to that. Check out what the big O, Oscar Robertson, had to say to Draymond Green yesterday.
Well, Draymond said so much, who cares what Draymond says? It doesn't mean anything. People, this is what I mean, one guy can say this and one guy can say that. The game is what it is. People either like the game or they don't. And I think people enjoy the game, especially if their team can win. And you look at the basketball, it might be boring to him because if he's not passing the ball to Curry, what is he doing?
I agree. Triple single is
not to single that out because I think he knows how to play basketball, but he passes his ball to Curry more than anyone I've ever seen in basketball. And so it means a lot. So, it might be boring to him at times because of what he's doing, maybe it is boring. When he's out there, he's not shooting a lot, and he's not guarding a lot. So it's boring.
Hey, Oscar Robertson calling out Draymond saying, what do you do, Draymond? And Oscar Robertson, one of the most exciting players to ever watch and play the game of basketball. What'd you make of that?
And Spadone, Oscar Robertson, one of the most respected players that there is, that there's ever been from his era, players of this era. They all know what Oscar meant to the game and continues to mean as a voice in the game.
86 sounds sharp as a tack. Are you kidding me? 86?
Absolutely.
Doesn't look it either.
Absolutely. The issue that I think people have with, because there, as usual with Draymond, there's so many different quotes to take away and so many different things he said over the weekend. The first part was in reference to the younger players not being able or shouldn't be able in his mind to be on the All-Star stage on Sunday. I wholeheartedly agree with him on that. I don't see a lot of people that are pushing back now that we've seen what the league put together. I understand where their heart was as far as trying to make a change to the All-Star game itself and get it more competitive. But there is no reason why Dunn and Connect and these guys that most people have never heard of should be anywhere near Steph and Kevin Durant and Kyrie and the stars, the OGs of the game. The second part, and this is where Draymond got himself into hot water with the big O. If you call the game boring and you're saying that it's just not interesting, people are playing the same style, they're just running and gunning and shooting threes, that is an indictment on the product of which you're a part of and what you've been a part of for a long time. Certainly it's not on Draymond by himself that the game is what it is. But, of course, the older players are going to take offense to that because, Spadone, they help build up the game to the point that it's at now. So I understand what Draymond is saying. I agree with the sentiment of the game is boring. Everybody's doing the same thing. Where I understand where Oscar Robertson is coming from is, hey, you're part of this. This is what it's become on your watch as one of the Hall of Fame players that will be there when their career ends as well.
Well, also just attacking his style of play in general, too. Oscar Robertson, and he's one of the few guys who can say this, one of the most exciting and dynamic players in the history of the sport. Before Russell Westbrook, it was Oscar Robertson averaging a triple-double for a season. This guy's the big O, a champion. He won with Kareem, with the Milwaukee Bucks. He is one of the greatest, point guards in the history of the sport. It's probably Magic, Steph. If you want to put Oscar there, hey, fine by me, right? There's only a handful of guys, and he is one of them. So he has the right to talk about it, and he played in an era, people don't think of it as sexy, and I think this goes back to how we talk about the sport and how we cover it. I think it matters a lot because more so in this, and I'll give Bonte credit a lot because he brought this up a lot, how we cover this sport is so different because in no other sport are we constantly nitpicking it and saying how bad the product is. When's the last time we did that for the NFL? Oh, well, we were talking about early on this season is do we have a quarterback problem? Remember that was the conversation early on in the NFL season. Is there a quarterback problem because we weren't throwing, the ball, the average yards or air attempts, it wasn't up Oh, Patrick Mahomes struggling. Oh no, Lamar, Josh Allen, all these guys, Joe Burrow. Well, no, how about, and then it pivoted. It's like, oh wait, maybe it's swing back to the defenses are playing well. Oh, the defenses, the defense is back in the NFL, right? And then that conversation slowly dissipated. Lamar was doing Lamar stuff. Josh Allen was doing Josh Allen. Joe Burrow, like, it was incredible. We were watching it, and it was fun. Saquon Barkley. Oh, is the running back a thing now? Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry. Like, the league pivoted quickly to, oh, it's the quarterbacks. Is there a problem too? Oh, wait, let's highlight these other things. I just don't see that in the NBA as much, and it's frustrating. And I try to talk about all the good that's happening in the NBA. It's just hard, and it always goes back to just people not wanting to watch the Oklahoma City Thunder. And it's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's fault. He's a tremendous talent. It's just the league itself promoting it and caring about the product. I don't know, and I keep trying to talk about it, and we're talking about it all morning. I don't know the right answers to the problems of this math test, if you will, to just make people care more about this game again, because that's what it comes down to, caring from the players' perspective in this All-Star game, from the fans, the time put in, because that's what it is ultimately, though, Nick. Like, I'm spending my hard-earned time. Time is a precious thing, especially when I have 2 kids. When I get up this early every morning, time is very important. I don't have all this off time. I'm not a single bachelor anymore. Like, to just go out, my time is very valuable is what I'm trying to say here. And how can the NBA capitalize on that going forward?
Spadone, the good news is that we've got a few days to try and figure out a lot of the issues that continue to impact the league. And I think the point about time is so very well taken, because not only is time such a precious commodity, but there are so many different options on how to use that time than there were 15 or 20 years ago. You can flip on Netflix. You can take your kids to any number of different places.
I streamed the game last night on HBO Max. That's literally how I watched the game last night.
There you go.
I don't have cable.
The game is being consumed in a completely different way. Where I would pull back the curtain a little bit and tell the listeners about some of the issues that are facing the league, and frankly have faced the league for several years now. They used to take us in this big conference room when I was at ESPN, and they'd say, okay, look, at the top in the NBA, the chain is LeBron. Then there's a gap, then there's Steph, then there's a bigger gap, and all right, here's Durant. Then there's everybody else. The issue to me, not only as a consumer, but somebody who spent so many years on the inside, is, hey, people say promote different guys, see what happens. I'm telling you that the numbers show for all these places. Why is it always the Warriors and Lakers? Why is it Steph and LeBron? Because Steph and LeBron are players that people care about at a huge level still. They did years ago. They still do now.
They were the primetime game on Christmas. The Celtics warmed them up. The defending champions warmed them up.
Exactly.
Those are 2 playing teams.
At
the time
two
they
teams
were.
That just maybe things change now.
Yeah.
Both have made big deals.
Yeah.
Maybe they're better, but then and there they just weren't very good.
No.
So you put this in the context of, well, people say, oh, they got to make the switch, because Spadone, the conversation that you and I are having right now, I'm sure we'll have at various points throughout the week, is the exact same conversation that I have with my friends who still cover the league on a daily basis, because they say, oh, why can't there be more of a push to have different guys out there and get the league to get behind different players? I'm telling you, if the NBA, if the TV partners like ESPN and Turner and soon NBC and Amazon, when that switch comes, if they thought that they could generate interest and money off different players, different teams, they would put those teams in the spotlight. So while I understand fans' frustrations, maybe not so much here in the Bay because the Warriors are still the Warriors and Steph is still Steph, but from a greater league standpoint, I understand fans who say, people just, the reason they're not into it is because you're not giving them the same sort of limelight and spotlight that other guys have gotten through time. If they thought that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Donovan Mitchell...
Shai didn't play on Christmas, by the way.
No way. If they thought that could happen, it would be happening. Now, at some point, there's going to have to be a switch, and somebody's going to have to come in and do it, but the interest level in those players, in those teams, is not there. And I would finish this thought by saying Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is very well on his way to an MVP. He's incredible. He's only getting better, Spadone.
Yeah.
Tell me 3 things about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Formerly a Clipper. Got traded.
No, I mean about him like personally.
Oh, he's Canadian. He's got swag. Yeah, he's got the cool braids going on. I like those. Fun player. I have never heard him talk.
He was in that one commercial with Chet. What a pro wants.
Sam, the only thing I could tell you about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander outside of the dude is awesome at basketball is he was on this horrific, terrible commercial.
Oh, so memorable though.
With Chet Holmgren. But is that on the NBA? Is that on the Thunder? Because historically they don't like to give their players like that big media push where they're trying to generate some kind of interest about the team.
I'll say this: the Thunder with Russ, personality. Kevin Durant, salty, but I had a personality. Sort. James Harden, the beard. They had 3 marketable guys right there, so they can do it. It's been done.
It is,
but that was a different time, though.
It was a different time. What is fascinating to me, and again, let's bring it back locally to the Bay. Raymond Ritter is a longtime PR man for the Warriors. I think he is the best who, in my experience in the NBA, who's ever done this. He and the organization made it a point for years. We want to sell our product.
Yeah.
We want to put our guys, and it's not just Steph and Draymond. I mean, hell, Ray's got Kevon Looney going up to that podium all the time.
Love Kevon.
They want the product out there. They want people talking about their team, what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So many of these teams, it's not the same. They do the bare minimum. Hey, you're supposed to talk post-game. Okay, here come our guys. They're not making a lot of their players available in the same way. The Warriors are such an outlier in that regard. I say that to say the NBA, if they want to grow other players or other teams besides the Warriors and Lakers, have got to give fans a reason to make them care about the individual players and the teams. I don't see that as a consumer, a year and a half kind of out of the day-to-day business of the game. It's not to say they can't get it back, but you just don't know that much about these guys the same way you might have 20 to 25 years ago. And Spadone, oh, God. Oh. So bad. So bad.
I don't remember that. I must have just been out on all of that.
Well, but this ties it all full circle and brings it together. We started this by you were talking about your kids, and how many different options there are for you, and how many ways Peppa the Pig, and now you're watching the All-Star game.
It's not Peppa the Pig. It's Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig.
That's her last name.
When you're streaming the All-Star game on Max, and things have changed. At its core, I still think sports are, you're trying to make people care about what you are selling or bringing to the table. Totally. The NBA and the gap they've created between Steph, LeBron, everybody else, and every other team is wider than I can ever remember it. It's not to say that people aren't interested in the Knicks or people don't care about the Celtics and are they going to repeat. It is to say, on a national level, why would people care night to night about the NBA? And that is what scares me from my perspective, having covered the league for so long and looking about getting back into it on a regular basis. I'm looking at it going, all right, obviously there are fans of every team in each city, but what is bringing together all of that on a regular basis from a national standpoint, and I don't see it. People listen to us here in the Bay, they could say, well, I don't care what happens on a national level. I'm a Warriors fan. I want to see Steph and Draymond, now Jimmy, just kick everybody's butt. Fine. But if we're talking about the NBA as a product on the whole, I think there are some major, major red flags, and I think we saw that again come out to the forefront over the weekend because there's just not a lot of general interest and a lot of pullback that you can take away from that weekend going, oh, that moment was so great. It's going to make me tune in again moving forward in the future.
Jimmy in Bayview has some thoughts on the All-Star Game issues. Jimmy in Bayview, who dubbed me the G League MVP after I got this promotion. So thank you. Jimmy, what's up, man? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it's my first time on with Friedel. I'm grateful.
What's up, Jimmy?
I remember watching the All-Star Game when Dwayne Wade broke Kobe's nose. And I was like, oh, my God, what's Kobe going to say? And Kobe loved it. He said it was great. And it's a far cry from where we are today. I think David Silver has, contributed to this, giving the players anything they want, and then trying to ask for something back in return. But I would make the 3-point competition like hot shot, like we used to play as kids, where you could have even a half court shot for points. I think that would mix it up. And as far as, problems with the game, I think widening the court would open up driving lanes. And this is something Bill Walton said 30 years ago when David Stern was there. And then never heard from Bill Walton again after that. David Stern was like, nope, we don't need that. But it's quite obvious today there needs to be some kind of change. What do you guys think?
Thanks, Jimmy. Hey, you brought up a name right there that is very interesting, David Stern. And, the job Adam Silver has done since taking over from David Stern, RIP, Bill Walton, RIP as well. How would you grade Adam Silver? It got off to this got off to a very hot start, and he had his Q rating sky high after banning Donald Sterling. That was the first big thing from Adam Silver. His first big test was Donald Sterling, the former owner of the Los Angeles Clippers. They obviously did, if you've watched the show on Hulu, I don't know, FX, whatever the hell it's on, where Ed O'Neill portrays him. You might have heard the story from there. But Donald Sterling got fired. He's banned for life. That was the whole big thing. And then, he's done a lot of different things, obviously. A lot of the, social issues that have come to the forefront. He's been a big champion of those, trying to incorporate all of that. Obviously, post George Floyd, there was a whole different things that he tried to do to incorporate minorities in this country and try to further, their inclusion. And obviously, being a largely African-American dominated sport, try to lean into that. So he did a lot of that. But the product itself, the game, do you think it's been in a better place or a worse place since Adam Silver has taken over? And is that his fault, Nick?
It's unquestionably worse, without any doubt. Spadone, David Stern had a lot of flaws and certainly really angered a lot of people through time. I will give David Stern credit, though, till the end of time for knowing, and this dates back to that game in Miami, second night of a back-to-back, where the Spurs rested Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker. David Stern understood long before so many other people around the league did. Fans have to be given a reason to care night to night. If you get to a point where guys can just rest and rest management and, oh, my ankle's hurting, it really is a perfect example after last night with LeBron. If you don't trust that every night the stars are going to be out there, well, you've got a real problem with your product. Adam Silver handled the Sterling thing beautifully at the beginning of his tenure. Adam Silver helped get the bubble up, running, and made it successful. It saved the league probably $1 billion or $2 at least.
Yeah.
Because the TV contracts were filled out because they were able to play the game.
You look back on that bubble, and everyone makes fun of it, the Mickey Mouse ring, I think because the Lakers and LeBron won it. But just go back to where we were as a society being in a pandemic. We were craving something. And it gave it, and listen, was it the purest form of basketball? Some say that. Steve Kerr said it might have been the hardest title someone's had to win because there was no fans. It was all very odd, and people thought it was contrived. But listen, that was a success. I will give him that. For sure, that was a success.
It was very much a success. But to the question of, is the game in a better place? Hell no, it's not. How much of that is on Adam Silver? Time and history will tell. I don't think right now, though, it will be too kind to him, because for as many good things as Silver has done, unquestionably, during his tenure, the regular season has lost importance, relevance, and is not consumed the same way it was. And to me, not only as a fan, but as somebody who's covered the league as a journalist for so long, the problem is, as I talk to my friends that aren't big basketball fans, that are casual fans of the game, they're not watching the regular season in large part because they don't know who's going to be out there on a regular basis.
Right.
I've got an ankle tweak. I'm going to sit out for a while. Or, I played last night in Cleveland. I'm not playing tonight in Chicago. There is such a kind of general malaise about the game itself. In the NFL, every game still matters. In the NBA, in the NHL, and in Major League Baseball, there are so many games that they just don't have much importance anymore. And Adam Silver, as much as he tries to be friends with the players and keep those relationships in good standing, I think he's been way too lenient on allowing guys to kind of have too much power to the point where now you aren't sure if they're going to be out there every night or not. The NBA in that regard, Spadone, has lost the public's trust in who's going to be there and how much effort will they give when they are out there.
And if you're just tuning in, it's Spadone and it's Friedel, and you're wondering, it's like, wow, we're talking about the NBA at large. Well, we're talking about the All-Star game, and it has to tie into what's going on the day-to-day in the NBA and how we got here. How did we get to where the All-Star game was just a glorified just mess at this point? We don't know no one knows what the All-Star game is anymore. It used to just be an All-Star game, West versus East. It was fun. Players took it semi-seriously. Again, semi-seriously, and that was enough for us. Now we don't know what it is, and how did we get here? Well, it might have started back, when the Spurs started resting players, to your point, which was back in 2013, the true load management. That was when David Stern, his last year as commissioner, took place, and he tried to nip that in the bud early. It just didn't work.
$250,000.
$250,000, which is a lot back then. I know it feels like nothing now. It was a lot back then. And listen, Adam Silver took over. He was more lenient. He was more friendly with the players, taking their sides more. And then that might have been the trickle-down effect, getting the snowball rolling, turning into an avalanche of what we see today. We got a couple calls we want to clean up before Fast Five here. Let's go to Tony out in Oakland. What's up, Tony? You're almost Spadone and Nick Friedel.
Good morning, Spadone.
Oh, we're in the zone, the Twilight Zone.
The last to know that Bonte wasn't there. I thought he was on vacay. And then I went on YouTube, and very moving, him and Shatsky. And then I wrote, it was the Thursday before he came back, and I wrote, like Arnold, he'll be back. And then I call in Friday, and there he was. Amazing.
Every Friday, Tony, every Friday at 9 o'clock, Bonte will be here. Every Friday at 9, the guy Bonte will be here.
And this is how you fix the problem. You bring in that McClung dude onto the Warriors. You know why? That dude gets in the zone. Do you know how few people get in the zone? Now, everyone should go look at the YouTube and watch the dude's eyes. They switch. He may be afraid, but what he does is he switches to the God paradigm. You saw him. He was thanking God afterward. Then he puts on the hero cloak. That's when you become a hero. And, like the guys talking afterward, the three, pros, they couldn't even feel it, but Dr. J was pretty impressed. So you bring that guy onto the Warriors because he's one of the few people that get in and he becomes, and Shanahan should look at this. This dude might be, feeling nervous, but then he goes to the other superstructure, and this is what we need. So you bring that guy into the Warriors. And the thing about Adam Silver, he wants to be all friends with the players because he wants to be what they are, and he can't. And the dude doesn't know the zone. So he'll be another failure like the Yorks. So you got to bring in, Adam Silver, if you're listening, you have got to bring in McClung because the other people could feed over McClung's godlike, and Green would be able to get with it again. So this is how you fix things. And I mean, so everyone's got to look at McClung because look at his eyes. You can see him switch, and then his whole body becomes different. And look at those other guys that were in the dunk contest. I mean, they were lame. They took 5. I mean, you could see the 5 shots, and they couldn't even make it. And the guys on the sideline are watching this. They knew they couldn't. Those people couldn't hold their own at the playground. What an embarrassment!
Tony, I appreciate it. We're up against it here. That's the Twilight Zone. If you don't know that, Nick, that's Tony in Oakland. She's always in the zone. And if you're not in the zone, she'll tell you. So there's that. Did you get a secondhand high just listening to her?
Wow. Wow. Mac McClung and God. And wow. We went a lot of different
That's our roaster of the year right there.
That's, you know what? That leads us into Fast Five. I'm almost positive Mac McClung I watched in a summer league game with the Warriors. I think the Lakers legitimately cut him from a summer league from like the California Classic, and then he signed with the Warriors in their summer league right after. So I've seen him in a Warriors uniform. I don't think he is the answer. I love me some Mac McClung. By the way, if I'd had to get 4 players right now, how many? Is it 5 in the dunk contest? 5 players? 5? Is that how many?
Well, it's 4 over the weekend. So.
4 over the weekend? Okay, so let's just do 4. I'd still invite Mac McClung. I would bring in John Morant. I'd bring in Zion. And then I'd get one of the true rising stars. The guy's going to be the number 1 overall pick. Bring him over from Duke. Fly him over. Cooper Flag. Right there. Instant eyeballs. Done. It's easy. Right there. Boom.
I'm with you on all of those, except I would take out Flag and I would put in the Ant-Man.
Okay.
And if we put Mac McClung in there, as everybody wants to see him, he's the king of dunk contests right now. I would throw probably Zach LaVine in there as well because we know what he's done in dunk contests before. It would be a fun connection to days of old and the new days now.
There'd be a Dalton connection. Am I right, Carter? There you go. You like that?
That was pretty good.
Thanks. I'll give myself a 4 for that. I think that's Dalton Connect's number, too. There you go.
Not quite.
It is Connect 4.
Oh, is it? Yeah, maybe. Okay.
It is.
My 4 would be Ja, Ant, LaVine, and I'm going to throw Jonathan Kuminga in there. Give him a shot.
I'm not mad at Kuminga. No, that's like a legitimate rising. That is an actual rising star, is the Jonathan Kuminga. Second team, he was the second leading scorer on the team with Steph Curry. He was balling. Who we had to call in earlier says I think it was Big Smooth saying this ankle sprain is lasting 2 months. It was severe. There's severity levels of an ankle sprain. This one was, I don't know if it was a grade 2 or 3, but it was up there. Reevaluated this week. Hopefully we'll see more of Jonathan Kuminga, Sam Lubman.
Hopefully, so if you're talking about a dream dunk contest, I got to see LeBron in there just because, dude, come on. Sure. You're the king, supposedly. Him, Giannis, give me Zach LaVine, and either Ja or Ant-Man. I like to see them. And then, throw Mac McClung in there as well. My final thought, though, is I want to give a shout-out to a couple roasters I met in the wild over the weekend at the NBA crossover event at Moscone Center. Ran into Josh and Matthew from San Jose. Bumped into them, said what's up, chatted for a little bit. They were having a good time. They had bought a bunch of stuff, too. They were making out like bandits. So, you know me, I love running into our roasters out there in the wild. So, shout out to Josh and Matthew in San Jose.
There you go. That's Sam Lubman. And you see that hair in real life, it's even more spectacular.
You know what's up.
Then when you see it on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. New pod, Sam? You and Joe Shasky?
Oh, well, not this week, but I might do something this week.
Well, there you go. Stay tuned. I can't even say the word. Pitchers and catchers reporting this, last
Full
week.
squad was actually today.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone report? Everyone okay?
Whole team is there.
Justin Verlander is still a Giant. I forgot. Justin Verlander is a San Francisco Giant, all-timer. When he goes into Cooperstown, he's a one-time Giant, Justin Verlander.
There was so much hope and hype around that team when I got here originally, Spadone, years ago.
Farhan?
When I come back now, or when I listen to the station, I still do all the time, it is Warriors and Niners and Warriors and Niners and then a little more Warriors and Niners. I just don't feel like people are into the Giants, and they certainly haven't given reason for anybody to do it.
You know what? This week I'm going to sell you on why you should be locked in on the Giants. That's a tease for up and coming.
Pros Pro, Mr.
Thank
Spadoni.
you. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goon next, and that's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Yay!
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
How you feeling, Goo?
Up on top of the world. On top of the world. Shout out to everybody in the Bay, the Warriors, everybody, Steiny. They put on a show. We put on a show. And most importantly, shout out to the Bippers. I think that they took a weekend off. Steiny, there was no problems from my account, and everything just went smooth, man.
Well, that's
kudos.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Steph Curry, All-Star MVP.
Yeah. Draymond might be the real MVP, Steiny.
Well, Draymond put on a show himself, too. That's for sure.
Day.
So who won? The OGs? Is that...
Yeah, the OGs.
So Shaq's OGs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Curry, Tatum, Harden. Who else we have on there? Steiny, Dame. And they kicked their ass. We'll get into if you liked it or not, the new format. But Dame Lillard didn't. He says he wants to go back to East-West.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the weekend. You know,
we got some sound from KD about his thoughts on the weekend we'll play here.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff from this weekend. I mean, I don't. If you're not into what's going on All-Star Weekend, just you don't have to pay attention to it. Like right. I am, and Evan, you said, I know we have sounded Durant, but you have that tweet that he just sent out, Kevin Durant.
Oh yeah, like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Get that because I kind of think he had the sentiment down. Just talking about the All-Star Weekend, it does feel like there's a lot of negativity to it. But listen to Kevin Durant, and I'm with him 100% here.
Yeah, this was 28 minutes ago on X. Quote, I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy. Cancel All-Star Weekend and let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time. And I couldn't tell if that last part was tongue-in-cheek, but the point stands.
I mean,
Evan asked him a phenomenal question yesterday after the game.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, Evan and Guru, big parts of All-Star Weekend, and we had business and pleasure covered this weekend.
Oh boy!
Evan was at an event every night.
Yeah.
He worked Friday night at the cigar bar. Then he covered the Saturday night, and then he was at the All-Star Game Sunday. And you were the social director, pretty much. You didn't go to a lot of the events, but you were getting behind-the-scenes look at the hoi polloi, as it were.
I went and supported Evan and Grandy Friday as they interviewed some heavyweights, had the actor Anthony Anderson on.
Oh,
so I got to sit in the room, and they asked me to come on air. I was like, you know what, I'm going to take a playoff. It's the young pups. So they did a great
Anthony
job.
Anderson?
Oh, Steiny, come on.
Like Emmy nominated. He's been in movies for the last 20 years. Producer, comedian.
I'm sure I could recognize him.
If you Google
what's he
him.
big? What's his big movie?
He's got the Blackish.
You don't see any movies.
He's the dad in Blackish.
Anthony,
they used to run on ABC.
Anthony
Anderson.
Yeah,
Edwards plays for Minnesota.
Anthony Anderson. Oh, I know who he is.
And Evan and Grandy did a great job.
I kind of like him.
So I supported them and then went to Kenny Smith's party. Thank you, Bonte. Yeah, so that was a big deal. I didn't want to be a groupie, Steiny, so I just went and...
Well, that's what you are when you go to those parties, regardless.
But you gotta hide it. You know, I'm like, let's get it.
I'm sure you played it cool.
Oh, I played it real cool.
I bet you know...
Couple gurus. Hey, came up, introduced myself, brought you up. Didn't see Shaq.
Barkley?
That's on me. Yeah, I did see Barkley. Went up and introduced myself.
You see...
was ear hustling on a conversation he had. Because I was right there. You know, I was like, yeah. He's a nice man.
Who?
Charles Barkley. People, SUV was waiting on him. The TNT is a big one. The Cruiser. And people are saying, Barkley, can you give... Took 5 pictures. I'm like, this dude's so cool.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he gave 5 people rides home.
Oh, none of that.
Pictures.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is you were kind of talking about Draymond Green.
He stole the show to me.
Well, he had a bunch to say. One is good news for Warrior fans. They're winning another title this year. Draymond's already predicted it. How do you feel about that? Draymond says the Warriors are winning it this year.
Well, I'm a guy that said Friday to you, Willard and Dibbs, and the listeners, that I thought the ceiling was the Western Conference Finals. But what I love about it is he kind of put a target. Not that there was not standards, but Steiny, I believe he believes it, and he says now going into any game they feel like they can win. I loved it. Curry gave his thoughts, and Curry was kind of, immediately I heard my man say it, because he did a phenomenal job, Draymond, on TNT. But Steiny, I really believe they feel better about their team. But to tell the world we're going, not maybe, he said we will. And the great Nick Friedel in for Butch this morning had a great call too, because I hadn't thought of it. He didn't specify this year. Oh. That's what Nikki said to me, Steiny. So I'm like, you might. But no, everybody took it. I processed it as they feel like they got action, and we'll see.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that the Warriors are feeling better about themselves coming out of the break than they would have had they not made a move.
We'll see.
And obviously the plan is to be a better team in the second half of the season than they were, I should say, the last third.
Because they got work to do, partner. Yeah, that's the one thing about this whole thing.
They gotta climb the standings. But the one thing I was thinking about with Draymond. So Draymond said three things this weekend.
And Oscar Robertson had something to say about Dre.
Robertson.
Yeah.
Draymond Green said the Warriors are going to win a title. Then Draymond Green saying that the Rising Stars have no business on playing. That was playing on Sunday.
And the way he said it. Go ahead, partner.
With the new format. And he also basically said the NBA is boring. That it's a boring product. And can I ask the Bay Area, because it's clear Draymond Green is going to be the next Charles Barkley.
Damn.
Are they viewed the same as like people? Like they both are very outspoken. They both, Barkley was a great player, obviously. Draymond's a champion. But is Draymond as likable as Barkley, or do you not even think Barkley is likable? See, I think Barkley's very likable, and people have now come to expect some outlandish takes from him. I'm wondering, do you look at Draymond the same way you look at Barkley in terms of their basketball analysis?
Wow, that's a great question. Again, in both, one's already in the Hall of Fame, and I believe Dre is headed there. And what Dre has done, I'll definitely, there's no diss, Donnie. He doesn't have all the basketball gifts per se, so he's got the most out of, his person than anybody ever. And Charles Barkley the same, who was a lot more talented than Draymond Green. But to answer your question, when I listen to Draymond explain plays, talk about the game, he's a savant. And Barkley the same way. And I don't feel like Charles Barkley, Stoney, the inception of him doing TV, all he's ever done was be himself. And now I feel like, and you didn't ask, but I'm going here, when Dre does get his day, because he's already doing it, he's so polarizing, you do wonder, is he just being himself, or does he feel like he has to add some extra mustard, some mayo? I don't know, but I think both of them are legit, and they're both being who they are. So in regard to likable, I know half the people love Chuck, half of them hate him, and he's honest. And Draymond is picked up that baton. But what's crazy is he's not even done playing, and he's almost asked to dig home. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, Stoney? Like they're both who they are.
Yeah, I think Barkley was, he was kind of polarizing as a player. He had a lot of similarities to Draymond. I think Draymond talks about basketball in a more
Jedi way.
No,
because that's what I call it.
I actually think Barkley knows the game too.
Okay,
and I know he's been wrong here and there, but there is something about the way Draymond Green talks about the game. And, I guess when Barkley retired, he might not have been loved. But I think if Draymond Green continues to, once his playing days are over, he's probably going to be really, really well-liked in that role, I would think.
And the podcast doesn't hurt, right? So he's got a head start. I don't know if Barkley saw his TNT career as his career was winding down on the court.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into what happened All-Star Weekend. First of all, did you watch? Do you care? Did you enjoy it? A lot of people seem to be complaining about it.
We'll get into it.
I just don't understand that if you don't like it, then just stay away from it. And I don't understand why everybody's kind of so critical of it when they're trying to figure some stuff out. But anyway, we're going to get into a lot of what Draymond Green says. As a Warrior fan, how did you take him saying we're going to win a championship? Draymond Green loves this team right now, and he says they got a shot at it. How you feeling about that at 888-957-9570? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
Curry's got 12. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that the half-court shot?
Incredible. And he dapped up our guy, Fabby Davis, who was on floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw E40 perform at half.
Too short,
in between. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jokic said he was unaware that between the championship game there would be a break, but the break was for giving flowers to the TNT crew.
Oh.
But it took a little while.
I thought that was actually pretty funny.
It was
going
dope.
fishing.
Yeah.
Let's get into some calls real quick, and then we'll start going over some of this Draymond sound. But it's fun weekend for sure. We'll get into Evan's weekend too. He was covering the whole thing. Let's go to Nico. Nico in Austin. He's got a suggestion.
Boys, good morning. How we doing?
Doing well, man.
I called in a little earlier. They didn't get to this point, but I think the simplest solution for the All-Star game is there has to be some sort of incentive, whether it's for the dunk contest, the three-point contest. I don't know if that's necessarily a financial incentive. That's got to be something the NBA's got to think about, how much they want to put in and how much they're going to get out in terms of that specific event. But my main suggestion for the All-Star game is that you're just a nominee until you actually win the All-Star game. So both East and West, we go back to East and West, right. They have their nominees, and then East and West still compete to actually get an All-Star put on their record, I guess, right? Anyway, that's my suggestion. I'll let you guys take it away.
All right, appreciate the call, Nico.
Yeah, Stoney, I missed East and West. I'm not a big fan. Like KD, he's talking to me. Stoney, I appreciated the effort, but that's what's kind of ruined and tainted the All-Star game is guys aren't trying. I don't think they tried any harder yesterday. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just my 2 cents, but Stoney, I love East and West, but maybe there's got to be some type of incentive to make these guys get after it. And in regard to Draymond Green saying that, the team that didn't deserve to be on the floor, and he talked about how hard he had to work to play on Sunday, the sacred All-Star game. I thought that was profound. And no shade at the players that were on the team that won, Saturday night to get to play against the pros. But I'm like, man, I don't think that was the fix.
Yeah, here's what Draymond Green said about the new format.
You work all year to be an all-star, and you get to play up to 40, and then you're done. This is so unfair to Victor Wembanyama, who just took this game really seriously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who just took this game really seriously. When you talk about chasing after the points records, Melo and Kobe and all these guys who've had great scoring nights, they don't get the opportunity to do that with this game. Also, we can watch some rising stars. We're about to watch the Olympic team. Now we get the treat of watching the Olympic team play against a U19 team. Come on, what are we doing? This is ridiculous.
I mean, the reason the rising stars are even in the equation in the first place is because the pros don't play hard.
Okay, all right.
That's the reason that they had to go to this cockamamie scheme, is because they figured if they got a team of young players to play against the veterans, that the veterans would try harder. And
to not be embarrassed by losing, right?
Yeah, I guess. But
I didn't like any of it.
Well, I think they're probably going to go to the U.S. versus the world at some point because there's so many non-American players.
But just not even having quarter, Steiny, and the 24-hour fitness or the pickup style. I'm not a fan of going to 40. Give me the quarters. And Draymond was right. All the guys that have come before us. I remember this. I'm old enough to know when the All-Star game was competitive, Steiny, to a degree. And I guess I'm asking you, do you think incentive will fix it?
No, they're making too much money. Like, what are you going to do, give the winners $100,000 each? What's that going to do?
I was going to say home court in the finals.
Yeah, that one. I mean,
and half the teams are like, oh,
at least the baseball All-Star game is when you're pitching and you're hitting, you're actually trying to hit and you're trying to strike the guy out. So in a baseball game, there's going to be more effort given because just the nature of the game. I would not mind if they got rid of the All-Star game and All-Star weekend. I mean, it's never going to happen, but it does seem like we've gotten into a pattern of watching All-Star weekend, and then we get here on a Monday and we just absolutely, criticize the hell out of it.
But all fans want, Steiny, is effort, and the players are responsible for that.
I mean,
pride,
Well, then they got to get players in the game that care. I mean, look, LeBron, like, I know the
we got to talk about that. What happened with that?
What happened with
He
what?
was a game time scratch. Like,
okay.
And hey, LeBron, I'm not saying you're not hurt. And then you had the audacity to walk out and get introduced. But what about the guys that got snubbed? Devin Booker, if you knew you weren't going to play, or again, I think he's a narcissist. We all are, right? But I just thought that was kind of foul that you wait till game time to say you're not playing, but then you're taking a spot from another guy that could have played like a Devin Booker.
Maybe he didn't know he wasn't going to play till Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. Hey, look, what's worse, LeBron not playing in the All-Star game or Steph not participating in a three-point contest? To me, it's the same thing. It's like, if you're going to do it, you got to do it. If you're not going to do it, don't do it. But LeBron not playing the All-Star game, Steph not in the three-point shooting contest, that's part of the issue that the NBA has, is the big boys don't necessarily do all the events and aren't really into it.
Yeah, and I'll go Saturday night. I don't know what I just got to give you my thoughts because we haven't talked about it. The dunk contest, Donnie. I am not hating on Mac McClung, but the fact that he's not on an NBA roster right there signals that's the problem. So how can, me, Daryl Johnson, personally be upset with the guy that benefited from guys, stewards of the game, where the fans want to gravitate and come watch them dunk, like a Ja Morant, like an Anthony Edwards, who also didn't play because he had something going on. But the bottom line is that's the problem. It's like, to Draymond's point, McClung, right, he almost didn't or shouldn't have qualified to be in that event, but he's in the event because the guys that are supposed to carry the torch for the league and treat the slam dunk competition like Dr. J and Jordan and Kobe did before him, how can I get mad at him? And then after the slap in the face, I don't know if you saw this, a tweet immediately, Ja Morant's, Donnie, McClung's got me thinking about doing it. Then Giannis retweets him. If you do it, I'll do it. And it's like just a big tease. It shouldn't have to come to that.
But the other thing is, like, you can't have the same guys in the dunk contest every year. I mean, guys they just don't want to do it. I don't know why.
McClung's been in it 3 straight years, and he's phenomenal. But I'm not a big prop guy, so I'm not talking about his dunks. But my goodness, man, I just remember Dominique and Jordan. I remember Levine and Aaron Gordon, one of the best contests ever, and that's all I think fans are asking for. And I'll just ask you, do you think that's asking too much? At what point is it not just about money, it's about the pride to carry the torch?
I mean, I get why they don't care. I understand why they don't really care, because it's a long season, it's a grind. And they're not there to play a game. They're there.
That's a problem too.
They're there to be honored and to party for 3 days in the middle of the season because they've got a week off. And I don't blame them. I mean, I don't blame them. Nobody wants to get hurt in that kind of game. Sure, half of them are hungover anyway.
Okay, so I got to do this. What about the Barkley era, where they kind of
those days are gone? That's the other thing.
Is it money that they're gone, or is it pride? Is it social media? Or I'm just saying, are guys maybe afraid to lose now that everything will be rewound?
Well, that's the other thing about what Draymond said.
I think that has something to do with
one of the reasons Draymond doesn't want the Rising Stars players in the game is because he doesn't want to lose to them, or he doesn't want to see the Rising Stars beat the NBA players. That's why he doesn't really want them in, and I understand that. But again, every attempt this weekend is to try to get these guys to care. And if they don't care, then I kind of understand why they don't care in a way, because it's just all so gimmicky.
But can you understand fans, though, that want to see Ja and want to see Anthony Edwards?
We have a competition problem in the regular season.
Well, now, damn.
So how are you going to get these guys to play in an exhibition game? Trophy T, what's going on? He just pledged $2, but I don't see what what he wants to say. But Trophy T on the YouTube chat. Let's get to some calls and hear what people have to say. Let's go to Warrior. Our friend Warrior in Phoenix. Hey, Warrior, what's going on, man? You hanging in there?
I'd rather be considered your distinguished colleague.
Okay.
But, hey, listen. We watch them play, and then we evaporate them on Monday. Yep. I just wanted to use that word in a sentence. I've never got to.
Warrior.
First of all, I want to apologize to Andrew Wiggins for my thoughts on him over the last 2 seasons and taking the time off. If you've never lost somebody, or if you've never had somebody gravely ill, then you can't criticize somebody for the way that they feel. And let me buckle up this seatbelt. In reference to the NHL, this Four Nations worked, but they had to scrap what they did for the All-Star game because it was boring as heck as well. As far as the NBA players, I do like the fact that the rising stars do play because it makes the players put out more. And had that game had been not such a blowout in the finals yesterday, then maybe the players try harder. But once you get up by a bunch, 11-1, sometimes, like you said, pride's got to stick in. It would have been nice to see guys with some floor burns. That's not going to happen. But continue with this format, or maybe go USA versus the world.
I think that's what's coming.
I do think that the foreign players, Warrior gets some good points every now and then when he's not being narcissistic, especially since I'm on the Mount Rushmore of 95.7 callers. But I'm feeling a lot better. I enjoy listening to you guys every day. And one of the things that I want to keep reminding you of is not only what you do as far as giving out sports information, but you have no clue how many callers you touch going across the United States, going to somewhere negative, sitting up in the tower, or guarding the DMZ, who's able to pick you up. What that means, hearing something, especially from you guys being in a major market. And Guru, don't ever forget who your first caller was.
Killeen, Texas.
Matt, don't you ever forget, Matt, what caller got mad at you the most when you were inexperienced, bored off? I'm glad that I helped you grow, and you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Warrior.
Bored off. I didn't know.
Yeah,
because
I never have been.
I would love to see you behind the board.
Oh my God,
Steiny, you've been holding out on us.
Nahegan once in a while ago. Hey, Steiny, slide that button up a little bit. No, not that one. No.
He gets hot
the
too.
Other one.
Yeah.
There you go.
You have to go to DEFCON 3.
That is great. Warrior's awesome. Feeling good. Trophy T, a $5 donation on the chat. Steiny. Steph competed in a 3-point contest in Oakland against a McClymonds student for $10,000. So Steph was making his rounds. That was awesome. Dre he tried to participate. Did you see the skills challenge? I thought Dre was going to knock that out the.
Why?
He must have kicked it Friday night.
Was there shooting?
No,
involved?
Passing. Oh, and there was shooting.
Oh, well, then he's in big trouble.
Dre, what happened, dog? Yeah, but you stole it with the mic anyway.
How about what Chris Paul and Wembanyama did? They gamed the system.
No, they didn't game the system. So what they did is they went to the lab and they treated the damn thing to try to come up with devise a plan. Yeah. They cared and they get eliminated. That was so whack. Steiny, I swear to you, man.
Eliminated.
What did I say? No.
You said eliminated, but they should have been eliminated.
They tried strategies. Disqualified. Evan,
disqualified.
For what? Trying and caring?
No, for trying to make a gimmick out of it.
No, they were trying, man.
We're trying to put this league back in the
they care.
Good graces of the public.
Oh, they were hot. Chris Paul. I'm sorry, man.
Let's go to Moose. Moose in San Jose wants to talk about the format. What's going on, Moose? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Yep. I just wanted to say, at first when I heard about this 40-point format and the tourney style, I wasn't that into it. But if you think back at it, these guys really only play the last quarter of the All-Star games anyway. So it kind of forced them to just, hey, let's run to 40. It was funny to see though that the 3-point ball pretty much ruined it for the red team, I guess the non-OGs team. because once they got down, they just kept chucking up threes, couldn't make anything. It looked like a regular NBA game.
Yeah.
But the other thing I was going to say, and you guys actually been saying it. I've been I noticed Wemby and Jokic and some of the international players taking it shea. They were taking it real serious. So I think you obviously can't pay these guys. They all got a bunch of money in their pockets, so there's no financial incentives. It has to come organically. And I think the international players will organically apply pressure and say they're going to start taking it more seriously, or they do, and then they do a world versus U.S. All-Stars, I guess, NBA All-Stars, and then those guys have to organically just feel it. Hey, man, we can't let these guys beat us, kind of like how it was in the Olympics, and then it slowly starts to morph into a more serious game. Ultimately, do we care? As an NBA fan, do I care that it's a serious game or not? No, not really. I mean, I think about when I was playing baseball and I made it the All-Star team. You know, you went out there and you played hard, but at the end of the day, you knew it was just a game to go out there and get your and kind of get your shine, right? It wasn't you're not playing for an All-Star championship, really, right? So it is what it is in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of,
because now it's about pride, partner.
I mean, the idea that, the idea that Bird and Magic and Jordan competed for 48 minutes at an All-Star game that's a joke too.
I mean, Kobe had a broken nose from D Wade because they were competing, and I believe
they mailed it in for 3 quarters, and then if it was close, they competed.
But it was never 170 to 171. It's been doing.
But don't try to sell me on, man, guys took it really seriously in the 80s. No, they didn't. I mean, they ran up and down. Halfway. They ran up and down for 3 quarters.
Meet you halfway, partner.
And then it was a close game, and they tried a little bit.
But give me this. Curry a couple years ago, and you were awesome this All-Star Weekend, Chef. But the bottom line is we saw him a couple years ago lay down. Remember when Giannis was doing something? It's better than what these guys are doing, Stoney. We've seen guys walking, not even coming down court, man. So maybe if it's the world and then it becomes country versus your country, maybe the pride will kick in and we could see some basketball. But the one takeaway, the positive yesterday, Wemby got out on Kyrie and tried to shake the big fella, and Wemby wanted that smoke. So I just wish we could get more minutes of that. And I know it's not going to be 48 minutes, but Kyrie was trying to be Fred Astaire, missed it. But I was like, man, that's all we asked for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I remember, what was the game where, must have been back in 90 when Magic had HIV, but he came back and played the game.
Yeah.
And that game was so freaking boring that he had to shoot 4 3-pointers in the last 3 minutes to kind of spice it up. So the All-Star game's always had an issue, I think, but they did a better job back in the past of camouflaging. Of making it seem like, they were playing harder.
Did the players do that, though? Were they responsible for camouflaging? Because that's what's happening. These guys are just like, I'm out. And I love me Jokic, Steiny. I love me some Joker. But if I had an All-Star game, you just stay home or sit on the bench because his style of play is like just watching him yesterday. If it ain't real, you ain't going to get nothing from me, and I'll look like I'm loafing.
I mean, that's the way Bird was in that type of game. I think Bird was the MVP of the All-Star game once, but he kind of just would go there and, he didn't. That's the other thing. The guys in the past, they wouldn't just let guys lay it in. They would at least pretend to defend or at least try to keep their body between their man and the basket. But, I mean, again, don't be getting hurt in this game.
I wonder if this event is Calipari, one and done. If they actually do something and, change it and go to the world, which a lot of people are calling for.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are, honestly, I think people take it too seriously. Too many fans are asking for something or looking for something that just is not there.
And it's competition.
They're not going to get an NBA Finals type atmosphere in the All-Star game. They're just not.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. The tickets aren't cheaper because of that. You know what I mean? You got to pay big money.
Yeah, but But are you really paying big money to see them play, or are you paying big money to see them? I think you're paying big money to see them. And I mean, if you're expecting something great from the All-Star game, I mean, how many how many fans at that All-Star game yesterday were real fans, NBA fans, league pass type people, people that watch their teams 50 times a year?
What if I don't have the numbers to back me up, Stan. What if I'll go at more than half?
Yeah, I'd say 5 people.
So
in the
they're
whole
there
building.
just what you said I was doing Friday at Kenny's party. Just
It's a party. That's all it is.
Wow.
And it's fine. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I am not here to criticize All-Star Weekend. But make no mistake, this is a party for the players. They're catered to all weekend. The reason they come is because they're treated like royalty.
Okay.
Even the guys who don't have to play, they get to come to that All-Star city. They're put up in nice hotels. They're invited to all the parties. It's for the players. It just is. And I just don't expect them to give, I just don't expect there to be a great All-Star game anymore. I understand why they're not into it.
See, listen, and when the TNT guys, when they got their flowers, they talked about all 4 of them. There's no us without you. And I've seen you in public when we've been at things for the station. We always think the fans. And I'm sorry, Steiny, I know it's about the celebrity of the players, but it's about the fan experience. And just to see guys hustle or at least try to fake hustle is better than what we've been seeing. And that's why where we're at now. I think that's a slap in the face to just say they're here to party. You get to see them. And then the product is what it is now. To even get to this point is embarrassing.
I mean, hey, Steph, congratulations. You made the All-Star team for the 13th time. How do you feel, Steph? I'll tell you what, we got to win this year. We've got to win it this year. I am sick of being on the short end of the stick in the no, it's
I know everything.
Hey, you've just made the All-Star team for the 14th year. It's cool. And now I'm the host, so I'm going to be out and about during the All-Star game. It's going to be fun. But it's not, it's barely an exhibition is all I'm saying. And which is, again.
Well, that's what it's turned into.
And I think it's kind of always been like that. I think the All-Star game in the past, they had a better sense of it was more like a showcase.
Yeah. Right. I like that.
Yeah. Well,
and I'll say this to that. They never had to think about on Monday morning in the past, do we need to change the game? Do we need to come up with cockamamie ways of dividing teams? I hated that every player wasn't on the court at the same time. That's just me. But Steiny, you could say what it was then, but they never had to change the format. East-West.
Well, they did because
and they may change it again. Well, so now you're chasing your tail.
Right. I mean, it happens in every sport. I mean, baseball puts a pitch clock in. You know what I mean? The All-Star game fizzles out. Now they need to figure something out. The way the game has been played, or the way the way things were, those days are over, man.
Wow.
More power to the younger.
If you're saying that, I don't even like hearing that.
More power to the younger players and the younger generation. It's about them now. LeBron James is 40 years old.
I couldn't believe that. I wanted to. I knew Friday if you were going to play Bron. That was I can't believe that.
Of course you can.
Steiny, I can't.
Okay.
Tell us Friday.
No.
Let Booker take your spot. Let somebody else that was deserving.
Decision. It's his league still.
See, okay.
TJD could have taken his place.
Who?
Or Pods. One of the rising stars.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, what do you guys think about All-Star Weekend? Can it be better? Do you care that it isn't the greatest weekend of basketball entertainment? I'm not hating on it. Download the free Odyssey at 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's what
not following
we do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, All-Star Weekend in the books. I will say this. It was better than the All-Star Game in 2000 in Oakland. At least it didn't rain all weekend, start to finish.
Well, that's big.
I mean, they had, back in 2000, the fan experience got canceled. It was all bad. It was raining so freaking hard. Listen.
But that was the Vince Carter dunk contest, Donnie, with the hand on her. Come on now.
I don't understand. This is one. It's the NBA All-Star Game. If you don't like it, stay away from it. If you like it, watch it. But I do not get I'm going to watch it, I'm going to hate it, and then I'm going to kill these guys.
All right.
That's all.
All right, give me this, because I gotta hone in on what happened yesterday that bothered me.
All right.
Will you admit that LeBron James is a steward of the game and has a lot of fans?
Yeah.
Will you buy into a lot of people here in the Bay and all over that were in the Bay purchase tickets to see probably their favorite player, one LeBron James?
Among all the All-Stars.
And we know one LeBron James takes care of his temple, his body, more than anybody probably ever to do it. And to not know or not have the math or science of your body to maybe announce Saturday that you're not going to be participating, but to do it an hour before. I love Bron, but Stoney, that's what we're talking about. That's a slap in the face. Put on the warm-ups and then don't play, and then after say what happened, all my foot. But to say it and then come out there and get the introductions, no. You don't get the introductions because you're not playing. But I needed to come out there in my jeans. And I don't like that, Snotty, and a lot of fans are disappointed.
Well, you know what? I make no distinction between LeBron James missing the All-Star game and Steph Curry not participating in the three-point contest. We've gotten to a point. Gotten to a point in this weekend where Saturday's better than Sunday. Saturday is a more important day than Sunday.
That's a problem.
Everybody knows Sunday's a joke.
That's a problem.
Saturday's fun.
And your Steph comp, though, Stoney, I think you're being unfair.
No,
he played in the game.
That's great. But he didn't. He's a three-point shooter. Why wasn't he in the three-point contest?
I don't know.
In his backyard?
I would have liked to seen him, but I don't. But that's I
don't make a distinction.
Hurt, but I don't. That's different than at least he played in the game.
Because all last week, all we did was talk about why is Curry not playing. I don't get it. Shasky, Dibley, they were hot about him not participating in the three-point contest. Well, so he's part of the problem. It's okay to say it, even though it's Steph Curry.
He participated in, to me, I hear your rankings of the most important activity, which was the game. And he got the All-Star MVP.
I don't think the game is the highlight of the weekend anymore. I think Saturday night, All-Star Saturday night has the...
When you have a guy on a dunk contest that's not even on a roster that's won it 3 times, no shade at Mac. He was incredible. But the fact that he's available to play in that game is the reason that fans are upset.
And again, the reason nobody's doing the dunk contest probably is because they don't want Mac McClung to beat him.
Man.
Let's go to Mr. D in San Francisco. You know what? Say this, Mr. D. You get it.
Mr. D.
You get it. Thank you. What's up, Mr. D?
Yeah. Hey, guys, look. No NBA player in their right mind is going to be jumping off of ladders and jumping off of cars. Matt McClung, with all due respect, has nothing to lose. He's not in the league.
Right.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing. If they're going to do this, and they call all that getting on ladders and jumping over cars, they call that creativity. They got to change that. I think if you can't do what you do in a game, then it shouldn't be allowed in the slam dunk contest. Because nobody's going to stop the game and back up a car so you can jump over and dunk it.
Right.
So I just think, it's a travesty. If you can't do it in a game, it shouldn't be allowed in the slam dunk contest. That's all I got, guys.
And Stoney, I love the call, but Stoney, I'm propped out too. McClung's got hops. There's no doubt about it, but it's like, and Castle, one can make an argument just because he was an NBA player, he should have got graded different. I'm just over the props, but I just hate, and nothing at McClung, is the fact that the Jaws and all the dudes that people want to see, in this dunk contest felt like, you know what, I'm good.
Look, to me, this all boils down to the NBA has a competition problem. For the most part, players in the league don't compete like they used to. Back when the players did not have guaranteed contracts and they were working on one-year deals, and they had to have a good year to get a raise. If they had a bad year, they'd either get a pay cut or they would be out of the league. And so that gave way to guaranteed contracts. And then the guaranteed contracts gave way to an amount of money that nobody really thought these guys could ever make. And so you've got guys making $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Let's, why? Let me ask you this. Why did Draymond Green had one more year on his Let's take both these guys.
Okay.
Wiggins and Draymond Green. They both opted out of contracts with a player option at $25 million.
Okay.
Well, why did Draymond opt out of that contract for an extension? Like, why?
More money.
What else? More years.
Okay, yeah, right.
More years.
All right, security.
So Draymond Green or any player is entering a year where they have a player option, okay? Now, it used to be you get a player out. You remember we used to talk about, well, it's a contract year. So go get your money.
Yeah, and watch that person play their ass off.
That's not what they do anymore. The reason that Draymond Green did what he did and Wiggins did what he did and Jimmy Butler did what Jimmy Butler did, they're doing this so they can preserve their longevity in the NBA.
Okay, I get all of that.
Nothing.
We're talking about one night,
This is a fraternity. No, this is about the whole league. The whole league not being competitive over 82 games. If the league's not really overly competitive for 82 games, these guys are not going to bust hump in an exhibition game. This is a fraternity of gazillionaires right now. And all they care about, not all, but most of what they care about is preserving the fraternity and the comfort of the lifestyle they're in. They don't have rivals anymore. These guys are brothers. You take a guy on the LA Clippers, take a guy on the Washington Wizards, they're friends. They're brothers. Why? Because they're all in the same fraternity making an incredible amount of money, and it's all about preserving that. That's to me what's going on with the NBA right now.
And I'm not mad at any of that. But again, Stoney, I'm boiling that down to giving back. One night you can't compete, and let's just say you lose. Okay, no biggie, move on. But the game is hemorrhaging, is suffering because the star power that's littered throughout the league, they don't feel like they need, for whatever reason, Stoney, I heard you. But the bottom line is we're talking about one night and we're talking about effort. And I just find that to be...
Well, they're load managing during the regular season. So we're picking out regular season games that aren't important enough for some guys to play because they have to be load managed, but we're going to want them to play in an all-star game. It doesn't add up. It doesn't equate. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Dan in San Ramon. Hey, Dan, what's going on?
Hi. Oh, great show, fellas.
Oh, thanks.
I think thank you. The All-Star game, the slam dunk contest was awesome, man. Mac McClung, the hops he has, the size he has. And, the things he was doing, there's no other NBA player that can do that. John Morant can't do that. Ozzy Akempo, he can't do that. None of these guys can do that. And what's the most famous movie? White Men Can't Jump. This guy is he's so incredible, dude. He's short, like an everyday man. So people can relate to that. And people are mad because nobody, he's the winner of the slam dunk contest. He's a better dunker than anybody that's ever won the slam dunk contest. That includes Jordan, Dominique.
Stop. Now you're just stop it, man. Stop.
Dan?
Stop it, Dan. Stop.
Hey, Dan, I hear you.
Hang up the phone, Dan. Damn. He was incredible. But to say that, you can't do it on my watch.
Not a bad point, Dan. Not a bad point. See, you can't handle that the best dunker in the world doesn't even play in the league.
That's it's nothing against Mac. No. That's the fundamental problem.
You know what I see?
He's not the one.
You know what?
He didn't qualify.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He's the defending champ, and they can't beat him.
Yeah, NBA's got a problem.
The mouths in the NBA can't beat him. They can't. They can't. They can't. Way to go, Matt.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want the best dunkers or not? Because if you want the best dunkers, McClung's got to be there.
What's that for?
Well, I know why Drew doesn't like McClung.
Evan, what's
either.
that for?
For winning.
You're listening. It's a fraternity, Goo.
And he's not in it.
Fraternity brothers.
He's not in it.
No, I'm talking about the league. And fraternity brothers don't fight, Goo.
But you care about your frat. You do what it takes. And Star Powers, guys, get off your ass and participate.
The most important thing for most of the players now is to continue earning a contract.
And you can do that if you participate Saturday nights, Donnie.
No,
McClung's played 5 minutes this year.
I'm talking about McClung did?
Yeah, for the Magic. He's played 5 minutes.
Face.
Oh, stop. Both of you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah. The thing's a mess. It's a mess. The Bay put on, everything was great, but the players need to step up, and now they're just they're scrambling to try like some eggs on the stove. They're trying to find. We don't even know if this is going to be the way they do it next year, Stoney. And it's about pride and passion, man. Nobody's saying break a bone, but
it's not
take a page out of the old school guys' book, man, and just give us some effort.
That's like. You ready for this?
Team OGs? What are we doing? Team Shaq? What happened to East and West? Damn it. Come on, Stoney, call a spade, man. This is out of control.
No, I mean, look, quit.
Team OG. Oh, I know about the Lakers, the Celtics.
You know what?
East, West, Team Shaq. What are we doing?
You know what? I'm with the younger generation on this one, and I'm dead serious.
What?
What Bird and Jordan and Magic did is irrelevant at this point. It's irrelevant. It's a different era. Oh, those guys used to play hard in the 1980s. Well, guess what? The winner on each team got $25,000, which was a lot of money back then. Now it's 35 years later, and these guys are making so much money. It is unbelievable. And you want them to play in an exhibition? The rules are different for these guys. They have the clout to do what they want, and they're doing it. And good for them with this money that they're making. Hey, Ray, what's up, Ray? How you doing?
Doing good. Listen, guys. I mean, it's not Augusta on Sunday on the back nine where everybody's going to be interested that are not even golfers. But if you think, I live like 2 walking blocks from the Chase Center.
All right.
And the interesting thing is, did you see how many people were out there? Did you see how many people went to the practice game at the Oracle in Oakland? The reality of it is they and around the city at different little hot spots where they were, at Pier 39, down on Market Street, everywhere. People just wanted to be a part of the occasion. I understand Guru's thing about, let's play. You know, I used to live with a guy named Earl of Pearl Monroe in New York when I was going to college.
You lived with him?
And Earl of Pearl.
Earl.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
Did you live with him?
Earl of Pearl. I lived with Earl. We lived on West 88th between Columbus and Amsterdam.
Wow.
I'm still good friends with Earl and a lot of the guys. And the interesting thing is, they played different. But if you go back to the Dream Team and when Jordan and them played, think about that as not an exhibition like because it's the Olympics, but guys they played against wanted to take pictures of them. Just look at the documentary. It tells you that these guys today, they're making money. They have short careers. They can't get out there and blow out an ACL or tear an Achilles or something playing in an All-Star game. But fans still came out to watch them in Oakland shoot half-court shots and walk around. Fans were standing out in the foyer of the Chase Center just watching on the big screen. They didn't care. And if you really don't like what's going on, there's a switch on your TV that just goes off or to another channel. Thanks, guys. Continue with
Take it
your
easy.
show.
Appreciate it, Ray. Thank you.
No, he's right, and people came out, and they always do, but my whole thing, Stein, is it shouldn't stop on the court. And all we're asking is the big head, the popular guys participate.
510 Zucci, Maine. It's an entertainment weekend, not a basketball weekend. It's kind of well said. You know, like this is what I
John
mean.
can entertain.
This is kind of what I'm talking about. And I'm going to use Paul George, but I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything like that. So Paul George is playing for the Clippers, and he's got one more year left in his contract at what, 50?
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right. He's paid.
Okay. For 1 year.
Yeah.
For one more year. So he opts out of that contract. Why?
To get more
to get 4 more years. So now he signs. So the LA Clippers are trying to do the right thing.
All right.
And they look at Paul George and they say, you know what? We cannot pay this guy $230 million over 4 years. He's 35 years old.
All right.
So Paul George now starts sniffing around, and the Clippers have to do what the Clippers have to do. And here comes Philadelphia with a 4-year, $200 and whatever it was $1 million contract. All I'm saying is, do you think Paul George really gives a rat's ass if Phillies can win a championship or not? Sure, he hopes they could if Embiid could ever play 65 games, but he didn't go there because it was a great chance to win a championship. Right. LA would have been a better chance had he stayed. So Paul George right now is happy as a clam. Yeah. Why? Because he's making 55 this year, more the next, and more the next. And you know what? He's not going to have to work 82 games worth of effort to get paid that money. Yeah. He's in the club for another 3.5 more years. And I'm sorry, I don't think he's motivated by, I got to win a title before I'm done. I don't think he is.
Now, we're micro and macro. I'm not mad, and you're probably on point with that. But that's how the system is set up, and that's how you would do it. It's how I would do it. But, Stoney, to be honest, we're talking about Saturday night. We're talking about an exhibition, and everybody came out and the Bay was on fire. But we're talking about players in this league, the popular ones, just giving back to the fans on Saturday night, and we're not seeing that. And I don't know what that's about. The contract thing that you speak of, you're not wrong. But the bottom line is, I just, as a basketball fan, felt slapped in the face right after Mac McClung pushed on that great show, which it was. They had to go get him for the 3rd year in a row because our high jumpers or our guys that are getting paid buku money just feel like they'd rather watch George Jefferson reruns than participate in the slam dunk. Well, that hurts the game.
Let me ask you a question. You were complaining all week about the slam dunk contest before it ever happened. You thought it was a joke that McClung was in it. You didn't know a bunch of the guys who were even participating. So why'd you watch? Seriously.
Because I'm a fan.
Okay.
And I'm always going to watch.
But you knew what you were going to get.
Yeah.
Like you knew it, right?
It doesn't make it hurt less. And it doesn't make you think, especially after I'm on social media. I guess I got the choice to stay off, but I'm on. And then you see Ja right after Tisha, like LeBron did in 2009, where he tweeted that slam dunk in that year was so great that he might come back in 2010 bulletin. He didn't. So it's just like Stoney. I don't think it's too much. And the OG caller that just called to live with Earl the Pearl, I get what he's saying. But there is still a responsibility for one night to kind of participate and have NBA players feel that thing. And they didn't. And that goes to Steph for whatever reason he chose not to participate in the three-point contest.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing pretty solidly. Had a pretty good weekend with all the All-Star festivities.
There you go.
San Francisco, this and that and the third. But, man, the product is bad. Steph should have joined the three-point contest. He should have, man. It's your home crowd, Steph. Come on, man. You got to do it. I didn't miss LeBron James not playing. He's a hated rivalry. I think he was scared he was going to get booed or not. But anyway, OGs, that's kind of weird. I want East and West. I wish they would go back to the days where everybody wore their own, team uniform. That was so incredible back then, man. But, sports got watered down. The NFL, they got to add an extra team for the playoffs. The NBA, in-season tournament, play-in tournament, always adding this nonsense, man. And then I can't blame Max McClung. He's doing a damn thing. He's a better dunker. I'm not going to say than Dr. J or nothing, but he's a better dunker than LeBron James, who's always been afraid to enter the dunk contest. So I got to give that guy credit. White man can jump, by the way. But anyway, man, great show, y'all. And Warriors on the road with Butler.
Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate it.
Let me throw this at you, Stotty. I can't speak for the chef, but I think I can speak for the fans or myself, and that's what I'll do in front of my microphone. I almost think in a crazy way what I saw from those games that equaled the All-Star game, I would have rather had Steph participate in the three-point contest and then kind of just bypass the game.
Exactly, because that's better. The three-point, when the three-point contest and the dunk contest are good, they're better than the game. But they messed that up, too, with the dunk contest lasting 7 hours, and you can miss 14 dunks.
Oh, it's just we didn't even get into the format. That's an eyesore.
So that's the other thing. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about All-Star Weekend and how you feel about all the festivities, whether you were attending these things live or whether you were watching it on TV, or hell, whether you were just in San Francisco, Oakland, and the Bay Area trying to enjoy the festivities. But, again, I guess the silver lining for the league is the game itself, or the games, were a little better than last year when they scored almost 400 points. So you have that. Everybody's saying that, well, it wasn't great, but it was probably better than last year. Okay. Something to build on. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and we're going to get into some of this sound. Draymond Green talking about the Warriors' second half. We'll get into some of that. I'm going to play the LeBron James for you so you can be mad at him and not Curry. What about Edwards
awesome.
Didn't play, right?
Yeah, but we knew that coming in. That was announced. We knew. Here I am getting my popcorn ready, put my Parmesan cheese on it, and Bron's not playing.
We didn't know that Ant wasn't going to play, though.
He was dealing with something coming into the game.
I didn't know whether we knew or not.
No, he was suited up. He was shooting pregame and then said afterwards that he felt his groin.
Oh. See, that's why we had our man on the scene.
He was there.
But now, so LeBron found out his dog was barking, a day before the game, and Ant 2 hours before the game. It sounds to me like both guys, don't hate on LeBron, Goo. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Hey, Steve, why are you on the roof?
Product research. We engineered the Xfinity mobile network to have super fast Wi-Fi on the go.
That's teammate on teammate crime right there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steph got TJD, huh?
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Teammate on teammate crime.
All right, we're talking about All-Star Weekend. Goo's not happy with it.
Well, I was happy with how the Bay put on. So, and the fans' experience, the Moscone Center, the HBCU game that they had, Charles Barkley donating $250K to San Francisco on his homeless issue. Like, all that's awesome. But I'm talking about just the problem that the game is before it came here to San Francisco.
Well,
and it doesn't seem like there's a fix in sight. And Evan hit me with the LeBron wasn't the only one before we left. Ann Edwards, Luka, like Giannis didn't play. He could have gave up.
You feel bad about singling out LeBron?
No, that one hurt more. I love me some Ann, but man.
By the way, let's I'm going to take a call here. Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. He's been waiting a while, and then we'll get into some of this Barkley sound. Hey, Larry, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. I want to make 2 quick points, and I'm going to try to be as fast as possible, so please don't hang up on me. The first point is, while we all would have loved to see Steph in the three-point contest, I can't equate it to Bron. Like, Steph has given us that pleasure on multiple occasions. So we've seen the greatest shooter on the greatest stage doing what he do. And so we've had that pleasure. When we like it at home, that's just a comfort food, if you will. But it ain't like Bron. Bron never been in the dunk contest, so we've never seen the best player in the dunk contest for that era. Secondly, on the East and West, I'm 55, so I'm an East-West guy. And so I agree with you all. But my 17-year-old daughter, who was at Thrive City with 2 of her friends, shout out to the Warriors staff, was blessed with 3 tickets to get in Section 115 to watch the All-Star game. We had no tickets, no money for that. She got in, and it was the time of her life. She doesn't. It was that connection of, oh, this sucks. No, it was like, wow, what an experience. So the NBA and the Warriors gave her to be a fan of a presentation of what we know used to be better. But for her and her generation, it was perfect. And so I think the NBA is balancing that new versus old. But, like, for me, I was thrilled for her. But at home watching it, I'm like, a little gimmicky. I'm used to something different. But to talk to her and her friends, it was amazing. And so I just wanted to provide that perspective.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate the call. And I'm not afraid to say it's a young person's world. It is.
Yeah,
get over it, Goo.
No,
get over it. Seriously,
LeBron can never come back for not participating in one. Well, and that was a great point. Curry has blessed us with the 3-point contest.
I got a great point why LeBron hasn't been in the dunk contest.
Give it to him.
And it was provided by none other than his best friend Draymond Green. Draymond Green over the weekend said, "You know what? LeBron's game doesn't really fit for the dunk contest." Like, he's not a great dunker.
I would pay $1 million to watch it, though.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, Steiny, we see him in game when he teases us in the layup line.
If Draymond said he's not suited for it, then he's not suited for it. If Draymond says it, it must be true.
Future coach.
I want to hear this Barkley anecdote about this. This is from yesterday.
Chuck is awesome.
Now, Barkley's been critical of San Francisco, said he wasn't coming. Then he showed up, and then he did some volunteer work. Charles Barkley, he's becoming a fan favorite out here in the Bay, right?
Real quick. Yesterday, no cameras around. I know we talked to Raymond Ritter, the fine PR man of the Golden State Warriors. Tell me about your morning real quick.
Well, I spent the day at a homeless shelter. The people were amazing. It's called Glide. And man, they work so hard over there, and I want to give them a lot of love and some shine. And you know what? And not only that, I'm going to donate $250,000 to Glide. Thanks for Raymond, but the people at Glide were awesome, so I'm going to donate $250,000 to Glide.
Chuckster, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you doing that with nobody around.
They never going to be cameras when I do stuff like that.
Nice job.
Thank you, brother.
They're chanting, thank you, Chuck.
Wow, man.
We got a new favorite in the Bay.
Yeah. He's a good dude, man.
This one's for you. 510 on the text line. Hey, Steiny, Oh, I think he means you. I bet if we polled 100 kids, 85 to 90% of the kids would say they love this weekend. Why are we keeping hearing about these adult curmudgeons complaining about a product that is not aimed at them? Zucci. He's right.
It feels like you wrote that. Now, I'm just talking about participation from stars the fans want to see. That's all.
And look, I can be a first team curmudgeon with the best of them. Hey, but not this. This one, I'm with the kids. I'm with the kids on this one. I am.
But again, Scotty, we're talking about two different things. The weekend was phenomenal, out and about. We're talking about the slam. I'm talking about the slam dunk contest, and the guys that are able to participate for whatever reason have found this to be a turnoff. Yeah, and the loser in that is us all, regardless your age.
And I'm telling you, the way this league has evolved, and to the point they've gotten to, hey, everybody wanted player empowerment. So they're going to play if they want. They're not going to play if they don't want. And whether we like it or not, LeBron James has been to 20 All-Star games. You know what this is for him? That's what it is. He doesn't feel like he owes the fans. He feels like, you know what, I'm not going to play this year. I just don't feel like it or my foot hurts. Because, you know, who else? Who said this? Oh, Damian Lillard.
What he said?
Was talking about how one of the reasons guys don't play hard during the All-Star weekend is because, first of all, it's a sprint to the end of the year. All right, they only have like 25 more games.
Right.
But he said, you know, in our day and age with our players, anybody who hasn't won a ring gets criticized and raked over the coals, and you got to win a ring or you're going to get judged. And so what he was saying was, they're not, like, don't expect us to play hard in an exhibition game when we get killed left and right by not winning a title. Like, we got to try to win a title, not an exhibition game, is essentially what he was saying. And I don't know. I don't know what you do with it. But
well, I hope, help me out. You're my partner. Johnny, I'm coming to you. I got to experience some of it, not all of it, but I thought, just from being a Bay Area native, everything was beautiful about the event and everything that led up to it starting Thursday, just starting all last week. So I'm not losing sight of that. This is just Saturday night where I have a problem, 97% with the dunk contest, and I think that's fair. I'm not by myself.
And what's
just take some pride in the league that pays you and has changed your life, and people just want to see your talents. And for Giannis and Ja to go back on Twitter immediately after McClung put on his show, I'm just thinking, okay, maybe we're closer. And maybe that was just them tweeting. But, Stoney, all the people that are calling have great facts. That thing littered with what it used to be with the Jordans, the Kobes, the Vince Carters, I mean, it would be incredible. And maybe those days are gone.
You're right. Like
right.
They are. Right. Like they just are. Javier in Vacaville. Ooh, Javi.
Our man.
How you doing, Tim? Mr. Simon Father, how you doing?
Yes,
hey.
I made sure to say your name right. I'll just, make sure I get it correctly. Pronounce it correctly and did it prominently. So, I had two things. I hope you guys let me give my time, because the reason why I know the All-Star game can be fixed is simple. But before, I don't like how we have not discussed the NBA leader in rebounds, first in double-doubles, second in, he has third now in triple-doubles, and he has the most consecutive double-doubles in the NBA.
Sabonis.
He's all-NBA last year, but he's going to be all-NBA this year. But you guys had two. It doesn't matter. He's all-NBA. So 13. Don't disrespect my man. That means he's top 15. Okay, stop cutting me off, please. He's top 15 NBA player in the league, and he's not good enough to be in the All-Star. You can laugh, snicker, and moan. You ain't got nobody on your team that can cover him. I'm just letting you know that cannot.
I don't have a team.
But he's not. Okay, the Warriors at the team that you cover through the radio station has nobody on the roster that can cover Sabonis in the interior. You can laugh, snicker, and grin, but that's a fact. At the end of the day, the NBA had 24 players in the NBA on that All-Star team, and and you can please just listen, Giannis and AD both out, but we take 2 guards to replace them, and they say, well, it's based on the wins of the teams of the players. The Atlanta Hawks are garbage. Kyrie Irving is a great player, but his statistics aren't nowhere near compared to Sabonis. Sabonis is the biggest all-star sub in the last 15 years, and it's all prevalent to we don't like Sacramento. But it's all good, though, because when put up comes to shut up, Sabonis had 30 rebounds on Thursday, the day before the all-star break started, and he will get the Kings into at least the play-in at the very worst. But I digress. The way to fix the NBA All-Star game is very simple. The NBA has the U.S. versus all the international players, because the international players aren't going to play soft. They're going to make sure that their hometown, their home countries will not ever allow them to come home playing the way that the NBA players do. And LeBron and Anthony Edwards, and man, I'll maybe give you a pass. LeBron, you're a cartoon character, man. You took a picture with your street clothes on. You give an hour notice you're not going to play. There's 4 or 5 guys that are more than willing to take that spot, and you just said, it's all about me, LeBron. Hey, retire already, bro. We're tired of you, bro. We don't even like you in the Bay. We don't like anywhere.
Thanks, Javier. Appreciate it.
And I'll say this to Javi's point. That was a loss. He got those rebounds in that last game against New Orleans for sack. Steiny, and you fought me, but I'm just saying this. Since this is all I'm doing my Steiny a big joke, there shouldn't be snubs. Okay, damn it, add 2 more on each. There should not be this, if the game means diddly squat, just open it up and say 2 other guys are on the cusp of making it. You come on to the Bay too. Like, what are we doing? It's not, what am I looking for, Steiny? It's so broken down. There shouldn't be, we don't got enough room on the airplane, or we don't got enough money for the. What? Just open it up for 2 more guys. The days of snubs should be over. If it's all just a joke, and guys, you know what I mean. Well, Booker should have been an all-star. Sabonis, Javi should have been an all-star. What would it really messed up had they been out there in the layup line, participating or what have you? That's what I just find. Just like, you know what?
Yeah, and
there should not even be. The snub is for social media so people can go argue. But the bottom line is let everybody in, damn it.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's a smart solution.
That's where I'm at.
So
they let Mac McClung into the dunk contest.
Yeah, and you didn't like that.
I love Mac. I appreciate what he can do. I'm over the props. But he almost killed himself on that dunk over the car, and Hook Mitchell did that first and cleared it.
Well,
that was a rough landing for Mac.
So your answer to All-Star Weekend is to add more players.
2 more spots.
Why?
Because I'm like Javi.
So you don't think then there's going to be a snub further down the list? What about Scotty Barnes?
I think I wouldn't be running hot like I am when LeBron, Edwards, and Giannis didn't play, or Luka, regardless of the notice. You know, guys still would have got there. Now I'm looking at it like
more All-Stars. More All-Stars.
Is Devin Booker not an All-Star?
Was he?
I'm asking you.
No, I guess he wasn't. Should he have been? They're under 500.
Well, why was KD out there?
I guess they thought he's the best player on the team. Did he get voted in or picked? I don't know. Like 12, like the roster's at 12 or whatever it's at. You can expand it if you want. Sure,
I would.
Everybody's an all-star.
I said 2 more, Stoney.
Cal is in Oakland. What's up, Cal? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How you doing?
All right.
Doing good.
Good. Hey, a couple things I wanted to mention. The NBA is about money. It's the money grab. And this whole weekend just emphasized that. If you really want to make the dunk contest competitive, put some major dollars onto the winners. Give them a $5 million prize, $10 million prize. If somebody's going to make 20% of their salary in one night, you're going to get the stars out there. Make it legendary, like Kobe and Dominique Wilkins and Doc. Take the props out of the game, get the top players in there. There's 5 or 6 guys at the top of the league. Get them in there, okay? I'm glad Steph didn't participate in the 3-point contest. Steph needs to preserve himself for the rest of the season so the Warriors can hopefully make the playoffs, okay? But Steph did his part. He was the ambassador for the Bay Area. He did what he was supposed to do. I'm glad he didn't participate in the 3-point contest. LeBron was making a statement. Now, his statement was made to Silver. I don't know what message he was trying to send him, but I'm sure Silver got the message. Okay. I agree with, although I'm not a Sacramento fan, Javi made a point about international versus America. I want to turn the beam off, but I agree with Javier on that point. If you want to make the All-Star game competitive, make it the USA versus the international. And then the other point that I wanted to make, it was too much fluff with the All-Star game. Don't be bringing out props in between the games, Ernie and those guys going fishing and all that crap. You know, stick to basketball. But overall, I was happy the way the Bay Area represented. I was happy that they brought some activities back to Oakland and brought sports back to Oakland, because I'm an old head. I used to sneak into Coliseum and walk up on the ramp and get contact high back in the 70s. The best basketball player I ever saw was Gary Payton's older brother. His name is Greg. He's a preacher in Oakland now. He just never got the exposure, but he was the best point guard I ever seen. Okay, that's all the only points I wanted to make. I'm out.
Appreciate it, Cal. Thanks for calling in.
You think Bron was I got to be honest, Donnie, I didn't share it. I wasn't full throttle on it, but you think there was some type of statement from him or not? He just was.
Yeah, his statement was, I'm hungover.
Oh.
I mean, seriously. That's
a three, but allegedly, Steiny. Come on now.
You guys, you know what?
That was good, man.
You know what? You guys, you people, as Rick Barry would say.
Rick was looking good courtside Saturday night.
You people are under this crazy illusion that this weekend's about you. It's not about you. It's about the players. That's what this has turned into. It's no longer about the fans. The fans mean nothing. I don't know about you, and maybe somebody that was in the building could help me, but it didn't look like a huge sellout.
Everyone was there. Let's ask E.
At Chase Center last night.
Yeah, there was a lot of empty seats.
A lot of empty seats. So it's a made-for-TV event, people.
But I think what they do is because there weren't many seats available. Like I was looking on second markets or third-party markets. There weren't seats available. So I think what they do is they buy out all these seats for different people, but like they don't go. And so there's just not much energy in the building for any of these events.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What do I mean by you people? The fans. The fans. Don't expect these guys to... They're here to party.
I would also add, Steiny, it's for the players, but it's for the sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
It's for people that are flying in from around the country to say that they got to rub elbows.
Yes.
And grease palms with all these different star athletes, and then to go back to their respective corners of the world and say, look what I did this weekend.
Well said. Well said. Steiny, you aren't invited to the All-Star game, but Grandy was? Yeah, I think that's true. Grandy had a credential to the game, right?
Grandy was at the Curry party.
I know.
Yeah.
Apparently not on the top floor, though. Let me say, Steph.
He got an invite. That's Steph, the top floor.
Come on.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. So Steph had a party open to people who had an invite, so then they would go, but then there was an upper level where you needed a special
VIP, like every party.
Access.
Yeah, like every party.
Yeah, you learn quickly that just because you're at the party doesn't really mean you're at the party.
But you guys
told you that was going to happen.
Always
like Steph was supposed to come give you a drink, Evan.
A bigger boat.
Yeah.
No, it's Steph's
that I
party,
get.
Yeah. You ain't seeing Steph.
What would happen if I would have gone up there with my signed Steph jersey and say, hey, Steph, can I come in?
Now, you actually might have been able to
get in. If he saw you, you would have got in. I'm surprised you didn't get the invite.
I didn't get any invites. I probably wouldn't have gone. Let's,
is word on there? Because I thought I saw
word on where?
On the call list.
No, not yet.
I guess he dropped off.
Not yet.
Yeah.
All right. Go. Let's get to word.
Okay, yeah.
What's up, Word? How you doing? I'll get to Rich, Gary, and Phil on mic on a minute. Hey, Word, what's up?
About to lie and say I wasn't on. I'm like, yo, I am here.
I got your back, Word. I got your back, baby.
I didn't see the board. My bad.
That's okay. So, I honestly, the outrage is goofy.
Thank you.
First of all, LeBron is not a dunk contest dunker. I still have his high school dunk contest on VHS. He jumps high. He dunks hard. He dunks on people. He's not limber. He's not flexy. In the air, he doesn't have the ha-ha. He's not that kind of dunker. Like, there's no flex. There's no freaky, like, legs kicking and arms. Like, that's not his game. He's a stiff athlete. Like, he can run. He's strong. He's powerful. But he's not like he's your boy Tennessee or Baltimore, the running back Henry. He's not Saquon. Like, you're looking for somebody to like be Barry Sanders when LeBron is like, he's the power back.
Word. In Miami, LeBron, and he teases us in the layup line. I've seen it. It doesn't. We're going to disagree.
He does.
Okay.
He does the goal. Can I please finish? I mean, I'm going to get...
No, because you called last week and you tried to check me and you were wrong and I let you get away with it and I'm not going to let you do it now. So quit crying. You called last week acting like you were Kevin Durant about to cry on the phone.
Hey, man, first of all...
Yeah, you don't tell me that. You don't talk to me like that. Word. Put some respect on my name. And I'm not yours.
I'm not so childish.
I'm not yours either, Word. I let you get away with something last week, and now you want to call me stupid with your stupid take that LeBron is not a slam dunk contested type dunker. Miss me with that, and just because you say it don't mean you're right. I got his dunk tape in high school on VHS, and the world is clamoring to see the king in a dunk contest. I'm tired of your crap. All right.
Watch the game again, then.
I'm not in this one.
Again, he came at me last week with that Durant tape. Nah, him, Word. Geez. What is almost in tears like he was Kevin Durant because he didn't get treated the right way. I'm tired. I don't talk to me like I'm your kid. You do that to me every time you call. That's why I was waiting on him in the bushes.
All right,
I got a VHS tape of LeBron in high school. He ain't that type dunker. And I've seen Bron dunk, and the world wants to see him. Miami LeBron. Cleveland the first time. The second time. But to call here and say he's not that type dunker, miss me.
I think Word's point was just like he thinks the outrage over LeBron not doing it is a little over the top. Let's get to Filmo, Mike. Filmo, what's up,
He took
buddy?
care of me, man.
Hell yeah. Filmo, what's going on?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Hey.
What's poppin'? Interesting conversation. The All-Star for the Bay Area, we don't, I'm not really tripping on the game. I'm going to get to that. It was just a great feeling. A lot of energy in the air. People I ain't seen 3 times in the last 3 years. I've seen them 2-3 times in 2-3 days, man. Talking to them, I'm at this event. I'm like, man, for real, boom, I got an invite to that event. It was lit. And then if you could get the little drip sound for me, I went out one night, forgot my ID, and I was still wiggling. So yeah, let me pop my collar. Oh yeah, but nah, man, it was fun, man. And I gotta tell you, Goo, I'm keep it real. Kind of wrong. I'm sorry, my guy, you wrong. He's right. Word is right. LeBron is too stiff. I mean, it would have been epic to see him do it, but I don't think he would have. I think LeBron knew he's not an epic dunker like that. So I don't think that's why I think he never did it for real. Like Jay Rich is a better dunker. Stevie Franchise has some thunder. He was a great dunk contest dunker. So I agree with Word on that one, Guru.
All right,
so,
and I want to take a second and say thank you. You took care of me, got me in the function, little Daryl Reed's party. You took care of your boy. I appreciate it, Mike.
It's all love. Don't forget, man. You feel me? Word got them VHS tapes of LeBron. I mean, that mean he was in the lab. Yeah. You feel me? And then my last point is with the All-Star game, it's corny. Stop throwing money at the players.
I agree with that.
When the kid won $100,000, that was cool.
That was awesome.
It's a come up story. When you do, even if the charity thing is cool, you just gotta figure it out, man. But as far as giving the players more money, hell no. They're spoiled enough. Let's not throw them any more money.
Thanks, Filmo. We gotta get out of here. 888-957-9570 is the number. We gotta get Word back on, and we gotta smooth this over. Hopefully. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
introduce myself. My name is Matt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you had to love that.
3P.
Max McClung over a car.
Mac.
What did I say, Max? Mad Max. I'm thinking of Vernon Maxwell.
I saw him.
At a party?
Yeah, Kenny Smith party. Went up to him. I said, you were great, man. Thank you, brother.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
So were you just going to parties and just kind of...
No, it's a party, so it's a social event.
No, I know. But it's
music playing.
I'm trying to get... okay.
Yeah.
This was the Kenny Smith party.
Yes, sir.
Now, he's a big boy.
It was off the chain.
So where was it?
Pier 15.
Okay. Was it a big room? Or?
Yeah, I want to say, not warehouse, but there was no upstairs, so it was all on one level.
How many people were there? 100?
Oh, hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yeah, and then they had all Barkley gambling. I was like, oh, my God. Had dice and poker tournament.
Okay.
So got to see the likes of Joey Taylor, Jalen Rose, Steve Smith.
Nice.
Dr. J went up to me. I say, Doc, when I get your age, I'm trying to look like you, man. You look good.
So he
appreciated that.
You essentially just...
Yeah, if I saw you,
yeah, I got you. Yeah. No, that's cool.
What you're holding on to this?
No, I'm not. You're right.
No phones, no pictures. Dude, I didn't do any of that.
Listen, it's a party.
Right.
You're supposed to socialize.
Yeah, had a little margarita.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go. Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Richie.
What's up, Rich? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, man, moving forward today, y'all need to get Guru a glass of wine, man, so he can relax, bro. That was a little much. I didn't expect that this morning, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
So,
you hate to see it.
But I will. Yeah, well, that's Guru being Guru. I get it. So,
I'm good now.
Okay. All right. But this is the thing. I kind of agree with what Damian Lillard stated earlier, and that is that, at the end of the day, the NBA players are all being categorized when they don't win a title. Okay, they don't have a ring. So to Dame's point, is like that's the one thing that's been haunting him. Okay, he's done all these great things in the NBA, but he doesn't have the NBA title. So it's like when you come to something like this, which is an exhibition game, it's like if you go all out and you injure yourself, now all of a sudden what you can contribute to your team becomes hampered. And so what is the ultimate goal? Well, the ultimate goal is to win a title. That's the ultimate goal. And that's a goal that's not reached not just by him, but a bunch of other players in this league that have been, supporting the league physically with their play out on the court. So I agree to what he's saying there. I do say this much as far as LeBron James goes and him not playing. LeBron's 40. Only he knows what his body can and cannot do. Now, I don't know if his injury is real or not, but I do know this much, that if I am LeBron James and I got problems with my ankles or toes or whatever what's wrong with them, then I'm probably not going to get on the court and play. And that might stymie what the fans might want to see. But, hey, at the end of the day, LeBron James, you look out for LeBron James. And so in that respect, I do understand why he may have decided not to play in the All-Star game. Thanks for your call, guys.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. Here's what I was thinking, and you can disagree with me if you want. That's fine, because it's just my view of it. But do you think because of the social media era, do you believe that there are more pro players today that basically not that they have an adversarial relationship with fans, but I do think today's pro athletes feel way more criticized than they have in the past.
1,000,000%.
Okay. That's what I think
1 million,
too. So let's say I'm a player like,
let's use LeBron.
I don't want to use LeBron. I want to use a player who hasn't won a title. Let's just say Damian Lillard, and he's different, obviously. But to me, this is the other thing that I think is just a small part of it. Damian Lillard is a great player. He's done unbelievable things. He's probably going to the Hall of Fame, all that kind of stuff. But there's a segment, I can't win. He's not very good, hasn't won it. Like, if you're a player and you're starting to feel a negative vibe from the fans, just in general, why would you want to play in front of them? Like, why would you want to play an exhibition in front of them? You know what I mean?
Well,
like if it's truly becoming a little bit adversarial, well then I'm not gonna give back to these fans who some players might believe don't appreciate them in the first place.
Well, I'm not mad at you, Stoney, but I'll say this. If I were a player, whatever you do, whatever you participate in, social media has made it last longer. So let's just say you lose. Back in the day, you lose, take a shower, maybe Sports Center shows it, there's a clip, news cycle, 24 hours, and bam, it's over. But social media just keeps things there to linger. So it's like if you lose something, you lose 6 of them because fans are clamoring. But as far as Dame, this just me, you didn't ask. Stoney, since Andy Reid, I am done saying this guy or gal can't do this or that until it's over. I'm working on that. But Dame has participated before in the 3-point contest, and I'm just trying to, off of what you said, Stoney, that doesn't have anything to do to me with him being able to win a title or not. So him sharing his services, I liken it to NBA players like Bryce Harper, like some of the big studs. I know I'm not comparing a dunk and a home run derby, but they're both strenuous. We've seen some of the stewards of baseball participate in the home run derby, giving back to the fans. And Dame did it. Steph did it. Not this year in the 3-point contest, but he played, and he has done it. And maybe that's why Ja or LeBron in his heyday, Steiny, because I'm not saying Bron at 40 is the candidate to go out in a dunk contest. I get that. That time has passed. But I'm saying if you lose, maybe some of these guys aren't programmed to deal with what it would look like on social media. I don't know. But I think there's a correlation there.
I could definitely see.
Because if it were me, I would be worried about that too. Like, damn, I don't just lose. I'm going to be chopped up.
Right. And so why should if you don't think if you think that there's haters out there and you think there's trolls out there.
Well, they're everywhere.
Okay, well then why would you expect them to give back to the fans? They're not making a differentiation between good fans, bad fans, trolls and not. Like I don't think some of the players view it as giving back. I think they view it as this is an obligation to these fans who, quite frankly, I'm not into because I don't think they really support us like they used to support players back in the day.
Now
it might sound ridiculous, but I could absolutely see fan backlash being a part of an NBA player just not wanting to do it.
I'm not. I damn near agree, and I do agree. And I'll say this: you could say, "Oh, come on, Goo, that's not you talking," but it is, Steiny. I'm using Giannis since I'll get off of LeBron. If Giannis would participate in a slam dunk contest, Steiny, at the end of the day, there's really no loser. The energy and all that would go all into a guy like that or Ja Morant participating, I just feel from a fan perspective, the win is the fact that you're in it. But maybe they feel like my brand, I'm looking at Ja, like Ja tweeted, Max making me think about dunking again. And it's like it shouldn't have to come to that. Man, it would be incredible if you were to participate. But maybe, again, in the back of his mind, how it would look after it was over is really never over because then they're going to say, I can't do it in the you know what I mean?
I mean, the other thing is the players.
I wouldn't.
The players are on to the whole thing being just a gimmick. I mean, if you're going to go back to Jordan and Dominique Wilkins.
Oh, my gosh.
Dominique Wilkins beat him.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
But Jordan won because it was Jordan.
He was at home, too.
My point is that Wilkins won. He was unbelievable that day. But you know what? It was Micah. It's like, it's all kind of Steph Curry. How many Tatum have last night? Tatum had the first 15 points of the game. Steph was the MVP. It's like they all know this is all concocted. That's the other reason I think that they're turned off by it is because they know they're just these.
But Stotty, that contest and Tatum and Steph, it ain't like Steph had a bad game and got the award.
No, but it's like
you know what I mean.
But he was going to get the award.
He put on a show, and to Jordan and Dominique, that went to the scorecard. And I get what you're saying, and some have said Dominique won, but it's not highway robbery. Kind of like, and I got to be careful here, when Iguodala got the NBA Finals over Steph. That goes against what you're saying. Like
That's
the league
completely different. That's 7 guys voting. That's 7 guys voting. And Dominique Wilkins.
He was, oh my gosh.
Like he beat him as far as I'm concerned.
But they both were spectacular, I guess, is what I'm saying.
But it's all script. It's a scripted weekend. It's all scripted. And you know what? If it's all scripted, sometimes why would I want to take part in that either? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I don't think Tyler Hero was in the script. He handled his business. Like, you can't manipulate that contest. He made the shots. You know, the three-point contest.
I'm talking about the dunk contest. Yeah. I'm talking about the game itself, and I'm talking about who wins the MVP. It's like, you know what? Here's the other thing. If you're truly like an old school, who's the Jokic? Like, really, if we want to come down somebody's road, it would be Jokic.
Right.
Because he's a great player. He plays serious basketball. He knows when he plays in this All-Star game, it's a joke.
And his game doesn't.
And don't ask him to play hard in a game that he doesn't respect. Period. And, you know, like the whole idea that Jokic's game doesn't translate to the All-Star game, I think that's a joke. I mean, this guy's one of the best passers in the league. The only thing he doesn't do is dunk. But, like, you think he couldn't have fun at an All-Star game, throwing passes between people's legs and behind his back and throwing length of the court stuff like he does? I think he could be fine. It's just, it's a bad pickup game, and these guys don't play bad pickup games anymore. Gary in Daly City. What's up, Gary?
How you guys doing?
Hey.
It looks like a wrestling show. That's what it looks like, a WWE wrestling show, all scripted and performed. I got a long shot here. I think LeBron might have took that, maybe he's hurt, whatever. Maybe he gave Steph his roses in San Francisco, Oakland, the Bay Area, and said, this is going to be your night. Go for it. And Anthony Edwards might have stepped aside, too. That's my little long shot there. But they stepped aside to give him his roses instead of being part of the show. They're taking the brunt of the heat, but give him the show. The ABA came up with the dunk contest. Anybody want to go back to the films? Look at the ABA. They started everything before the NBA.
Yep.
Period. It wasn't even close. The three-point shot, the whole thing. That was the show. And it used to be in the NBA, the last 5 minutes was when Malone, Stockton, and then we didn't have the trolls going after them in Barkley. They played hard right at the end of the game when it meant something.
Right.
Not today. Today's a WWE wrestling script. It's nothing against that. It's an entertainment for everybody that showed up. But it's a corporate world, and that's what it is. And for the kids, and that's a great thing.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the call.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Yeah, that's
our guy.
I think we all need to lighten up.
Yeah, D. Shinjiro on the YouTube chat. Guru, it's a picnic for the All-Stars to have fun, and that's what you do to have fun. Like if we asked Jokic, who was on record after the game, Stoney, saying he did not know the presentation for the TNT crew, well-deserved, was going to delay the game. Like, you know, I would have just said to whoever put that together, let's ball and then hand out don't have these guys waiting, but that's how you do at the gym when you lose. You got to wait, you know, if it's packed, and then you're cold. And I thought that's what went into the championship game. Like, that championship game didn't feel like a championship game. And even if you wanted to start Wemby, I don't think they could because he wasn't a starter. You know what I mean? Like, when he came in, they tried to make some noise, but Stoney, all I want is just a participation, man. And I don't think fans are wrong for that. And it's been going on for almost a decade now.
You won't see anything from me tonight. Unfortunately, I will not be in uniform tonight. Still dealing with ankle and foot discomfort, so I will not be playing tonight, unfortunately. You know, I hate that, but I'm looking forward to seeing the format. This is the first year for it. I know we got a lot of they call us the OGs. That's hilarious. We do got a few guys with gray hairs, so that makes sense. But, you know, that should be fun. I saw a quote the other day, DK was somebody who's going to play against me. So I guess I'll see him at practice, and hopefully I'll be in practice. We can go at it then.
The King.
I'm out.
He's got foot and ankle issues.
Right.
So he announced that an hour before the game?
Yep.
Somebody said he didn't even get into town till Sunday.
Yeah, he didn't. He wasn't at any of the festivities the rest of the weekend.
I'll tell you what. I know. Whoa. I know what happened.
Give it to him.
He was actually suspended because he missed practice on Saturday. I'll bet you.
That's a 4.
Who's the coach for the West?
Well, his coach was Shaq.
Oh.
Shaq
O'Neal. Probably
O'Neal.
told him not to come.
He might have.
Like, I hated, you were laughing earlier, guys. I just hated the titles of the teams. Like, I'm an East-West guy, Steiny, Pac and Biggie. Come on, man. What are we doing? The OGs. What was the other?
East-West has nothing to do with Pac and Biggie. It was before them.
You can't tell me what
the All-Star game was playing East and West in the 60s. Those guys were barely even born.
But that's how
it has nothing to do with it. Pac and Smalls has nothing to do.
Hey, if that's what I do with my East and West, that's what I do with it.
All right. Lee's in San Francisco.
Oh.
Hey, Lee, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys
What's
doing
up, Lee?
How are you, man?
What's up, baby?
I'm doing good. Hey, Kuru, you're right, man. I know you take it to the heart sometimes, but you're supposed to, because that's what life is all about.
You know what, Lee, real quick, I might have did too much, but I just got to tell you, you didn't ask, but I'm going to take this time to do it right now. Doing this job, there's politics with these callers. They take shots, They kiss Steiny's ass, and then they'll hit me on the way out. And you know what I do? I'm the nice guy. But I've been keeping a tally who's been disrespecting me, and last week Word disrespected me, and I wasn't having any of it.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, because it's like that some days. Every dog has his day, and, hey, the day was yours. But listen, the reason why I called is to give you guys your props. You be on the radio doing your thing for the Bay Area teams. I appreciate that. I'm a Ohio boy myself. But, I love LeBron. Ain't no backing away on that. But the All-Star game is about fans. And the NBA has stepped away from the fans over the last 15, 20 years. And they have went to corporate, and they bring in all this flair and hoopla. But, I remember going to the NBA All-Star game for 10, 15 years, and it was about the family. You bring your family, you get a little card, your son's in the NBA, your daughter's in the NBA, little card that they have right now today. But that doesn't exist anymore. So, it's not about, the players didn't do this, the players didn't do that. It's the hype. And when you get all in that hype, you get lost in the weeds. And I'm telling you, they need to get back to the fans, man. If they can get back to the fans and the appreciation of the game, I don't mind seeing 200 points scored in a game. But what they did the other night was just utterly ridiculous. I don't know what that was, but, it was the NBA.
Appreciate it, man. That's Lee in San Francisco.
And Steiny, I know I call myself old school. I just hated watching an NBA game, or for that matter, an All-Star game with no clock.
Well, I think they had one of these before, didn't they?
Yeah, but it was just
Elam ended.
Yeah, what are we? That was me.
Guru.
It's not for the fans.
Guru. No. Have you ever played pickup basketball? There's no clock.
Yeah, I got you.
It's up to 11.
Yeah, this is the NBA All-Star game.
Exactly, and they're trying to incorporate fans who might understand that. I don't the one thing I thought of when Lee was talking about, it's got to get back to the fans. It got to get back to the fans. It can't get back to the fans because the fans and the players have nothing in common anymore.
Now that whoa.
They just don't.
Now that it should never. Then Steiny, then nothing. No entity can be saved if we're talking about entertainment. If that is, if you're right, then there's nothing anybody can do.
I think there's a problem in sports. A lot of fans, regular Joes, they don't feel any connection to these players. These players make tons of money. These players kind of live in a bubble. These players don't seem to really commit themselves to the game like their predecessors. And I think, something's happened with the connection between the fans and the players. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I don't think fans relate to these players. And I mean both ways, kind of as players, but also just the lifestyle they live and their priorities with regular people's priorities and stuff. Yeah. I just don't think, like, the NBA players have never been more unlike the fans that are watching them now, if you know what I mean.
Wow. I don't know why you haven't said the word, but care comes up.
We're talking about why, like, a family makes $100,000 a year, and these guys are making $58 million a year, and you're asking a $100,000 family to pay a ton of money to go to a game, and they feel like the game's not worth it because the guys aren't investing their heart and soul into it anymore, or to the degree. So, anyway.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. I know we're up against it. You didn't ask me real quick here, Stoney. I would, and I'm warming up to USA versus the world now, thinking maybe, the guys from different locales, the Giannis's, they have pride. I think they have more pride in where they came from, and that maybe that would take the U.S. guys to meet that, and then that would equate.
You know what that's called? The Olympics. It's called the Olympics. So the NBA is completely out of ideas. They're going to have to borrow one from the Olympics now. Like, that's really what we're talking about.
Well, we just borrowed one from 24-Hour Fitness.
They cannot figure out a way to make the players care. Period.
That's a sad state of affairs, man.
And I get why the players don't really care. I kind of get it. And I'd like to think that most people would care, but I think in that position, they don't. That's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can keep this up, talking about All-Star Weekend, what you thought of it, what's working, what's not working.
We got to get into Draymond too, Stein.
Yeah, we can. If we don't, we can always get into that tomorrow, because I actually have some positive thoughts about what Draymond was talking about with the Golden State Warriors. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Is it possible to even fix this All-Star Weekend? 888-957-9570 is the number. And, you know what? That's right. You know what I almost said, Evan? In the 12 o'clock hour, listen for... But we've got everybody registered for knockout right now. All right. So what's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'm not in this one.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
Pippen,
with Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All-Star Weekend. In a shambles.
Oakland Arena got some love. That was awesome. I just wish somehow they could incorporate. I'm being serious.
I said this when they moved.
Play some home
yes.
games. That would be incredible.
I said this when they moved, and everyone's like, oh, yes, Steiny, right. Yeah, really.
Steph brought it up. He was talking
exactly.
Like
Where do you think he got it? He got it from me, and I'll tell you why. And don't you look at me like that.
No, you're sounding lying. He got it from me, but I
did. The bottom line is this. The Boston Celtics, they used to play 3 games a year at Hartford.
Yeah.
The, what was their team? The, what was the Kansas City Kings? They played half their games in Omaha. It was the Kansas City Omaha Kings.
That's tight.
Let's see, the Atlanta Hawks. They used to play games in New Orleans to try to up their fan base.
That would be awesome, man.
Come on, people.
Shout out Rick Barry.
Three games at Oracle. Tell you what, Charlotte. Who else stinks? Atlanta.
You know who they should make go play there? Like the first 3, or I guess all 3 opponents. Like it should be LeBron. The Celtics should have to play there. Oh, no, the Celtics weren't there. LeBron. Kyrie now with the Mavericks. They should have Clay come back and play there. And then like James Harden, whatever team he's on.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
But it's not unprecedented. It could be done. Let me just play that, Steph, on including Oracle in the festivities.
I mean, if you've been a part of our journey and understood the highs and the lows of everything we've experienced as the Golden State Warrior franchise, Oracle is front and center as the symbol of that. It's such a unique place. Oakland's such a unique city, unique town, and the idea that we had an opportunity to pay homage to the 47 years that we played in that building and the memories that we had. I got real emotional yesterday going back. I've been back a couple times before, but not with a crowd and not with a basketball floor on the ground and being able to kind of reminisce. And it was very special for sure. I know there's a lot of talk like we should play a game there. I like that idea. But Oracle holds a special place in my heart and a lot of fans who've been a part of this journey too. So it was really cool.
Yeah. Wow. You remember Will Chamberlain when Will Chamberlain scored 100 points?
Yeah.
Where did he do it? He did it in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Hershey doesn't have a team, but they played in Hershey to expose people in the middle of Pennsylvania to the professional basketball product. There's no reason the Warriors couldn't play 3 games a year at Oracle.
Damn. That would be sick, man.
Joe. Come on, Joe.
Where the We Believe unis that year, Steiny?
Maybe. Let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. Joe in the Creek. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so look, you can't really blame the players, right? So back in the day, they fly in at noon, they play a game at 5, they fly home that night, they get rest before and after it. But what's the NBA do? They're like, hey, here's a great idea. Let's have a dunk contest. And that's kind of cool. And then they're like, well, that made us some money, so let's do a 3-point contest. And that was kind of cool. And then they had a skills contest, a Rising Stars game, and it turns into this 4-day event because you know what? They care more about the $50 million that they're making for all the owners than getting the players 7 days rest. Would you rather Steph and Dre rest 7 days and come back fresh and hit it hard, or would you rather make the owners an extra $50 million? I mean, so the players are sitting here and they're just kind of like, yeah, we're just racehorses, man. We're just out there, we're making the money, and they all know the best thing is for them to get rest, so that way you can push for a championship. So I'm tired of people blaming the players. I mean, they need rest. If you've played this game, man, it's rough. You have to rest in the middle of the season. So that's kind of where I'm at on it.
No, and Joe, I'll take it one step further. Thank you. In an era where guys are load managing and they're sitting out regular season games, what makes you think they're going to want to play in a glorified pickup game? They're not going to want to. They're not going to want to.
And Draymond was he was phenomenal. We'll get into him. But Stoney, he even said, not that he was ready for the weekend to be over, but it was taking a lot out of him. They had a lot of obligations.
I know. And, honestly, people are going to laugh at that, but there is something to it. I mean, it's not easy for these guys to have to get up early, go to appearances, then go to practice, then have to go to some festivities, then stay out all night and drink till 4 or 5 in the morning, and then they've got to get up at 8 again. I mean, it's not easy on these guys.
Stop
it's not. And that's the other problem of having so many older players in the league right now. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he was out till 4 in the morning, and he was fine. He was fine. LeBron, why do you think he didn't play? Because he's too old now. He can't go out and stay out till 4 and then play. He can't do it.
Well, quick question, legitimately. I was unaware of how many commitments someone like Steph Curry had this weekend. Did that used to be the case where, if it's in Chicago and Jordan City, he's got to be somewhere from 8 a.m. until essentially 3 a.m. for 3 straight days?
Not like this. No, not to this extent.
Maybe that's the reason, too. It's like they don't have energy.
Well, and yet he won the MVP because you're right, Evan, this was his hometown, and I got to believe he had more to do than anybody and gave back to the community, him and Aisha and his family.
Yeah, now, on the one hand, these guys do have a lot of commitments. On the other hand, they're just getting chauffeured around everywhere. You know what I mean?
Look at they're sitting something else.
I bet Curry spent most of this weekend in a big black Escalade.
No, it was the Vans. I saw him get out of one. They had the little. You're right. It was I was like, oh man, those got to be cool. Let me read this from the 669 to you and Evan and the fans. All-Star 957 The Game week. All week, host and producers and the director work without pay. Would the staff have the same motivation, or would some even show up?
What does that mean?
If you had to do, I don't want to speak for you. I love you. If you had to do something for no pay, would Steiny still be chipper? Or would you be like, oh my God, Goo, I'm not getting paid, but I'm doing it for the listeners?
Well, what do we do when we go to Fremont Bank?
Well,
we don't get extra money.
Yeah, but that's not a week. Those are a couple hours.
Right, but we do it 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah.
And we just do it. But we're gamers. Let's go to Jesse in Oakland.
Girl.
What's up, Jess? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Well, this is probably the only time I can recall that I think I agree with Steiny on every point he's made this morning, and it's actually kind of scaring the hell out of me. Goo, I love you, man. I love your passion, but I'm afraid that what we all want, because you want what we all want, is just so unrealistic in this era, right? This is the most spoiled. Let's just be real. I'll be frank. This is the most spoiled generation of NBA superstar we've ever seen, right? And power to them, but these are guys that, this is the only probably profession where guys can straight up say, I'm not showing up to work tonight, but I'm still getting paid, right? And Steiny touched on something earlier in the segment that, I agree with 100%. And it goes more to the bigger picture of what's happening with the fan base and why our ratings down. What's the disconnect, right? You have the average Joe who works his 9 to 5, maybe even works 2 jobs, right? And he gets home and he wants to watch his favorite team play. And then on any given night, you find out, the 2 best players on our team aren't playing tonight for whatever reason. But the very next night, they're playing 30 minutes. They look completely fine, right? And that's just happening year after year. It's just too unrealistic to ask these guys to care about something that's an exhibition game when they don't even show up to work every night for the regular season games, And a caller, and this will be my last point, a caller made a really good point earlier. It does feel like WWF now as far as All-Star Weekend does. And you know who loved WWF? You know what age I was when I loved WWF because I thought it was real? I was 10 years old.
17.
It's not for me anymore. Yeah, it's not for me anymore. I'm a 33-year-old grown man. I didn't watch a single second of All-Star Weekend, but you know what? That's my choice, and I'm not going to complain about it because I didn't watch it, right? I'll watch the regular season as best as I can, and hopefully the players that I like to watch will choose to show up, because, I feel like I'm taking time out of my night I want to watch you. I respect you, your game, but there is a big disconnect, and I just don't think you can fix it. Thank you for giving me time, guys. Have a great rest of your show.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jess.
And
No
you know
problem.
what? He kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle, Stoney. It's nothing you and Evan haven't said, but, again, you could say grow up or just forget the memories that you have of the league and the All-Star game. But he said something that hit me. So you think that ship has sailed? It's unrealistic to get these guys to care, even if you put some compensation in, the winning team got this or that. I'm just asking.
I mean, okay, here's the other thing. These are all-stars, okay? So it's the all-star game. So we're not having an exhibition game for the most part with a bunch of guys in their second year who are making $2.3 million. The all-star game is for all-stars, and these guys tend to make $50 million a year. I mean, just look at the payroll. Like Steph, $55 million. LeBron, $60 million. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, $40 million. They're all making I don't think you can incentivize it enough with money.
Wow.
I just don't. And
you don't like the home court thing, huh? For the finals.
Do we like it in baseball? I hate it in baseball. Most people hate it. I don't want 11 guys who aren't playing in the finals to determine who's going to get who's going to get home court advantage. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Yo.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Goo.
What's up, baby?
This me and you, Goo. Man, I'm 100% with you, Goo. All that other stuff, these people bumping, Goo, man, bunch of hypocrites. Is this what we would tell our kids if they was playing in the NBA?
Wow.
Oh, dude, you making a whole lot of money, so, take plays off. You going to the All-Star game, take plays off. Do this, rest, load management. It should be all about your money. No, this is not what we're going to tell our kids. We tell our kids to give our all no matter what. And until we in the position, we want to bump and play Monday morning quarterback or guard or whatever you want to call it. The bottom line for this is this. Hey, Goo, let's just take our ball and go home, man. We ain't even got to watch the NBA no more if it's going to be like this.
Wow.
Because what I saw over the All-Star weekend, look, I'm a homebody. I've been watching games for as long as I can remember, 54 years old, and I watch with passion. There are people that can't go to the games, but are at home watching with passion, giving it their all. Me, my wife, my sons yesterday, we bought food. We bought everything, man. We kind of decorated the house.
Right.
We were all up for it. Everybody was giving their all. The dancers were giving their all. The halftime performers were giving their all. The entertainers, the people in the building that work for these organizations, giving it their all. Everybody is giving it their all except the players. Steiny, how is that fair?
Wow, I love that.
I don't think it is, Leroy. I mean,
you've never said it's right. You just said, wake up.
I just get it.
Wow, Leroy, thank you, man.
The NBA has created their own problem. It just has. Silver's got the load management part, I think, is
infected this.
Yes. It's just absolute. These guys load manage regular season games. What do you expect they're going to do for an All-Star game? Like this.
So you're saying it's bigger than the All-Star game?
The NBA is all the number one rule in the NBA, if you're a player right now, is self-preservation. You want to laugh? I said it. It's longevity over legacy. It just is.
Well,
it's about playing. It is about playing as long as you possibly can for as much money as you possibly can, so you can continue to live the lifestyle. And as long as there's an owner out there willing to give a guy like Paul George, who's at 35 years old, Until they're willing to say, you know what, we can't give a guy this old who's never played, a full season in the last 6, it's going to continue. I mean, it's going to continue. For goodness, I mean, and it's Steph Curry. You're paying Steph Curry's the highest paid player in the NBA, but we all know he's only going to play 66 games at best. It's just the way it is now. And
I don't even find that real quick. I don't even find that that's a good number for me. Well, if you said Curry's going to play 60,
but that's the point. There's a generation of fans that watch John Stockton play 82 Jordan, every single year, and Bird played hurt, and Jordan played hurt, and Olajuwon was as competitive as they came. Nobody was taking a big contract and saying, I think I'm going to play about 65. I don't know. Back in the day, it was actually a source of pride to play 82 games.
No, you're right.
It's not anymore. Now it's the other way. Guys want to be like, the biggest sign of clout in the NBA is when you can get a DNP rest.
I thought LeBron did that yesterday.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
That's
that was
when
a flex.
You know you've got power. DNP rest.
That was a flex.
That's all you need to know about the league.
And I'll say this to that. Leroy, man, I'm still feeling that. I mean, he painted the picture, but Steiny, I'm looking you in the face right now, and I can't tell you what next year's NBA, and some out there can be like, who cares? Go move on. I can't tell you what that game's going to look like because I think it's going to be Joan Rivers again. There'll be another facelift to it, and they're trying to capture something that they once had. And all we ask for is, again, Steiny, not broken legs, just effort.
Yeah.
And if you are right and that's what it is, then, man, I did not like 4 different teams. One team not even of NBA All-Star caliber. I thought Draymond knocked that out the park. And, again, that wasn't pointing the finger at one somebody. It's just like, what are we doing? And we're kissing ass to get the guys to play or care.
Again.
And yesterday, to me, forget where it was at because it was in our home city, and that's made the weekend great. But as far as the effort, Steiny, I didn't see any difference. The games were shorter.
Draymond may have been right, but they brought the rising stars into the equation because you guys don't care. And last year was such a joke that not even the commissioner of the NBA could support it. He couldn't even support it. So because the guys don't compete, then you got to how can we get him to compete? How can we get him to compete? How about this? Just tell him to go to the Bahamas and come back ready the second half of the season to go to the playoffs.
Wow.
I mean, who would miss any? If they got rid of the All-Star game.
You still get named All-Star, but there's no game.
Yeah. Who would miss it? Who would miss All-Star weekend?
Well, you're going to look at me and laugh. Steiny, I was out and about, but I DVR'd the celebrity game. It starts there for me. Okay, they had the HBCU. Like, I'm a sucker for, and even Kevin Hart, who I love.
A minority. It's not even funny.
Man. Well, Leroy's in that same one with me because he painted a vivid picture of how, that was an event for them in their home. They were all in. And I feel like Leroy's like me, Steiny. He said it. I don't need to say it for him. They were kind of let down with the product.
But
see, 3-point contests, you don't get that. It's just, you like to see Steph, but it's shooting. So you get what you signed up with, you get that part of it. And I love Mac McClung. I'm getting hate on here. Like, dude, I love what he did, but he's symbolizing what's wrong with the stars and how they look at the league and the fans. That's all.
I mean, I don't understand why a superstar would come to the All-Star game and be like revved up to quote unquote compete.
Damn.
There's no incentive to compete.
And here I go again. I'm living in the past. Kobe, Garden, Jordan.
Well, that's the other thing.
You know what I mean? Like, that stuff was.
And this is the other thing. Like, can we stop with Jordan got matched up with with Kobe, a time or two
I got
during
a
the
picture
game.
on my phone.
That's fine. And Wemby takes Kyrie Irving. That's fine. That's fine. But we got to stop pretending like the All-Star games in 1985 were like the finals. They weren't like the finals. The NBA players back then had an agreement. They would coast for about 3.5 quarters, and then they would kind of try down the stretch. Not like it was an NBA finals, but they knew how to put on a little show. They knew how to kind of keep the game close.
Yeah.
And then the last 6-7 minutes, they'd play. And that was good enough for everybody. It's not good enough for anybody these days. So.
A lot of people saying Castle should have won. I'm not saying that, but Stoney, what did you make of the dunk
I
over
didn't see it. I only saw McClung's game winners. So what did I miss?
No, just Castle had some good dunks without the props. And that's not me hating. I'm not a big, shocker, prop guy when it comes to the dunks. I like to see you kind of do something that Dominique did or Vince Carter.
Well, Prize Picks. The props.
No, that's a 4.
Did Prize Picks have props for like the All-Star weekend?
Oh, all weekend.
All weekend.
Like, give me one of them.
Well, you could pick like over-unders or more or less, sorry.
Buddy Hield.
Dunk score.
Yeah. Buddy Hield's 3-point total. He had the highest one. I thought Evan was going to win.
Hero beat him. Yeah. Buddy made the finals, though.
Yeah, his first round was the highest score, I think, since Curry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was hot.
You know what that means? Big second half. Yeah. Big second half for Buddy Hield. I feel like it. I feel like it's going to happen.
And the team. Draymond mentioned championship. That was great.
One of the things, you're so idealistic. I think that's what it is. And good
you talk
for
to
you.
the people or me?
And good, you. You're so idealistic. And quite frankly, I envy it. Because I've become more skeptical than you.
But you can't understand. I had it. We had it.
We had what?
What we're yearning for to come back.
Right.
Pride in competition.
Guru, that was 30 years ago. We can't go back. We can't.
And I hate your answer if you're right.
I am right.
About God. My mother-in-law, Mary Brown, God rest her soul, always said, and she harped on it, and I used to didn't like it's not either haves and have-nots. But you're sounding like the players are the haves. These That's contracts true. Are so astronomical that the regular fan is the loser now that they're getting that.
That's true. I mean, you think it doesn't affect ticket prices? You know how much it costs to go to a game at Chase?
Right, and that's why I'm saying if the LeBron fan bought the ticket just predicated on seeing him in the Bay, I'm not saying he wasn't hurt, man.
No, they saw him.
And then he came out. He was introduced in street clothes. I'm like, look at this guy.
888-957-9570 is the number. For example, could I have gotten a prop bet on, let me guess, Steph winning the MVP?
Well, you just would have bet it straight up, and I think he was the favorite.
Yeah.
Not rigged.
To play good in his own backyard, Stoney. Not that big of a stretch.
No, I know. And he was going to get it no matter what.
He hit that half-court shot.
Give him the MVP.
He did more than that.
I didn't see it, so I can't speak on it. I just know that I came in today, and some people in the office said, how'd Tatum not get it? He scored the first 16 points. I was like, wow,
Pods can dunk. Dude, I'll leave that alone. And I want to shout out somebody next, Donnie.
Word?
It could be him. I'm going to send him something.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It was a highlight from All-Star Weekend. Reggie
I
Miller
can keep going if you want, but I'm not.
on the call.
And Cheryl, his sister, got on the mic with him too. Did you? I don't know if you saw her, Cheryl Miller, the great Cheryl Miller.
I saw her sitting on a bench, I think.
She was coaching. Her team lost, yeah.
So, we're talking about All-Star Weekend here in the Bay. And by all accounts, it was a fun weekend here in the city.
A success.
But whether it translated or not on television, that seems to be another story. The game itself, if I had to compile what all the writers and media are saying, they would probably tell you was marginally better than last year, which was roundly considered the worst All-Star game in history. So this was a little bit better. Guru hot about the league having to invite even a guy like Mac McClung.
And this was his third invite.
Yeah.
And that's
because nobody can beat him.
Well, I would love to see it. That's all.
Let's go to Telmo in the city. He wants to talk about Goo being upset about the All-Star game and what's going on. Hey, Telmo.
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday to both of you.
Yeah.
Here's my point. I get it, and I to a certain degree, Steiny, I agree with you. Just name the All-Stars like the Pro Bowl or whatever, and then give them the time off. You want to do something, maybe pick 4 All-Stars to coach teams and maybe do a college team, a young team, maybe do an All-Star team from the Euro League, and then but not with the actual, because these guys don't want to be playing and risking injury. And here's my question to Guru. Guru wants to see more competition, guys going at each other. I get it. In theory, they're the best. You want to see them go. But Guru, how would you feel if in that process, say yesterday, a guy's like, oh, I'm not going to let Steph get off on me and shoot from half court or running 3. I'm going to pick him up high on the perimeter and is guarding him crazy, and something happened and Steph hurt his ankle or his knee and was out for 2 or 3 months. Like, how would we feel about that today? Is that a better alternative than just watching a boring game of guys? And Steph, I know you kind of run material, Steiny, but Steph won the MVP. He's the hometown guy, but he did the most entertaining things in the game, like Jaylen Brown getting layups inside of a paint that has nobody guarding it. Just because he had 4 more points, whatever, doesn't make it entertaining. At least Steph chucked it up from half court and had a running 3 and made it the whole thing fun. But my point is, nobody wants to see these guys get hurt and miss the rest of the season.
No, that's a fair point, but I'll say this too to you, Telmo, is, that can happen when you're lollygagging. They say a lot of times, Donnie, injuries happen when you're trying to not go all the way. So, that could happen, but I hear you, Telmo. We don't know if it's going to happen just because you're playing hard.
By the way, am I the only one that's always thought that's a bunch of crap? I think it's a bunch of crap.
I always heard that if you try you don't go hard is when you get hurt.
When did you ever see anybody get hurt when they don't go hard? It doesn't happen. See, that's my point. It sounds great.
Well, you can tear an Achilles just running, though, Stoney.
My point is it sounds great, but it has no basis in truth. You do not get hurt more when you don't try. Why? Otherwise, we'd see injuries left and right in the All-Star game for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? If he doesn't play 100%, then he's really risking injury. No, he's not. He's actually... It's safer not to play 100%. We don't want to say that.
And if we went throughout the year, what's the biggest injury in the All-Star game history?
Exactly. I don't remember any.
Kobe getting his nose broke.
Then it was Kobe. He didn't care.
Right. Oh, man.
Let's go to Roxy. Roxy's in Lafayette. I was in Lafayette this weekend. Mm-hmm. Hey, Rox.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I haven't. So I wanted to just say that the NBA All-Star, I'm a older lady, right? And I watch it every year. Okay. And I got to say, we have to change with the times. in terms of how they're doing it. So I like the new format, but of course I was not pleased in terms of not seeing the whole, like the time and the different players or West versus East. But my point that I wanted to make is that I thought it was LeBron who talked to all the players saying, let's not put effort because I don't know if this is true or not, because he wanted to buy a team and the owners wouldn't let him. If you can, I don't know if you know any of that. I think Stephen A. said it.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
I don't know, or maybe it could be internet. But like I said, I was calling because it was way much better. This was better. They were actually competing.
Roxy, can I ask you a question? And if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to.
Sure.
Roxy, how old are you?
I am, I would say, half a decade plus 4.
Okay.
Look at my girl.
And you know what? See, Roxy, you're like me. It's time for our generation to step aside. We got to step aside, right? It's a young person's world.
No, I wouldn't step aside. Like, I'm not stepping aside because I'm still a fan. But I understand the change,
Me too.
The reason why there's DMP is because they know that if they play the way they used to, they're not going to last. Their careers are going to be short.
Yep.
Now we have social media. Now we have all these different choices. It's different now. It's not like the way it used to be. So I'm just saying, I appreciate the effort. I love Steph. And I think LeBron was trying to make a statement and a tantrum, and he wants the attention. And I just love Steph. And, All
right. Thanks, Rox. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll say this about LeBron. I didn't hear Stephen A. Anthony Edwards was growing, as Evan told us, and Giannis didn't play. But, dude, it was breaking news when LeBron announced that he would not be participating in the game. Steiny, I just couldn't. I said, "Oh, Trey, what happened?"
Like, you couldn't believe it, and I couldn't muster up any sort of
And
anger.
my guy came out doing introductions.
I can't believe you just asked a woman her age.
That's worse than how much you make.
I could ask her that, too.
You never ask a woman how old she is.
First of all, you know what? We live in a different world now, today. It's like, it doesn't matter. There's nothing.
Who do you think you are?
Let me tell you something. It's not worse to ask a woman her age than it is to ask a man his age. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you're a fossil, you're a fossil. I grew up in the Paleozoic era. I'm ready to acknowledge that. It's a young person's world.
If you were running for president, you would lose all your votes with that. Steiny, you don't do that, though.
I don't do what?
Ask women their age.
You know what?
Thank you, Evan.
You're lucky that there's not one woman in this. You know what?
I'm lucky.
I'm going to do it all the time now. I'm going to do it all the time. Actually, I won't.
Yeah.
But Roxy.
But Evans was raised right. He, not saying you were, but you don't do that.
You can do it over the phone. You just can't do it in person.
And then what did you do with that information? Just say she's no. I
just want to eat her age.
Yeah,
to make
exactly.
Your point.
What's the actual number going to do?
No.
Yeah.
No, because what she was, I just wanted to make sure she was in my generation because she was really conveying a lot of my thoughts, and I could tell she's got a little, like me, she's got a little resentment toward people her own age who can't acknowledge it's not about us anymore.
Dude.
So, and sure enough, she was in my demographic.
Yeah. I'm like, what's he about to say? Take a nap? Where are we going with him, dude?
The kids out there understand where I was going.
But the kids, okay.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
You keep doing this with the, who should be mad and who shouldn't, what you should expect. But the bottom line, Steiny, and it's offensive to me, I don't care how much money you make. It's about the fans. And that's why when Ja and the greats don't participate in a slam dunk contest, it's a stain on the league, regardless if you like it or not. That's all. You can say I'm being a basketball groupie. We want to see Ja.
You're just being naive.
Well,
I mean, to think that what happened this weekend was about the fans. That's pretty funny.
I will never get duped again. I mean, Stein, did you see the aerial shots of Chase outside the courtyard? Even at Oracle, people were out. The Moscone, it was a beautiful thing. So they showed up and showed out.
Right.
Everybody but the ones that were supposed to grab the mic and sing.
And you expected different.
It's like Michael Jackson sending Tito out. You know what? They don't want to hear Billie Jean. You just go out and handle it, Tito.
Thank you,
and that's what McClung was.
650 on the text line. You get it. I have no problem with anyone asking me my age. Just don't ask me my weight. That's what it's all about.
Oh, Steiny.
That is, you are right.
There's unwritten rules, man. You don't ask people how much they make.
I don't
their
believe,
religion.
Look, if I don't believe in unwritten rules.
Shocker.
They're unwritten for a reason, apparently, because they're not really rules.
Hey, real quick.
They're suggestions.
What were you doing in Lafayette? And why Lafayette?
I was in the creek on Saturday.
Okay.
And then we stopped in Lafayette on the way.
Beautiful Lafayette.
That's nice.
Freedman's Appliance?
No, didn't
stop by?
Didn't make it to Freedman's. We went to this new place in Walnut Creek called, what's it called again? Oh, it's called Pinstripes.
Oh.
Pinstripes.
So do they have like a sports bar or lounge?
Pretty much. It's an open area. They have bowling upstairs. We didn't go bowling.
So you didn't watch any of the NBA practice? I was glued to the TV.
I actually watched. I watched Auburn, Alabama. Let me tell you something. Johnny Broom. Woo!
Oh man,
can't make a foul shot though. Lefty out of Auburn, and then we went to a place in Lafayette called. It was crowded. We left. What was it called?
You didn't post anything on your social.
No, I don't have social.
Are you off X?
Yep. We don't have the ha-ha.
You are.
I went to a place called the Social Bird, but it was crowded and we left right away.
And that's the last place I think to see you at.
You sure that's not just what you call yourself?
No, you just left the bird. You left X.
Oh, that's not bad.
You gave the bird to X.
Need the little word, E. Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First
I do want to say something,
Credit Union.
I do want to give this dude some love. Fabby Davis is going to join us at 30, Mr. Fab, at 1:30. Steiny dedicated, fixed up a court, North Oakland. The news, everybody was there, invited me. I didn't see the invite till too late. But we'll have him come on, give his thoughts on everything All-Star Weekend here in the Bay and just about what Barkley did. Giving back. You know, I know he gave it to San Francisco, but fixing the courts, that's a big deal, Stoney. For these future All-Stars, men and women.
No. What time? 1:30?
Yeah, 1:30.
Okay, 1:30. And also, I'll ask him about Steph, giving him, I guess the kids call it DAP.
I did see that.
When he made the half-court shot.
Evan, what were your thoughts on the half-court shot? Did you know it was coming or he was going to attempt it? I said, dude, I'm done. I saw what I needed to see.
He takes a half-court shot in every All-Star game.
I feel like 39 players made half-court shots this weekend.
I mean, honestly, the half-court shots to behold were during pregame.
Yeah, I watched
him,
that.
Ant, Trey, and Damian Lillard basically having like a horse competition from half court.
That was not when the young man won the 100th. That was incredible on the last shot.
No, sorry. What I'm talking about wasn't televised.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Did you happen to see the young kid, Steiny?
Uh-huh.
Said he was going to put it away, help his dad, and put it away for college.
So how much did he win?
$100K.
Well, what's he going to do his last 3 years of college?
I mean, California's taking half.
You are a boy.
Okay, so congratulations. We'll pay for freshman year and part of sophomore year, depending on where you go.
They didn't say what he had to do with the bread. He brought that up.
Don't forget about housing.
Exactly.
And gas.
Oh, boy. Let's go to Tyrone. Tyrone's in Oakland.
Yes, hello. Thanks for taking my call. I was just interested in y'all guys' opinion about moving the All-Star game either to the beginning or the end. The beginning, if the players are not really going to compete, like why not move it in the beginning? Nobody wants to get hurt. Otherwise, move it further back after the finals. So I don't know. And if they don't want to do that, like maybe the best format is just like a little 3-on-3. Because that was the funnest thing to see, like Kyrie juking, doing a little bit of N1. Same with Curry. Maybe, just like half it, like make it smaller or something. I saw the HBCU game. There was more competition in the HBCU game in Oakland than it was at the All-Star game. So I'm taking off.
Appreciate it, Tyrone. Okay, tell me about the HBCU game. Who participated in that?
I'm bringing it up now, but I felt like since my daughter's at HBCU, Stoney, I felt like I was a part of that.
But was it former players in that league?
The actual two teams.
Oh, two teams,
yeah.
two colleges.
Yeah, two colleges.
Well, what were the colleges?
I'm about to give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. But
it was Morehouse and Tuskegee.
Thank you, my man.
Institutions.
Yeah.
Hey, we could also trick up All-Star Weekend and have maybe we get rid of the game, but we have like a horse competition. And you
think I'm playing?
Get back to the old one-on-one. Here's what you do. For the one-on-one, you make it $1 million prize money. And then you say to every NBA player, if you want to play in the one-on-one for $1 million All-Star Weekend, you can. And then you set it up like a bracket. Because LeBron's not going to want to play, but some guys are going to want to play.
Oh my gosh! But if you're right that some of these dudes don't want to participate because of the post game on social media, would you really, if your jaw, want to lose to Steph?
That's why.
But if Ja was really not worried about any of that crap and just went out there and gave back to the fans, everybody, there is no loser.
See, it probably wouldn't be the stars, but for example, if you told there's 450 players in the league. And you said to them, we're going to have a one-on-one tournament, All-Star Weekend. The prize money's going to be, let's say the prize money's $5 million and the winner gets half of it or something like that. All right. So Curry's probably I'm not playing that. But I'll tell you who'd be in, Pods would want to play in that.
But are you so sure Curry wouldn't?
Well, first of all,
what if I told you?
He's got no shot.
Okay, and I love Pods, Donnie. We know this. What if I said that doesn't move the needle? It would have to be the GOATs.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing
Ja versus Dame.
No, that'd be great if they would, but they're not gonna. I would like to see two guys kind of on their rookie deal playing one-on-one for more money than they're going to make in the year. What's Pod? Well, Pod's probably makes $1 million or
purse.
two.
Yeah,
probably two.
They would have to be second-round rookies.
Maybe.
Or two-way guys.
I'm in.
But hey, you want them to compete. Those guys would compete.
It ain't me. It's we.
Who? I don't care. No, it's not we.
But you recognize it, though. You recognize what you're not seeing.
But I like it.
No.
I don't.
I've listened to y'all show. You recognize it.
Recognize what?
The competition is lacking.
Right.
Because the players don't care.
And I guess
we gotta pay them or kiss their ass to care.
And
that's
I guess what I'm saying is, as an older guy, of another generation, I'm here to tell you that while this All-Star game is a joke, back when I was a kid, it was a joke. Less of a joke, but it was a joke.
But not what it is now.
Think about
they never had to change
this.
the whole.
Think about this.
You know what I mean, Steiny?
Think about this. Just listen to what we're saying. Oh, the All-Star game used to be great. Remember? They'd go up and down for 45 minutes, and then the last 3 minutes they'd try.
But even their 45 minutes was right now looks like a Game 7 to some of these NBA All-Stars. Come on.
Nobody can glorify the past like I can. But don't tell me that these guys went at it back when I was growing up. It was an exhibition then. Maybe they did a better job of camouflaging.
So you're saying I'm in love with an idea?
You're in love with an idea that has never occurred. You're in love with an idea that's never been.
Dude, I saw, what was it? It was in Denver about 10, 12, 13 years ago. Isaiah was still playing. Yeah. It was 108, 109 at the end. It was competition.
Yeah.
So it's not as far as you. We're not talking about 78.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Isaiah who 10 years ago?
Oh, it was longer than that. Thomas. Yeah, I'm just saying when guys D'd up and had pride,
man. They didn't. Stop it. You get we act as though, hey, Evan, back in 1983, there were 1978, there were essentially 12 Kobes on both the West and the East. And oh my God, did they go at it.
Well, I do think there's something to there being, I don't know about games, like competition throughout 48 minutes, but it did seem like there used to be more moments. Like the moments that gets replayed every single year from decades ago. There's less of those. Like I can't recall a moment from the All-Star game this year. Maybe we could talk to him about it because Fab's going to come on in 20 minutes, but the moment of Steph hitting a half-court shot and dapping him up courtside might have been the moment.
No doubt.
Yeah, but we're not going to remember that moment in 5 or 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, All-Star games I remember, or what I clearly remember Magic Johnson. I think that was 93, if I'm not mistaken. Other than that,
the only one I can recall is
tell me something.
Early 2000s, the one where Stephon Marbury went back and forth with Kobe at the very end. I don't know if it was 2000 or 2001, but it was a game that came down to the wire, and Stephon Marbury hit like 2 threes to tie and go up, and Kobe had a response in back-to-back. But it was like a 4-minute stretch of that game.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. Mine is Kobe's MVP, his first All-Star game at Madison Square Garden.
Is that when he took 48 shots?
See, why you got to stain everything? Jordan was out there, Steiny.
And he treated it like a regular season game, right? Is that what we're going to say?
Leroy wouldn't have called. Leroy's family would have got what they wanted. He used to get that.
Dude,
and you would grade with a curve.
Michael Jordan took the All-Star court with a lit cigar half the time. He didn't care.
Don't hate. He still played.
Yep, he played. Oh, yeah. Oh. All right, I see Pat. I see, we got Yinzer. You know what a Yinzer is?
Beer?
No.
He has a Yingling.
No, a Yinzer's somebody from Pittsburgh, I believe.
Okay, why? Is it Yinzer?
We can ask him on the other side, is what we can do.
Isn't it? Oh. You and the Banyas made a beer bet. I thought it was Yinzer.
What are you talking about?
What was the type of beer?
Yingling.
Oh. Well, that's what I'm thinking of.
I lost the bet.
You lose all of them.
No, I don't.
Get off the mat.
He made a Steinmetz bet that I usually make with you. He was, you know what the bet was? What? Garoppolo was done being a 49er. And I was like, he's done. And then he's like, I don't think so. And then maybe he came back. Remember, he came back because they couldn't get rid of him. So I lost the bet.
They had him on the side field. They were across the street.
But he was still in uniform. So I lost the bet. 408 saying the biggest moment of All-Star Weekend was when the fan hit the half-court shot for $100,000. I think it was a 3, though, wasn't it?
I'm going to be honest. I was doing interviews.
Yeah,
I didn't get
it was
to
a
see
half-court shot, Stoney. So, yeah, it was a 3. But it was a half-court shot.
We got to talk to Evan. He talked to all these guys yesterday.
KD. Talked to KD.
I want to see if any of them were good guys to him, bad guys, how he felt.
You care
what the
about
vibe
that
was.
stuff. How old are you? What you
I
got
know how old
to
the
think?
players are. I don't know
you're
why
nosy.
you just pissed
That's
me
what I'm
off
saying.
right now.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. I know, because you're trying to transfer what happened earlier. You know you are. You know you are. You're mad because I wasn't a part of it. Like, you can't come down my road. I literally was not involved at all. I had nothing to do with it. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Oh.
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Our guy Rotzi, that's right, I forgot. One of my favorite moments. Rolando Blackman making 2 free throws with no time on the clock.
I do
and
remember
nobody
that
on
one.
the line.
Evan wasn't even born.
No.
Punk.
What year was that?
87.
Yeah, not a twinkle in the eye.
Your boy was...
Why does that bother me?
Your boy was fresh out of college, wreaking havoc.
I was still in high school getting buckets.
1987. That puts me squarely working for Waterfall Gardens in Shillington, Pennsylvania.
Lethal Weapon.
A landscaper. What?
Mel Gibson.
87, right?
Danny Glover.
Yes.
You seen that movie, right?
See, that's actually the difference. No, I haven't. That's actually the difference between you and me. I have blue-collar roots. You don't. You've always been a white-collar guy. You've always wanted...
I don't think you could change a tire right now if you got a flat.
No, I'm talking about my work.
Yeah, but could you change a tire?
I landscaped. I painted.
I got you.
Okay,
allegedly.
I raked leaves at a cemetery.
Right.
I did outdoor work. I would plaster. I was an apprentice. I was a carpenter's apprentice.
So I'm testing that. I'll give you that.
Right.
But does it translate? Could you change a flat?
Of course, I could change a flat.
What you think, Evan?
Well, not now.
How much you want to bet me? Why don't we make a bet on that? Mouth.
Now I believe you could change it. I would hope you could change a flat.
Of course.
You're the type of dude, AAA.
It's not that hard.
Yeah,
well, I
after the
would
show,
get
let's go slash his tires.
I would get AAA, but I could do it.
All right.
Let's go to Yinzer in Petaluma. Ask him what it means, Goo.
What does Yinzer mean, my friend?
Hey, what you talking about in that?
Yinzer. What's
Yinzer?
Yeah, what's that mean? I'm not familiar.
Pittsburgh, PA. We got an accent in that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think they say, like, how Yin's doing?
Oh, that's how. Okay,
is that true?
gotcha.
Did I do that kind of right, Yinzer?
What Yin sits in on right now? Catch?
Catch?
That's a couch.
Oh, okay. That is wow.
All right, okay.
That's a twang for real. I got it. You learn something new every day, man.
What do you got, buddy?
From Pennsylvania to the next. I went to Allegheny College.
Where'd you go?
PA. Allegheny College.
Oh,
the Gators.
sure. I know well.
Wow, the Gators.
I know well. Division III?
Anyway, I want to get on to, coming from Pittsburgh, New Kensington specifically, coming with the first black quarterback in the NFL.
James Harris.
Who?
I thought it was
James
Gilliam.
Harris.
Gilliam.
Broadway Joe Gilliam played for the Steelers, but he wasn't the first black quarterback.
James Harris.
Wrong.
Who?
I'm losing my black card. I should know this.
Willie Thrower.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What a last name for a QB, Willie Thrower.
All right, what'd you want to talk about? What do you got for all?
I want to put a crown on. I want to put a crown on the city this weekend.
Okay.
A lot of hate going on here, but what a time to be in San Francisco. We had the NBA All-Star Weekend as well as Chinese New Year going on.
Don't forget the pickleball bash.
Right. I mean, everybody's hating on everything right now, but I just want to say San Francisco is a beautiful city, and what was going on this weekend was great.
You're right.
I want to put a little crown on it.
Yinzer, you know what? I'm
yeah.
going to follow up on that, and I'll tell you how. Because of all the stuff we're talking about with All-Star Weekend, we're pretty much talking about the product on television. So I golfed yesterday. A couple of my buddies. By the way, I stink. Anyway, golfing yesterday with a couple of my buddies, and like my one guy, Dan, said, his wife and I went into the city yesterday. We didn't even know, but there was all this All-Star Game stuff going on. And I said, was it a zoo? And he goes, it was crowded, but it was fun. I knew about 3 people that just came into the city, were messing around, and had a lot of fun. The weather was great. More could you ask for?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing? All right, let's go to JJ.
I said what I said.
JJ in San Jose. What's up, JJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You guys had a great show, making great points. I think the common theme that a lot of us are feeling is we're getting old, and it is what it is, man. You can't help it. We're relying let's be real. The NBA OG team, at the end of the day, is what brought the viewers. And they're not jumping around like how they used to. I don't even think I saw one alley-oop dunk in the quote unquote championship game. And that kind of tells me everything of how like things used to be. You used to tune in for the sick alley-oops. I actually appreciated Wemby trying to guard Kyrie, even though Kyrie put him on the skate.
Yeah.
Like that, kind of like what Evan said, moments. Like it is about the moments when it comes to All-Star games. And I think Curry knew the assignment, Kyrie knew the assignment, and Wemby knew the assignment. But everybody else is they're just not there, or they don't even want to be there. And this is where they're at now, where it's a flat product and nobody cares.
Appreciate it, JJ.
Nothing worse than anything flat, Stoney. Soda. And if he's saying the product is flat, that's not good.
Oh.
Flat soda?
I got you.
Biggest disappointment in the world.
The Yinzer in wherever, Petaluma. Warren Moon is widely known as the first African-American quarterback enshrined into the Hall of Fame, but Willie Thrower of the Chicago Bears holds the distinction as the first modern-era African-American quarterback.
1953.
Willie Thrower.
Wow.
What a great name.
I said that earlier.
Man.
Yeah. We won't find those highlights on YouTube, you think? Nah.
Probably not.
He had to have an arm.
Let's go to Linda. Let's go to Linda in Oakland. Hey, Linda.
Hi. First of all, please don't ask me my age, okay?
I would never do that.
He's on good behavior, Linda. We got him.
I'll try to guess by your voice. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I'll just tell you that. And then one point, I did go to the game yesterday, and I loved it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. The energy and Chase was insane. When Steph was going off, there's no doubt he was going to be MVP. So I just wanted to leave with that, with all the haters. No, it's not like it used to be, but what is? And my other point, I just want to say, I'm not going to tell you my age, but my kids are in their 30s. Do you know, when they don't want to go to work, they don't go. They call in this month, next month. When I was going to work, I worked every day unless I was sick. And, and the NBA players are no different. You can't tell me your folks and you guys, you go to work every day, but your kids, it's a different mindset.
Hey, Linda.
It's the same thing with these players.
I'm a bad analogy guy, but you got me thinking. I'm just going to say this. I think about my parents and their 54 years of marriage. Even the divorce rate now, people just give up quick. It's not like it used to be. Back in the day, you stick it out, you know?
Yep. And first, I didn't even know what calling out means. And I, like LeBron yesterday, he called out, you know?
Yeah.
Right before his shift.
Yeah, right.
Right before.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy. But I will say, I know I'm one of few, but my husband and I, we went yesterday. We loved the energy outside. We loved the energy, in the arena. Was ending a little, anticlimactic, but it was better than it's been in a long time.
Good to hear, Linda. Thank you so much.
Don't be a stranger.
Appreciate it.
She went to the game. Her and Evan in the building.
I thought when you said when you had to tell the boss you were sick, it was calling in. You're calling in sick.
No, you're calling out.
I thought it was calling in. I'm calling in sick today. I'm calling out sick.
Oh, it's totally calling out sick.
No, I think it's calling in. Hey, you
sick.
call.
Oh my God, I knew it, man.
What?
You're a Thursday joke.
Yeah, it would be like you call in on Thursdays.
No, I'm calling out.
Evan?
Why is he laughing?
He doesn't know.
No, I've only heard calling out or like calling out sick. Yeah.
You come in and you call out. Take that back, Tom. Yeah.
I won't. I think a lot of...
Hey, boss, I'm calling in.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you in a minute.
Calling in sick.
Stop.
There it is.
You're too
it's
smart.
Calling in sick.
Stop it.
Dude, you think I'm kidding? I'm not.
What's in? If you're calling because you're going to be out. You're calling out.
You're calling in Sick.
Oh, my God.
Hey, we're my old timers.
Yeah.
I'll bet Fabby knows.
Well, he's his own boss.
It's calling in sick.
Call it like you see it.
Calling in, Fozzie, on the text line. Mm-hmm. It's calling in to us old folk. Yep.
Well, that's because he was a lot younger than you guys.
Well, like that's the other thing.
When you going to start hating me, stop hating me because I'm still hooping. That's at the core of our relationship. Once I tear something and I'm done, we'll be better. I really think, man.
I just think sometimes you take things a little too far. That's all. Like your whole like the shtick with your age. I think it's funny, I guess. The first 48 times you say
no, I'm really serious.
Your age,
Sonny.
which isn't the
40th might be a splash. Let's do it.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. You saw him dapping up Steph Curry during the All-Star game. He was in the first row. What's up, Fabby? How you doing, Mr. Fab?
Oh, man, what a game yesterday. What a great way for Steph to bring it on home for the Bay Area natives and representing, man. We enjoyed ourselves. How y'all doing?
Hey, Fabby, did you ask him to take a half-court shot? Is that why he ran over to you?
I told him to. That's why I kept telling him, like, shoot it from half court. Like, hit one. So that's why when he did it, he looked at me. He was like, "I heard you." So I was telling him, "Man, shoot it from half court." So, and I didn't like how James Harden didn't give him the game-winning shot. He should have gave him the option to shoot it again to get the game winner. But you know how it is. It was amazing.
Hey, Fab, we do, man. It was good seeing you over the weekend, but you made news yesterday. You always commend you for giving back, but you redid some courts. Tell us about that and just what goes into that, man, because that kind of didn't get as much run as I would like it to have.
Well, man, positivity never really gets the real full reception. But, my godfather, Too Short, told me something the other day. He said, man, you're going to be the people's champ or you're going to be the person that they crown a champ. And when you do that, it's who they crown. But the people will always have the last word. And knowing that, I have to humbly just take it and say, man, we got to continue to be our own news media outlets and talk about the things that we talk about. And sooner or later, they'll realize it. But we put together a court, refurbished the basketball court that I grew up playing on, put out new pavement, new concrete, new rims, new courts, painted it. And brought hundreds of kids out yesterday, man. 3-on-3 tournaments. Some WNBA players came out. The three-point champion, Tyler Hero, came out. And we actually enjoyed ourselves, man. The kids were getting a chance to go out and go play in a new, safe environment on the basketball courts. And you can see a rejuvenated energy in the community. That was something that was needed. I would have loved to see some media outlets out there come out. But, hey, man, we're going to use these social media spaces and spots like this with friends and allies continue to amplify this type of level of engagement. And that's what we're going to do it for. We don't do it for the headlines. We do it for the healing.
Hey, where specifically is the court in North Oakland, Fabby?
It's on 44th and Linden, which is 996 44th Street. It's actually right across the street from the apartment building that I grew up living in. And, the whole significance of doing it is that's how my mother knew that I was okay. She could hear that basketball dribbling outside. And she would come to the edge of the stairs and she would scream my name and I'd be letting her know that I'm playing. And, it gave her an easiest feeling that her son wasn't out on the other corner because you had one corner that was down at the lower, then you had the corner that was up on by the corner store. And it was like, the one at the corner store was life-threatening. But that basketball court was like, okay, you're in a safe playground. So there's always a significance of why I do things in my neighborhood because it rechannels some of the things that I grew up doing and involved in, and we dedicated the basketball court to the community. It's called the Dope Air Playground. I put small museum-like images on the pavement for friends that I lost, the people that I grew up playing on that basketball court with that are no longer here. I put their names on the basketball court from three-pointers so you can be like, hey, I'm shooting this from Nugent or I'm shooting this from Mike. And it makes the people in the community feel convivial knowing that this court is coming to life and the sanctuary has been praised and preserved.
Wow, that's beautiful, man. Let me tell you this, Fabby. Stoney and I are older than you, and I got to keep it real. You were in the building. But the dunk contest, I personally, I'm being selfish. I wanted to see Ja. I wanted to see the big dogs. And McClung put on a show. I know that. So this is not on him. But what advice would you give me or older heads that want the guys to come out, the stewards of the game, to be there Saturday night like Jordan and Dominique and Kobe used to do?
Well, we live in different times. You know, back then those guys, everybody didn't have the luxury to have amazing contracts like Michael Jordan. So all of that extra money that was being put on the table, they couldn't afford to leave it on the table. So those were not only the competitiveness, but financially they were able to win a few dollars and bring some money on the table. Now you're living in the AAU league, in the AA years of where these young guys are getting hundreds of millions of dollars, and agents don't want to risk their star players hurting themselves and extracurricular activities. So unfortunately, we have to realize that the NBA is the biggest business, and some of these players competitively can't go out and compete at the levels that they want to compete at in those type of engagements, just based off the fact of it may be bad for business if something happens to them physically. So we have to humble ourselves as sports fans and understand that it's just all business, man. But you and I would love to see a Ja Morant go out there, the top guys that go out and go compete. I would love to see an Anthony Edwards and a Ja Morant in a dunk duo dunk off. I think that would be so amazing for the NBA, and the ratings would go crazy. The format for the game yesterday I wasn't too fond of. How do you guys feel about it?
Great. I didn't like it at all, Fab. I felt like I was in. I remember I read it to you, 24-hour fitness. Give me what we want, 48 minutes, and care about the game.
Yeah, I think what has to happen is, you know, they put those stipends in. They put those stipends in like they did the play-in, where what is that? Not the play-in, the in tournament. What is that?
Oh, the
in season, yeah,
the in season tournament, and you make them guys say, hey, each player on this will get an extra $1 million or an extra whatever it is, and you go out and you go make those guys compete. You shoot for captains like we did in. You hear Too Short in the back. You said, "Hey, you got to give the defensive players a bonus."
Tell Short what's up, baby.
Short, say what's up.
Yeah, tell Short he did a good job, man. Blow the whistle.
So yeah, you got to get those guys, I think, and then you just make it. You know, you make it all incentive based, and if it's incentive based, then and the incentives will always give those guys a little bit of extra, you know, enthusiasm to play the game, and I think that they would go out and shoot for captains and pick their five, and they gonna run. And I think that people would love to see that, man. LA next year is going to be full of stars, and they have to go out and go make it watchable, because I guarantee that the ratings will drop if they try to redo that same format that they did this year.
Hey, Fabi, thank you so much,
man. Thanks for giving
joining
back.
us. Really appreciate it. Great stuff what you did Saturday, but I know that you don't just did it on Saturday. You actually live it, man. Yeah. So really appreciate you, man.
And the court's phenomenal. I'm looking at it. Good job, man.
Hey, now, you're an all-star. Thank you guys so much, man. We appreciate you.
Yes,
I just want to tell to the Bay Area, man, here's my letter to the Bay Area. We did great. Let's continue to keep this energy up, and let's continue to keep pushing and amplifying what we're doing at home base all throughout the rest of the year, and let's have an all-star season.
Wow. Appreciate it, Fabi.
See y'all at the Super Bowl, baby.
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Fab.
And Steiny, again, I don't work for the police department, but I was watching, and I know, just in regard to the Bay Area and crime, it seemed like everybody was on their best behavior, man. I didn't hear of any incidents. I know stuff happens, but for the most part, man, kudos to the Bay. We showed up and showed out.
If you say so. I wasn't really a part of it.
You were in Lafayette.
And Walnut Creek. Let's go to Casey in San Ramon. Hey, Casey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Goo?
Hey.
Hey, Goo, you keep talking about these players not showing up for games, taking time off. I can't help but notice how many days off you take out through the month. Steiny's holding it down, and you're not at work for one reason or another.
I didn't.
These may be multi-million-dollar athletes, but
all right, Goo, I got you.
Look
I
at
got
the
your
pot
back.
calling the kettle black right there.
Yeah, that's.
No, I'm not black, but I'll just tell you this. No, I can talk for myself.
But that's not right.
No, it is. I can talk for myself. When you get married or find somebody that wants to spend the rest of your life with you and you got to take care of them, you call me back. But I'm there for my family. I don't run from that. So I hope that joke, that made you feel better, but I'm here for you.
Yeah. Come on, Case.
No, Steiny, you can't.
I can support
my battles.
No,
well, you didn't do it earlier.
I don't need your permission to support you.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it come hell or high water.
Yeah.
Do people not listen to these shows when we talk about what's actually going on days where?
I mean,
Like, there's
that's
more
the
important
part.
things in life than this radio show.
Exactly.
I appreciate that, E. And you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, you didn't have my back when Mia called in.
That was funny.
But it wasn't because
which one was that? Vegas?
Usher, and you're laughing and just telling on me.
Yeah, I got. You know what? That one isn't my fault.
Okay, it was.
No, because I didn't.
Austin Saddle say, "Guru, let your boy defend you one time."
I couldn't. I didn't know what was happening that day with Mia. I couldn't. I didn't understand it. You had Usher. You had tickets. You didn't have tickets.
You're smart, man. You knew.
No, I'm not.
You love seeing me squirm. It's all good. She actually played that for the kids not too long ago.
Oh, did you get a kick out of it?
Yeah, watching it. We got time. We got time.
Little Daryl thinks I'm pretty funny.
That's his birthday Wednesday. 21.
Oh, wow.
Do I ask him for a drink? Yeah.
Just have one little one.
Yeah, I don't want to introduce him.
Let me ask you this.
Can he call in so we can sing him happy birthday?
Do you think? So,
hey, wow.
I mean, he probably drinks already, right? My daughter's not 21.
I know
and she
my
drinks
oldest.
Like a fish.
Don't talk about that. My oldest, he's 22, but yeah. Fabby, give him back, man. That was dope. And no problems. The Bippers took the weekend off.
You know what?
No, Saturday, I parked in the town. Philmo Mike gave me a ride. We were walking to his car.
All
I won't say where.
Okay.
I'm like, why do I feel like glass might be on the ground? There it is, untouched. Yeah.
Watch this. You want me to get the phones to light up? 888-957-9570. Did you see any crime this weekend in San Francisco or Oakland?
We was on
Absolutely
yeah, it was, Dre. He was incredible, too. We'll do more with him tomorrow, but he was incredible, Draymond.
Yeah. You're the only reason I listen to the show, because of your passion for sports. So keep doing what you're doing, Steiny.
Look at my man.
Just kidding. He was talking about you. All right.
You jumped in.
That
shocked me.
I would not have put him on had I known he was coming down that road. And
but
you know
it's
what?
a two-way street. And you know, I probably owe word an apology, but yeah, say what you got to say. We're not that show. I got to plug my ears. You know, say what you got to say.
Listen, I've been entrusted with a task, and that is to get you and Word back together, and I will. I'll get you back together with Word. All right, what do we have coming up next? I'll tell you what we have coming up next.
Two gentlemen.
It is the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, and according to Goo, Willard was active on social media this weekend. He didn't like what he saw from the 50th All-Star game.
Can you ask him without saying Goo told me?
Probably not on 95.7 The Game.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
BMO presents a totally natural conversation.
Harden to Curry. Curry. Oh, that's a bucket. And that's a bucket. It's a wrap. Curry's got 12.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dibbs and Willard, fresh off a All-Star weekend. So, Mark.
Hi.
Yes. Goo said that you were.
I said ask him about his tweet.
Yeah.
Boy.
Goo
I was going to
me,
say streets.
Yeah. Goo said that you had some interesting All-Star weekend
Are
tweets.
you okay?
Yes.
All right.
I'm trying to get it out.
Ask about the tweet.
I'm trying to spit it out.
Because I'm afraid he's going to get mad at me now.
Oh, don't
he
be
put
afraid
it for the world to see. Why would I get mad?
And don't be afraid of Goo. He's big softy.
Yeah, I am.
Mm-hmm.
But he can be Malcolm X when he wants to be.
Oh, can't we all? I mean, everybody's got sides. Anyway, what's your question?
Anyway, what's your problem with All-Star weekend?
Thank you. Yeah. No, I just think why don't everybody just meet in the middle? We can all see what's going on here. And I'm not going to come in and do the whole malcontent thing like I'm mad about it. It's an all-star game. By the way, I think that through stuff like this, we romanticize the past and we make it something it wasn't.
Well, I'm doing that, I guess.
Stop with back in 1991, there was blood. No, there wasn't. They played a little bit harder. And I heard you guys talking about it.
Kobe had a broken nose.
When there was 5, somebody bumped into him. Dwayne Wade bumped into him. But I mean, when there's 5 minutes to go, then they started to like jaw with each other and have a good time.
But that was better than whatever you want to dub this. Shout out the dub.
So to me, I here's how I look at it. The content in America in 2025 is about competition or about allowing the audience to pick sides. It's kind of like what we do with the Super Bowl when your team's not in it. You're like, you have 2 weeks to figure out why I'm rooting for who I'm rooting for. And then for a day, you can actually sit down and act like you're an Eagle fan if you want. And you have a rooting interest. The problem with the All-Star game is they have removed that. We can't pick sides. We can't root because they don't want to compete. And at our core, we don't want them to compete. Because your caller was exactly right. If Steph Curry was hurt today, we'd be livid. We would be livid. So I don't want them to suddenly compete. I want the NBA to find new ways to create stuff that's exciting that we want to root for. The best part of the weekend was that little dude with glasses and a mullet who won $100,000 against Dame Lillard. Because it was funny, and it was competitive, and it was entertaining, and people were trying, and there was something on the line. So you just got to sit down and create that stuff. And it's clearly not with the All-Stars playing a basketball game.
Tibbs?
Well, they don't want to play a regular season game. So why would they want to play an All-Star game where, and you mentioned it earlier, Steiny, talking about like the money they make. And I haven't had a chance to add up all the money that the All-Stars make. Like, what's their total salary in terms of like the 8-on-8 in that last game? It's probably about $500 million this year only, and what those 8 or those actually 16 people make. So you want to get them incentive, you'd have to give them like $10 million a piece to win, and you won't do that. So just forget the game. The game was lame. The only game that mattered was when the Rising Stars came out at the OGs, because the Rising Stars actually wanted to win. And I mean, that was a game where the OGs, quote unquote, actually tried to win because they had to win. And, Mark called it earlier, like, it's going to be the OGs against the Global Stars.
Yeah, it was going to be Shaq and Chuck, for sure.
Pretty obvious, like how that would go. But the young stars, the Rising Stars who emerged on Saturday, they came out and they actually played. They played to win. And so the OGs actually kind of had to show up and play at least a little bit to put them down.
Did you find that entertaining, though?
Yes.
You did?
I did.
See, I did not.
No, me neither.
I did not.
My neighbor had -6.5 on the OGs.
Oh, my God.
So get this, the game's to 40. So I'm thinking when they had 39, they'll only go to 40, the casinos. but it was a game 3.
Right.
And it was 42.
Yeah.
And they won by 7.
Pay the man.
So he's happy.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll let him know you guys are happy for him.
I don't know what the hell we're all going to do for the next 4 nights without any
Cooper flag tonight.
Yeah.
Cooper flag tonight.
Actually, we have a bunch of games in the SWAC, and I'll give out my SWAC.
I'll look him up, the Dibbers.
Because I'm like 5 in a row on the SWAC because
keep going.
The odds makers don't know the SWAC like I know the SWAC. So I'll give up my SWAC pick of the night here coming up.
By the way, Warriors with a big mistake.
What did they do?
Cooper Flag staying in college.
Well, that NIL money has you doing that now.
They
get more than you'd get paid if you came out.
He's just saying it. I don't know if he will or not.
Yeah.
But
we need him in the league.
Well, what does that have to do with the Warriors?
Well, because they specifically protected 1 through 10, but he's not going to be in this draft now. See what I'm saying?
Right, but yeah, their pick's also not going to be 1 through 10, so it's okay.
They're going to the championship.
Yeah,
they're
Draymond.
Yeah, exactly.
Draymond was great,
Exactly.
man.
They're going to win the whole thing. Now, they'll go to the playoffs. They'll at least be in the top half of the play-in. And then they'll go to the playoffs.
And just real quick on Cooper Flag, if you're Cooper Flag and you look at the standings, wouldn't you like think about what team you want to play for based on like who you want to actually go be a part of? Like Kobe Bryant famously, back in the day, rest in peace, said, no, I'm going to be a Laker. And if any of you other bums want to dare pick me, I'm not going to go play with you. And so
Eli Manning,
the Lakers picked him. Exactly.
Yeah,
so if you're Cooper Flag, I would do the same damn thing.
But Kobe was nowhere near a consensus number 1 overall pick. Like Cooper Flag is. I don't think you like. I get what you're saying. I don't know how
but
it would
what
work.
was Kobe?
But first, he ended up being what 13th or 14th.
It's because he only said that he'd play for the Lakers,
but he wasn't going to be 1, 2, or 3. Like nobody talked about him. You got to remember back then how rare it was that dudes were coming straight out of high school. He did not have a lot of people do it before him. Garnett, maybe one other, and so it was still considered a risk. And he was raw and all that. I just think when you look at a standings board now, first of all, there's lottery, so you don't even know who's going to end up with number 1. And number 2, like what? I don't want to be in Washington, so you end up in New Orleans. Did you do yourself a favor there? I don't know. He's going to have to go. He's going to have to go to one of those places. I would think. Like that's how it works, right?
I mean, unless he's got, I think. Like I don't think you can. I think the timing is. You can't drop out of the draft once you see the order of the draft lottery.
Probably not.
Right. So if he's going back to Duke, he's going back to Duke.
He's not going back.
How did Jerry West know Kobe was going to be Kobe?
He's not
because he's Jerry West.
Yeah.
And he had a private workout. Raymond Ritter was at that workout. You know that?
No, I did not. That's incredible.
And Raymond thought he was going to be a bust.
Is that fact?
No.
Oh, I was about to text him right now. Raymond, what happened?
No, I don't know what Raymond
Wow. What about the dunk contest? I've been called a racist. McClung is incredible.
Nobody called you that.
See, this is when I get upset. Sometimes you need to just sit out and let me talk to my 2 guys. It was on the chat. I didn't say anything about it. Well, you missed it and you got glasses. Okay, I didn't enjoy him because he wasn't a brother. He was incredible. But I just keep going back to why they needed to get just what Draymond talked about with the guys in the skill chat. That's so legit. And I'm mad at the guys, Jaws. Then I'm going to Twitter right after it's over. Max making me want to come back. No, it's too soon. But the bottom line is, Dibs, I'm not a prop dunker, but I can recognize that man has crazy hops. And I just want to see the dunk, the old school Dominique and Jordans and whoever did Vince Carter's without the props.
Yeah. I want to see like a street contest where you do like a March Madness of dunkers. And forget the fact that Mac McClung has won 3 times in a row. The only time he wears an Orlando jersey is when they give him one for the dunk contest. He actually had to borrow that jersey from the organization. He actually had to go to them and say, hey, can I borrow a jersey? Because you don't give me one during the regular year. So can I just get a jersey to wear? And they said, yeah, you got 24 hours. Make sure you get it back to us and make sure it's clean. Like he was at Helix Tux Rentals. Or, shout out all the other Tux rental places. That's where he got his jersey. So he's not an NBA player. Let's not pretend that he won the NBA dunk contest among NBA players. He won the dunk contest, but he's not an NBA player. They don't even allow him to play NBA basketball for a team that needs NBA players. So you know what the fix is? The fix is March Madness. Get 64 dunkers to submit their videos. And
YouTubers.
You do a 64-man or 64-person, shout out non-binary, and you do like a 64-person dunk-off, and you find the 4 best dunkers, and you bring them in, and you let them have a dunk contest, because all the best dunkers in the league, they don't want to do it. So you have to go to the G League and find Mac McClung, who Orlando won't even let play basketball. The only time that they claim him is in All-Star Weekend when he can dunk. Other than that, he's not a Magic.
Real quick, and I don't get to the guy. Why do you think they don't want to dunk? Steiny's giving me his answer.
Because they don't want to be embarrassed. And I don't know if you've been watching the, it's not the WNBA, but I don't even know the name of the league.
Unrivaled.
Thank you. So the Unrivaled, which is a women's basketball off-season league, they play 3-on-3. And it's on during our show. And we watch it on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And you know what? It's kind of entertaining. It's actually more than kind of entertaining. It's really fun. 3-on-3, full court. What they did is they had a one-on-one tournament. A one-on-one tournament that was won by, I wish I could remember, but she won $200,000. And they asked her, what if the men did this at the All-Star game? And she said it'd be awesome, but they don't want to be embarrassed. And that's what this is.
Well,
they don't want to be embarrassed. Imagine this, Mark.
That might be
Imagine a 64 or even a 32-man NBA All-Star game one-on-one tournament. Like, would that be better than what we have?
I think it sounds better than it would actually be.
I think it's better than it sounds.
Maybe, but here's like, for example, what happens when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander plays Jokic?
I'm here for it.
No, that's a score on every possession by every player. There's absolutely, and one thing that was taught to me.
Right, it's winners outs.
Yeah, but in covering this league, one thing that was taught, like these players, when you're talking about all-stars, you can't stop them from scoring. That, like, especially one-on-one. It's not really doable. All you're trying to do in a team format, it's why you send double teams at guys and whatnot. You're trying to make it harder on them. But the Kyrie Irvings of the world, Giannis, there's no stopping them in one-on-one. So I get what you're saying. I think on paper it sounds like it would pop. I think the actual look of it would be kind of mundane. And I still think you have the same problem, which is I don't buy for a second that you're going to get guys out there.
No, none of them
who really, really feel like we're going to, as Goo
none
would
of them
say,
would do it.
None of them are going to give you the ha-ha.
None of them would do it.
They're not going to do that.
They wouldn't even show up because they're too afraid of being embarrassed, and that's the problem. And I watched this thing with the ladies, and they're all out there doing it because it's $200,000, which is more than they make in the WNBA.
Yeah,
so they're actually trying.
It's about effort. Like, why don't they, like, maybe it is, they don't want to be embarrassed, whatever. They don't want to miss a dunk. I think that from what I've watched with people who make the dunk contest, they actually practice that for a couple of weeks. They rehearse, they work on different things to see what they can do. These guys don't want to put that time in. And we can continue to get mad at them for that, or we can understand that that's what it is now and work with it. Like, work with it. If this is the reality, because this is toothpaste out of the tube.
I'm not mad at it.
I know, but I'm not talking about you. But the world.
I'm speaking for America, and the world is not watching anymore. The world does not care.
So work with this. You're not going to, like, if we keep doing this, if we keep going, we got to figure out a way to make them try.
Because the format might be different next year, Willard.
Yeah, and you're going to yank your hair out again. They're not gonna try. And by the way, you don't want them to. You think you do, but you don't. I was on the air last night with a Laker fan. Want to know what his reaction was to LeBron sitting it out? Good. We need him for the second half of the year.
Yeah, and I heard it, and he kind of like, he was a little bit soft-pedaling the fact that he waited until an hour before.
Well, that part was ridiculous.
That's what I said.
That was, come on. That was,
he said that, but it's Ephraim Salam, and
that's
I listened to the first hour of your show. I was picking up pizza, and he was a little bit like, that was bad.
And he
but
walked out for introductions,
Exactly.
Willard.
He slow played it.
Of course he did.
It was pathetic.
But he's a Laker fan.
But for LeBron, it was a double middle finger to every fan and every NBA person out there.
100%.
It's not just me.
So, although if he just
let's keep it real.
No, but if he had just announced this Friday afternoon, no big deal. No big deal.
Giannis didn't play.
And then Norman Powell, neither did Anthony Edwards.
Exactly.
Then Norman
Anthony
Powell
Davis,
will get his spot.
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's no big deal, but to do it at 42 minutes before we
And I
start.
felt like he liked it. Like he did it for that. I couldn't believe it.
I've defended him for years. He's becoming so nauseating. And then he goes to the team picture without his uniform on.
Oh, yeah.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
can you just live life like other people? These dudes standing next to you are icons also. Can you just be one of the guys once, please? God, he's just, and I don't get triggered by him. But my God, dude. Oh my, who do you think you are?
It's pathetic.
Mr. Big Stuff.
Jeez.
Pathetic.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Respond to that, Steiny.
I mean, the one thing with the one-on-one, the way you could even it up is, first of all, they used to have one-on-one back in the day.
Yep.
With the old timers. And they tried. They definitely tried. I mean, you could even up the game a little by, you say 3 dribbles max, because you're going to have Jokic just back in.
Boink, boink,
one way you can kind of even up a one-on-one game is you start at the top of the key and you get 2 dribbles, because you can get to the basket on 2 dribbles. But they're not going to.
They're not going to do it.
They're not going to
try.
No, they're not.
They don't want to try, and they don't want to be embarrassed. So you know what? Just bag the whole thing and
do something different.
No, they don't even want to play dodgeball.
No, but they
don't even want to do anything other than shoot half courts.
They all got on planes and came here, so they'll do something. And again, like Dame Lillard playing with a fan, I found it to be completely entertaining.
Yeah.
So let
Steph against Sabrina. That was never mind. They couldn't do that
work with it. Work with it.
You know what?
You're going to have to.
They couldn't pull that off.
One part of All-Star Weekend should be, because clearly they're all into it, is the trick shots. Half court,
great.
Curry with a tunnel. Like Luka can do this thing where he throws it off a wall.
Yeah.
I've seen, like
Steph with the bounce shot.
Yeah, exactly.
From half court.
Like you could do something with a trick shot
for sure. Play with all that stuff.
Yeah, but they don't want to be embarrassed. These poor, fragile NBA players making $50 million a year, and LeBron, LaFraud, can't even show up to the dunk ever in his career because he's afraid. I'm afraid that I might lose to some unknown. What a joke. You're a sham. My name's Dan Dibley, LeBron, and I'm going to put this out there, and I hope you can retweet it, because you are a joke in terms of your own countenance, your own ego.
For him to walk out there in street clothes
this
doing
is going viral. Hold on.
That's too late. It's too late.
Do you hear what he was saying? He was saying that
it's a joke.
Man. That would have gone. That would have gotten LeBron. That would have gotten LeBron. To, relax, Goo.
He's afraid.
I really don't think that's it. And maybe you're right.
Well, could he have done it as a 21-year-old when he was like, wop, wop, wop?
Look, LeBron, love him or hate him, could he have done it? Sure, he could have done it. But this is a huge part of his legacy.
Right. I neither love him nor hate him.
What you're seeing right now in the NBA All-Star Game is traced to not generations, it's traced to LeBron James. If you don't like this, LeBron James. He is the one, and he's not wrong. He came in and he's like, these players don't understand. We've got all the power. Look at everything he's done through his 20 years here. There's the championships and all the basketball stuff we look at. But what LeBron has done better than any athlete in the history of our country.
Got his son drafted.
Take control. He took control. And he's the most talented dude in the history of ever. So does he have a right to do it? I think I could probably argue he does. We don't have to like it, but that's what he did. He took control and he went, we don't want to do that, and we don't want to sweat at this point, and we don't want to do this for free, and we don't want to do that for free, and I don't want to be beholden to that owner over there.
Yeah.
And that's what he's done. And it bothers a lot of people, and I get it, but that's what we can trace this to.
Right.
It's not millennials and their jerks and all this. It's LeBron James. He paved a way of player control.
And I'm going to put this in the cap for 20 years from now, but I will say that this era is going to be what fans will point to when we realized what the demise of the league was, because these players who don't play in the regular season, they don't show up in the All-Star game, they make a ton of money guaranteed, and they don't really care about fans. I'm going to tell you, in 20 years or 25 years, when the league is no longer what it is now, we'll look back at these moments and these players and we'll say, you know what? LeBron brought it to the top, but he also led it to the bottom.
You might be right, but I'd debate you on it. I know, because we all the four of us sit in here, though, from the same generation. And so I think it's normal to get to a certain time in life and look at things and go, well, this is going to hell in a handbasket. And it's not. It's just changing. I can tell you, I walked into the house at one point yesterday.
I heard this live on the air.
No, different one. Earlier in the day, I walked into the house, and 10-year-old Jude is watching the three-point contest. And it was rapid fire. Like, I'm watching one guy would finish and the next guy would start, as if he was in a different arena or on a different floor. And it took me a few players before I realized he's watching on YouTube. This has already happened. It had only happened about an hour before, but he's watching on YouTube. And he did this on his own. And go get all the different remotes and find YouTube. And he was watching all of NBA All-Star Weekend. Now, the funny thing was, and this is the part you heard on air, when my show started last night, I went upstairs at 5:15 and I go, "Why? Turn on the game." And he looks at me and goes, "No, Dad, they don't try." So he actually was not that interested in the game, but he's interested in all the other stuff, and he's pulling it on YouTube. I'm mindful of the fact that just because it doesn't look like what we loved, that doesn't mean it's going to suck 20 years from now. It might just be consumed in a different way. And that's why I would start, if I'm the league, start working with these players on what will you do that's fun for our audience. Because playing a game is not it.
And you're faulting the players, but it's on the owners too to allow them to have all this power. Steiny was talking about, why would Paul George, well, he has the power, he wants to get more years. But it works, and you, Willard, and I would do the same thing if it was at our disposal. So
right.
I'm not faulting the players. I'm faulting the league. I'm faulting everyone, because the one thing we love about the NFL more than anything else is urgency. The NBA has no urgency. If you can struggle in to be a 10 seed, last year Atlanta I think was 36 and 46, and they were the 10 seed. And you know what? That's good enough. And you get a trophy and you get a ribbon and you get a chance to maybe make the playoffs. The NBA, the owners, the league, the players, they've all done this. They're all complicit. The league no longer has urgency. And even for yesterday, where you don't have to go out there and take a charge and commit a flagrant.
Fake it.
But show up like you actually even care. And the thing that hurt me the most is that in the final, the final game, we're playing to 40, and you can't even pretend like you care in a game to 40.
Halftime was an hour and a half too.
But how long was the TNT ceremony? That was wrong. That 17. Was in the wrong place.
It was 17 minutes.
Jokic even said I was shocked that we had to stop and then come. I'm just saying.
By the way, Goo, I heard you guys talking about this earlier. Did you know that there is a financial incentive? Did you know that the winning team got $125,000 each?
That I did. Look at that.
I know. That doesn't register.
That's like $50.
That's not going to do.
125.
So anybody who wants to make this like the NBA Cup and be like, give them money. Nope. That's not it either.
No urgency. That bothers me. I watch every night thinking.
Well, and that's why that I enjoyed the first game that Steph played against the Rising Stars, because the Rising Stars, if you're playing in that game and you're thinking $125K, you're thinking, okay.
Dalton Knecht wanted that sucker.
Dude.
But that game should have never been scheduled, though, Dibs.
I liked it. I mean, at least those kids were going out there and actually trying to get a stop.
Do you think the league would have let that happen?
I was
there's no way in hell they would let the Rising Stars beat Steph Curry.
Come on. In his own building. I just want to say this 10 seconds before Steiny leaves. The 8-second call on Steph Curry.
That was
good for you, NBA refs. Good for you. Dude, act like you care about the rules, Curry. They gave you 9.
Oh, yeah.
They gave him 9.
I thought you were being sarcastic. Are you being real?
I'm being dead serious. That was
and Harden took Curry's shot. Like, give it to Steph.
As a referee,
but Harden was going
beautiful.
He was backing Steph.
There's so many people in entertainment in this world right now who don't seem to understand entertainment.
Dude,
It's just
when he cracked the whistle and put up the 8,
like,
I thought, you know what?
What are we doing?
Good for you.
What are we doing?
Good for you.
And so we get was Dame Lillard the one who got the final shot, or who?
Yeah, Tatum.
He had a layup, I think.
Yeah. Boy, that was memorable, wasn't it? I would have loved to see that three-pointer that Steph was about to take. I'd have loved to see what would have happened.
Well, he had his
Might
chance.
have been a moment.
And he missed about 5 other ones, so make a shot, chef, if you want it. Oh, but you still get the MVP because you were 2 for 8 in the
I would have
first
rather
game.
had Steph participate in the 3-point contest and miss the game.
Don't worry,
and
everybody.
I stand by that.
We're going to play a game this over the next 4 hours of what does Dan Dibley actually like. We'll find something.
Oh,
we'll find.
I know.
Dude,
On 90?
Mac McClung is what I like.
Nobody bought that.
Please.
Try again.
95-7, the game.
Oh, you're still here, Stein?
Yeah, it's fine.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how we doing? Let's get this thing started. Willard and Dibs. All-Star Weekend is in the rearview mirror. And I'm going to be real with you, bud. I had no idea what the hell we're going to do this week. Actually, I don't want to say it that way because I know what we're going to do this week. I mean this as an individual. One of the things, if you want to be mad at something about All-Star Weekend, don't be mad about All-Star Weekend. Be mad that they're going to double back with another All-Star Weekend now. Why are we not playing games until Friday? Was everybody give them a... most of them have already had 3 days off, right?
Yeah.
99% of the NBA's had 3 days off. Take a couple more days off. Let's start playing some basketball again.
No, Mark, we can't do that. I mean, we can't possibly do that. And I do know that, of the, I guess it'd be 24 with some G League players, maybe 36, and the dunkers, another 4, and, Buddy Hield and the 3-point, good try, almost 44 players, let's say 44 of the, 450. So 10% of the league partook in the weekend, and the other 90% need to have an extra 5 days off. Yeah, we all need that break.
I would love to hear from everybody out there on what your reaction was to All-Star Weekend here in the Bay Area. And I mean this now, Dibs, because I think that whether it's listening to the crossover that we just did, if you consumed social media at all this weekend, it got real hot. It got real negative. It got real dismissive. I mean, I participated in it too. I don't know if you saw Kevin Durant's tweet. I don't want to read it word for word, but he basically was like, look, you all seem just like really pissed. So if this is how angry everybody's going to be at NBA All-Star Weekend, then yeah, let's just go relax on the beach and do nothing, because we're not here to tick you off. Like, that's not what we're trying to do. And I think he's got a point. Like, I did not find much of that entertaining, but I'm not going to come out of it like all livid.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, what are you doing on my TV? Which is kind of the sound I think a lot of people are giving right now. I've just learned this. You're a parent. I'm a parent. Every generation's different. If you see what other generations are doing and they're doing it differently than your generation, you better work with that as opposed to against it. If you work against it, you're going to be mad all the time and you're going to lose. So all of us seem to be trying to find a way to make NBA players try. let me be extremely clear with this above all else today. You ain't going to find it. You will not ever make NBA players try again. It's over.
Right.
So that doesn't mean, though, let's wrap up All-Star Weekend and huck it in the ocean. You just have to work with it. You have to find different things
I disagree.
to entertain people and NBA fans who are coming up. Because I'm telling you, and my house and other houses I'm aware of as evidence, the people are still, they still look up to these players. They still want to see them perform.
Right.
Just having them play a game isn't it, that they're not going to try.
Okay, so then let's just huck up the All-Star break and throw it in the ocean.
Why?
Because
there's got to be something else that they can do.
You know what? There's something they could do is play actual basketball games, and in those games, maybe try. And even that, they don't do that.
Of course
and they don't do that.
You're
if you want to look at all of the NBA players and you want to look at all the games and all the load management, and so the product itself is not what it was in the past. Okay, and I get that. And what you just said is totally true about you can't make modern day players be like they were when I was a kid and whatever in the 80s and the 90s and the 00s and whatnot. That's fine, but let's not even bother with having a week off. Let's not even take a week off if we're not going to have an all-star game or an all-star weekend that is even somewhat productive. So we take a week off. We take a week off, and we already have players who are taking multiple days off based on load management. And so we take a week off to highlight the best in our game, and that's what we do. That's the best in our game.
No, but
LeBron, no, I'm good. Steph, no, I don't want to shoot threes. A dunk contest won by a G Leaguer. And the highlight of the weekend, like you said, is some bespeckled nobody hitting a three from half court.
So let's work with that. Like, why does it have to be all or nothing?
It has to be something.
Yes, but that's not what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is give me something.
Right.
And having that as the moment,
saying.
like a 90-second thing, that's not the moment.
You ever watched an 18-year-old scroll through TikTok? They're not. The videos that they want to look at, honestly, often have absolutely nothing to do with celebrities doing what they're best at. Sometimes it's just a person. In fact, some of these people on TikTok literally become what we've now called influencers.
Yeah, you know who Mr. Beast is, right?
I do now.
Exactly.
But I couldn't tell you much about what he does, but that's the point.
Well, Mr. Beast is a guy who's now making about $100 million a year.
Great.
He's worth about $1 billion.
And there are millions of those all over YouTube. They're all over the place. There's I think his name is Colin Amazing. Have you ever heard of Colin Amazing?
Oh, yeah.
You have?
Yep.
I bet most of our listeners haven't. He's like 7 years old, and they create little competitions with kids' toys, and his family is making millions per month on YouTube. So if this is where we're heading, and you realize you don't need to be Steph Curry and LeBron James playing a basketball game, you can just be Steph Curry and LeBron James or Dame Lillard and doing something out of the box with NBA fans that creates a fun competition. I mean, all of these things. Dude Perfect.
Yep.
What is Dude Perfect? It's five guys who just create stupid competitions. Let's throw a basketball from a plane and see if it can land in a hoop down on the ground. And they love it. They love the content. So that's all I'm saying, man. There's ways to make this entertaining without forcing these guys to play a basketball game that we all know damn well they're not going to play.
I get it, but I would argue that these guys aren't going to like have a mini golf. Let's play 9 holes of mini golf.
Dame did it this weekend.
They'll show up.
He did it.
Yeah, Dame did it.
Yeah,
yes,
they'll
Dame
show
did it.
up to All-Star
LeBron
Weekend.
didn't even bother to put on a uniform, and he told you 2 hours before or an hour before because he was like not wanting to even go out there and do it.
Plenty of other All-Stars.
And Steph Curry didn't even want to go out there and shoot threes in his own gym.
But he did a bunch of other stuff.
Sure.
He was out and about all weekend.
I'm not going to shy away from my disappointment in him not shooting the three-point contest. We had Buddy Hield go out there representing the home team, and that's a shame. And Buddy came close to actually winning it.
Was it not the most Buddy Hield performance that you ever could have imagined?
It's like,
did anybody?
Buddy? Oh, no, Buddy.
Well, the whole sort of spectrum of Buddy Hield, where you're like, oh, Now you can make three-pointers.
Exactly.
For those of you who didn't see it, the first round, Buddy Hield tied the all-time record for points in a three-point competition. He was fantastic. And then he went out there in the second half with what really was needed was just a very winnable score.
Yep.
And he went out there, and I think he missed his first 8 shots in a row.
Yep.
And it was almost like...
Felt like January.
Well, that's what I mean.
Totally.
I'm like, ooh, the first round was November. Oh, now it's January.
Yep.
But then, of course, he gets to the last rack. He needs all 5 of them to win. And he goes, swish, swish, swish. And you're like, oh, my God, he's going to win. Clank.
Yeah.
Oh, and he lost by 1 point.
Yeah, buddy. You know.
It was the most Buddy Hield experience. I was like, that's perfect. Now you all know Buddy Hield.
Right. Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
We're talking about Buddy Hield.
Yes, Buddy Hield.
Right. We have our highlights are Mac McClung, Buddy Hield, and some kid with glasses and a mullet.
Dibs, I'm not.
Are you getting my point?
I've long got your point.
I know you have. And I listened to you and Ephraim yesterday.
I'm not disagreeing
and you guys
with
were
it.
spot on.
There's
and
nothing.
The whole show.
There was very little endearing and engaging about this weekend. But my point is do you want to spend the next 364 days talking about how stupid the NBA is and how all of these players are jokes because they won't do this and that for millions? We can do that. And I don't think any of you
I'll spend 3 more hours talking about it, and
fine.
then it's done and dusted, and my takeaway is bag it.
Okay,
just bag the thing.
I would rather let's find a new way to do it. Let's find because there's something still there. You're not going to have the NBA not do All-Star Week. You're just not. There's millions of dollars at stake for cities, for organizations, for outlets, for businesses. You're not going to stop doing that. I think that there are ways.
Money.
That makes everything go around. Why are you here today? What brought you to work?
The joy of doing radio. Like you said yesterday like you talked about on your show, your Sunday show.
You wouldn't be here for free.
Absolutely. As would you. You talked about it yesterday with Ephraim.
Yes.
The joy of doing what you do.
I wouldn't do
entertainment.
I wouldn't do it for free.
I'm basically doing it for free. Don't make me show you my W-2.
Okay. All right.
Come on.
888-957-9570 is the number. We really want to hear your reactions to All-Star Weekend. Richie, Pat, we see you. We're coming to you in just a moment, but we got more room for you. Your reactions to All-Star Weekend here in the Bay. We should absolutely utilize Fancy Pants Grandy and Lucas Alexander, the director of sports at 95.7 The Game, who apparently, you guys slept at Chase Center. Were you there all weekend long?
Essentially, yeah.
Essentially, as he yawns.
Also, the old Oracle Arena on Saturday morning.
Which, by the way,
that was really cool.
Come on, Dibs. A little something for Oracle and Oakland's involvement in this.
It's fun.
Steph said he cried.
Yeah.
What?
Steph said he cried.
He said he got very emotional walking in the building.
Do we have video of the tears? I know James Harden cried.
How cynical have you gotten?
Have I gotten?
Yes.
How cynical have I been?
Is there anything left over there? Come on, man. Come on, pull a little skin back for a second.
Okay, Steph cried.
Nothing?
You know what?
Nothing?
Steph cried, and hearing that makes me want to cry. Go to break so that I can have my own cry over Steph crying at Oracle.
Nothing? You just want the NBA to go away.
I just want to have a chance to weep during the commercial break, Mark.
All right.
Here, I'm going to pull my hood up for the YouTube audience because I'm about to lose it.
Yeah. Man, dripping with sincerity. We're sponsored by Safeway. Your phone calls next. Your reaction to All-Star Weekend. And oh, by the way, I wouldn't go anywhere because if you did kind of go away for the weekend and you missed all of the wild things that came out of the mouth of Draymond Green, we're going to get to all that as well on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing...
but you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I do want to say this real quick before we go to the phones. And Dibs, I wonder what you think about it.
Okay.
One of the big things that actually bothers me about All-Star Weekend is not All-Star Weekend, but it's the way that we act like this whole like showboating, not trying thing is brand new. I'm sitting here watching clips right now of Shaq, Vince Carter, Jason Williams, Kobe Bryant. They're all doing the exact same thing. Alley-oops with no one else in the key. Showboating, turnaround dunks with nobody trying to stop anything. I've been alive for 50 years. I really wish we would stop acting like the All-Star Game 30 years ago was some sweaty just showdown where this time it counts and everybody showed up with their chest out and ready to play some actual D. Bull. Bull, 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 bull. It has always been an absurd exhibition. The only difference was that a little bit at the end of the game, they'd go, all right, let's D up now for a second.
Minutes. Yep, 6 minutes.
My gosh, stop acting like this is a new revelation. It's not.
Well, it
just isn't.
It's not, but now it's gotten to a farcical level, not only this year, but in previous years. Last year, the winning team had more than 200 points. The losing team almost had 190, and that was not enough. And last year, if you want to look at the box score and the number of threes that were taken, and this to me, Mark, is a bigger issue when you talk about the NBA. And we can look at the All-Star Game as a one-off example, but the problem with the NBA in general is that it's become a three-point shooting contest. And look at last night and, the All-Star games, it was all about, like, who can pull up from 26, 28, 30, 34, 36. And it's a make-or-miss league, and no one was contesting. And if you happen to, like, wander in and get an offensive rebound, you got a dunk. At least these old NBA All-Star games that you're talking about were like an alley-oop or like a breakaway 360 dunk or a windmill or something that you could watch and be like, whoa, that's cool. I've never seen that. Yesterday, if you want to look at all the baskets that were made, 80% of them were either threes or standalone, like I'm just going to put it in dunks.
I can't argue that. The three-point shot has become a huge part of the game.
And you can say, I'll say it.
Go ahead and say it.
It's ruined the game.
And I'm sorry, who is the face of that?
It doesn't matter who the face is.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, no, I don't think we can separate these two things. We can't sit here and fawn over Steph Curry the way we do and then get mad that the NBA's fallen in love with the three-pointer.
I'm not mad at it.
The whole world has fallen in love with the three-pointer because they've fallen in love with Steph.
Right, but how many times does Steph stand in the corner and shoot a corner three? Never. So he's the face of the revolution, but the revolution is such that once he started making that many threes and Clay as well, and the Warriors did what they did, it's like, oh my God, a jump shooting team will never win the title. Yeah, Charles, you're wrong 4 times, you clown. And until you want to own up to that live on this airwaves, I'm going to continue to bury you because you're a buffoon. But what happened after that is that the three-point shot, everyone realized, oh my God, the corner three, we can have some big stiff who does nothing else but stand there and wait for the ball. If he can shoot 36%, he's more valuable than somebody who actually drives to the hoop and makes a really tough two. And so, yeah, Steph was the one who started it, but Steph doesn't do what the biggest problem with the NBA is now. Boston shoots 52 threes a game. It's unwatchable, Mark. And I mean, you watch as much NBA as me or anybody, and every single person who watches the NBA, you watch the same thing. I beat my guy off the dribble. I drive into the lane, and if I can't get an easy, guaranteed 90% two, I'm going to throw it out to somebody and hope that he makes a three. It's unwatchable.
Just because you brought his name up, before we go to the phones, and you may not like this, but I'm going to say it. Like I want to give.
No, say it because I love it.
I want to give a ton of love to Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley, who has obviously used the Warrior organization and the city of San Francisco as a heel for his entertainment value through the last few years. Really, as he came into NBA All-Star Weekend, did an about-face. And I don't care if he goes on TV and says, I actually like San Francisco. Okay, you can actually say that and change your tune a little bit. But he actually put some action into it. I know he spent a lot of time this weekend actually trying to help whatever ails the city of San Francisco. Same stuff that ails a lot of major cities. But went on outings to help feed the homeless this weekend, changed his tune completely about his feelings with the city of San Francisco. I know a lot of us, and if you listen to these shows, you're going to come away with it like the NBA All-Star Weekend was some sort of a disaster. I think that the television product and the way they do this is obviously in the middle of an evolution that needs to change. But as far as the city of San Francisco, I thought that side of this was a win. Like if you turn your TV off, if you turn your social media off, if you were out and about at any point during the week last week, I thought that this was a good week for the city of San Francisco with regard to that.
Yeah.
And Charles had a lot to do with that, and he deserves some credit.
He did, and he does, and he donated, I think, $100,000 was the number that I saw of, actual his own money to the city, and so that's great. It's funny that you mentioned that because I was interviewed for a story 3 or 4 days ago about Charles Barkley and his hatred of the city and all the comments that he made and all the rest of it, and I gave comments, and I said, yeah, it's disappointing, and I don't like it, and all the rest of it. And then I think that the story might have died based on what Charles did. And you're right.
Right.
He deserves credit for, showing up. And, I don't know if he actually put words to it, the recanting. I know he went out there and put boots on the ground and he gave money. And that's worth anything much more than actual words that he would have given.
Let's go to Richie in Queens. 888-957-9570. How did this whole thing hit you? Obviously, there's a lot of feelings about it that have a lot of different levels. I did not think this new format worked at all, but I just think that a further evolution is needed. You're not going to ever get NBA players again to try. You're just not. So this needs to be something completely different. You know what I mean? The NFL did away with the Pro Bowl. Now it's just a big old clam bake. Great. Make it the NBA clam bake. There are things that you can do. I thought the kid with the glasses and the mullet winning $100K over Dame Lillard was hilarious and a ton of fun. Let's go to Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie, thanks for calling.
Hey, boys, how are you?
What's going on?
It's been a while. Yeah, the NBA, just to preface it, East Coast here, Pennsylvania as of right now.
Okay.
And we had the same feeling that the NBA, and we've lost a lot of people, I got to be honest, guys, that just don't watch the NBA anymore. But the people that are real diehards like myself really felt disappointed with Steph. It just made no sense at all. And for him to get the MVP, the argument was, maybe he's going to get hurt, he's injured or whatever, and then he plays the game. Then he made a comment, too, like, we like the format no matter what. That's what counts. And we the players like it. I don't know if you brought that up because I just jumped on a little while ago. And kind of left the fans out because the fans don't like it. Guys, I go back to 1966. The first one I remember was Adrian Smith, and that's before your time, so I don't expect you to remember it, 60 years ago. And he was a first-time All-Star, and he won the MVP, and he talked about it when he was 80. He's 88 now, and what it meant to him. And because they played really hard, they played tough, And I know the injury factor comes in, and what's happening with the NBA All-Star team, this whole game, they're number 4 now. They're just on number 4. And I think they're almost, to be behind the NFL at this point, to me, the baseball is still number 1. The pitcher's throwing 100 miles an hour. The hitter wants to get the hit. Maybe they don't run as hard or fast, but at least it looks competitive. People that really enjoy the game watching these elite guys jump up and down, and maybe they think it looks great, and and the dunks and whatever they do, 44-foot, the 3-pointers. I don't know, guys. I agree. I don't know how you bring it back. I don't know what you do to get people interested in it again. To me, the 3-point is a real highlight because I know my wife loves it and people love that. So I think that's the highlight of the weekend. But everything else, I don't know what you do to make it better, guys. I really don't. Yeah. But it's really taken a real big step backwards, and they're going to continue to do it because they get the advertising money and the TNT pays millions for it. So, but they get to a point where they don't care what the fans think and they're going to just do what they want. I'd like to see them do something better.
Well, Richie, thanks. Appreciate it so much. Listen, I want to figure out how to say this. If you're 45 or 55 or 65 or 75,
yep.
All of us, we get to feel how we want to feel. But to me, whenever you hear yourself saying, back in the hard stop. Like, I mean, listen, when I sit down and watch TV, I wish there was one remote. Remember that? And turn the TV on, and then there was the TV. And it was channel this, and channel that, and channel that, and channel that. And I could figure it out, and I knew where the hell we were going. Now, we got to HDMI this. We got to figure out now I got to remember my Hulu password. And then, somebody flipped it over to Netflix, but the other person wants to do HBO Max. And this person's got their iPad out, laptop out, phone out, but it's all over the place. And I got to pay for 17 subscriptions, and I don't even know what the hell I own anymore. Now, I could do that, and I could sit here and scream at clouds, because that's not the way that I wish it were simpler. But that's not how this works. It's just not how it works.
Right.
And I look at the NBA All-Star Game through the same lens. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for wishing that it was the way it used to be. But it's not going to be. Doesn't make sense for these players. Doesn't make sense for 18-year-old fans. And so my only point is not to tell anyone that they're wrong, but why don't we start thinking about, and the NBA, start thinking about ways to make their product entertaining to the audience that is still there. Because I'm here to tell you that, yes, the younger fans are on YouTube watching this stuff. But guess what they're not watching? The game.
And they're not watching it live.
The game.
Yeah, they're not watching it live. And so, yes, I mean, you're 50 and I'm 56, and Richie is probably 65 plus, maybe 70, who knows? And, Rick Barry was in the audience and all the rest of it, and we could talk about the old heads and how it used to be, and you're right. And you mentioned the remote control, and I go back to a time where there was no remote control.
Of course.
You know what the remote was? It was your older brother saying, get up and change the channel.
Exactly.
It was me as the little brother getting up there and on the knob and, or the slider in the first ever box that we had, but that's neither here nor there. The bigger point is who's watching this. And I haven't seen yet TV ratings for the game, but I would imagine they weren't super duper high.
No, they weren't going up against anything, so I really don't know.
I don't know. When you look at it, and even the halftime show, which was not halftime, and I love the artist, but I'm 56, and it was E40 and Too Short, and then they brought out Saweetie, and they brought out En Vogue. And if you want to look at those artists, En Vogue was popular when I was in high school. Shout out the 80s. And Too Short and E40 in the early 00s, late 90s.
I think even earlier, yeah.
Right. I mean, I lose track. And Saweetie is, over the past 10 years. So you brought out this show, and I wonder who you're trying to reach, because your kids, for example, who are all in their teens, all three of them, 11-year-old Jude coming up on Tuesday.
Tomorrow,
Yep. Shout them out. But I don't know if they're looking at that going, yeah, I can't wait to lock in on the E40 and the Too Short halftime.
I don't think so. It's all about the way that it's consumed. Oh, and then one other point with Richie. And Richie, again, you're allowed to feel this way.
Yeah, Richie.
I don't really get it. You came down Steph Curry's road. Now, I said on Friday, I'm surprised that he opted, of all of the things that he did over the weekend, it appeared that he was out and about doing stuff the entire time. So why choose the three-point contest as the thing that you can't do? That's confusing to me. At the same time, you will hear none criticism from me. That guy was everywhere. Everywhere all weekend long, doing humanitarian stuff, doing basketball stuff, rooting on teammates. He was at the three-point contest, rooting on Buddy Hield. Why the hell wasn't he out there? I don't know. He was out there when Glasses and Mullet went and won his 100K. He was front and center. Come on. I don't you can be confused by it. I was confused by that one act, but I will not criticize Steph Curry. He was front and center the entire weekend. Right. He did his job.
Sure.
He did his job.
He did his job. But the one thing you want to see him do is the one thing he didn't do.
It's fair.
And, the one thing you want LeBron to do, he didn't do. And two things you want LeBron to do. One thing he's never done, the dunk contest. You are 6'8". You are an unbelievable force of nature, yet you've never done the dunk contest. And now you get to a spot where the NBA is beset by a lot of questions about load management, and LeBron an hour before game time or 2 hours or whatever. I was actually listening to you and Ephraim. I hadn't heard about it until you on your Sunday show. You're like,
it just broke it.
An hour ago, you said an hour ago, LeBron said he's not playing. And I was like, wait, what? Yep. LeBron's not playing? And, Steph didn't shoot the three and LeBron's not playing and all the rest of it. So, again, it goes back to what you and I talked about on Friday, and you mentioned it yesterday on your show a little bit. And, I was kind of reminded of what our discussion was on Friday, where if the league is telling you that it's not important to them, why would it be important to us?
Well, that's the thing. That to me,
if you don't care, why do I care?
This is the problem, and I don't know that they've fully grasped this yet, which is the messaging that they're sending to people, and it feels constant, and sometimes it's actually very subtle. I pointed to when Steve Kerr last week was mad about a late game in Dallas and then having to fly to Houston the next day. I don't know if one of our veterans can play because we just played. Now we're going to get in late at night, and it's like, you have a point. But I don't know that it's going to help to do a press conference over it because the league, it's not going to change anything, number one. And number two, that's what a press conference is for. A press conference is so that the media can show what you're saying to the public. So you're talking to the public, and you're telling the public, we don't want to play tomorrow. How does that help you? You can have a point all you want, but how does that help you? We are bombarded right now by the NBA messaging of we don't want to be here. And if that's your messaging, then I think it's very hard for an audience to be like, well, we do.
Right. Right.
No, I want you to want to be there, and then I'm going to want to be there. I want you to be having fun, and then I'm going to be having fun. And so when Dame Lillard and Glasses, I'm going to keep bringing up Glasses with Mullet. Dame Lillard and Glasses with Mullet are laughing at each other, and the players are having a blast, and the fans are like, oh, my God, this guy might win 100K. And then he splashes one with 2 seconds left on the clock. And the whole place went crazy. I was like, hello? Are y'all not noticing? Your billion-dollar athletes are running around staring at each other, and nobody cares. But this kid with Glasses came out of the stands and won 100K, and we're all eating it up. Do that with Dame Lillard.
Right.
That's perfect, and no one's getting hurt. It's not taking a lot of time. There's no pressure, no stress, no nothing. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking the call. It sounds like, you guys are more than a little jaded about it. It kind of reminds me of the guy that goes in the comedy club in a bad mood and crosses his arms and says, okay, make me laugh. Try to make me laugh. That seems a little bit like how you might be looking at this game, because I really enjoyed it. And I was at the game 25 years ago when they had it here, and I found this way more enjoyable than the experience I had 25 years ago. And Mark, you touched on a couple things, but my list of things that I liked about it, I thought it did a really great job of showcasing San Francisco. It had some great images of the city. Yep. I thought Barkley's turnaround and donation of $250,000 actually to Glide, I thought was great.
Nice.
I thought the long shot that the fan made was great. I really liked Buddy Hield in the first round, hitting the threes that he hit. I thought it was exciting even at the end where he almost pulled it out. I liked the skill sets. I liked that the Warriors were in first place after round one. I liked how Moody played great, both round one and round two, really showcased him. I thought the dunk contest was a lot of fun. I thought Matt showed all the tricks in the world. I thought Castle showed all the legit dunks. They were 1 and 2. I thought the All-Star game itself did a better job of showcasing lesser known players. And you guys probably know guys like Stephen Castle, but I follow the league pretty closely. I'd never seen him. I think I may have heard the name, but I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of these younger guys that they showed, I thought was really fun and eye-openers. And I thought, other than LeBron, the best players in the world played. It wasn't like 18 guys are out injured. We got to see these guys out there, and I thought the passing was fantastic. I mean, maybe some of that was lack of defense, no question about it, but I thought the passing was fantastic. And I like the rounds. I like the fact they had multiple rounds. It added, I won't say drama, because, it's hard to say that this could add drama, but at least it added a little bit of intrigue to what was going on. I thought that was kind of a good thing to do. The kid's long shot was fantastic. And, I thought it was a really nice thing. Overall, I thought it was just a positive. It's never going to be competitive like a playoff game. It's never going to be that.
Right. No, hey, Pat, awesome. But thank you, Pat. If you had a great time, wonderful.
Yeah. Well, and he nailed exactly what you're talking about.
85% of what you talked about was stuff that was other than the game.
Well, he got to the game in point number 8.
Yeah.
He did 7 things, and then he got and the game itself, by the way, the games. So maybe that speaks to what you're talking about, because he went through 7 other things before he got to the game. He got to Buddy in the first round and Moses in the skills.
Well, the first 3 things he talked about weren't basketball at all.
Exactly.
He was like, I like the way the city was presented.
Yeah.
I like what Charles Barkley did.
Yep.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm getting at when I'm like, stop with the get rid of All-Star Weekend. There's too much going on here for that.
Just play dodgeball.
Well, maybe.
Or play 9-hole mini golf. Or let's play cornhole.
I don't have all the answers.
Don't miss Giannis and Wembanyama in cornhole.
I'd watch it.
Yeah.
Wemby in cornhole would be hilarious.
It would be. They can both reach out and dunk it. I mean, did you watch any of the cockamamie Pro Bowl NFL stuff?
No.
Not a thing.
No.
So you wouldn't watch this either. Be honest.
You don't know that.
Be honest with me.
I am being honest with you. If what you put up
Steph Curry and James Harden in a bowl-off?
Maybe.
You're not watching it.
I don't know. Again, I have it on in the background throughout the weekend because I wanted to know what it all looked like. And there were a few things that caught my attention. None of them had to do with the actual game on Sunday night. And that's part of the problem. But I'm not here to tell you the weekend was a loss. I'm not here to tell you that the weekend should go away. And I'm not here to tell you that there's no answer. I don't have the answer, but I would start trying things that are further outside of the box. We're still stuck in this phase of what if it's USA versus the world? What if we play one-on-one?
No.
What if we turn our shorts around backwards?
No.
Stop playing a game.
Thank you.
They're not going to try.
Stop playing a game.
Right, but do other stuff that is basketball related and fun and interactive with the people and consumable on social media. That's where your answer is, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I wonder what the Pro Bowl games are like as far as the rating versus when they actually had a game, which has now been, 3 or 4 years since they actually had a game. And, more and more, these things, like you said, are YouTube consumable. And, Mr. Beast and the 3-point shot, younger people are going to be like, yeah, I know Mr. Beast, and so I want to see that. I want to see some kid in glasses try to win $100,000, and he did.
And he did.
Right.
Which was a ton of fun. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. A lot of you want to weigh in. Stay right where you are. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs is
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Straw poll. I mean, I don't know how much there is to it. Listening to the players after the fact, two things stood out. And I guess Steph Curry, who had a lot to say originally about this idea, I think he worked directly with Adam Silver on coming up with this format. So he backed it. I didn't hear a lot of other All-Stars back it. I heard two things. I heard a lot of people say, just go back to East versus West. Just go back to East versus West. Like, simplify. And then Rachel Nichols ran around and started asking everybody about the one-on-one idea. And she got a lot of people to say they're into it. My one hesitation there, because she's like all over social, like, I talked to 12 guys and they're all into it, so let's do it. I'm like, right. You put a microphone and a camera in their face at All-Star Weekend and ask the best players in the world if they want to play one-on-one. I mean, sure, you're going to get some positive responses. There were also guys over the weekend that started tweeting about being in the dunk contest. They're not going to actually do it.
Right.
Like, they're going to say,
why would they?
Try that. They're not going to actually do it. So,
what's in it for them? And that, to me, should be the new NBA slogan, NBA basketball. What's in it for them?
Well,
because what's in it for any NBA player?
Okay.
For me, Mark, the answer is a championship. So until you get to the playoffs, like, do these players really care about anything?
Yes, and that's what I want to get to.
Tell me what they care about.
Well, they all went to the Olympics.
Okay, that's not the NBA.
But what was in it for them?
A gold medal.
Okay,
and
that's not
that's
money.
something that they've never had.
But it's an honor.
And that's 12 guys.
But it's an honor.
It is.
And so is this.
What's the honor in the NBA?
Being an all-star. I mean,
being an all-star. LeBron was an all-star.
Yes.
Giannis was an all-star.
Right. Well, Giannis is hurt.
I know. And LeBron is also hurt.
He is 40 years old.
He's got this ankle thing.
Look, the whole LeBron thing is simply about the way he did it, not what he did. It's the way he did it. If your ankle hurts and you're 40 years old and you don't want to be in the All-Star game, great. Just don't wait till an hour before the game, silly. Like, for crying out loud, this is the easiest thing ever. That's just clunky delivery is all that is.
Yeah, beyond clunky.
I mean,
it's
hello.
Offensive.
Right. So anyway, I think we got to be careful about getting to a spot where we've decided that players are this hardened and this selfish that they don't care about anything unless $10 million is attached to it. I don't think that. Like, they all still showed up. They all came here.
Right.
Why did they come here? They didn't have to come here. They could have did what Steve Kerr did and go play golf in San Diego.
Well, Steve Kerr didn't have to come.
Right. I'm not criticizing Steve Kerr.
I know.
I'm just saying they're
Do they
here.
get paid to show up? Like, if you're an all-star, do you get...
I mean, unless it's a contract incentive, which it is for many. Yep. I don't think so. I know that there were incentives actually tucked into the game. They're not enough to make it matter. If you're making $50 million a year, you don't really care about $125,000. You make that in the first quarter if you're Steph Curry on game night. So that's all. Yes, I do think they still have hearts. They still care. There's a lot of good things that these players did with fans and the community and kids all weekend long. I still think that's all there. So when you say what's in it for them, I don't think they're looking at it that selfishly. I just don't think they're going to play hard basketball. They're just not.
Well, they don't want to play hard basketball.
Right, and I would still argue that neither do we. I know we think we do, but all it takes is one injury, and I promise everybody's conversation will go exactly the opposite direction.
Well,
and everyone would say, stop doing this. If Steph Curry turned an ankle, we would have been livid. Livid. You ruin the regular season because of something like this? Come on, get out. Nobody wants that.
Well, nobody wants this. So if nobody wants that and nobody wants this, then just stop it. Stop the whole thing altogether. Because,
not the whole thing.
Yes,
just the game. Don't
stop
play
the whole
a game.
Okay, then show up and let's do what the NFL does. And I'll tell you, myself, I'm not watching it. I didn't watch the NFL and whatever they did. I couldn't even tell you what they did, like skills challenge, or I know they did dodgeball and they do like this and that. They have quarterbacks trying to throw to moving targets.
I think they need to do a better job too, but I think it can be done. I mean, I'll give you an example. You know what?
Of course it can be done, but nobody wants to watch it.
I disagree.
Like the majority of people don't want to watch it.
Dude, we had that kid at Cal on the air after he kicked the field goal with Pat McAfee on game day.
Right. And
we had him on the air.
That's a 5-minute sideshow to a bigger event with the whole event is not built around we're going to find somebody to kick a field goal and make their college tuition.
No, the whole thing is built around game day, which is actually bigger than the game itself.
Right. I've been to a game day. I don't know if you've been to one.
I have.
I've been to one, and I showed up at Texas A&M at 6 a.m., and we started drinking at 6 a.m., and it was a whole thing.
And it's a whole, with McAfee now
in, it was a miracle that I even made it to the game, quite frankly.
You've pulled a lot of miracles in your life.
Yeah, it was an upset.
Yeah.
And I ended up, drinking with Coach Sumlin's wife in the indoor bubble
not
in College Station.
At all.
Dude, you have no idea what took place inside that indoor bubble.
You forget that you've told me.
A couple times. Yeah, boy, that was a fun pregame. And that game went double overtime, by the way.
I bet it did.
Your boy had to dig deep.
Or I bet it didn't.
I
bet
went
you
triple
have
overtime.
No clue what the final score was.
Somebody won.
Anyway.
You remember it?
He barely.
Yeah.
Who were they playing? Jalen. They were playing Tennessee.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure of that one.
Okay.
I think Jalen Hurd might have been involved in that game.
That wasn't that long ago.
No, it was 8 years ago.
This was 8 years ago?
Oh, boy, yeah. It had to be.
This happened in your 40s?
Late 40s, yeah. I'll Google it. I mean,
what?
Are you dead?
What are you doing?
Are you dead?
Not even close.
Right. So
I ain't going to go to game day and start drinking with coaches' wives, though. Like, what do we? I mean, anyway.
Yeah.
So
you would if you could.
All I'm saying is there's plenty of content out there to be created, especially around these people. It's just not this. And I know it's hard. I get it. It's hard to completely divorce yourself from where you've been. But if Adam Silver and Steph Curry were sitting here right now, guys, stop playing a game. That it's not going to work. I know you think that you changed it with this, that, and the other. As long as you're out there not trying, it's not going to work. And you're not going to try. So it's not going to work. And by the way, you largely didn't try 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and 40 years ago. But the world was different then. We get more sophisticated. We get less of an attention span. We want fast. We're moving. That's life now. Work with it or be done. I'm sorry. There's the toothpaste is out and it's all over the counter. So next year, here we're going to players
3 on 3 on 3 on 3.
6'6" and above against 6'5" and below.
I do think
that's not going to work.
You could do an 8-team tournament of 3 on 3, and then the next year you do a 12-team tournament of 2 on 2.
They're just not going to
And then you do a 24-man tournament of 1 on 1.
How about 1 on 6? Let's play 1 on 6 and see who can survive the best.
I like it.
Like they're not gonna try.
Exactly. So
and you don't want them to
pretending. And I don't want them to play dodgeball. I don't want them to play cornhole. If Steph Curry is going up against James Harden in cornhole, I could give a rat's behind. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And if you have a rat's behind in your house, they're going to get it.
I don't need you to
I don't need to watch. I'm not going to watch any of that crap.
Then you don't need to. But it's like they're not really targeting us anymore anyway.
But who are they targeting? They're targeting your kids who aren't watching either.
They're not watching the game.
No, they're watching.
They watch the other stuff.
They're watching whatever happens on YouTube.
Right, that's
when
fine.
When they find out like what actually popped, they're going to watch the moments on YouTube.
That's fine. They're going to watch it on YouTube where we don't have to stop and like pay homage to TNT for 17 minutes.
And I'm glad you said
care.
Homage because Steph Curry called it homage.
Homage. Yeah, and there's, potato.
It's not potato. What it is it's a misappropriation of culture.
I'm sorry?
You know what it is?
What is it?
I'll save it for Friday because it's what's bugging me.
You do not get to save it.
I will save it.
What is it?
It's a misappropriation sensation.
Cha-ching!
If you're going to use a French word, Steph, use it correctly. Because when you go to a French restaurant, Steph, and I'm sure you've ordered it before, when you order snails on the menu, what do you order, Mark?
Oh, I don't eat that.
If you did, what would you order?
Escargot.
See, You're just doing that because you're trying to be Team Steph. It's escargot is what it is. Nobody says escargot and nobody says homage.
Actually, we do it all the time.
It's homage.
What are the two biggest cities in California? Go ahead.
The two biggest cities in California would be
the two biggest metropolitan areas in California.
It would be Los Angeles and San Jose.
Yeah, well, yeah, you pronounce both of them incorrectly,
right?
So
exactly,
we do it because if you walk around going Los Angeles, then people.
But if you say if you walk in anywhere and say escargot, you are a moron.
They're gonna know. Fine, but they're gonna know what you're ordering. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease.
Ceremony Ford.
2024 Mustang, Mach-E Select, or 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station. Located right off 280 in Colma Daly City, Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. This Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is absolutely ridiculous. And we're going to tell you more about it coming up next. And then straight to you at 888-957-9570 coming up next. Cruiser and Rick and Cole and Hunter. Here we come on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, Dan Dibley here to talk about
Take it away, Mark.
No, I liked where you were going, Steph. Back to Lillard and Jaren. That's the kid's name.
Yeah.
Jaren. He won $100,000.
Awesome.
I didn't see the whole story. Apparently, he had no clue what was. I mean, like, this just kind of happened. They just bought tickets and went, and then somebody picked something out of somewhere, and next thing you know, he's out there on the court shooting threes with Dame Lillard and won $100,000. That's how you go to a game right there.
That's right.
That's how you do it. By the way, were either of you in the building for that? Grandy and Lucas? Were you there
specifically?
For Jaren, the $100,000 winner?
Yeah.
You were there?
It was the most excited the arena was all night.
There you have it.
Maybe only rivaled by the potential final possession when Steph was being guarded full court by Jokic, and then he got called for an 8-second violation.
Yeah.
That just zipped, took all the energy out of the arena. Yeah.
Yep. But I'm glad they got that call right.
Right. I mean, does Steph Curry not know the rules? So
You're so
it's
funny.
Steph at home, and it's a game that we're supposed to care about, and Steph is lollygagging up the floor.
Who said we're supposed to care about the game?
Then why have refs? Like, let them call their own.
I mean,
I got a question for you, Dibs.
Yeah, go ahead.
A few possessions before that, or maybe it was the earlier game. I can't remember. Kevin Durant on a fast break gets absolutely slapped on the arm.
Yep.
No foul call. So that's fine. We can let him play on that, but not on an 8-second violation.
Well, I'll wait for the last 2-minute report to see if they've admitted that there's a miss.
You do not need to see it.
All right. The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on.
Yeah.
Check it out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. A winner plus 3 guests will go to Las Vegas, and when you get there, you get $20,000. Not $100,000 like Jaren, but $20,000. And you get to stay at Circa Resort and Casino, which is Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. The ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship, and winning is very easy. All you have to do is be on the Odyssey app, listen to 95.7 The Game. That's it. Just log into the Odyssey app, download it, log in, listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and your daily entry goes in. So you can do it once a day, every day. National contest. Download the Odyssey app now. You could be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Let's go to Cruiser, who is hanging out either on 209 or in the 209. Hi, Cruiser. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Yes, I'm in the 209. Gibbs, to your point, you're right. I feel these guys don't care. So I'm speaking of the All-Star game. So what I propose, what I think we should do, this isn't an answer, it's just a suggestion. I think that the NBA and Nosferatu himself, Adam Silver, needs to take a page out of the WWE handbook and probably manufacture some drama. So I think Clay missed a golden opportunity this weekend to go into the 3-point contest, potentially win it, and turn around and say to everybody, "Yeah, you missed me here, right?" So that'll get people talking. Maybe have Kuminga say Lebron James, "Hey, you know why he's never entered the dunk contest? Because he don't have hops. He could dunk a ball, but he got no flair. He got no style. He's like Floyd Mayweather, who doesn't have knockout power. That's why he's running around all the time, right? Get LeBron gassed up. Maybe he goes in there just to shut him up. In the meantime, people will tune in to see something like that. I skipped everything. I didn't care. There was nothing that was in the lineup that made me interested. So I'm afraid that the gimmicks that they've been doing is going to kind of be here to stay. But in the meantime, you got to hit these guys where it hurts. Since you can't do it in the wallet, you got to hurt their pride. See, back in the day, we had real rivalries, right? Now everybody's friends and stuff, so they're not trying to hurt each other's feelings, right? They might be friends off the court, but on the court, you knew, Jordan was trying to kill everybody, right? So these guys, KD is trying to be friends with everybody. He's got bruised feelings very easily. So what we need these guys to do is we need some real chingazos to go on to make sure these guys kind of have not a level of hate but disregard. Like we need like a Kendrick Lamar Drake level beef to get this game more interesting.
But Cruiser, you can have that opinion all you want. I'm sure you understand why that would never happen. The NBA is not like, let's all go to the Bay Area so that we can embarrass half of you. That's not why the league is trying to celebrate the sport, not embarrass its top performers. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, Willard. I would tune in to see that. The casuals would tune in to see that.
Maybe.
And then you can sell them,
I can't.
And you can
but that's
sell them whatever you want.
But that's not what the NBA is trying to do. Like I'm just telling you, ratings is actually not the end all be all when it comes to this. They're not trying. And Cruiser, thank you very much. They're not trying to embarrass their players, and we are misremembering what an all-star game used to look like. We really are. This idea that back in the days of Michael Jordan, these guys were all foaming at the mouth and playing hard 5-on-5. Just YouTube it. Go watch what an all-star game looked like back in 1995. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit more fast-paced, but it was a lot of get out of the way and let guys perform and do their dunks and all of that. It was all of that. It's always been all of that, as long as I can remember watching it.
Yeah, and it comes down to the players, and if the players don't want to compete, then there's nothing you can do to have a game where players compete. And I think about the NHL All-Star game that I didn't watch, but I've gone back now and watched a lot of it, and you had 3 fights. Initially, when the puck dropped, you had guys actually looking to fight each other because it matters, and that's part of the culture of the NHL, but it wasn't just a let's skate around, and they did a 4 nations format where there was actual pride. And these players take pride in not losing to players from other countries. And it's because the players actually care that you had games that were competitive, games that actually had hitting and fighting. And the NBA they're so far from that. I'm not advocating that, you have a game where players actually fight each other because
it's a completely different
they won't do that in the regular season. But the NHL, a sport that is desperate for eyeballs and desperate for something, they have players who actually show up and compete. And the NBA right now, most of the players now are so rich and content that they don't care about the general fan. They don't care about their sport. And this is my opinion. I haven't talked to all the All-Stars, but when I watch them play in the All-Star game and I watch the majority of them play in the regular year, they don't have that same desire. They don't have that same hunger to get eyeballs because you've got a guaranteed contract. And I'm gonna do a favor for all the audience. I'm gonna go through during the break or maybe the next couple of breaks, and I'll add up all the salaries this year of the 24 All-Stars and see if it's $500 million.
Why?
Because that tells me what these players actually they don't care.
The NHL guys are not rich.
They're not rich.
They're not rich.
They're not like rich.
Yeah, they are.
You think how many NHL players do you think are making $50 million a year?
None, but they're
$40 million?
But
30? Okay. 20.
So that's what you
10?
need. Like some. And by the way, you don't need those numbers to be rich. Like they weren't fighting out there with one another because they're like, we're not making enough money. Like that's
why
not
are they fighting?
About. Because
why does it matter to them?
Whether it was rivalries that are already within that sport, whether it's the culture of the sport, or whether it's basically national pride, if you will,
right,
with the way they set it up. And that's why some people are talking about this USA versus the world thing.
It won't matter.
It's a completely different culture. I love that people are spending today being like, NHL's got it right. You're not watching that sport.
No.
That sport is actually literally on life support.
I can tell you guys after the game last night, these conversations were obviously being had by the guys. And from everything I heard, the 2 maybe best ideas were what you're talking about, USA versus the world. And a bunch of the foreign players, the Euros, super into it. Giannis said he would be all in.
I bet.
Wemby said he's all in. I think it'd be pretty competitive. The other one, on that first one, I don't know how Americans would feel and if that would be something they would get up to and a USA versus the world.
I have a question to ask you on that, but go ahead.
The other idea is the 1v1 tournament. I think you guys brought it up earlier, and pretty much to a man, every All-Star said they would compete, they'd be into it, and that would be something that would be fun for everybody.
That's great that they said it. I don't buy it. I don't think that they would try in a one-on-one tournament. I just think that that's one of those things that sounds better than how it would look. They say a lot of things when a microphone and a camera are on them. John Morant tweeted over the weekend that now he wants to be in the dunk contest. I got $5, says he won't be.
So did Giannis, and then he said he got hacked.
Exactly. He said his kid stole his phone and tweeted that for him, which was funny. Here's the problem with the USA versus the world thing. It's not a problem, in my opinion, but how would y'all feel about it? Watch this. I'm going to give you 12 names, and then I'm going to keep going, and you tell me who doesn't get to come, okay? So I'm literally just looking at average points per game in the NBA right now, all right? Tyrese Maxey, Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker. Count these with me. Maxey, Edwards, Durant, Tatum, Booker, Jalen Brunson, Dame Lillard, Anthony Davis, Cade Cunningham, Karl Anthony Towns, De'Aaron Fox, Kyrie Irving. Stop. That's 12. Now, I haven't even gotten to LeBron and Steph yet.
Towns represents the Dominican Republic.
Okay, fine. We'll skip Towns and go to Norman Powell. Like, I haven't gotten to Donovan Mitchell. I didn't get to Tyler Hero. I didn't get to Trae Young. I didn't get to Steph. I didn't get to Jaren Jackson or Jaylen Brown. Or LeBron.
Yeah,
or Darius Garland or James Harden. I could go on and on. How do you make only 12 American players, and are you okay with who would get left out?
It would also impact the snubs, right? Because if you only
That's what I mean.
You can only choose 12 American, then 12 of the Euros.
Right. And now what that means is you may be looking at those guys like that are left out. Jaylen Brown doesn't get to come, but DeMontis Sabonis and Nikola, not Jokic. No, the guy from that we talked about with the Bulls. Vucevic. Like, you're going to end up with those guys on the. Are you okay with that? Sabonis is in and LeBron is out.
Well, Sabonis would try and show up.
Maybe. I don't know.
LeBron won't show up, so Sabonis would show up and play.
LeBron would, but like Donovan Mitchell, that's a good. Let's use that as an example. Like Donovan Mitchell probably doesn't make the team. I'm okay with it. I'm just wondering if the NBA, if fans around the league, if you're okay with like really high-level American All-Stars won't be on the team if you do a 12 versus 12 USA versus the world.
And the Americans who do show up on the team, would they try? And I don't think that they would, because there's not the same amount of civic pride. And the hockey example is one that I only brought up because it actually worked, where you did a Four Nations thing. They showed up. They tried. They actually fought because their sport is, they're hungry. They're hungry for your attention. The NBA is not hungry. These players are no longer hungry. They're all making between 25 and 60 million a year, and they have no incentive to go out there and grow the game. They don't show up during the regular year to grow the game because it's load management and it's better for them. It's not better for the product, and ratings are down. And I haven't seen the All-Star game ratings yet, but I would imagine that they're probably down year over year. They've been down. NBA Finals ratings are down. Salaries are up. Ratings are down. And so if you're a player, what is your real incentive to go out there and put on a show? You have no incentive.
I can't argue with what you're saying other than to say, like, in the same sentence, we'll be like, well, back in the 90s, I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about the 90s.
Were Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, like, starving? Were they eating chunky soup? Like, the NBA All-Stars.
What was Michael Jordan making in 1990? Was he making $4 million?
Michael Jordan is literally one of the richest athletes who's ever walked the face of this earth.
Thanks to his shoe brand and Nike.
Which was already well out of the box. So I just, like, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think that people used to try because they weren't as rich.
It's not for me, it's not about the 90s. It's about yesterday. And you watch yesterday, and we all talked about last year, and you said it last week, where last year was an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment for the league.
They said
and
it. Doesn't matter what they said it.
You said it, and you're a consumer. You said it, and they said it, and it's a fact. And so they changed the format. And was this weekend any less of an embarrassment? I mean, look at anything.
Less. Yeah, it was less. Absolutely, it was less than last year.
Maybe a little less.
No, it was definitely less than last year.
To me, it was still embarrassing. Well, what you put out yesterday, where if you want to talk about the telecast from the opening tip to the end of the game, there was almost more like concerts and, hey, let's bring out Charles and the fellas and give them fishing hats for 20 minutes. Yeah. It was more schlock than it was basketball.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't find the word embarrassing to be the right word. I just don't think it's that compelling. So it's not embarrassing. It's just like you gotta do something different.
Like, what would you call it? Like,
not compelling.
Okay. Yeah.
That's it. I would call it not compelling. And some people were like, here, let's go to Rick in Pacifica. Hi, Rick. What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. I don't understand what all the sniveling's about, Mark, because the one caller kind of pointed out You might be a little jaded. Yeah, who isn't? These guys are making crazy money. They're not ever going to be motivated to win East versus West. We thought, I'll give you a little sample size. Our neighborhood got together and watched the game last night, and we were all entertained. And in the end, it's all about entertainment. Some of us didn't understand it. Some of the guys were pointing out to the ladies, vice versa. This is how the game goes. And thank you. But the deal was, the ship sailed on it being a real competitive deal. I would say, however, the fact that they put in the up-and-coming kids playing the vets, the vets didn't want to get smoked by these young kids. You saw it in their play. There's a couple times they're getting close on the score, and hey, we got to make a couple of trays here and go, do a little dance and dribble by them and get a bucket. So, that was kind of entertaining. I mean, I liked it.
Hey, Rick, Rick, can I ask you something? What did you think of Draymond Green, basically? And we can play it for you, but basically Draymond's take on the rising stars being in this whole thing was that was kind of unfair because players work their whole lives to be all-stars. And then suddenly on All-Star Sunday night, you've got kids who've been in the league for 1 year getting to share the court with Steph Curry and Kevin Durant in an All-Star game, and Draymond thought that was kind of offensive. What's your take on that?
Draymond's a prickly dude. We already know that. So here's the deal. If you got to have a little bit of a sideshow to make this appealing to the general public, because the game itself does not hold the appeal that it once did back 40 years ago. I'm 66. I've seen a few of these things where it meant something, where Pete Rose would slide into second base and take out somebody in the All-Star game, right? It don't happen no more. But the sideshow was pretty entertaining. We loved it. We had a good time.
That's great.
And the kid who made his little free throw thingy,
Jaron.
Good God, man.
That's what I'm telling you, Rick.
The free throw thingy.
That was the deal, though, Rick. So, Rick, first of all, if you enjoyed the hell out of it, good on you.
Yeah.
That's great. Although, what we get to in the end, you liked the Jaron thing even better. And
the free throw thingy.
Yes, and it wasn't a free throw thingy. It was actually a really long three-pointer. It was like 5 feet behind the line. The kid thought it was a half-court shot. It wasn't. But afterwards, he's like, I was shooting half-court shots against Dame Lillard, saying you weren't. But that's okay.
Yeah. And that was brought to you by Mr. Beast. And I don't know if you've seen a lot of Mr. Beast's material. I know your kids have.
Not a lot.
And he actually has a thing now, I think it's on Netflix, called The Beast Games, which is a play on Squid Games, which I got about halfway through. It's pretty entertaining. This guy is like a borderline billionaire, and he'll do things like, okay, I'll give you $1 million if you can live in this grocery store for 3 months.
Oh, boy, I could do that.
Well, you'd be surprised because you think you could do it for like 100 days in a grocery store.
I think I could do it for the rest of my life.
Like, where do you sleep?
I'll stay in the aisles.
One of the people actually built a bed out of toilet paper rolls, and it's like a YouTube thing. You watch it, and he comes in every 10 days, and it's like, oh, now we're going to take the power out for 4 days. And, they do certain challenges, but
don't do that.
Mr. Beast is a guy who's like made his money doing these YouTube challenges. So, like, for the younger audience, the Mr. Beast piece, and even for our 66-year-old caller, that's a big deal.
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying. I just think, and, it was funny. He's like, oh, but he's like, I've watched it when the All-Star game mattered. And then he brought up Pete Rose. I'm like, whoops, that's baseball. Listen, I'm 50, and I've watched the NBA All-Star game, I think, every year, probably since I was 8 years old.
Yep.
No. It never mattered, and nobody ever went crazy and started pulling out people's legs and dunking on people's heads and screaming in their face. No, it never happened. It's all a figment of your imagination. Was it different? Yes, a little bit. But I'm sorry, like this idea that in 1988, boy, this time it counted and everyone was out for blood. No, didn't happen. I watched. It was windmill dunks and smiles. That's what it was. Let's go to Cole in Palo Alto. Hi, Cole. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Really enjoy your guys' stuff.
Thanks, man.
I was working in the city on Saturday. I thought the environment was actually really nice. I'm not in the city that often. But from what I experienced, I actually really, really enjoyed it. I didn't get to see any of this stuff, so I don't really can't really comment on that. But in terms of the game, I actually enjoyed the format. The one thing I didn't like was just the presentation of the whole thing. I thought the actual play and effort level was maybe not where people wanted it, but it was definitely a step up from the last couple of years. And I think one thing that could probably help would just be to raise the target score. I was actually reading something online that in terms of the actual length of the presentation from TNT, out of the 3 hours, only about 40 of it was the actual games. So I just think there's just way too many breaks, and that's just something that I just really didn't enjoy. But in terms of if people want to go back to doing the two teams thing, I think in terms of trying to give the players money, I don't think there's any certain amount that could be given to the players that would make them try. But you saw, for example, when the OGs were playing the Rising Stars, I think when the players have something on the line in terms of losing, that's when they really try. So what about the players have to, instead of the league giving the winning team money, what if it's the other team? What if the other team has to give, I don't know, $25,000 or $50,000 to another player on the team after the game?
Yeah, fun idea, Cole. But I think
meet at half court.
You think
pull out your wallet?
You think you can convince those guys to pull out their own money?
I don't know if you can, but I think it would definitely be interesting.
Oh, it sure would. Yeah. Cole, I love it.
Thanks, Cole.
And Cole, you're kind of echoing what I was saying during the crossover, which is the one part of the whole experience that I enjoyed was when the Rising Stars took on Steph's team, because those young Bucks, they wanted to win.
That was when people were playing the hardest.
When when one team wants to win, and even though you're NBA players and they're G Leaguers, you can't just go 70% and beat them. You kind of have to go 80, 85. But it's funny you say that, because I watched it, and early on they were going 90, 95, and then they got the lead and they were going 70, 75 once it was kind of understood. But there was that moment in the game where the OGs, Shaq's team, they actually went about 4 minutes of real time, and they actually played basketball.
We better get a lead. When you get to 30, you better get a lead.
Yeah. And so they got up on them, and then
the refs took care of everything else after that.
But it was kind of fun to at least watch in that, because the youngsters were like, dude, $125,000 if we win? This is it.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll stay with your phone calls on this. What was your reaction to the new format and beyond with All-Star Weekend, and Draymond's comments, if you missed any of them, also coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Day.
Day.
Had yourself quite a weekend for not even being an all-star, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, he's most comfortable where he is.
Sure.
And we can get into some of the sound about,
for sure,
we going to be championship and I'm going to be the coach. And it's interesting, like, which one strikes you more? Because for me, it's not even close. Like, the idea that they can win the title for me is a lot more compelling than I'm going to be the coach. That to me is absolutely hilarious.
Well,
the notion of him being the coach,
but you're sort of pitching it in a way of like the idea of Draymond being a coach. What's compelling about it to me is that what he stated was that it's been offered.
Right. That's even funnier.
Well, I don't think a lot of people think that funny. I think that that's terrifying.
Well, yeah, maybe that's the way I process terror. And, we all process grief and terror in our own way. And
well, it wouldn't. I wouldn't feel grief over it, but I
get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but when I think about my favorite team, and I think about him being the head coach of my favorite team, and I think about what that would be, from a radio host standpoint,
well,
yes,
wonderful. Yes,
it's the Draymond Green show. Draymond, hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
It already is.
How you doing?
I mean, my gosh, the guy.
We'd have a weekly with Draymond Green.
I mean, so listen, we'll play some of that for you in a sec.
Guys, I like what Quentin's doing on the weak side.
Oh God, yeah,
stand on it.
Totally, there'll be a lot of that.
Except for I'm going to kick him in the shin if he commits another foul. But a lot of people want to weigh in on this, and then. What we were all just talking about during the break, and like Lucas and Grandy, you guys were in the locker room to a degree listening to players talk about this. These two ideas that are out there, what sounds better to you? A one-on-one tournament of all-stars or a USA versus the world all-stars? What sounds better to you?
Oh, for me?
Oh, anyone.
I would love to answer, and I guess... the one thing that I need to get clarified on is, are they going to try? And that becomes like, if they're not going to try in either one, then what are we even talking about?
How do you get them to answer that?
Well, I do think that if there was, for example, $1 million to the winner, and I've talked about this WNBA. It's not the WNBA, but it was a women's basketball, and it's called Unrivaled. I think they're doing this little 3-on-3 thing. And it's kind of fun to look up and go, oh, there's Sabrina, and there's Angel, and there's, women's basketball players we're starting to get to know in a full court 3-on-3. They're trying because it matters and they want the money. They had a one-on-one tournament. The winner got $200K, which is more than most of them make in the WNBA. So to really make this matter for Steph, you'd have to give him $80 million to the winner.
Right.
So let's put aside the money part of it. Let's just say it's $1 million for the winner in a one-on-one contest, and you took the top 32 players that you thought in the association, and you had a 32-man bracket. You had pool play or whatever your format was. I'm here for that.
Okay.
More than I am for the USA against the world.
I'm gonna hold my answer. What do you guys think? Lucas, Grandy, and by the way, y'all can weigh in on that. What sounds better to you? One-on-one or USA versus the world? 888-957-9570. What do you guys think? And what did you hear also?
Yeah, I think there were more players that were seemingly in on the 1v1 versus international versus USA.
No one said no. I will say that. Everyone seems like, yeah, that can work.
Which is what scares me, by the way. I question the authenticity of their responses.
Wow. Maybe.
But go ahead.
Maybe. I think what you brought up last segment about how difficult it would be to field the teams, international versus USA, because you'd kind of have a decent top 5, 6, or 7 in international, and then not much after that, and then you'd have a lot of snubs on the USA team. 1v1 to me feels like it's easier to get the participation, legit participation, and players going hard. Imagine Kyrie out there against Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's going to want to try to show up so that Kyrie doesn't put him all over the internet, crossing him over and falling flat on his face. I feel like you get a little bit more of those kind of moments. There was a moment in the game last night where it was Kyrie going at Wembanyama, and that was one of the moments where the crowd kind of got into it, and Kyrie ultimately crossed him up, drove past him, and missed the layup. But you get those sorts of more individualized moments where I think it's easier to get spurts of effort as opposed to hoping you get it over the course of an entire game.
I think it really only takes a couple guys to really try, and then the rest of the group will really try. Wembanyama wanted to win this All-Star game. He took it really personally, and when he saw his teammate Alperen Şengün just give up on that final layup to lose the championship game, he was legitimately pissed. He punched the air. He was so frustrated. He will care at something like this. Giannis will care. As long as there are 5, 6, 7 guys who are definitely going to care, other guys they're not going to want to get embarrassed, and that's what's prevented people from taking the All-Star game seriously.
But you're talking about one-on-one or USA versus the world?
I think they will care about both, but I want to see the 1v1 because just the clash of styles. Like you said, Grandy, the Kyrie versus Kevin Durant, a Giannis versus a smaller player, Wemby versus anybody would be fun. And it's something we don't get to see. The USA versus the world, at least you see USA play other teams in the Olympics. I mean, it's not like that would be an all-star group of everybody else outside of the U.S. So it's a little bit different, but you still see the best players in the U.S. competitively try against the rest of the world.
I wonder about the exact opposite point. When you say, man, it only takes 1 or 2 people to try, and you got to sell for tournament. I kind of look at it the opposite way. This say 1 or 2 people to not, and you're dead. You're dead in the water. You're not and by the way, your idea million bucks for the winner.
Yeah.
If you have a 32-player tournament, you've got to win 5 games. If you set up for $1 million bucks, for again, these people make $500,000 every time they play basketball. I would question,
probably more
what
of a
all three of you are saying works. If they do what raises hands, I don't think they're going to do.
This makes me think of what Steph said about the effort level yesterday. He said that before they had their all-star practice on Saturday in the locker room as they were getting ready to run out, Kyrie looked at Steph and he's like, so we're trying this year? We're trying? And he's like, yeah. And that was it. That was all that was needed.
And they didn't.
They did, though.
I don't think they did. Yes, it was better, but no.
Well, the presentation screwed it up.
Yeah.
I think so,
30 minutes in between, not between games. In the middle of one of the games that was 11-1, the OGs were ahead, and they took a 30-minute break.
Was that 30 minutes?
At least 17.
17.
Someone timed it.
They timed it. It was 17.
Okay.
But yes, it felt like 30.
And then the rest of the way after that, no one tried because they've been sitting out there on the court waiting.
I thought the game was over. I didn't understand what was going on because we were hosting the show.
Game to 11.
I thought, I'm like, did they get skunked?
I had a 2-year-old in the bath, and you try not to leave her in the bath for too long unsupervised, but I kept going back and forth in the bedroom 5 steps away, and finally I'm like, forget you, game. I'm going to sit here and stare at my daughter and, try and do bath time because this thing was so stupid.
And even worse, the international team who played the first game, the first semifinal, they had to sit through the entire second semifinal where the OGs beat the Rising Stars, and then they played like a minute of the next game and had to sit for another 20 minutes. They hadn't played basketball in like over an hour.
And wasn't the Too Short thing in between the games as well?
Yes.
So it was they played Too Short and company, and then you played about 2 minutes.
So they played the first game between the Rising Stars and the international in the international squad.
Yeah, correct.
They played it was the Young Stars and international. They played.
Yep.
After that was I believe that was the Dame and
yes,
and
that
the
was
kid
Dame and Jaren. Yep.
And then the OGs played the Rising Stars. After that game was the performance.
Yep.
On the court, and then they played like 2 minutes of the next game,
right?
And then they shut it down for 20 minutes
for TNT. Yeah.
So it was about 90 minutes of actual time where they played 2 minutes of basketball.
And you expect them to come out and play hard when they've been sitting cold for over an hour.
I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I'm not gonna it looked better than last year, but that's such a low bar. Like if you came away from yesterday going, they tried, I would argue that. No, they didn't.
I think they came out to try in the beginning of the championship game, and you could tell in the first semifinal they were trying. Like, guys were really guarding in that first game. I'm convinced that the effort level was much better than we've seen in a while.
I would like for you to go watch the final basket of Chuck's team beating Kenny's team. Final bucket. You've got about a 5-point game. And they're up against it. They got 38 or 39 points.
Yeah.
And I forget which guard it was. He literally drives down the middle. It is a parting of the seas. Darius Garland and someone else stare at someone, fly right by them and dunk, and the ball game is over.
It was SGA.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it right now, and, he makes a great move at the perimeter, Mark, and it's,
I was sitting there going, and I wasn't even mad at him because I'm like, you know me. I told you guys last week, I'm like, Chuck's team is playing Shaq's team for the champion. This is how it's all set up.
Yeah.
They're not going to let one of those, like, they want Chuck versus Shaq. They want LeBron, KD, and Steph to go against Jokic, SGA, and Wemby. It was, to me, the script was clear. So when that happened, I'm like, yeah. So, like, and I'm not saying some sort of fix was in, because who cares?
Right.
But I just, if that's the bar of trying, I would like to set the bar higher. But on the other hand, I want to make clear this is not like the axe I'm trying to grind with over here. Like, I don't think they're ever going to try. And those of us who are yelling about that, I don't actually think that we want that.
No, but I do think
we're one injury away from completely changing this conversation.
I guess. And Lucas was referring the other game, and I talked about it before, where the Rising Stars took on Steph's team, Shaq's OGs. And in that game, there was actually a lot of trying that was taking place because Shaq's OGs didn't want to get shown up by the youngsters, and the youngsters wanted that bag. And so until the Shaq's OGs finally kind of got over and got in control, then you got back into, okay, you're going to lose. And I'm looking at the Gilgeous-Alexander play here where he wins on the perimeter. They're up 7. They just need 1 point. So are you going to slide over and try to foul him at the rim? He's going to hit a free throw, and you're going to lose anyway.
No, there's no free throws.
Yeah, there were.
No, they didn't do free throws. They did in the final one. But like what they were doing for the majority of it, if there was a foul, they would just
you get 2?
You get the ball out.
Oh.
That's what they did early. Okay. I don't know if they changed it. It got confusing, but yeah, early on there were no free throws.
Yeah.
They just gave him the ball out of the bounds. It was almost like everything was a non-shooting foul.
Yeah. I mean, you're mostly, I'm sure you're right. I'm just looking at the play-by-play, and I'm looking at the global stars in that game, and it's layup 3, layup, 3, layup 3,
right, layup, right,
dunk,
right,
dunk 3,
right.
layup, dunk 3, dunk.
But
that's the ball game.
But they tried. Okay,
I'm referring to the other game where they actually did try.
I know.
There were fouls and stuff.
Did, yes, for a minute they did. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1. KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We keep going on the phones. I don't care that they didn't try, but they didn't try. It was a better look than the year before. I just think that if what you're waiting for is today's NBA star to try, you're going to be waiting for a long time. You're going to be in for a real tough battle here. I think you got to work with them a little bit more. I think a lot of fans who are yelling that they want people to try, you actually don't want that. I mean, just imagine for a second, if you're a Warrior fan, how you'd feel today if Steph Curry got hurt. Like, I would be beside myself. I mean, you want to talk about sitting in front of the TV with a bucket of ice cream while you're supposed to be on a diet. Like, good God, do not ruin the whole damn thing so that you can have one fun night. You know what I mean? Steph Curry gets hurt the All-Star game. That's like cheating on your spouse. Don't ruin the whole flipping thing for one good night.
Wow.
Like, good Lord, what are we doing? What are we doing? So
how good was the one night, though?
Not good enough.
Okay.
Not good enough.
Well, then, you know what? Let's forget the whole damn thing.
That's not
and you know
what
what, Steph?
though.
That's what I'm at. And you know what, Steph? No more playing in celebrity golf events where you make a hole-in-one and you run down the fairway, go into the hole to try to celebrate. That's dangerous.
No, he can run.
That's dangerous,
he can
Mark.
Run. No, it's not. There's no defense. You're not going to trip over anybody. You're going to trip over a sprinkler head.
No more playing catch with cannon because he might throw it back to you hard and you might sprain your pinky.
That's an overreaction.
You know what it is.
No, that doesn't work.
No, you know what it is. It's me doing what I do because let's just bubble wrap everybody. No more anything.
No, just have fun. Just have fun. Do some things that are compelling to what the younger audience watches right now. Stop yelling at these players to try. They're not going to, and we don't want them to. Hunter in New York on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Hunter. What's up? Hunter.
Hi. How you doing?
What's going on?
I just want to start by saying, like, I think that, you know, the whole thing overall was more competitive than in the past years. I agree with what you were saying, though, obviously. Like, I think the whole thing about the nostalgia and people misremembering, you know, the game has always been not really competitive, like you were saying. It's always more of a fun thing, and it's like the people who are on social media always trashing it are like the casual fans who are tuning into this expecting some grand, you know, stage matchup. You know, there's real fans, you know, like me who watch every single Warriors game, and we look forward to All-Star Weekend every single year just because it's a celebration of basketball, the sport we love. It's a celebration for the players. And I just appreciate the fact that they tried to do something that makes things more competitive instead of just, going with the same thing each and every single year. And, I think that I've been in the YouTube chat all day. I saw people saying that, like, there should be, like, a horse competition or, something more fun like that. If they're going to lean into it being more of a fun thing, they should fully lean into it. They should have skills challenges, horse competitions, maybe the 1v1 tournament you were saying. I don't think that's actually going to realistically happen, though, but who knows? I enjoyed the weekend overall as a whole, though, as a real fan of basketball. And I agree that, if this is the bar, it definitely needs to be higher. But I think we're heading in the right direction. And especially with guys like Victor Wembanyama, coming out saying things like, I'm not here to make friends, and playing to the level that he did, I think that is going to trend in an upward direction. And we need more players like that.
Yeah, Hunter, thanks. I hope so. It might be just that Victor's 20. And Victor doesn't have any hair on his chest yet. And when he gets there and he's at his 8th All-Star game 8 years from now, is he still going to feel that way? But I'll buy what Hunter is saying. Look, at a minimum this, yes, it was better than last year. And yes, it tried something different, and I give him an A for effort.
Sure.
However, effort is only going to take you so far in life.
If last year was a 1 out of 10 in terms of entertainment and what we would want from an actual game, was this year a 2?
No.
A 3?
Yeah.
3.1?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Somewhere that was definitely less annoying than last year.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to call last year, like, I don't know. Embarrassing is not the right word. It's not too strong.
No.
It's not the right word for me. I just, like, I don't know, man. I get it. You don't want to get hurt, and that is the way the world is now, and we can continue to yell at that, but that's what we're doing here. Analytics are here. They're not going away.
I get it.
We all use them. There's load management, and I don't want them to get hurt either. So I understand all of that stuff, and I'm not mad at it. But as a consumer, I do have a right to sit down and turn the TV on and tell you if this holds my attention and joy at all. Last year, not even the slightest.
Yeah.
This year, a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Not enough.
You mentioned the 1988 All-Star Game just as a random year.
Yeah.
You just threw it out, and so I thought, you know what? That's a good good marker.
Okay.
I was 20, and you were probably 14 at the time, I believe.
1988?
Yeah.
13.
1988 All-Star Game. Yeah. The final was 138-133, and I was looking at the game, and a couple things stood out. One, the East took 6 threes. Danny Ainge took 4 of them.
Ooh,
the West took 5 threes. Mark Aguirre took 3 of them.
Okay.
So beyond that, the field goal percentages were kind of normal. The East was 54 of 104, 52%, better than a normal team. The West struggled. They shot 42.6. But what really stood out as I looked into it, the East committed 29 fouls.
Interesting.
The West committed 27 fouls, 56 fouls in an all-star game. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that makes it more watchable. You had 77 free throws taken in the game. I don't know if that's what we want. But then I looked at last year. Do you know how many total fouls were committed by the East?
I mean, I would argue none.
1.
Okay.
1 foul. Trae Young committed the 1 foul. The West committed 2 fouls. And there were, and I'm looking at it right now, there were 166 3-pointers taken.
Yeah.
So if you want to go from 88 to 2024, in 88, did they play harder? It seems like it based on the amount of fouls. I don't know if they were just like clutching and grabbing, but it seemed like there was a lot fewer freebies. Last year's game, there were 168 3-pointers taken.
No, listen, I'm not saying it's the exact same by any stretch, but also what did the numbers get to? You got 140 points with no threes, essentially.
Basically, the East hit the East hit 3 threes.
Yeah, and
the West hit 1. It was 138-133.
Yeah, like again,
it was a lot of up and down and like.
My point is tuck it into whatever time of the world it was. It was softball that version of it at that time. Like
I need to go back and watch this game and see how the East committed 29 fouls.
Dude, when I worked in LA, the NHL All-Star game came to Staples Center. I remember attending this game.
Yep.
And so today's this day where they're like, ooh, in the NHL, they fight. Well, the game I went to was like 16-14.
And they changed it.
In the NHL.
Right.
So, yes, it's always been a much softer version of whatever we're watching on a night in and night out basis. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
I know we got to break in a minute, but I might be in the minority here. In fact, I might be one of the only people that feel this way. If we're talking about just the All-Star game, itself, I think I liked last year's more than this.
Really?
There was so little actual basketball. And I know, like, okay, you can say last year wasn't real basketball either. It was essentially a game to 120.
Yeah.
Which is a normal score in a competitive
regular
NBA
game, sure.
But in an all-star, that game's over at like halftime. Like we had half of a game of real basketball, and 1/3 of that half of a game of real basketball featured a Rising Stars squad that I don't care about at all. Like the current NBA All-Star game, last year's iteration, essentially becomes a 3-point shootout and a slam dunk contest. And considering what the slam dunk contest is now, I kind of like that. Give me a long enough game to where I can see some crazy dunks and alley-oops and crazy dribble moves. And yeah, maybe you get some ugly misses from half court, but Steph's going to hit one. Luka's going to hit one. I like to see that kind of stuff, and we didn't get to see that much last night.
That's fair. I mean, I hated last year, but if you like that even better, I don't think it's a blowout in either direction. I think both of them could be very, very different. 888-957-9570. All right. A lot of you have been patiently waiting. So Eric and Douglas and David and others, we're coming straight to you. Also, though, coming up next, if you've not heard the key points that Draymond Green threw out on TNT, we've got that for you next. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Warriors could use one of those. And Steve Kerr's going to join us on Thursday. Look, it's we're just going to tell you exactly what this week is. You know what this week is. We know what this week is. Dibbs? There are no sports.
Oh, well.
I know maybe you were like the TGL is on right now.
Yeah.
And you're watching the Notre Dame women play the women of Duke.
The Dukies, the Lady Dukies.
But it's an opportunity for us to really dive in and do a little something different. And so I don't want to spoil anything too much because we're working on a lot. But we're going to set aside a good portion of tomorrow to be the 49ers offseason special. And then a good portion of Wednesday to be the Giants offseason special. And then Thursday, the Warriors stretch run special. And I can already tell you right now that Steve Kerr will be a part of that show on Thursday.
Nice.
And then Friday night, you're in SAC. Back to action.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Yeah. And I thought maybe tomorrow we could do a full Champions League leg 2 dive. We do a deep dive.
Yep.
See if, see how things are going between Benfica and Monaco. That's coming up tomorrow.
Tell you what, we'll get back to you on that idea.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right? You keep them coming, though, over there, Sparky.
I'm in, Dibs.
Yeah, thank you. And don't forget about Milan and Feyenoord. And, I called them something else the other day off the air, and both Lucas and Granny are like, they gave me the stink eye because I used an expletive describing what I thought was their name. So
great time to mention that Dibbs, Grandy, and Lucas will have a soccer podcast coming out later on this week.
Yeah, I used to have one called Golazo Supremo with Rick Tittle. It was very, very popular.
That sounded very salacious. I don't know what you just said, but it sounded like it was really pushing the envelope.
Golazo Supremo is...
with Rick Tittle.
Rick Tittle's an actual person.
I know he is.
He's as old as the Super Bowl.
Still sounds salacious.
And Golazo Supremo is when you see a goal that is so wonderful that a Spanish language announcer will say, Golazo, 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 Aso, 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 Golazo Supremo.
Okay, so apparently...
a lot of times that's the call.
Apparently we've got some controversy. The other room believes that is a mispronunciation sensation.
Well, it could be.
Yeah. Lucas?
Cha-ching! If the announcer speaking in Spanish calls it a Golazo Supremo, we got problems.
Dude, sounded like he was ordering a Taco Bell right there.
Yeah.
Could I have a burrito Supremo?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, here you go, sir. That'll be $1.99.
Okay, gringo.
Yeah, what would you call it, Lucas?
Golazo Supremo.
Oh, there you go.
Supremo.
There you go.
Okay.
Whitest guy in the building going to check
Not
me.
Italian, Willard.
It all is to me. If it ends in a vowel, it's Italian. Okay? That's the way we do it. That's right. It's DiVincenzo. That's the only way I do it.
My 2 guys on town.
All right. 888-957-9570. That was Dibbs doing his Kurt and Hayward Hills impression.
Is he Italian?
We got to ask him. Curto and Hayward Hillzo. I don't know.
Why does he have to be something, Lucas?
Everybody.
Why can't he just
Otherwise,
be a
why
person?
would that make sense there?
There goes the 2 boys, the 2 great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
He might be, but I'm going to vote no. We should ask him next time.
Today at 5:30 when he calls in.
Hey, Kurt, where the hell are you from? What's up with that? And then we'll see what he says. Did you want to say something to Jonathan who said this is bummer news?
Hello.
Look, sometimes it doesn't go well, okay? Not every day is a great day.
Yeah.
Most of them are. All right. We're going to go back to the phones, but we do want to just let us dip our toe in the water real quick here, okay? First of all, this is the one that you're hot on. Again, this is all from TNT. Pre-game, in-game, mid-game, post-game, whatever. Here's Draymond Green.
I think, we were
kind of headed in the wrong direction, thinking we're figuring it out and never figuring it out this year, throughout the course of this year. And since he's been here, we've walked into every game thinking and believing that we're going to win that game. And that goes a long way in this league. When you walk in the game like, we probably going to lose this game, it's not good. And so he's brought back that belief, and I think we're going to win the championship.
Say that one more time so that everybody here can
say that with your chest.
I
didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler the third. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship.
Wow. Okay, there it is. Warriors are going to win a championship. And Steph Curry, after the game, was careful to point out, he's like, hey, man, a lot going on tonight. I got my guy Draymond on the telecast guaranteeing a championship, so that's great. A little sarcasm in there. Why not put a little extra pressure on it? But that's a portion of what Draymond did last night.
Is he took the pressure off Steph, or he put the pressure on themselves?
Put the pressure on all of them.
Right. And, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander in the postgame had a great comment about that. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, they should think that. And, I applaud Draymond. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, yeah, Draymond should say that. And if I was his teammate, I'd want him to say that. But, we'll see. And by we'll see means you're going to have to come through us. And I do think that there is a path for them to win the championship, and it is not an easy one. And I think about when they won their last championship, if you go back and look at how that happened, a lot of things broke their way. And you had Denver, who had injuries, and then you had a Memphis team that was giving you a whole bunch of trouble, and then Ja got hurt, and then you faced a Dallas team that was probably short one or two players before they could actually be a real team, and then you faced Boston the year before that they were probably ready to actually do it. So, yeah, things broke your way. It's not to say that it was, a gimme. Not everything happened where they all laid down for you. And I think about the Giants when they won their World Series, and, when you won it, you got in the playoffs and you played great and things broke your way, but you have to go out there and win games. And the Warriors had to win 16 games, and they did, but certain things kind of broke their way. They got healthy. Other teams weren't as healthy. You avoided teams that maybe were going to be a tough out for you, and you got it done. It's not to apologize or to excuse it in any way, but
I mean, you think that experience applies to this year?
I think that you look at this year, and if you get into a 6 seed and you go up against, certain teams, maybe the matchups that you want are in your favor, like a Houston team that has no championship experience, a team that is, fast and young, but they play a lot of defense, and it's the kind of style I think that you can cope with. Maybe you get by them. And a team that you may have to face, if it's Denver or if it's OKC, maybe they get knocked off, or maybe they have an injury. There are things that can break your way that can make it more possible than we think right now as a 10 seed.
Interesting. And then there's this also, and then we'll kind of circle back to this in a little bit. But here's the other thing everybody's buzzing about. Candace Parker's the other voice that you hear in here, but Draymond Green gets into a conversation and listen to what he mentions about the Warriors head coaching job.
There's no way that I could coach ever in the history of everything. It'd be like Draymond coaching. Like there's
wow, you can't coach. What does that mean?
I've already been offered to go to State Warriors head coaching job.
I didn't say that you couldn't be. I didn't think you would suck. I just don't think that you would enjoy it. You would not be able to coach. Your patience, our patience is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I got a little.
How would you know what you do with that?
It's true.
Sorry.
Draymond, you think you'd be a good coach?
I think I could be a good coach.
Okay.
But I don't want to be.
Okay. So.
But I don't want to be.
I don't want to be. He said he agrees with her that he wouldn't be the right coach. But what's interesting to me is he says, I've already been offered the Golden State Warriors job when I'm done. And there's a couple things that pop to mind here. So, yeah, I'm not thinking that this is actually going to happen. But that is a bit of a head scratcher, kind of an interesting idea. If that's actually true, is Draymond getting a little ahead of himself? I don't know. What I really take from it is something that I've already felt for a while, and I wonder if people have really sat with this. We talk about the end of Steph Curry's career, whenever that is, 2 years, 3 years, and I wonder if everybody feels the same way I do. When that happens, like the whole cavalry leaves with him. I think. Like there's a reason these contracts are all being lined up. You now have Jimmy Butler lined up. Steve Kerr did an extension lined up. I know Draymond has that dangling year on the back end that's an option. Whatever. That can be taken care of in either direction. But when Steph decides to be done, I think Steve Kerr is going with him. And obviously Jimmy Butler will probably be done as a Warrior also. Complete and total reboot at that time. So to me, that does sort of change the visual of these next couple years with Steph Curry, that being after this one, obviously, on one front. But the second one is, we've never really watched Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and all of this go through some sort of coaching search, especially post-dynasty. That feels a little flippant to me, if that actually happened. Sure, Draymond, you can be the coach.
Right.
Maybe he'd be great, but that feels flippant to me if that's actually been thrown around that way 2 to 3 years before it would even happen.
Agreed, especially if it is ironclad, like when you're done, this is what our plan is. And, Steph has this one and 2 more. Draymond has this one and 2 more. Jimmy Butler has this one and 2 more. The only one signed for longer right now is Moses Moody. And Buddy Hield's got a player option for that year after Steph and after Draymond and after Jimmy. And you would figure that Kuminga would be a guy who would be here. Pods has a couple of team option years. You would think if he plays like this that he'll be picked up and he'll get a new deal. Same thing with TJD. But if I look at that team, Mark, in 27, 28, when assuming Steph is gone, he might, continue to play and Draymond the same. But assuming that Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler are all gone, and GP2 and Looney, you've got at that point a 26-year-old Kuminga, a 25-year-old Moody, a 25-year-old Pods, and a 27-year-old TJD. If I'm looking for a new coach, I'm trying to find a guy who's a borderline college coach. If I'm looking at a rebuild with younger guys, I'm looking for a coach who has worked with younger players, somebody who's more of a development person. For me, if you wanted to look at Draymond Green as a coach, I'd be looking for Draymond with a team of veterans, a team of guys who have already done that and been through it. I don't know if I would entrust Draymond Green to be the patient teacher and a guy who, okay, we're going to go 22-60 and we're going to suck for 2 or 3 years. Wow. I want you to be patient and coach these guys up.
I hear what you're saying. I don't know that that's actually going to be the Warriors' reality at that time. I know Joe Lacob has certainly promised that it won't be.
Yeah, right.
But that's kind of what I mean. Like, without knowing your situation and without knowing exactly when this is going to end or what it's going to look like, it's a little flippant to have offered that job already to Draymond Green. And again, I don't know that happened, but he said it. He said that it did. I don't necessarily have a reason to think that he's lying. I know Draymond is like a huge personality and pushes the envelope. I've never known him to be a liar. Like, did you take that at face value? He's been offered the job.
No, I didn't take it at face.
You don't. Why would he say it then?
Well, I'm sure that there have been conversations about, hey, what do you want to do when you leave? Do you want to coach? Sure. I'd be open to it. I don't know if, like, when you're offered something, it's like, okay, 2027, we're going to need a coach, and it's going to be you. We're offering you the coaching job. I don't believe that it's been done in that formal of a fashion. I heard the exchange, and you could play it again if you want. It felt a little bit to me like he was just firing back after Candace Parker was like, no, Draymond, you couldn't coach.
I wonder
they offered it to me.
I wonder if when he signed that most recent contract, like, look, we're going to do this. There's 4 more years, and then you can be our coach if you want to be.
It's
I
possible.
wonder if that is something, and maybe that was a flippant exchange. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
I'd be stunned, absolutely gobsmacked if they had, given him that extension and said, there's 4 years here, and then you're going to be the coach. We're going to save you the spot. We want you to be the coach.
They know him better, and this organization has backed him.
Yep.
All teammates not named Jordan Poole have come out of there and said he's a great teammate. They think he's a basketball savant. Like, the Warrior fan base's relationship with Draymond Green is complex. But one thing I know that it's different than the relationship he has with the organization.
Of course.
They love him. They love him. They back him no matter what. They've gone to the mat with him over and over again. They get upset with him, but they always back him every single time. They value him. They know what he's offered. I do think he is often not just the emotion behind everything. He is the brains behind everything on the court. That's often the case, not always. But, I don't find it to be unbelievable. I don't find it to be shocking. I think it's not necessarily the greatest idea to be talking about at this point, but I could believe it. And he said it. I got no reason to doubt him.
Right. And I find it to be unbelievable and shocking. And it's not because he's not a smart player. He's one of the smartest basketball players that we've ever seen in terms of on-court basketball IQ. But I think about what it takes to be an NBA coach. And, imagine the Draymond Green show with Willard and Dibbs, and he's got to come on once a week, and he's got to do all the media. It would be great.
He would
It'd be compelling.
I think he would completely do it.
I agree.
Guys change when they're done playing.
Yes, but 82 games, and I'm looking at the list of people who have ever coached in the NBA, a long list of coaches who ever coached in the association, 354 names, and I'm hard-pressed to find any name who runs as hot as Draymond Green.
I hear you.
The one that I've come to that's the closest is Scott Skiles. And the way he played,
he ran hot.
He ran hot and feisty.
Like this.
Exactly.
And I know we talked about this earlier, and there's some comps out there where it's not fair because they weren't coaches in the NBA. But if you're talking simply about having the demeanor to coach, I mean, to me, literally the face of being an on-court instigating jerk all time is Bill Laimbeer. And when he finished, he coached.
Yep.
Now, it was on the women's side.
In the WNBA, yep.
But he coached. He decided that he had the demeanor to handle that, and he did pretty well for a while. So I don't know. It's just odd to me that this is actually even a thing this early. Let's keep taking your calls. 888-957-9570. We'll circle back to this in a little bit, too. Eric in Fairfield, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Eric. What you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, first I wanted to talk about the All-Star this weekend. I like the format, except for the Rising Star part. I think the Rising Stars could be their own little mini tournament, like on the Saturday before. Just do the Rising Stars, 4 teams, let them go at it on a tournament basis. But I think on another basis, I've been talking. I actually sent this to the NBA commissioner office, and I said just shorten the whole overall season to 64 games, and maybe throw the All-Star after the playoffs, and have it then, and maybe you'll get more competitive, and you don't have the issue of injury, being concerned about injuries at that point. I know a lot of guys might want to go on vacations and such. But I kind of like that and marry that with your idea of the world international players versus the U.S.
Eric, you sent that idea to Adam Silver's office?
Yes.
Did you get a response?
I got a rejection on it. But
you did. What did they say? How did it? Yeah, was it like an email or how'd you do this?
No, it was a letter.
Oh, you got a letter.
But,
what did the letter say?
Oh, it's just thanks. This is just a general boilerplate response. But
Got
it just said thanks for your concern. We're looking into. I don't have the wording completely, but we're looking into player safety. As I was cutting the season down, I figured that would that way you won't have to do as much load management.
Right, right. Of course,
make it 64 games. Make it 64 games, and there's some secondary effects, of course, about history and stats and missing 9 games at both home and away. But I think that'll work its way out if that was doable.
Well. Yeah, Eric, thanks. The biggest thing you're leaving out there is the millions upon millions upon millions of dollars that the owners would lose if you shorten the season. If I had $1 for every time someone has suggested to me shortening the NBA season, I don't know if I would still need to be here with you.
No.
But I don't have $1 for every time that gets brought up.
Any season.
It's just like I don't know how to tell people. I hear you.
Yeah.
I totally understand the benefits. They will never, ever, ever, ever do it. They won't. In fact, they're going to keep lengthening them.
Exactly. What if I offered you to do 4 shows a week and then you would just make 80% of your salary?
I'm out.
Right.
I would be more likely to work on Saturday if you tacked another 20% on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we did that, or
not going to do that, by the way, but
exactly. Nor
I mean, you can make me an offer.
You could, but when we went from 3 hours, Willard and Dibbs, when we were doing the so cushy, what were we, noon to 3?
9 to noon.
We were not.
9 to noon,
dude.
brother.
9 to noon.
9 to noon.
Let me just close my eyes and remember that.
By the way, can we
take a 4-month period we did that?
Can we take a moment? Does our audience know how much of a wimp Steiny and Goo are? Both of you, Steiny and Goo.
Speak on it.
You're wimps.
Talk to me.
Both of you. 10 to 2. I mean, you don't need to be up in the morning, and you don't need to fight traffic on the way home.
It's really it's 10:03 to 2:18. He stays. I'm sorry, 2:12. I apologize.
You're the radio equivalent of an all-star game. Nothing in your way. Coast into the hole.
Yeah.
Whoop, lay it in and go home.
This guy is such a D.
Anyway, go.
My point was, when we went from 3 hours a day to 4 hours a day,
yes.
I don't recall them saying, you know what? 25% boost. Here you go. Yeah. And I didn't even want it. I didn't even ask for it. But to the greater point is, when we talk about these leagues doing what they should do, and honestly, an NBA season should be 50 games. Like, let's play 50 and let's cut to the chase.
It's funny. I don't agree with people when they say that, by the way. I just don't. I totally get it. I really do. I understand the concept behind what you're saying and like what it might help and load management and blah, blah, blah. My experience is, first of all, when people start doing something, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So
take a Golden State mile.
My experience is, for those of you who are like, load management, let's do 70 games instead of 82.
They'll play 60.
Great, then they're still going to load manage.
Exactly.
Well, then let's do 60. Great, then they're going to play 45.
You're right.
Like, so,
You're right.
A, I don't think it would fix it. And B, this is just where I kind of like touch my, the dimples on my cheeks, and I'm like, I'm goody two-shoes this way. Dude, I like more sports. I'm sorry, I hate this week. This sucks to me. So I don't want to shorten the season. Like, I don't like it when we get to baseball season and that stupid Wednesday rolls around and they play that game at 12 o'clock so that they can fly to the next city. Because then I go home at night and I'm like, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
That's me. So selfishly, I don't want them to shorten the season.
I get it, but in terms of the product, the argument is that if the product was more exclusive, you'd be more inclined to watch a lot more of it, and they'd be more inclined to play it. But you're right. Even if you played 64 games, you still would have load management because
totally.
Ultimately the players understand what is at stake, and you've got guaranteed contracts. And so if you're not feeling 100%, you don't have to play, and you've got medical staff telling you, well, you should probably skip this one because you'll be better tomorrow, or you'll be better in 2 days if you don't play tonight, and so you don't play.
Some of it's our fault. I mean, I would argue that the fan bases in sports have really made it all about rings. And if that's the way you want to look at a given season, where it's all about rings, you don't give a crap about the journey, you don't want to have fun during the year, you don't want to learn the story of beginning to end, and you just want to make it all about rings, then why are you mad at the team when they're like, I'm going to save myself for the end? That's what matters. Why would I put the ring in jeopardy by grinding through the regular season? I do think that's part of it. We've got more room for your phone calls. We'll keep talking all this out. Your reaction to All-Star Weekend. And are you more into the idea of a one-on-one tournament or USA versus the world? Or do you want to go choice B, which is the unknown, door number 3? And what's your idea? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and to just remind you of the great journey that I've been on now for 11 months, down 25 pounds.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Trace got the ha-ha from Steph.
He did. I mean,
that was fun. Come on, that was kind of a fun moment.
It was fun, but I kind of felt for Trace.
Why?
Because he hasn't played in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but
and so now you get to play, and Steph gives you the ha-ha.
Yeah.
He puts you in the machine, and now you are a meme. It's like, hi, this is Trace Jackson Davis. The only time I get to play is during some cockamamie all-star format. My own coach won't play me on this court.
Yeah, no, but he becomes like a historical footnote, I believe. Like, nobody has ever played more minutes in the All-Star game than they have the regular season. That's never happened before.
Yeah.
So congrats.
It could be.
To Trace Jackson Davis.
Well, and I take a little bit of offense at, the idea that Alperen Şengün should have done something different on that last bucket when his team got eliminated. He played 19 seconds in that game. Like, what are we doing? You take Şengün, he doesn't play the whole time, and you throw him in there, and now he's supposed to go out there and make a play on defense?
I mean, he was fresh.
Yeah, he was fresh. A little stiff.
He got fresh legs.
He was fresh. Fresh Şengün. The goon was fresh, Grandy.
Fresh, he's so fresh.
That's the other thing that sucks about this format, because the games are so short, and if your team loses in the first game you play, some guys at the end of your bench, it's only like a 2 or 3 person bench, you don't get to play at all. Like Jalen Williams, Alperen Şengün, first All-Star experience, hardly even played.
Yep. Well, but I mean, doesn't that feel sort of reminiscent of the baseball All-Star game where like dudes make their way out there and don't even get an at-bat?
Elliot Ramos, 1 at-bat, 3 strikes, you're done.
You're out. Thanks for coming.
But he at least got an AB.
Bye.
Sometimes guys don't even get to play.
Right,
you know?
Pitchers don't pitch, whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know. Who's going to feel with Şengün and Jalen Williams? Like, dude, I bet they're happy just to be there.
I was there talking to Tyler Hero after he lost in his first semifinal. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I had one of those.
So, talking to Tyler Hero.
The first question was, did it even feel like you played in an All-Star game? And he pretty much said no.
No.
Yeah.
No. By the way, Tyler Hero, if you did USA versus the world, it's a great example of someone who would not make the team.
Yeah.
Tyler Hero would make the team.
Nor was Jalen Williams.
Right.
Şengün would, though.
Şengün is in.
Might be a starter.
Şengün is the 6th man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So anyway, that's just a wrinkle. It's a wrinkle that honestly, I do think would become controversial if you did that. You would get high-level American stars that are like, wait a minute, why is that guy in the All-Star team just because he's not from America and I'm not, even though I'm averaging 4 more points per game than him or whatever. And that'd be a problem.
Well, and the thing about it is it probably wouldn't be that competitive anyway. And everyone can talk to me about the Olympics and how it was close and all that. Well, these are teams that had played together for a long time going up against an American mishmash of guys who hadn't played together, which is partly why that was close. And, France on a home court and, that game was really close. And the Serbia game, a country where they've all played together for a lot longer, and I do think that matters. And so if you throw the world all together, they're not going to have that cohesion that gave the international teams the edge in the Olympic format.
Right, but those are games where people are playing really hard, and there's a whole lot of desire and want to. I don't know. I still don't know if there's anything. I don't think that there's anything that will make these guys play hard, like actually go out there and play hard. But if you're doing USA versus the world, let's be real. We can be real for a second. The cohesion would come from the want to beat USA. And those outside of the USA want to beat USA more than USA wants to beat people outside the USA. That's just a fact. And when this got brought up to Giannis or Wemby, like that, don't you think that they would want it more than LeBron and Steph would be like, man, we got to beat the people that are from everywhere else? I don't think that American stars would be motivated at all.
Well, until they got down and,
maybe.
And I'm looking at a Yardbarker article about the best non-United States players, and the team is actually better than what we think when you start to look at it.
Yes.
Jokic and Giannis and Embiid. Luka and Lowry and Pascal Siakam.
Right.
Porzingis, Bogdanovic, Gobert, Franz Wagner.
Did you even bring up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
OJ Anunoby, Josh Giddey, Vucevic, Capella, Şengün, Dennis Schroeder.
I mean, you've already, you went well past 12.
Yeah. I mean,
So
this is
that
just a list. And
No, they could put
Wiggins.
Yes. Yes, and Shai Gilgeous. The top 3 scorers in the NBA are not from America. The top 3.
Yeah.
You could argue the best 3 players of now.
Right.
Giannis, Shai, Jokic.
Yeah. I mean, those Jokic and Shai are the 2 going for the MVP. So
can you name the last American to win MVP?
Name the last American to win MVP.
And what year it was?
Yeah, because we had an Embiid, we had a Jokic, we had a Giannis,
and another Jokic. This feels like
Russell Westbrook.
Second most recent American.
That's second.
Yeah.
Is it the chef? Steph Curry?
No, it's not the chef.
The chef is the third most recent American. Steph won in 15 and 16. Russ won in 17. There's
So
one
was
more
whoever
since
won it
17.
in 18? Was it who won it in 18?
That's correct.
I don't even, I'm so out on awards. I don't even know.
After 18, it was Giannis back-to-back 19 and 20, Jokic 2 in a row, Embiid 2023, and Jokic again last year.
Good Lord. I mean, who was winning rings back then?
He did not win a ring.
Kawhi?
Nope.
No. He did not win a ring. Yeah, James Harden? Okay.
There you go. James Harden.
He definitely did not win a ring.
2018. There has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight non-Americans to win MVP, and it will be a 7th this year.
All right. So that was Ephraim's point last night. He goes, they're never going to do USA against the world because the USA will get embarrassed.
Well,
and his point was about style of play.
My point is about effort. I think the international players would be more motivated to beat USA than USA would be motivated to beat them.
I agree. But also, think about his point was what's the difference between American basketball and international basketball? American basketball is much more physical. That is the advantage that American basketball would have on the world. The problem is ain't nobody bringing that to the All-Star game. You're not bringing physicality.
Yeah.
So if what we're talking about is skilled passing and outside shooting, who's better at that? Yeah, that's the international game. That's where you find people like Jokic who can sit here and put up a triple-double in their sleep, even though they're these monstrously huge human beings. You know what I mean? That's what they do really well. And it would probably translate to the All-Star game. Now, I personally don't think that the NBA is that scared of that. But he thought they would be. He thought, the NBA in America thinks that this is their game, and they do not like the idea of, oops, Steph and LeBron lost to Jokic and Luka.
Well, yeah, I think the bigger issue is what we have still is the amount of effort. Because on paper, if you just say that, their roster, 12 internationals against 12 U.S. players, it's a pretty damn compelling matchup.
They're good rosters.
It's a really good 48-minute NBA All-Star game. The ball goes up and let's get it on. But unfortunately, it all comes back to the same place, which is, will they try?
Well, there's also this. I wonder, how sometimes happens in the Olympics where somebody will play for a country and you're like, the hell are you, what are you doing with that? You're not from that country. What would the rules be? I've watched people put together the mock international squad, and for instance, Karl Anthony Towns and Kyrie Irving are always on it. And I'm like, Karl Anthony Towns grew up in New Jersey. So I don't know what, I've heard some people call that another country, but it's not. Now, Karl Anthony Towns' mom is Dominican. So, right? Would Klay Thompson have been on the international squad if it were 3 years ago?
Shout out Bahamas.
Right. Would he? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. Kyrie, apparently, was he born in Australia? Somebody was on a vacation or something when he was born?
Jimmy Butler apparently is Dutch. We know that. And in international soccer, you get to declare, and then you get one switch before you get to the actual senior national team. Is that right, Grandy? Where you can be like, you can play for Spain in their under 19 World Cup team, and then you can switch. You got to switch.
This is not a college major. You don't get to switch.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's
you get to go to the portal, the international portal.
Here's what I would do. Go to every NBA star and be like, what was your address when you were born? Where did your parents live the day you were born? That's where you're from.
Well, that's not the way it works as human beings. If you happen to have been birthed on a vacation in Jamaica, you get dual.
Well, then you get dual. So what are we doing with dual? Right?
Pick your country. You got to pick.
No. If you grew up in Jersey, you're playing for the Americans.
If your mom's water broke in South Sudan, you get dual. You get to duel it up.
I understand that, but I'm talking about for the purposes of the NBA All-Star game, if they were to ever do this.
You can declare.
Well,
you get to decide.
You do if that's what they say you do, but not if they don't.
Well,
like, that's what I would do. If I were Adam Silver, I'd be like, you're from Secaucus, you're playing on Team USA. I know your mom was born in the Dominican. That was 100 years ago. You're from New Jersey. Carl.
Well, and he'll say,
you're on the Knicks and you're from New Jersey.
But if you let me play for the other team, I'll actually try, Adam. All right, you're Dominican.
No, you won't. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. It's an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing and get the dealer. Look, a lot of people want to chat this up. All-Star game, Draymond's comments. Douglas in Sunnyvale, very patient. Hi, Douglas. Thank you for calling.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Yeah.
Mr. Dibley, I just want to make an homage to my favorite French wine, the Merlot.
Yes, thank you. At least you got homage right. Yeah.
I'm not going to say
I also like those Chardonnays, too. I'm more of a Chardonnay drinker. And the Cabernet Sauvignon. Yeah, I like a Sauvignon as well. Go ahead, Douglas. I hope you have more than that. Mignon. Yeah, it's not bad, yeah.
Filet mignon.
Anyway.
So, you guys have changed topics a couple of times, and I'll choose the latest one, which you guys were covering, which was a coach. And, there was a coach back from Boston, or the Boston Celtics, that became a coach. And, he was a rough hound. He was kind of a schlebeck. He was big, tall. He made a few free throws, but he got championships with the Celtics in the 60s on that parquet floor. I watched him a lot, beating my Lakers. And that became Don Nelson. And he became like a super coach. So, Draymond is not a schlebeck. Draymond's brilliant. He knows basketball, and I'm sure Don Nelson does too. But think back about that. Think about Bill Russell becoming a player coach. He could do that. He could become a player coach.
Yeah, I mean, Douglas, look, maybe. Yeah. Thanks very much, Douglas. Great to hear from you. Different time. Player coach, I don't think is ever going to be a thing again. That's just my opinion. My thing with it is not the idea, and for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Draymond Green insinuated during the All-Star game that he has already been offered the head coaching job with the Golden State Warriors when he's done. Then he went on to say, I don't think I'd be great at it, and I don't want to do that, but got us talking a little bit. I don't think necessarily just because Draymond's who he is, that means he can't be a good coach. I just think it's a little flippant if truly the Warriors are throwing that job around 2-3 years before it's reality. I think Steve Kerr's got at least 2 more seasons after this one, maybe 3. And you don't know what the situation is going to be when you get there. And the situation matters when you're hiring a new coach. The guys dug this up. Listen to this. This is to go alongside what Draymond said at the All-Star game yesterday on TNT. This is from John Wall's podcast last May. So now we're going back 9 months. 9 months ago. And Draymond talked about having a conversation with Joe Lacob about this very thing.
I'm honored, man, and with the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years, and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I could see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team. This, again, big business. These assets are not small, man. Like, if you're gonna trust somebody to coach your team, that's not small. That's not a small thing. That's a big fucking deal. And so to know that you have that type of support, and like the owner of the organization that I play for is watching me and saying he can one day coach this, or man, Steve Kerr is my coach. The guy who's been coaching this organization for the last 11 years, 12, 10 years is Steve Kerr. He's a Hall of Fame coach. You're watching him and saying, I think that can one day be Draymond. That's insanity to me. And so I'm very thankful that people look at me in that light. But as I am in year 12 of my career, I say right now, and everything changes as time goes on, so I would never say never. But where I stand right now in year 12 of my career, headed into year 13, I'm not sure I want to be on a basketball schedule.
Okay. So, two things come out of that. A, didn't feel like being a coach back then. Still doesn't feel like being a coach as of right now. But he's now said it twice. And so I do think there's a little corroboration there with regard to the idea that, yes, Joe Lacob, I don't know if offered is the right word, but Joe Lacob has poked around this idea of Draymond Green, head coach, Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and Draymond and I are in agreement about one thing.
Which is?
That would be insanity. And those are his words, and he said it, and when he said it, I was like, you know what? I was thinking the same thing, Draymond. That is insanity, because I don't know if he has the countenance to be a head coach for a team for 82 games. I don't know if he has the ability to impart wisdom and teach the game to younger players over the course of 82 games. We've seen him on the floor, and we've seen him as a unbelievable player, a very smart player, and we've seen his leadership at times on the court lacking a little bit, to put it lightly.
Sure, moments.
Right. Sure.
I think the larger picture is you've actually seen his leadership be amazing, like thousands of times, as compared to the maybe 10 times that you've watched his leadership get out of pocket.
I'd say it's more than 10, but that's fair.
I mean, look, sometimes leadership doesn't look so sexy. I don't know if you've watched the viral clip this weekend of Rick Pitino at halftime absolutely undressing his team. Then they came out and rallied from way down and won a basketball game.
Right.
Like, sometimes tough love is a part of the whole thing. Look, we're never going to undo that he punched a teammate, and that's just like literally the most awful thing that a leader can ever do. So we're never going to get around that. But the Golden State Warriors have been so great for so long in many ways. Like, there's a list of why. On the list is Draymond Green's leadership, and that's what literally a bunch of the younger players have said through the years.
Yep. You could point to an NBA championship that they lost because of his lack of composure when he punched LeBron James in the Family Jewels. You could look at that and say...
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a jump to say that that's the main reason or the only reason they lost.
Okay. I mean, I think Draymond has said as such, like him getting suspended
didn't help
in Game 5. Right. He was at the A's game
did not help.
The night of Game 5, and you could look at the reason why Kevin Durant left the organization, and you could point to Draymond Green as that reason. So we could go tit for tat, and it's not really what this is about. I think the bigger question is Joe Lacob saying that he could see him coaching this team after Steve Kerr left, and that, for me, is basically insanity, because I look at where this team most likely will be, and I would be looking for a coach who has more of a feel for coaching young players. Draymond Green's never coached any team in his life.
Does that then worry you about? I mean, that's Joe Lacob. Like, apparently this is.
It doesn't worry me. I mean, Joe Lacob is able to do whatever he wants with this team.
Oh, I mean, like if these are the decisions. Remember, like, that's my only question left about Joe Lacob. If I'm a Warrior fan, and I am, 99% of me never worries about Joe Lacob because I know we're one of the lucky ones. we are absolutely some of the luckiest fans in the world because most owners don't do what Joe does. And what Joe does is he's absolutely willing to put his money where his mouth is, spend, and try to win, okay? Like, literally, the A's and Warriors shared real estate as recently as 4 or 5 years ago, okay? 6 years ago, whatever it's been. They shared real estate. And right there on that property, you could see the best in sports ownership and the worst in sports ownership. The entire rainbow is right there on that property. And I know that, and I'll never, ever be like flippant about that. By the same token, my one question, my 1% is, hey, Joe, how does your ownership decision-making work when Steph Curry's not on your team? I know they think they're light years ahead. Maybe they are. We'll see. We'll see. They've built this whole thing up, and is it because of Joe Lacob and his ownership group, or is it just because of Steph Curry? Or is it a combination of both? You know, that answer's coming down the road. But if you think this is insanity, this is clearly something that he thinks is worth discussion.
Yeah, it's his team. So, and he can, do what he wants with his team. I look at where they are and where they most likely will be after Steph and Draymond are gone. And if you're going to just plug in Draymond Green into that equation, a guy who's never coached in his life, that to me is a gigantic reach. And you could look at Steve Kerr and say, well, Steve Kerr never coached. Okay, you're right. But he sat on Popovich's bench and he was in the front office with Phoenix. And so he at least had some experience. He had some run up. And there have been many other coaches who've never had coaching experience. Look at JJ Redick right now with LA. And that is an experiment that is yet to be really answered as far as how it's going to work or how it is working.
Playing well.
So far, so good.
Yep.
I mean, they're playing well, but it's a veteran team with a guy who doesn't really have to probably do a lot when you have LeBron James there.
888-957-9570. That is the number. Let's keep hearing from you. How about Mike in Santa Clara? Hi, Mike. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Well, first off, Dibs, this divinator, has to say that he loves his good Zinfandel. So
Thank you.
I just got to say, you know what? Yep. And if you like a good brand, just definitely go with a brand from Los Gatos called Tank House. And that's a good brand for New Orleans and Utah because they just love tanking. So
Nice. It's a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say that's probably a 2, but I'll take the 3. Anyway, guys, what I wanted to talk about was maybe just something that I wouldn't mind seeing because I haven't watched the NBA All-Star game in probably the last 3 years. And something that I would love to see, and obviously this probably goes against player safety, things of that nature, but I would love to see them go into kind of like a March Madness kind of bracket. Take the top 3 of each team that would want to be a participant, have a nice cash prize at the end, start it at the beginning of the All-Star weekend and Friday and Saturday, have each team go until and have the quarters, the semis, and the finals going into the final day of the All-Star break. That would be something that I would definitely want to see, especially if you put a cash prize behind it. I mean, you have to think that maybe the guys that are participating would definitely want to have extra money in their pocket. So that's something that I wouldn't mind seeing is basically a March Madness bracket going with each individual team, a 3-on-3 half court. So that's what I wanted to kind of bring up.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, listen, all ideas on the table. 2 things I want to throw out there just because Mike brought it up. I just read this quote from an anonymous NBA GM.
Oh.
Okay? And this is being reported. Anonymous NBA GM said, quote, Adam Silver is obsessed with tournaments. You get the play-in, you get the in-season, and now you got the All-Star game. They've not proven to benefit our league, end quote.
Yeah.
No? And I think that's fair. So I know that our brains work that way too. We love this stuff. We love the brackets. We love tournaments. We love moving on. We can see it on a piece of paper and all of that stuff. But also, Mike brings up a cash prize. I just want to throw this out there. I think there are some NBA fans that are offended by the idea that more cash needs to be thrown at people who make so much cash. And I don't even think it's been publicized to the point where people know that there was a cash prize last night.
Cash prize?
Yes.
Cash me out one time.
$125,000 to each of the players on the winning team. Steph Curry, $125,000.
Really?
And probably more for winning MVP. That probably had another prize attached to it, contractual or not. So that prize is already out there. And I just don't know if there's a way to make it big enough to where it resonates with these guys.
Yeah. Steph Curry makes $680,000 a game.
Right. So he makes $125,000 is at the
1/5 of a game.
mark.
Yeah.
Right. It's at the 3 or 4 minute mark of the first quarter.
Yeah, exactly. So if he plays 36 minutes in a game, 1/5 of 36 minutes would be about, like you said, 6 or 7 minutes. So the first time Steph, into the game, Brendan Podjemski, the Poughkeepsie kid. So Steph goes out, he's made $125,000. Shot or no shot, pass or no pass, touch or no touch. So yeah, he made $125,000 yesterday for winning. Good. And I do know that Steph will probably take that money and buy 1,000 backpacks and give it to Oakland students, and that's what Steph does. He's amazing.
Yeah, those are expensive backpacks. You only get 1,000 backpacks for $125,000.
And you got to fill it with you fill it with books, and you fill it with all the rest of it. And I was just trying to make a broader point.
Got it.
You're like Lucas in here, correcting everything I say.
Well, no, I wasn't correcting anything. I was making an observation that those are. I want one.
It's a fancy
very
backpack.
fancy backpack.
It's a great backpack. The bigger point is
like Dora is like, my God, the backpack.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, that map's not cheap in there. We watch a lot of Dora in our house.
I know
and, Dora's got a lot to do once she gets out there on the road. But what Steph will do with his money is wonderful. But the cash prize idea is like shortening the season. There's no cash prize you can give these players to where they'd be like, yeah, I'm in. And the idea of Adam Silver and his tournaments, the in-season tournament, even though I'm kind of enamored by it, it doesn't really move the needle. Now, the play-in tournament actually has been a thing that works for the league.
I think that I agree with you.
Even though I've been against it, the more we get deeper into it, it's actually working the way they want it to work, which is incentivizing teams that are not very good to try to be mediocre, because if you're mediocre, you get to be in the play-in tournament.
Well, and what works in sports, I mean, y'all want to talk about March Madness brackets. Let's be real. You want to know what works in sports? One and done. It just does.
Yep.
It just does. If I sat here and I gave you two teams that you don't give a rip about, but you're like, hey, the Raptors are playing the Hawks tonight. Loser goes home. You'd be like, I'll watch.
Yep.
You watch at a completely different level. It's kind of like when Major League Baseball was doing those wild card games. I know it's unfair, super unfair. Major League Baseball, 162 games. You're like, we won 93 of them. Amazing team. Good. Go play tomorrow night. Oh, you lost? Sorry. Go home. So now that's gone. And I get that. But in basketball, it works because what do you get for the 10 seed? Like, you weren't that good. You weren't even in the top half of your conference. So, yeah, you get what you get. And I agree with you. I think the play-in tournament works. I don't know that the other stuff really does a whole lot for people.
Last year, Atlanta was 36-46. And
they were in the play-in tournament,
In the play-in tournament, yeah. I mean, you get to be in the play-in tournament, which is kind of a joke, but at the same time, it makes it so you compete to the end of the year.
Sam in Danville. Hi, Sam. What's happening?
Oh, just enjoying the show. Kudos to both of you doing a great job keeping us entertained. I was thinking, as far as the dunk contest, you got Ja Morant saying, oh, maybe next year I'll get in the game. And, maybe I should start dunking. Because what Matt McClung did, he's the cool guy now. Everybody knows Mac McClung. All the people, all the fans that the NBA is trying to create, all the young kids, they all know Mac McClung. And I was listening to Roxy Bernstein, and he said that Caitlin Clark is the number one player under 30 in both the NBA and WNBA as far as being popular amongst younger kids. So basically, the NBA has fallen 15% last year. It's fallen 15% this year. You guys said it yourself, all the foreign players. American kids don't know. They can't even really pronounce those names. They don't know those players. Their parents don't know those players. Their grandparents don't know those players. But those kids' parents and grandparents all know Caitlin Clark. So the same thing that's happened in the movie industry and the comic book industry, those fans are leaving, just like the NBA fans are leaving, and they're never coming back. So that's the one thing the NBA is going to have to learn. These players that don't care about playing, the fans don't want to watch it because they have to pay their money to watch it. So if they're not going to play and they don't care, these fans are going to go somewhere else. Hence the WNBA. And I was thinking a good idea: have the WNBA player like Caitlin Clark play the college girl players like Hannah Hidalgo, who's a millionaire, and Juju Watkins, who's a millionaire, and all these young kids know who those players are, but they don't know who the NBA players are. So you guys have a good show. Peace.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Are we buying this right now? Like, I mean, is it that anonymous? And I'm going to, put myself out there because maybe I'm just in a chamber. Dude, my boys totally know who the NBA stars are. They know way more than I do. And I host a sports radio show.
Right, but I do think
sit there and tell me who the seventh guy on the bench is for the T-Wolves.
Well, and a lot of that is because of you. It's because of what you do and what you've made important to them. And because you do it for a living and because you love it the way you love it, then your kids are going to follow suit.
We eat and we gamble. That's what we do in this house.
That's right. Underdog, Prize Picks. I mean, I'm sure you got your kids all up on that. Must be 18 to participate.
Yeah, they're...
But your older son is now 18.
Yes, he is.
He's free to...
So he just started playing a month ago.
That's right. Yeah, and your son who turns 11 tomorrow, he's going to have to wait 7 years.
No, but he likes to ask how we're doing.
Of course.
Dad, how's your underdog going tonight?
Yeah.
Not good, Jude.
Exactly.
Stop asking me.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
I think that when you get outside of your situation and you get to more of a broader audience, and, if you're a 40-year-old with a 10-year-old kid, and, you're a little bit older and your kids are older and you've been in the business now for 25 years, so it's different. But if you're the average person who is a Warrior fan, I think your kids will be Warrior fans with you, but I don't know about the broader NBA fan appeal.
Maybe, but there's a lot to this. It's YouTube, it's NBA 2K. I guess here's my point. I think that if, obviously not everybody's a basketball fan, but if you're a kid and you're a basketball fan, these are still heroes. They still are. I know that we don't look at it that way, our age. You get more cynical, you get more realistic, you got other things going on in life. I don't really need to know how Jaden McDaniels is doing in Minnesota. I might want to find out if he's averaging more than 7.5 rebounds a game.
I feel like there's a live read coming.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Sure, you don't have time to follow that, but if you're asking me, do I still see at that age bracket of 8 to 18, do I still see people who are wide-eyed by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Ant and Jalen Brunson and Luka? Absolutely. 100%. I still see that.
Of course. I mean, you see it, but I don't know if you see it as widespread as you do just in their individual markets. And I do think it's an interesting way to look at it as far as Mac McClung goes, because Mac McClung, the 3-time slam dunk champion, has played 5 games in his life in the association.
Right.
He's a G League player, and he's also a 6'2" white guy who is the 3-time slam dunk champion. And I'm just looking at it here. He's got 1.3 million followers on Instagram, and it's because of his unique story, his appeal to younger people, the slam dunk contest, and all the rest of it. But if you took any other G Leaguer or any other player of his caliber or of his generation, you probably wouldn't have nearly the following. But he is a thing because of the internet, the slam dunk, and all the rest of it. So I do think that there are pockets of fandom for a number of different players, but it's not like it is in your each individual market.
Take a listen to this and wonder what y'all think. Bill Simmons on the BS podcast, he had this to say with regard to, quote, fixing All-Star Weekend, which is what everybody wants to get into today. Here's Bill.
All right, Van, it's time. We're fixing the All-Star game, and this is the best I've ever felt about a fix. And I actually really feel like I have it. Saturday, slam dunk, and then the first All-Star game, and then Sunday, three-pointer in the second All-Star game. I'm going to explain. We need the All-Star weekend to have coherence again. It needs to be East versus West.
Okay.
We also need stakes. And the whole thing about, home court advantage for the finals should go to which conference wins. You can't really do that when you have all these guys who could give a shit about, like, Trae Young's not going to care if the East wins because he's not going to be in the finals, you know? So if you make home court the prize, you go to a 40-minute game, go FIBA rules so it moves faster and feels different. And you have 8-man teams from the East and the West, right? So we pick 24 All-Stars total, but only 16 of them play in the big game on Sunday with the home court advantage at stakes. Here's the catch. Only players from top 5 seeds can be in the All-Star game.
Oh.
So everyone who's in the Sunday game is actually going to care about home court advantage. So I have it 7 on each side plus an 8th person who's a commissioner pick. So 8 versus, we start everything at 7 p.m. We have the 3-point contest, first round of it, first half of the game, 3-point contest at halftime, and then the second half of the game. Here's what the teams would be. So the West, these are all top 5 seeds.
Okay.
Jokic, Jaren Jackson, LeBron, SGA, and Harden as the starters.
Okay.
Jalen Williams and Şengün coming off the bench, and Curry as your exemption pick. So that's 8.
Okay.
East, Tatum, Towns, Giannis, Brunson, Mitchell, Mobley, and Jaylen Brown. And then the exemption pick would be Cade Cunningham.
Okay.
And we're just going for it. Whoever wins gets home court advantage. Everybody who's in that game is actually going to care.
Right.
Because this is like, we might get a game 7 at home if we win this.
Certainly.
Then you move to the other thing, the Saturday game. You take the remaining All-Stars. There's 8. Wemby, Siakam, Trae Young, Garland, Dame, Anthony Edwards, AD, and Hero. And you have them play the 8 best future guys. Castle, the Thompsons, the first, second-year guys. They play those guys. $2 million prize, $250K per person if you win. And you have the slam dunk after it.
What? Is it
Really?
over? Yeah.
That's your reaction to
My
that?
reaction is snore. Is it over? Because it still isn't going to make these guys try. Just, I mean,
You don't think?
The idea.
Okay.
And I did the quick look at how many times the NBA Finals has gone 7 games, and I'm seeing 7 instances in the last 43 years.
Oh, forget
it. Doesn't go 7.
But
so,
forget, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You get game 1 and 2 at home.
Right.
Like what? That's not a thing? Here, my hesitation on this is that this is grabbing what the All-Star game did in baseball, and it was an abject failure. Like it was, people hated it. So I do think that there is a fairness question that comes into play. Like, in other words, I don't want the Golden State Warriors penalized because All-Stars that like may have come from the Mavericks or the Nuggets missed shots in an exhibition game in February. I have an issue with that. However, he has a point. The difference is he's only putting people into the game who should be individually activated by the idea, which is not what baseball did. So, like, that's a wrinkle that I've got to at least acknowledge is a point, don't you think?
It's a point, but I don't think that it leads to these guys trying any harder because, you know, of the 5 teams, and he laid out the top 5 seeds in each conference, and it was a long and winding way of basically saying it's going to be like baseball did, except only the teams who are top 5 seeds are going to be eligible for that second All-Star game. So the first All-Star game is the rest of the guys, and then the real All-Star game is 8 players only from the top 5 seeds, plus an additional player from the outside that you would select. And I just don't think that a player who is a 5 seed is going to be that motivated to go out there and grind for a victory, knowing that, A, I could get hurt. And isn't this why we don't try in the All-Star game anyway? Yeah. Because we're afraid of being hurt. So if I'm on a 5 seed, do I really want to put it all out there so that Denver or OKC can have a leg up?
But the difference is you're saying, like, our issue has been, and I'm just devil's advocate for a second.
Sure.
Like, if we're saying that they don't try because it's an all-star game, this would be different than that. Sure, it would be presented to you as an all-star game, but it's actually only portions of the all-stars who have worked their way into this specific game that now does have a point. Like, it now actually isn't an exhibition anymore.
I'd also argue that players are worried about getting embarrassed, trying hard because they're going to get embarrassed. Like, if you're Kevin Durant, you're going to try really hard, and then you still fail. Why try hard at all if you're just going to get embarrassed?
Well, I know people keep bringing up the embarrassment thing. I think that the point here is more like a strength in numbers thing. Like, this is a herd mentality. In other words, if I am playing, as you pointed out, if I'm from the 5 seed and I don't realistically think we can make the title, first of all, I don't think players think that way. I think the 5 seed does think that they can win. The Lakers are the 5 seed right now. They think they can win. They absolutely do. So,
LeBron wouldn't play in this scenario, but go ahead.
Why not?
He didn't play in this game because he was hurt, apparently.
Yeah, that's a completely different scenario.
Right.
He has played in this game before.
Yep.
He's 40 now.
And maybe if it matters, it's a different decision.
Right. Like, I do think that it'd be hard for a player to sort of tank this thing if he's looking at 6 other people around him who are like, dude, this matters.
The Bucks are the East's 5 seed, so Giannis may be playing in that game too.
Yeah. Again, we're sitting here. We could probably poke holes in anything. My issue with this is simply the idea of I don't want my favorite team penalized because somebody from another team missed a shot in February. I don't really love that. But if I look at this in a vacuum and go, would that make people try? Boy, it's probably the closest idea I've heard yet. Again, I'm on record already today saying you're not going to get them to try.
Exactly.
You're not. But I also don't think that this idea, like this is Bill just kind of spitball, and I don't think this is on the table. I don't think something like this would happen. I think that there are potholes and pitfalls to it. But this is about as close as I've heard of something that could potentially, if that's your goal, if the goal is let's get them to try, then yes, something along those lines is probably what you'd have to do.
Yeah, but I still don't think that it would make them try. And I'm looking at, the top 5. So the top 5 in each conference, 4 of those teams won't make it there. And even if they all believe that they might make it there, do you want to risk possible injury and possible embarrassment or whatever the drawback is to go out there and play in an all-star game and give it your all, and all for what? So you can have home court advantage for a series that you may not even get to?
I guess the argument there would be, and I know that, you've made fun of this today, but not everybody load manages every game. Like, they do play. They play regular season games. They try. So
sometimes, yeah.
Right, no, all the time. Like, when they play, they try. They're trying to win night in and night out in the regular season. Sure, they load manage. Maybe an injury, if there's any injury, you lean against playing a little bit too much, whatever. But the point is they try in those games. They risk injury in those games.
Right, in a regular season game for your team.
Right, because they're trying to win a championship.
But this is playing for another team, ostensibly.
But it very well may lead to a better chance for your team to win a championship. And that's the game they play. That's literally the only game they play.
But the game they play is literally for their team. This is not exclusively for your team. This is for your conference.
Well, but it could be for your team.
But it also could be for your rival.
Right.
So I don't know if you're going to be as motivated to put yourself out there and risk injury in a game where, you're going to play balls to the wall so that Cleveland or OKC can have a better chance of winning a title.
But you would never know that. You would never know that at that point. You're playing the same way.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
The same way they do in the regular season. You are playing hard in the hopes. I could argue, dude, you've got guys trying in NBA regular season games now that know they've got no damn chance to win anything this year. None.
Right, but
Cade Cunningham is a great name, although they've actually moved up to the 6th seed.
Exactly.
How about Tyrese Maxey?
Say Jordan Poole. Put Jordan out there.
Why are you trying?
Because you love the game and you're playing for, the personal accolades, and you're playing to win because you're a competitive person.
Yeah, well, but
if you're playing for Washington and you're Jordan Poole, you're going out there probably knowing that you're going to lose, and I'm looking at it, you're going to lose 83% of your games because you've won 16.7% of the time. So 4 out of 5 times, or 5 out of 6 rather, you're going to lose. It doesn't mean you don't go out there and try and play your best for Washington and for your teammates.
Except for the definition you just gave, I could transfer to the All-Star game, but it doesn't work. Like you said, these guys are trying just because they're competitive people and they have pride. Why don't they have that on All-Star weekend?
Because they don't care about that. Like, what's in it for them? If you're Jordan Poole,
the same thing that's in it for Jordan Poole on
Jordan
a Tuesday
Poole's
night.
Playing for his own personal legacy, and he's probably playing for his next contract.
All-Star games I would argue, create way more memories than his Tuesday game against Charlotte.
Well, he wasn't in the All-Star game.
Right,
so
but if he was
in the All-Star game, he would be out there trying to score 50. If it was a traditional All-Star game.
Yeah, but nobody's defending him. Like it's not about scoring. It's about a team concept actually happening. All I'm saying, look, I think that there's potholes in anything that anybody's going to say anytime. Honestly, I really do. But if your given goal, it's not mine, but if your given goal is to make All-Stars try, then I do think that's a pretty interesting idea. That's probably the most interesting and doable one that I've heard. The one-on-one idea, don't think it would look like we think it will look.
No, it's not doable. They wouldn't do it.
And the USA versus the world, I immediately think the 13th best American player is going to be like, I'm totally one of the best 24 players in the league. Why am I not on the All-Star team? Why am I not getting my contract incentive now? I think it's all filled with problems. I would turn this whole thing into more consumable internet fun, like the guy who won $100,000 yesterday. But
for me,
if your goal is to make All-Stars try, then that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I don't think that it would make them try. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that a 4 or 5 seed would be doing all they could, especially where we sit right now, where Cleveland's got a 14.5 game lead on Milwaukee, the 5 seed. Now, does Milwaukee think they can still win the title? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But would Giannis go out there and risk injury to try to get home court advantage for his conference? I don't believe that.
And you cannot believe that, and you might be right, but I would argue that it has got a better chance than anything else I've heard.
Well,
Again,
that's the question.
yeah,
How do you get these guys motivated then? If it's not home court advantage in the finals, $1 million per person probably isn't going to do it. You're going to go $10 million per player?
Part of this, I think, is that we reach a time in the schedule where what these guys want to do is dial out. They want a mental and physical break. Now, I know then send them to Cabo and let's just stop doing this. Well, okay, we could do that, but that's not realistic. There is still value to an all-star weekend on many, many levels. But these guys want a mental and physical break. They still think it's an honor to be an all-star, but you can bring them to whatever your given city is that week and create a celebration of basketball that is not based on them showing up, sweating, pushing their muscles to the limit, and trying to win a basketball game. Like, again, to me, that's the best idea I've heard if your goal is to get them to try. But I'm over here, that's not my goal. Because I don't think it's realistic.
I don't think that it accomplishes the goal. And it's a nice idea. It's cute and quaint and it's fun on paper. USA against the world on paper is awesome. But then you get to All-Star Weekend, and I kind of agree with what you just said about them dialing out. So they've all played between 54 and 56 games, and you're going to give them a week off? And even LeBron, who, I mean, he had the wherewithal to at least show up and take the team picture, but he didn't even bother getting in the uni and pretending to run up and down, and he gets a week off. These guys want the week off, and it's different than the Pro Bowl, which happens at the end of the year, and if you're in the Super Bowl, you don't go. So year's over, here's a trip, come play dodgeball. Cool, I'll bring the family. Sounds like fun. I got nothing else to do. This is in the middle of the year where guys want a break, and I just don't believe that if you put home court on the line for the NBA Finals that any of these guys, outside of maybe Donovan Mitchell, the 1 seed, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they might push for it.
Maybe. I'm largely in agreement. I just think that if that's your goal, it would take something like this. I think the Players Union would fight it like crazy.
Yeah, it's my goal to be a millionaire or a multimillionaire. And so the way I've gone about it is trying to play the lottery. And that's kind of what this is to me. So I'm in the lottery, and I do super and power and mega, and I spend about $5 a week, and I got a chance, but I've got no chance. And that's what this is.
Okay. This
is the same thing.
George in Los Altos. Hi, George. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I thought long and hard about this, and I think the only way you're going to really get these guys motivated is to play off of their ego. I loved that three-point competition between Ionescu and Curry last year. I think they need to do more of that, because if they're not playing head up in a game, they can go to the same skills challenges, men against women, and that's going to motivate a dude, man. He's not going to want to lose to a WNBA player. Believe me, I was scared to death that Steph was going to lose last year. I mean, I was on pins and needles. I think that's how you get the interest, and that's how you get these guys motivated, is to basically play off of their ego.
Right,
because
but
no matter
George,
how much money you're going to give them.
But George, how do you pitch that to them? How do you sit the NBA players down and say, okay, you're an all-star, now come to San Francisco to see if you can get embarrassed? Like that, you know what I mean? Why would they want to sign up for that?
Money.
Yeah, they already got a ton, dude.
Yeah.
George, thanks.
Yeah.
They've already got too much. There is already money being offered to them to play hard, and they still didn't. How much money are you going to put at them before it registers?
Yeah.
For people who make $600,000 a night.
Steph's making 55.7, and so he got $125K for winning the All-Star game, which is about 2% of his salary. Even less.
Yeah.
It's about a quarter of an NBA game for him. So, yeah, I mean, there are fun things that you could do around the All-Star game, like, you know, have a yell off, take the 4 biggest complainers and have them just scream at a ref for 30 seconds and see who gets teed the fastest. I'd watch that.
We could all be bought. Everyone has their price. Stand by for an underdog update shortly. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.